During her secondary school years, she fell in love with a wandering painter who created a portrait of her, only for him to vanish without a trace. Years later, she blossomed into a designer and encountered a wealthy mentor who provided assistance and support during her most challenging times. She harbored feelings for both men, but ultimately discovered an unexpected connection between them. Chapter 1. The Depressing Resignation, Part 1. In the bustling metropolis of Sheathes, amidst the towering skyscrapers, stood a modest office building. On the lower floors of this unassuming edifice resided a small renovation company named Rui Decoration. The entirety of Rui Decoration occupied less than 40 square meters, partitioned into a reception area, a consultation room, and a design department. With sufficient height, a loft was constructed above, housing a small finance room and the large manager's office, making it a veritable little powerhouse. You need not concern yourself with these matters. The priority is to transfer the money from their pockets into ours. You will earn your commission, and the company will reap its profits. It's a straightforward process. Why complicate it? Convenience is their future concern. Our obligation is to provide the services they request. Why fret on their behalf? Just now, that client called, insisting that I shouldn't have assigned their project to a freshly graduated student and suggested we switch to Li Hao. Li Hao, have you completed that proposal yet? The male designer glanced at the young woman, who was nervously fiddling with the keys in her hand, and said, "Not yet. I estimate it will be ready by tomorrow." "How long?" "Let's wait until Lu Ciyu revises the proposal before we present it to them." The man sighed. All right. If they remain unsatisfied, you can take over, Lu Ciyu. Let me remind you, do not always act on your own accord. Think critically. Do you possess the credentials to take such liberties? Are you lead designer? If you were Su Yuanxiang, I would say nothing further, but you're not. You're merely a novice. Do not take offense at my frankness. Your current abilities are inferior to my own when I first started. Do not assume that a little knowledge of hand drawing makes you exceptional. Look at your renderings. Can they even pass muster? Don't deceive yourself. Your work will not satisfy the clients, nor will it satisfy your own standards. Be humble, work diligently, and comply. Remember, if you do not exert yourself today, you will find it hard to seek employment tomorrow. The young woman bowed her head, feeling deeply aggrieved. She toiled diligently every day, yet she still found herself perpetually seeking new employment. Was her tumultuous existence in this city truly due to a lack of effort? Quite the opposite. It was because she had exerted herself too much. This young lady was named Lu Ciyu, and it was her second year in City S. Over the course of this year, after experiencing numerous failures, she once again felt the gnawing uncertainty of her future. 5 years prior, she had entered the Provincial Art Academy with the third highest score in her specialty across the province. During the entrance examination, her color compositions were even hailed as genius by the chief examiner. Due to her scores, which ranked her behind candidates accepted into the prestigious China Academy of Art and Central Academy of Fine Arts, she effectively entered the Provincial Academy as the top candidate in her category. With such remarkable academic achievements, she unexpectedly chose to major in interior design. Within the university, those studying pure fine arts looked down upon those pursuing applied arts. Their sense of superiority led them to believe that only those with insufficient scores would opt for applied arts, and interior design, being a new program within the applied arts department, was even more scorned. Thus, initially, the glances she received on campus were rife with disdain. Her beauty was deemed irrelevant, as they assumed she must be unintelligent to choose such a major. However, within less than 2 years, she had turned the tide for a program winning multiple awards and even having a company directly adopt her commercial design proposal, rewarding her with a 5-figure design fee. Overnight, she became a star in her school, and due to her presence, the interior design program blossomed into a popular choice within the academy. Yet, fate can be cruel. She never anticipated encountering treacherous individuals that would prevent her from graduating on time. Of course, she did not fear this setback. She believed that one's true abilities would shine through in the workforce, and a missing diploma would not obscure her talents. However, Reality proved her overly optimistic. Within a year, she had approached 5 companies, 4 small firms, and 1 medium-sized one. The doors of large corporations remained firmly shut to her, solely due to her lack of a diploma. It was ironic the Academy's renowned high achiever, a recipient of 3 national awards and a campus celebrity, was ironically the only student in her class unable to graduate on time. The 2 companies that hired her, however, were fundamentally flawed. Their owners, self-righteous and misguided, lacked even a basic theoretical foundation. They believed that design was merely an act of imitation, showing no appreciation for Lu Xiyu's design philosophy, while constantly lamenting her weaknesses in rendering. Lu Xiyu approached interior design as an art form, while her colleagues insisted that it was merely a technical skill or even just a marketing tactic. Her current 2 colleagues had not undergone formal training. Either one had graduated high school and attended related training, while the other studied a different major in college but also participated in training due to a lack of job opportunities. Yet, they both navigated their careers with greater ease than Lu Xiyu. The training programs they attended were highly focused on practical skills rather than design principles. For instance, they excelled in rendering and construction drawings, which emphasized technical prowess that required considerable time to develop. Lu Xiyu, in contrast, had invested significantly less time and effort in rendering. The current project involved a young couple who had long obtained their marriage certificate, but had yet to hold their wedding ceremony, intending to use this home as their wedding abode. However, due to the male client's excessive dialogue with Lu Xiyu, the female client grew increasingly distrustful and insisted on switching designers. Had it not been for her 2 colleagues having their own projects to manage, she might have truly been replaced. Nevertheless, Lu Xiyu, maintaining her sense of responsibility, diligently crafted a proposal she deemed satisfactory. Yet, when the renderings were presented, they were immediately dismissed by the female client, who insisted that Lu Xiyu follow her vision, which prioritized aesthetics over practical living considerations. Lu Xiyu, feeling discontented, made several minor adjustments, but ultimately provoked the client to complain to the boss, leading to the earlier reprimand. Frustrated, Lu Xiyu revised the proposal once more. On that day, when the clients arrived, they found Lu Xiyu's newly modified proposal aligned with their vision and adorned with decorative elements that enhanced its aesthetic appeal. After she identified a few minor flaws, Lu Xiyu promptly made corrections and presented a new sample. The female client, having nothing further to critique, seemed to concede, prompting Lu Xiyu to cautiously urge her to sign the contract. However, upon hearing the term signing, the client hesitated, asking Lu Xiyu to first provide a budget, promising to return another day. At that moment, 2 new clients were present in the design studio, engaged in conversation with Li Hao. Upon hearing this exchange, they exchanged glances, and Li Hao appeared exceedingly awkward. In recent days, Lu Xiyu had been pushed to the brink of emotional collapse by this client. Now, faced with such public humiliation, she could no longer contain her frustration. In a fit of anger, she retrieved her original design sketches, compelling the client to compare them with her finalized version, highlighting several aspects where the client had erred and explaining how these mistakes would impact their future lives. Ultimately, she summarized the client's approach as akin to a primitive person adorning their nose with bells, inviting trouble while marring their appearance. The female client, incensed, pointed a finger at Lu Xiyu and shouted, "Who do you think you are to call me primitive? You are just someone without even a diploma, probably graduated from some obscure school. It's a wonder you even got hired by this little company. Your looks are the only reason you're here. What reputable company would want someone like you? And by the way, where did you buy that outfit? Are you sure it's suitable for a normal person? A designer? How laughable." Lu Xiyu found herself at a loss for words, her frustration boiling over. Chapter 2. The Gloomy Resignation. Part 2. The diploma was a source of profound discomfort for Lu Xiyu. She was reluctant to broach the subject, yet it was unavoidable in her job search. Perhaps someone in the company had scrutinized her records and brought to light the absence of her graduation certificate. The finance department, The front desk and the customer service were all staffed by 3 women, who typically did not enjoy harmonious relations with the design department. Despite the design team's modest salaries, their commissions were considerably higher, which bred resentment among the others. Lucy, often deprived of any commission, became the target of their scorn. Their jealousy towards the design department was indiscriminately redirected towards her. Particularly, the receptionist, Xiao Huang, a local beauty, took pride in her appearance, yet Lucy's looks and demeanor eclipsed hers, intensifying her animosity. She frequently mocked Lucy, insinuating that her clothing choices were of inferior quality and rather unsophisticated. That it was almost certain that the remarks made by that female client were relayed by Xiao Huang. With a smile plastered on his face, the boss ushered the couple into the manager's office, while Lucy sat at her computer, stifling tears and feeling a profound sense of despair. She understood that following this commotion, her position was likely at an end, and she might even have to bid farewell to the industry altogether. What began as a hopeful foray had culminated in this disheartening conclusion, leaving her grappling with an immense sense of failure. Meanwhile, those of mediocre talent seemed to thrive in this field, leaving her uncertain of her own feelings at that moment. The phone in the design department rang, and Xiao Qian answered, relaying the message. Lucy, Manager Hao would like to see you in the manager's office. With a sinking heart, Lucy thought, what good could possibly come from this summons? The bitterness welled up within her, and she longed to weep. If men could cry without shame, then surely the tears of a woman, often dubbed as the beauty's tears reminiscent of spring rain, could contribute to the beautification of the city. Yet, confronted by the triumphant gaze of the female client, she instinctively retracted her intentions of beautification, instead donning a faint smile as she ascended to the so-called manager's office. The client's smile was more pronounced, seemingly relishing the moment, an expression of mockery etched upon her face, her eyes clearly taunting. Go on, pretend all you want. Upon entering the manager's office, the boss unexpectedly greeted her with a rare smile, inviting her to take a seat. In that moment, upon witnessing the boss's grin, Lucy comprehended that her departure was a foregone conclusion. She chose not to sit, aiming to sidestep any awkward phrasing or unpleasant remarks, and resolutely declared, Boss, I have decided to resign. The boss's gaze lingered on Lucy's face, momentarily taken aback, before responding, Have you truly made up your mind? Yes, I have. The boss nodded, remarking, Well, it makes sense. You are a designer with aspirations, and remaining in this modest establishment is not quite fitting. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not keep you. Lucy offered a serene smile, replying, Then I wish the company prosperous business. The boss nodded, indicating his approval. Truth be told, I have high hopes for you. You possess drive and a solid foundation in the arts. However, you have been in this industry for a short time, and there is still much you do not understand. Naturally, you will gain that knowledge in due course. You have been with me for almost 3 months now, and I take some responsibility for not guiding you better as an older brother figure. I hope you heed my words. One must be humble in life and patient with others. Lucy offered a faint smile, choosing not to respond. Every boss seems to utter similar sentiments, as though they truly grasp the nuances of human interaction. The question remains, however, have they genuinely adhered to such principles themselves? In comparison to her, they might be deemed successful, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that, in Lucy's eyes, they are merely a group of pitiable souls grappling with their own struggles. Nevertheless, Lucy understood that she had no right to deride others. At the very least, they had managed to find a place to stand, while she felt as though she were perpetually adrift, uncertain if she would ever find solid ground again. Fine, I admit defeat once more. Lucy steeled herself, unwilling to allow negative emotions to seep through, lest she lose her composure in front of others. She even managed to wear a semblance of a smile, though it was evident to anyone observing that it appeared somewhat forced and unnatural. After all, she was merely a young girl, not a professional actress. She yearned to feign strength, yet could not mask the feelings of defeat and humiliation lurking beneath the surface. The facade of a pretty girl trying to appear resilient often evokes even greater sympathy. The boss sighed, feeling reluctant to chastise her further. In truth, upon receiving client complaints, he had felt an overwhelming urge to summon Lucy and berate her soundly before dismissing her without ceremony, even contemplating deducting a portion of her salary. However, upon reflection, he decided against it and said, I hope you find a more suitable company. Your salary will be settled as of today, instead of a bank transfer. I will give you cash directly. Lucy nodded, feeling that she could no longer endure another minute in that place. Then I shall take my leave. All right, a goodbye to yes. Lucy turned to exit the manager's office. She instinctively glanced down the staircase and, indeed, spotted several smirking faces, self-satisfied and provocative. The receptionist, Xiao Huang, greeted her with feigned friendliness. Lucy, you're not really resigning, are you? Lucy smiled faintly, casting a glance at the female client. If I don't resign, I'll be fired. To preserve a bit of dignity. It's better for me to resign. The female client sneered. People like her should have been fired long ago. Your boss must be blind to have ever hired such a person. Lucy chose to ignore her, walking out with a cold smile, inadvertently colliding with someone entering the building. In an unfortunate turn of events, Lucy was knocked to the ground, freshly dismissed, scolded, ridiculed, and reprimanded. Her spirits were already low, and she had hoped to maintain an elegant image as she departed. To her dismay, she found herself sprawled on the floor instead, the carefully constructed image she had fought to uphold utterly shattered. Overwhelmed with frustration, she blurted out in anger, "What are you doing? Did you forget to bring your eyes when you stepped outside?" The perpetrator had just entered, surveying the surroundings, and after colliding with someone, instinctively uttered an apology. That a bespectacled young man rushed forward, placing himself in front of the offender, and rebuked, "Miss, is the collision solely one-sided responsibility? You too were struck. Why direct such harsh words at him when Mr. Bai has offered you an apology? Should you not reflect upon your own decorum?" The female client and Miss Huang exchanged glances, sharing a smirk of schadenfreude. Lucy touched her head and glared at the bespectacled man, retorting, "Decorum also depends on one's physicality, does it not? This gentleman, tall and imposing, can remain unfazed after colliding with me, but as a delicate woman, frail and weak, I am left dazed and disoriented. How dare you demand I uphold decorum? Perhaps you should consider your own intellect." The bespectacled man was momentarily rendered speechless by her rebuttal. The perpetrator, filled with remorse, quickly interjected, "You are right. I truly did not pay attention. It is entirely normal for you to be upset. Are you injured? Should we go to the hospital?" He extended his hand, intending to assist Lucy to her feet, but upon catching a glimpse of her features, he was visibly taken aback, gazing at her with surprise and delight. Lucy, our beautiful designer, was accustomed to such looks, yet it seemed she had encountered yet another lecher. However, this particular lecher was rather charming, possessing striking good looks and bright, captivating eyes. His attire was meticulously chosen, clearly composed of high-end brands. That a quintessential tall, rich, and handsome man, being gazed at by such a paragon was, for many, a source of inspiration. The individual beside him, the one who had previously criticized her lack of decorum, was also a fair-skinned gentleman, yet he appeared somewhat delicate and lacked a commanding presence, clearly fitting the mold of a secretary. Nonetheless, Lucy was not enthralled by the admiring gaze of the handsome man. She promptly stood up, relieved that the floor was sufficiently smooth and clean, preventing any damage to her attire. With irritation, she exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before. There are plenty over there." She pointed towards the reception and strode towards the exit. The perpetrator hastily called out, "Why are you leaving? Did you hurt yourself? Just say the word, and I can take you to the hospital." In her dazed state, she heard the perpetrator seemingly say, "Don't just stand there. It's her, go after her." The bespectacled gentleman asked, "Are you certain?" The perpetrator replied, "Of course, I'm certain." Chapter 3, A Keen Eye, Part 1. Lucy departed from the company, the sensation of heartbreak gradually surfacing. Having retreated to the point of no return, she found herself forced to retreat yet again. That a sense of despair had begun to settle in regarding this city. In the vast expanse of S City, a place that could harbor so much filth and depravity, corruption and incompetence, insignificance and mediocrity, malice and pettiness, yet it could not accommodate her. All she desired was to realize her life's value in this locale, to carve out a niche for her talents. Why, then, must her dreams be gradually stripped away? Could she continue to reside here? She knew the answer. It would be exceedingly difficult, almost impossible. She had lost her confidence and courage. Having done all she could, it appeared that her only option was to leave. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently found herself in a predicament from which there seemed no escape. Thus, Lucy resolutely stepped into a KFC. At that moment, the establishment was relatively quiet, with few patrons. She spent nearly 50 yuan on a dessert burger and chicken wings, settling into a corner table where she could eat while observing the ebb and flow of the crowd outside. This was, astonishingly, her first indulgence since arriving in the city. Under ordinary circumstances, she would only dare to enjoy a fast meal costing around 15 yuan as she ate. A sense of regret washed over her as she took out the design manuscript, her heart heavy with curiosity about why this particular piece had led to her dismissal. After scrutinizing it for some time, she remained convinced that her initial proposal had been sound. She sighed. Pondering, bosses often assert that the customer is always right. Yet years later, if they discover they were mistaken, will they blame the designer or themselves? Regardless, failing to convince a client of a proposal deemed correct cannot be deemed the hallmark of a responsible designer. But is it truly so challenging to embody the essence of a conscientious designer? Perhaps I simply cannot adapt to this industry. Perhaps it is best to leave. She crumpled the sketch into a ball, poised to tear it apart when a voice from behind interrupted. Designer Liu, why would you destroy such an exquisite design? The young man, noticing Liu Xiyu's perplexity, added with a smile, do you remember me? Think back to your time at Xiangrui Design Company. It was then that Liu Xiyu recalled a potential client from her previous design firm, who had come to preview the various proposals for a home renovation at the behest of his wife. He had meticulously examined each design and posed numerous inquiries. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he was remarkably courteous, addressing everyone as Designer X, and nodding in approval of each proposal, leaving a favorable impression on all. This young man was that very client, and Liu Xiyu vaguely recalled that his surname was Tang. Seeing the recognition dawn on Liu Xiyu's face, he smiled and sat down opposite her. Designer Liu, what led to your departure from Xiangrui Decoration Design Company? He inquired. And how did you come to know about me? To be frank, I returned to that company later, but you were no longer there. When I inquired, I learned that you had left half a month prior, which was 3 months ago, if I am not mistaken. Honestly, I had anticipated that you would not last long there, though I did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Liu Xiyu managed a bitter smile, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as her previously favorable impression of him was swiftly overshadowed. How inconsiderate to unearth old wounds upon first meeting. And where are you currently employed? She asked, trying to shift the conversation away from uncomfortable topics. Are you referring to my recent job or my current one? Does it truly make a difference? Recently, I was at Rui Decoration. The one run by someone named Hao. You will inevitably leave there as well. He chuckled, observing Liu Xiyu's discomfort. Have you already resigned? Liu Xiyu sighed, lifted her chilled beverage, and took a generous sip before remarking, indeed, I am now a free spirit. It is no wonder your demeanor appears somewhat disheartened. Could it be due to the project we just discussed? That individual must surely be a psychology student. Their guesses are remarkably accurate. Might I have another glance at this hand-drawn proposal? What is it? Liu Xiyu inquired, her tone laced with caution. It's nothing. To be candid. While you were examining this illustration, I had already perused it myself. However, out of courtesy, I could only skim through it and did not examine it in detail. Such a brilliant proposal truly deserves a closer look. Would that be permissible? You intend to tear it up anyway, so it should not be a problem, right? Liu Xiyu managed a wry smile, for reasons unknown. Despite the somewhat off-putting nature of the person's words, she found that having someone to converse with, even if the dialogue was somewhat uncomfortable, was far preferable to the solitude of sitting in silence. After a brief hesitation, the individual, friendly yet insistent, asked again, may I take a look? Reluctantly, Liu Xiyu handed over the crumpled drawing. The person gratefully accepted it, unfolding it with an exaggerated gasp, displaying an almost affectionate reverence for the artwork. Liu Xiyu was uncertain of the meaning behind this exclamation and inquired, what now? I had not paid close attention before, but upon this closer examination, your hand-drawn piece is nothing short of a top-tier work of art. Bold yet delicate. Grand yet intricate. That I never anticipated that a young woman like you could produce such an exceptional illustration. Do you know whose style and brushwork this reminds me of? Liu Xiyu replied, I do not. Surely you have heard of Bai Chonglin? I know him. He is the president of the Bai Group. Could he possibly be an artist as well? That would be implausible, for he is a business prodigy. However, he has an elder brother named Bai Chong-san, who is a genuine artistic genius, renowned not just in our city but globally. Such individuals are born for art, and each of their creations can be deemed a masterpiece. Why are you telling me this? I do not know him. The individual chuckled wryly. It would be odd if you did know him. He mysteriously vanished 6 years ago, and various indications suggest he may have met with misfortune. To this day, his disappearance evokes deep lament within the art community. Despite his aloofness from worldly affairs and social gatherings, his artistic accomplishments, to put it in contemporary terms, are more than enough to garner admiration. Then, why did he vanish? He was born into a wealthy family, which is both a blessing and a curse. Whether he desired it or not, the power struggles and conflicts over wealth in elite circles are like a colossal whirlpool from which he could not escape. Consider this. How could a natural artist possibly triumph over an innate businessman? You mean his brother, right? You claim his brother is a commercial genius. Could it have been he who drove him away? Lu Xiu fell silent. The individual sighed and remarked, in this restless era, one's dedication to the arts is destined to invite hardship, regardless of whether one emerges from affluence or humble beginnings. This subject is rather weighty. Let us divert our discussion to my rather rudimentary observations regarding your proposal. I can empathize with the client's reluctance to accept this plan. Do you discern where the issue lies? You may assume that it stems from the client's cognitive limitations. Am I correct? Yet, you are mistaken. The fault lies with me. Lu Xiu endeavored to temper her tone, striving to suppress her ire at the audacity of an outsider daring to speak so freely before her. Anyone in her position would find it difficult to remain composed. Lu Xiu's momentary surprise revealed that this individual possessed considerable expertise. Your artistic talent is remarkable. Your setbacks are not a reflection of your skill or attitude. In both respects, you are exceptionally talented that I would assert that among the distinguished designers I have encountered, you rank quite highly. In some areas, even rivaling Su Yuanxiang. Lu Xiu felt a tinge of embarrassment from the praise. During her year in S City, this was perhaps the only commendation she had received, and she was astonished that it came from M.R. Hing. An uncharacteristic sentiment welled within her, almost compelling her to shed tears. So what is the issue? Your aura, the individual stated decisively. The crux of the matter lies in your insufficient aura, which is dictated by your confidence and industry reputation. Sometimes, the success of a proposal hinges not on your skill, but rather on your presence. Lu Xiu could not help but regard this person with newfound respect. The clientele for decorative design services is not the general public, but specific patrons. The success of a design does not rest on its technical excellence, but rather on the satisfaction of the client. A design that pleases the owner is deemed successful. Yet does that guarantee it is a good design? Not necessarily. It could very well be atrocious. Lu Xiu chuckled bitterly, her thoughts aligning with his. If a designer possesses sufficient renown, their aura expands, psychologically placing the client at a disadvantage, making them more amenable to the designer's suggestions. Hence, renowned designers often succeed in persuading clients to embrace their finest designs. While ordinary designers face the challenge of clients who mistakenly believe they possess superior understanding, how then can they be swayed? They may find themselves led astray, reluctantly discarding the best designs. Lu Xiu smiled wryly. Each of his statements struck a chord within her. Thus, I find it perplexing. With your elevated design prowess, were you to align with a prominent firm, you could leverage its prestige to enhance your aura and quell client skepticism. Your designs would garner recognition more readily. Yet, you have chosen to seek opportunities with a smaller company. What is the reasoning behind this? I refuse to believe that individuals at larger firms would remain indifferent to your caliber of design. Lu Xiu hesitated before responding. I appreciate your kind words that to be candid. I lack a crucial stepping stone. My university diploma remains unattained, which has precluded me from even qualifying for interviews. The individual, taken aback, inquired, You have not attended university yet possess such skill? That is truly remarkable, indicating that I have attended university and performed quite well, but I did not receive my diploma due to a delayed graduation. Have you heard of such a situation? The individual was taken aback. To attend university, yet fail to obtain a diploma is an occurrence rarer than succeeding in postgraduate examinations. With your level of expertise, you ought to be among the foremost graduates of your cohort. Lu Xiu offered a wry smile. This was her private anguish, and she had no desire to discuss it with a stranger. The person, discerning her reluctance to continue the conversation, quickly remarked, Designer Lu, please hold on a moment. I shall procure something to eat that I wish to converse with you further, but given that we are in a business setting, it would be rather inappropriate for me to engage solely in conversation without partaking in food. Lu Xiu smiled faintly, pondering whether he was preparing for an extended dialogue. She was also curious about this Mr. Tang, increasingly convinced that he was not just an ordinary client, but someone well-versed in the field of decoration. What could be the reason for his keen interest in her? Did he harbor romantic intentions? If so, he would undoubtedly be disappointed. Unable to decipher his motivations, she decided to introduce herself that I, too, am in this profession, interior design. Lu Xiu inquired. So you sought employment at another company in order to? To be frank, I have established a small studio, which is currently just managing to sustain itself that I have not dared to hire anyone, just my girlfriend and myself, while I am trained in this profession. My girlfriend is not, so at times she cannot offer me much assistance. She has been urging me to consider hiring another designer. Upon hearing his candid admission of having a girlfriend, Lu Xiu realized she had overthought the situation and felt a sense of relief. If a man was not engaging her in conversation with the intent of pursuing her romantically, then a discussion was indeed feasible that I understand now. Were you attempting to poach talent from other companies? Have you yet to find anyone? Lu Xiu quipped at Mr. Tang's side. In truth, resigning from my previous position should have been a positive development for me that I mustered the audacity to ask someone from that company for her phone number. But when I called, it was disconnected. Undeterred, I continued to try for over a month, only to find that the number had become invalid. Designer Lu, do you have a habit of changing your number every time you leave a job? Lu Xiu feigned surprise. Mr. Tang, are you referring to me? Mr. Tang chuckled. Of course, who else could it be? It is a stroke of luck that I have encountered you. You know, when I first laid eyes on you, I could hardly believe my own eyes. Upon hearing that you were let go by that individual with the surname Hao, I felt no sorrow for you. Rather, I was quite pleased. That company simply did not deserve your talent. Mr. Tang, please refrain from making such jokes that it is rather cruel to jest with someone like me, who has just been dismissed. Yet, in truth, Mr. Tang's words brought Lu Xiu a modicum of psychological satisfaction. Mr. Tang's expression grew serious as he handed her a business card, stating, Designer Lu, here is my card. Lu Xiu accepted the card and glanced at it, noting it bore the name of Tang Xinhai, General Manager and Chief Designer of Yunheiyuan Decoration Design Studio. The card was elegantly designed, exuding a sense of refinement and taste. Tang Xinhai earnestly stated, I assure you, I am not joking. Designer Lu, I invite you to join my company that I am aware that your base salary at Xiangrui is 1,500. Currently, my financial situation is not particularly favorable, and I am unable to offer you a salary that reflects your qualifications, though I emphasize that this is only a temporary circumstance, should my company flourish. I will promptly enhance your remuneration. At present, my proposal is a base salary of 5,000 yuan, supplemented by a 500 yuan position allowance, a 200 yuan meal subsidy, and a 100 yuan communication allowance. With business commissions calculated separately, to be candid, this is the utmost compensation my modest studio can currently afford. Lu Xiu was utterly taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. This felt like a dream, an utter fantasy. For over a year, she had endured disdain from others, and just when despair enveloped her, Mr. Tang appeared, suddenly elevating her to a position of significance. She felt a mix of joy and skepticism. Such occurrences seemed relegated to legendary tales. How could they possibly manifest in reality? She even questioned whether this man harbored ulterior motives, seeking to exploit her recent dismissal and fragile emotional state to gain her trust. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, especially given the prevalence of deceitful schemes among some individuals in China. That Mr. Tang remarked, Designer Lu may find this unexpected, and that is perfectly fine. You need not respond immediately. Take your time to contemplate, if you will. All right, Lu Xiu exhaled in relief, grateful for the reprieve. An MY business card contains my company's address and website. I encourage you to explore our webpage. If you deem me a trustworthy partner, please visit me at the company tomorrow. This rare opportunity for collaboration is as much a gift to you as it is to me. Regarding compensation, as I mentioned, I am unable to provide a generous salary at this moment, but I will exert every effort possible. Designer Lu, I sincerely hope you will consider this. I truly desire a partner like you. My girlfriend and I will remain at the company tomorrow, awaiting your esteemed presence. I shall take my leave now. Your hand-drawn work is nothing short of a masterpiece. Bold yet intricate, grand yet delicate. It reminds me of someone. He has an older brother named by Chung Sung, a true genius in the realm of painting. Renowned not just in our city, but across the globe. Such individuals are artists born for the pursuit of beauty. Each of their works is a divine creation. Less than 6 years ago, during the National Day holiday, 18-year-old Lu Xiu, adhering to tradition, traveled from the county seat to a small town to accompany her grandmother, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang was a barefoot doctor, having once had a son and a daughter. Tragically, her son perished during the Vietnam War, leaving only a daughter who, along with her husband, taught in the county in accordance with the National Family Planning Policy, having borne only one child. Luciu, possessing both beauty and intelligence, was the cherished jewel of her parents and grandmother. In the years following her grandmother's partner's passing, Luciu made it a point to visit her each month, aside from the summer and winter holidays. This evening, she still radiated beauty. Suddenly, Luciu noticed a tall figure approaching, silhouetted against the slanting rays of the setting sun. Perhaps it was the interplay of light and shadow, but she perceived a certain ethereal quality about the individual, as if he were gliding through the clouds. Exuding a sense of otherworldliness, the figure approached, treading upon the last vestiges of the slanting twilight. Though not far away, Luciu could not discern his face clearly. She merely found the silhouette somewhat peculiar, which piqued her curiosity about this individual. Thus, she gazed at him as he drew nearer, completely forgetting to close the door. Luciu, what are you daydreaming about in the sky? Aren't you hungry? I certainly am. Dr. Zhang reminded her at that moment. The stranger stumbled and fell to the ground. Don't panic, Dr. Zhang called out to her startled granddaughter, stepping outside. This incident unfolded right at her doorstep, and being the sole occupant of the house, she could not possibly ignore it. She glanced at the homeless man and exclaimed, "It's nothing. He merely fainted due to a lack of food, resulting in insufficient blood supply to the brain. Look at how frightened you are. Quickly, bring out that small stool." As Luciu retrieved the syrup, the man had begun to regain some awareness. It was then that she realized this individual, who appeared to be a vagabond, was actually a handsome young man in his 20s. Although his attire was somewhat disheveled, it did nothing to conceal his striking features. Recalling the earlier scene, which was almost poetic in its beauty, Luciu realized that the ethereal vision she had experienced was merely a result of this man's fatigue from hunger, causing him to appear unsteady on his feet. She could not help but smile. "Syrup, what are you being silly about?" Dr. Zhang, noticing her amused expression, quickly reminded her. Though Luciu hastily crouched down to offer the syrup to her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, this person must be the legendary artist who has come here to gather inspiration. Do you know what gathering inspiration means?" It means, Luciu had loved to paint since childhood and had been learning from an art teacher at her school for years. The sight of the sketch pad evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. All right, you understand? But Grandma knows nothing," she continued. "What are you talking about with your Hua and Bianc?" Hua refers to the famed physician, and Bianc is another renowned healer. It's quite fashionable to refer to them this way nowadays. Even calling them by these names adds a touch of warmth. Luciu laughed heartily. It's just a fainting spell. Which doctor doesn't know about that? Dr. Zhang shot her a glance, but felt a sense of delight within. This girl had always been compassionate, displaying a high emotional intelligence. Acknowledging her loneliness, she would find ways to bring joy to her life. The young man had regained consciousness, opening his eyes in a daze. "Who are you? Why are you staring? Shouldn't you be kneeling to thank your saviors?" Luciu laughed again. "It seems you still don't grasp what happened. You fainted right here, and my grandmother, along with me, rescued you. So, after your excursion from the gates of the underworld, what are your thoughts?" "Thank you both," the young man replied sincerely, hastily standing up and adjusting his clothes. "I am immensely grateful." Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed once more. An hour and a half later, the young man had fully regained his composure. Dr. Zhang has always harbored concerns about the young man with long hair. Thus, she sought an excuse to open his sketchbook, and indeed, it contained several drawings along with 2 art books, all in foreign languages. Although she lacked a profound understanding of art, it was evident from these artifacts that the young man was not a charlatan. Consequently, she invited him to dine and arrange for his accommodation before retiring for the night. The following morning, Luciu, adhering to her routine, ventured out to sketch. It turned out that Luciu was mathematically challenged. The mere sight of numbers induced headaches, and despite her strenuous efforts in mathematics and the sciences, she barely managed to meet the threshold for key secondary school admissions. Upon reaching high school, she realized that her aptitude in these subjects was insufficient, leading to a rapid decline in her grades. Fortunately, she had exhibited a profound affinity for literature and painting since childhood, demonstrating considerable artistic talent. Observing this, her parents decided to encourage her artistic pursuits, enrolling her in painting classes under a distinguished art instructor at her school. Initially, they believed this would foster her interest and lead to swift improvement. However, the situation did not unfold as anticipated. In the art preparatory class for the college entrance examination, Lucy Yu's performance was merely average. This was an awkward predicament, as she faced only a 50-50 chance of being admitted to an art academy. Abandoning her aspirations seemed a pity, yet persisting negatively impacted her foundational studies, placing her parents in a quandary. They were baffled as to why her talents seemed to dissipate when it came to serious academics. Lucy Yu herself felt quite troubled. She genuinely loved painting and was confident in her innate gifts. Yet for reasons unknown, she struggled to find motivation when learning from that particular instructor, feeling stifled and frustrated. Was her discontent directed at the art teacher? Just as she was enveloped in her thoughts, she heard a soft sigh from nearby. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see an exceptionally handsome young man standing behind her. Shaking his head slightly at her artwork, Lucy Yu, feeling irked, retorted, "Who are you? And what does your head shaking imply?" The striking young man replied, "Are you Lucy Yu? Thank you for saving me." "Saved you? What do you mean?" Lucy Yu was momentarily taken aback, but upon closer inspection, her surprise deepened. "Wow, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you without your beard. Hee, I didn't expect you to be quite so handsome. By the way, what does that expression of yours signify?" The young man hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Lucy Yu pressed, "Speak up. Do you think my painting is bad?" "Well, that I must say, it is rather terrible." The young man maintained a serious expression, devoid of any hint of jest. Lucy Yu felt a surge of indignation. Throughout her life, no one had ever criticized her artwork so harshly. She was not only beautiful, but also undeniably talented, possessing a keen grasp of both form and color. Even the teacher she despised had praised her accurate sensibility, lamenting only that her late formal training had led to numerous bad habits that hindered her technique. Encountering someone who so bluntly dismissed her painting as worthless was a first for her. Already feeling somewhat dejected about her work, Lucy Yu, stung by his words, coldly smiled and replied, "So, should I just tear this painting up then?" The young man responded, "Wait, are you not going to paint anymore?" The handsome young man unexpectedly followed her, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, did I hurt your pride?" Lucy Yu thought to herself that this person must be from another planet. It was evident, yet he still posed such a question. With a lukewarm response, she replied, "As a mere girl learning to paint, what pride could possibly be wounded?" The young man, taken aback by her retort, quickly clarified, "Lucy Yu, that's not what I meant. Although you do indeed paint poorly, your heart is still in the right place, which is why I saved you." Lucy Yu, with a hint of irritation, prompted him to complete his sentence. He offered a wry smile, but by then, she had already distanced herself. Lucy Yu arrived at another grassy knoll, setting up her easel anew. Gazing at the unfinished canvas before her, she found herself devoid of the motivation to continue, her heart heavy with disappointment. Ever since childhood, she had harbored a passion for painting and was often heralded as a prodigy in the art. She had garnered several accolades, which bolstered her confidence in her artistic abilities. However, during her second year of high school, her parents noticed her academic performance slipping and insisted that she receive systematic training from an art teacher. Lucy Yu felt it was premature. With her innate talent, she believed it would not be too late to learn in her senior year. Ultimately, she only began her studies a few months prior, filled with enthusiasm, only to be met with a harsh reality. The art teacher bluntly informed her that while her work appeared somewhat competent, it was ultimately unrefined and non-professional, demanding that she abandon all her previous habits and start afresh with formal training. Initially, Lucy Yu was resistant, yet for the sake of her college entrance exams, she reluctantly acquiesced to such instruction. Gradually, she found herself increasingly disheartened. Her progress was not as swift as she had envisioned, shaking her confidence. Nonetheless, she struggled with her frustration, convinced that her disdain for the art instructor had been perceived, leading him to intentionally undermine her, diminishing her pride and spirit. With her abilities laid bare, she refused to believe that she was inferior to her seemingly talentless peers. Thus, she secretly dedicated herself to rigorous practice, determined to produce results that would silence her critics. However, she recognized the arduous nature of her efforts. Despite her attempts to adhere to the teacher's guidelines, she could not find her artistic voice, leaving her in a state of confusion. She found herself questioning the authenticity of her so-called talent and whether she was truly cut out for painting. The words of this handsome young man unearthed all her lingering doubts. Was she truly destined to tread the path of mediocrity, forever relegated to the realm of the unrefined? If she pursued formal training, the art teacher's dismissal of her abilities could be dismissed as a personal grievance, a means of saving face through his disparagement. Yet, what reason did this young man have to do the same? Moreover, judging by his tone, he appeared to speak the truth. After all, he was an artist himself, claiming to be out gathering inspiration. His assertion that her work was, indeed, abysmal, it should certainly be torn up, resonated painfully within her. Somehow, his words incessantly reverberated through her mind, leaving Lucy utterly despondent, tears cascading down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. In a moment of fierce resolve, she thought, forget it. I want to continue with painting. Can I not succeed without it? Must I toil relentlessly to learn? She forcefully overturned the easel, preparing to stomp on it in anger, when a figure emerged from behind, swiftly removing the easel from her path. Upon looking up, Lucy discovered it was the handsome stranger. Could this fellow truly be the legendary martial arts master? How else could he have appeared so silently, as if he had materialized out of thin air? Lucy, you have misunderstood. While it is true that your painting leaves much to be desired, who is this person, and does he never tire of speaking? Lucy was on the verge of exploding. I heard you clearly. Must you repeat yourself incessantly? My hearing is perfectly fine. The handsome stranger appeared somewhat flustered. Well, that's not what I meant. Please, allow me to explain. Is it permissible for me to disregard your explanation? Can I choose not to listen? What I actually wished to convey was that, while it is indeed a fact that your painting lacks merit, your sense of form and color is truly exceptional. Lucy had already prepared to cover her ears at the first part of his statement, but fortunately, she was not quick enough. Thus she caught the latter part, which seemed to bear a hint of praise. Although there were still some phrases that grated on her, it was, at the very least, not a complete dismissal. Moreover, did she hear correctly? Did he just refer to her as exceptional? Since she embarked on her journey of artistic creation, no one had ever been so affirming of her talent. Her vanity felt a semblance of satisfaction. In light of his commendation, she resolved to grant him an opportunity to clarify. What is it you wish to say? I fail to comprehend. The handsome man carefully repositioned the easel and said, could you provide me with a sheet of drawing paper? I will help you find your artistic sensibility. Was he intending to teach her how to paint? Lucy hesitated to inquire further. Instead, retrieving a sheet of paper from her sketchbook and handing it to him, he adeptly placed it on the easel. Lucy inquired, what about my painting? The handsome man gestured towards the ground. When Lucy focused her gaze, she nearly leapt in shock. It turned out that while she was fetching the paper, he had taken her painstakingly created artwork from the easel, crumpled it into a ball, and discarded it. Lucy felt as if she might be driven to the brink of madness by this person. Who was he? Really? She had assumed that his comment about tearing up her painting was merely rhetorical. Yet he had actually followed through with it. Witnessing her artwork being irrevocably damaged left her with nothing but clenched teeth and simmering rage. The handsome stranger, on the other hand, seemed entirely oblivious to her anger, focused solely on squeezing paint from tubes, lost in deep thought. Given his serious demeanor, Lucy refrained from expressing her frustration, uncertain whether he intended to create himself or to guide her in her painting. As she observed him squeezing copious amounts of paint onto the palette, she felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, paint was not inexpensive in these times. She herself was cautious, carefully squeezing as she painted. Unlike him, who began with such a generous amount, which would surely go to waste. While lamenting the waste of paint, she noticed that the handsome stranger was not only mixing colors, but also shifting his focus to the paper, clearly indicating his intention to take matters into his own hands. Lucy felt a surge of curiosity. This audacious fellow had silently obliterated her hard work, and she truly wished to see what level of skill he possessed. Humph, an impolite individual. Do not think that mere words suffice. Should your painting prove inadequate, do not blame me for severing ties with you, for I will not let this matter rest. The handsome young man glanced ahead, remaining silent as he swiftly picked up his brush and began to paint with fervor. The moment he took action, Lucy was left utterly astonished, for this individual painted with an astonishing speed, an almost frenzied rapidity. Goodness, with such fervor, could this truly be a watercolor painting? It resembled nothing less than a grand expressionistic piece of Chinese art. Lucy felt an acute pang of regret for the precious paints, realizing that under such circumstances, they were destined to be squandered, for this person likely had never attempted watercolor painting before. Perhaps he was merely an artist specializing in the expressive splashes of ink in traditional Chinese painting. Otherwise, such a technique would be unfathomable. The teacher had once explained that watercolor painting adheres to its own set of principles, distinct from other mediums. Though there is room for error, a poorly executed piece could easily become muddled, adversely affecting the overall impression. Yet here was this madman, recklessly dashing about with his brush, and it was evident that the result would surely be a complete disaster. My paints. Oh, my paints. Just as Lu Xiu lamented. This lunatic had come to a halt. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the pigments on the palette had been drastically diminished after his frenzied endeavor, suggesting he would soon need to squeeze out more paint. Lu Xiu could only intervene, exclaiming, "I implore you, please do not continue painting." The madman replied, "Of course, I shall not paint any further. I have already completed my work." Lu Xiu, taken aback, asked, "What did you say? It is finished?" The madman insisted, "Come over and see. Does this not convey the feeling you sought?" As Lu Xiu approached and cast a glance, she was left speechless. He was indeed not deceiving her in such a brief span. The painting had been completed. Not only was it finished, but the brilliance of its execution exceeded Lu Xiu's wildest imaginings. The evocative pastoral landscape, illuminated by the dawn's early light, mesmerized the viewer at first glance. One could not remain indifferent to the radiance of the morning glow or the vibrant life of the grasslands and fields, for it felt as though one had plunged directly into the very scene depicted. Yet what moved Lu Xiu even more was the realization that this composition, this palette of colors, reflected precisely the imagery that had swirled in her mind when she first took up her brush. However, as she painted, that vision had gradually faded, eluding her grasp until this moment. When she finally recognized what had initially inspired her, it seemed this image had leapt from her mind, directly into the consciousness of this handsome young man, who had magnificently rendered it. Lu Xiu gazed at the painting in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could he have captured it so perfectly? He had merely swept his brush about with abandon. Lacking any preliminary sketch, no foundational outlines, no meticulous attention to detail. This was watercolor. After all, it should be a methodical process, carefully constructed and intricately refined, demanding the utmost precision. Yet, the dynamism of his color mixing and the vigor of his brushwork exuded a sense of liberation previously unseen. This was the very essence of painting she had envisioned, spontaneous and unrestrained, yet the effect was so palpable, so direct, as if he laid bare his emotions upon the canvas that it surpassed the precision of impressionism and the freedom of realism, yielding an outcome that was both intense and authentic, wild yet exquisitely delicate. Upon a meticulous examination of each brushstroke, one may uncover imperfections. However, these very flaws, when infused into the canvas, exude a certain wildness that renders the current landscape all the more vibrant and characterful. Observing her expression, the handsome gentleman inquired, "So, is this how you felt at the outset?" Lu Xiu replied, "But how did you discern my feelings?" The gentleman responded, "It is quite simple, for it mirrors my own sentiments." Lu Xiu countered, "But how can you be so certain that I would share such feelings? Tell me, is this not your sentiment?" "Indeed, then that affirms it. This indicates that your artistic intuition is truly remarkable. Your conception is commendable, and your sense of color is exquisite, yet you have squandered that feeling. While you are ensnared in the arduous contemplation of steps and methods, the essence slips away from your grasp. Is that so? Then how do you perceive my feelings? It is evident from your approach to color mixing, yet you failed to seize it. You oscillate between worrying about the shadows and fretting over the highlights, thereby allowing the feeling to escape. Indeed, you are capable of discerning all this. Truly, you possess remarkable insight." Lu Xiu exclaimed in astonishment. "I have simply engaged in painting more frequently. However, your intuition is quite impressive. No wonder your grandmother praises you. You are indeed a girl of great talent." Lu Xiu retorted, "You keep discarding. Do you not understand the value of your own labor, and that of others?" The gentleman replied calmly. "To create a fine painting, one must continuously engage in such practice. Every sketch should be preserved. How many houses do you intend to fill with these sketches? I merely sought to elicit your feelings. And now that they have emerged, the painting's purpose is fulfilled. Thus there is no need for further reverence." He returned the brush to Lu Xiu, saying, "Now, observe once more and repaint, forgetting everything, including the piece I just created. For the landscape has transformed, and so too have the feelings." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, The gentleman quickly corrected himself. You may call me Yongling, no. I prefer to call you handsome. Who could resist such charm? If you wish for me to refrain from calling you handsome, then go find some dirt over there. Take a handful and smear it on your face, and I shall then call you Tu Bagwai, gaining an additional character in the process. Would that please you? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu noticed the gentleman becoming even more bashful, and her laughter grew more exuberant, until tears of mirth streamed down her cheeks. Observing her unabashed laughter, the gentleman's face flushed a shade reminiscent of the dawn. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such unrestrained, candid laughter. Lu Xiu eventually subdued her laughter, entering a moment of contemplation, lifting her brush, though her smile remained, lingering on her visage. The gentleman, watching the girl immersed in her art, saw her serene smile illuminated by the morning glow, radiating a unique tranquility. Against the backdrop of the pastoral morning scenery, she became a captivating portrait. It turned out that this girl, who was so fond of chattering, possessed an exquisite beauty of a different nature when she focused intently. What a splendid morning it was, a joyful forenoon indeed. Since she had embarked on formal art studies, Lu Xiu had finally rediscovered the long-lost thrill and passion within painting. Under the gentleman's subtle suggestions, even his encouragement, she began to paint with increasing ease. At last, she manifested the profound feelings that resided deep within her heart. Perhaps influenced by the charming young man, she painted with a fervor that was both uninhibited and exhilarating, employing techniques she typically shied away from. The young man, watching intently from the side, not only refrained from discouraging her, but also encouraged her to continue to oh my. This was the very essence of her passion for painting. She felt so elated that tears threatened to spill. The young man observed her with keen interest, nodding in approval. Lu Xiu sensed that she had truly captured the impressions of her heart, exhaling deeply and casting a bashful glance at him. He responded with a thumbs up, praising her remarkable intuition and artistic sensibility, which exceeded his expectations, and pointed out several aspects he found particularly commendable. These very elements were also the ones Lu Xiu held dear and found most moving. Filling her with immense joy and gratitude that a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Yang Ling was not human at all, but rather an incarnation of Guanyin, the bodhisattva of compassion, who had come to guide her due to her kindness? How else could she explain such extraordinary fortune? Upon returning to her grandmother's home, her grandmother sensed her elevated spirits and inquired about the cause. Lu Xiu briefly recounted the young man's guidance, to which her grandmother expressed skepticism, claiming she exaggerated. However, witnessing her excitement genuinely pleased her. During dinner, Lu Xiu asked Yang Ling where he planned to go next. He replied, I haven't decided yet. Currently, I'm without identification or money, which is somewhat troublesome. Lu Xiu remarked, it's a pity we aren't in a big city, just a small town. Otherwise, becoming a street artist would be quite appealing. Setting up a stall to paint portraits would suffice. However, with your clean-shaven face and well-dressed appearance, you lack the quintessential aura of a street artist, making it potentially difficult to attract business. Her grandmother interjected, what nonsense. Looking like you do now, shaven and dressed well, is what brings out your spirit. Lu Xiu retorted, Grandma, you just don't understand. A street artist must have a scruffy beard and a disheveled appearance for authenticity. Her grandmother countered, isn't that akin to being a beggar? Lu Xiu chuckled, what are you saying? A beggar cannot compare. That's what we call a refined beggar. Noticing her grandmother's disbelief, she quickly turned to Yang Ling, saying, jokes aside, my grandmother has a place for you to stay. Why not reside here for the time being until your identification arrives? When your funds come through, you can reimburse my grandmother for food and lodging, right? Besides, I wish to learn more about painting from you. I find it incredibly invigorating to study with you. Grandma, what do you think of my suggestion? Her grandmother sighed with a wry smile, feeling somewhat conflicted. Although the young man appeared quite handsome and seemed to possess sound character, the absence of his identification gave her pause. Lu Xiu playfully pleaded, Grandma, can we make it happen? Ultimately, her grandmother relented, saying, all right, I'll go along with you. You win this round, my dear. Lu Xiu exclaimed joyfully. Then it's settled. Chapter 4. The Challenge, Part 1. This news brought Lu Xiu great joy. She had feared that her departure would lead her grandmother to send Yang Ling away. After all, a grandmother is still a grandmother. She kept her word. The thought of being able to see that extraordinary young man again on her next visit filled her heart with happiness. However, It was not long before my grandmother called to express her discontent regarding Yang Ling's management of the tea house, deeming it exceedingly amateurish. While one might attribute its remote location as a plausible excuse, effective management could indeed transform it into an advantageous position. After all, patrons seek tranquility, and a slight seclusion is hardly detrimental. The crux of the matter lies in Yang Ling's taciturn demeanor, which evokes a rather oppressive atmosphere, as if conveying a sentiment of indifference. Come if you wish, or do not, it matters not. Such an attitude in service is sufficient to deter the majority of potential tea drinkers. Furthermore, his portraits do not appear to be as commendable as Lu Xiu suggested. Many assert that they pale in comparison to the meticulous charcoal drawings produced by a local artist, whose work is rendered with such precision that it resembles a black-and-white photograph. In contrast, Yang Ling's creations lack clarity and are executed in haste, often completed within mere minutes. Yet the pricing remains strikingly similar. This has led to a consensus that his work is rather careless. Discouraging patrons from commissioning him, Lu Xiu attempted to clarify, stating that charcoal drawing is fundamentally different, as it is merely a technique employed in a grid, whereas Yang Ling's artistry is genuine painting. She lamented that the people from that region are utterly inept, incapable of distinguishing between the two. My grandmother retorted that rural folk possess little understanding of such matters. They simply feel that his paintings lack value and are unworthy of the price he charges. Lu Xiu felt a twinge of unease, pondering whether Yang Ling might become despondent. Running a tea house with scant clientele could lead to a stifling atmosphere, or worse, render him the subject of ridicule. This concern weighed heavily on her mind, especially since she wished to glean more insights from him. Yet, while she fretted over Yang Ling, her own troubles unexpectedly surfaced. Nevertheless, Lu Xiu confided to others that she no longer intended to study under Teacher Chun, finding the experience increasingly uninspiring, and preferred to paint alongside the handsome Yang Ling instead. A girl, with an air of mystery, whispered to her that departing from Teacher Chun would likely prove challenging. Given that he held a particular regard for her, Lu Xiu felt a surge of trepidation, yet remained somewhat skeptical. It turned out that Teacher Chin's reputation among female students was rather dubious. Outwardly serious, he was rumored to be a lecher, with whispers circulating that several girls had graced his bed, some from their school, others from different institutions seeking his tutelage, although those willing to engage in such conduct may have been somewhat indiscriminate. It was noted that he refrained from pursuing more respectable girls. Nonetheless, there existed considerable apprehension regarding his conduct. Many parents, keen to enroll their daughters under his guidance, were vigilant about time management, ensuring their daughters never had the opportunity for solitary interactions with him. Despite this, due to his commendable teaching results, a significant number of parents were still inclined to entrust their children to his tutelage. Lu Xiu's skepticism stemmed from the fact that, while Teacher Chin might take liberties with other girls, he had been relatively proper with her, never uttering any inappropriate remarks. However, her friend insisted that the rumors were indeed true, as Teacher Chin had confided in a close male friend, who happened to be her boyfriend. Of course, her boyfriend had cautioned her against disclosing this information, so her friend merely wanted Lu Xiu to be aware without vocalizing it. She remarked that the reason Teacher Chin refrained from making any advances was that he worked alongside her parents, rendering him unable to act inappropriately. Once Lu Xiu gains admission to university, she intends to launch a vigorous pursuit, despite her lingering doubts about Yang Ling's capabilities. She is resolute in her decision to discontinue her studies with him, feeling that the experience has become monotonous. Although she acknowledges her improvement in technique and adherence to form, she finds herself devoid of inspiration and unable to connect with her art. Consequently, she confides in her father regarding her sentiments and urges him to discuss the matter with Teacher Chun. To her surprise, upon hearing her concerns, Teacher Chun hastens to her home, clearly agitated. After ascertaining the situation, he expresses his indignation and requests Lu Xiu to present Yang Ling's artwork for his review. Lu Xiu informs him that Yang Ling has discarded his work after completion. However, she does show him the assignments she completed there. Upon viewing these pieces, Teacher Chin becomes even more incensed, exclaiming, "This is utter chaos. Your foundational skills are lacking, and your sense of artistry is misguided. You truly expect others to believe you have received proper training." In front of Lu Xiu's parents, he dismisses her proud creations as worthless, acknowledging only her good sense of color while lamenting her misguided approach to learning. That he expresses his disappointment, stating that despite charging her a significantly reduced fee compared to other students, he had hoped to nurture her evident talent. He emphasizes the necessity of building a solid foundation, asserting that his strictness stems from his high expectations of her potential. Teacher Chen presents himself as both a mentor and a discoverer of talent, moving Lu Siyu's parents deeply. The commotion was considerable, and after sending Teacher Chen away, her parents felt compelled to contact Dr. Zhang to inquire about Yang Ling's current situation. Dr. Zhang candidly reveals that Yang Ling's tea house is struggling financially. And although he occasionally produces small paintings, they are inferior to those of Xiao Lin's charcoal works from the same town, resulting in a lack of commissions, save for a few junior high school girls who seek his services, perhaps charmed by his handsome appearance. This revelation solidifies Lu Siyu's parents' belief that studying under Teacher Chen is the safer option. Nevertheless, Lu Siyu staunchly maintains that she has witnessed Yang Ling's artistry firsthand, asserting that his skill surpasses that of Teacher Chen. For her, the act of painting alongside him is a source of comfort, and regardless of her parents' counsel, she resolutely refuses to return to Teacher Chen's tutelage. Her parents, unable to force her, find themselves at an impasse. Lu Siyu's father, moved by her conviction, is sympathetic, while her mother chastises her, emphasizing that there is no need for competition. After all, Teacher Chen's abilities are widely recognized throughout the city. And how could a drifter without a stable job possibly compare? Ultimately, however, they relent to Lu Siyu's wishes and agree to accompany her the following weekend, though Lu Siyu's parents had initially intended to join her. They are deterred by her insistence. Lu Siyu then calls her grandmother to ensure that Yang Ling is prepared for their meeting. As Teacher Chen drove, he conversed with Lu Siyu, mentioning that he had sought out several renowned figures from the local art community, who would be arriving shortly in another vehicle. He had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to consider Lu Siyu's future and facilitate a fair and just contest with the artist in question. Lu Siyu acknowledged this and informed Teacher Chen of her tendency to suffer from motion sickness, especially on the bumpy rural roads, and therefore preferred silence. Understanding her discomfort, Teacher Chen kindly suggested she open the car window to rest her eyes. In just over an hour, they arrived at her grandmother's clinic. Lu Siyu observed the assembled tea shed, and her grandmother's words proved accurate. The place was indeed desolate, with only Yang Ling seated alone. Engrossed in a book, seemingly unperturbed, Lu Siyu then informed Teacher Chen that she wished to disembark and suggested he park the car at the nearby middle school. Teacher Chen complied, allowing her to exit before proceeding to park. Approaching Yang Ling, who remained unaware, absorbed in his reading, Lu Siyu called out, "Lazybones, my grandmother wasn't exaggerating about you. Is this how you conduct business? Instead of attracting customers, you sit here reading?" Yang Ling, startled by her voice, looked up and, taken aback, was about to respond when Lu Siyu leaned closer and whispered urgently, "Get up, someone has come to challenge you." Confused, Yang Ling asked, "What?" Lu Siyu pressed on, "Did my grandmother not inform you? Someone is here to challenge you." Yang Ling, still bewildered, replied, "No. What challenge?" Lu Siyu felt a surge of frustration, astonished that such an important matter had escaped her grandmother's notice, just as she was about to clarify. Teacher Chen arrived. Having parked the car, he casually remarked, "Lu Siyu, is this your cousin?" "Ah, Yang, is it?" "Indeed, a promising young talent with the looks of a star." Yang Ling looked up to see a short, plump young man entering the tea area, clutching a sketchbook and forcing a somewhat unfriendly smile. Puzzled, he glanced at Lu Siyu, who was blushing slightly, shrugging her shoulders and displaying an expression of embarrassment. Standing, Yang Ling inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The young man introduced himself. "My surname is Chun Jimei, a member of the Provincial Art Association and an art teacher at the county's third middle school. After graduating from the Provincial Academy of Fine Arts 5 years ago, I have been teaching art at a key high school in this county." Lu Siyu mentioned that her cousin is a returning overseas artist, here to immerse himself in local culture and seek guidance. The short man spoke with an ostentatious ease. Lu Siyu stuck out her tongue and shrugged, feeling quite awkward. Yang Ling listened quietly, his face betraying no reaction, until the end when he asked, "Is Teacher Chen Lu Siyu's mentor?" "How embarrassing," he continued. "From what Lu Siyu implies, it seems I have been misguiding students all these years. By heavens, I never said such a thing." Lu Siyu quickly interjected, "That I know you didn't state it so explicitly. But you mentioned to your classmates that after just a few words of advice from your cousin, you suddenly experienced enlightenment and made rapid progress. Doesn't that imply that my years of effort pale in comparison to just a few of your cousin's pointers? Does this not imply that I am essentially teaching in vain?" My reluctance to accept this notion stems from the fact that over the past 5 years, many of my students, whom I have guided, have successfully gained admission to art academies, and numerous works of mine have been published in various newspapers and magazines. Moreover, I am one of the contributors to the large-scale oil painting displayed at the county's bus station. If my abilities were indeed lacking, would anyone have been willing to pay me tens of thousands of yuan for my work? Do they consider me a fool? The remarks made by the short and stout individual were directed at Yongling. Yet his gaze was fixed upon Lu Xiu, appearing quite agitated. Teacher Chen, what seems to be the matter? Oh dear, are you really going to stoop to a child's level? Please, have a seat, spoke Dr. Zhang, who evidently noticed the elevated volume of Teacher Chen's earlier comments, which had even reached her ears next door. Lu Xiu stubbornly clenched her teeth, but remained silent. Lu Xiu stated, rest assured, I have already declared that I will learn from him and not from you anymore. If I fail to succeed, it will no longer concern you. The short and stout individual responded, Lu Xiu, please do not say such things. That I am here today not for my own sake, but to prevent you from taking a misguided path. It would be a grave pity to squander such a promising talent as yourself. Teacher Chen, you truly are an admirable instructor. Alas, Lu Xiu, how fortunate you are to have such a teacher, Yongling interjected. Wouldn't you agree? The short and stout individual continued, Dr. Zhang, did you see that? This cannot be blamed on Lu Xiu. There are forces at play behind the scenes that it is only natural for someone as young as Lu Xiu to prioritize appearance over genuine talent and skill. However, Yang Laoshi, you must take responsibility for a person's development, he added. Yang Laoshi, what do you mean by your silence? Today I have invited several fellow artists, and they will arrive shortly for a direct comparison. He insisted, that simply cannot happen. Without a genuine contest, you might claim that I allowed you to win, suggesting that you are unworthy of comparison. But wouldn't that be the case? Yongling remarked. Don't you find this rather tedious? Still engrossed in his book, the short and stout individual scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at Lu Xiu, as if to say, do you see what sort of person he is? Lu Xiu, feeling exasperated, nudged Yongling with her toe and whispered, come here, I need to speak with you. After saying this, she walked toward the back of the room. Yongling hesitated briefly but ultimately followed her. Lu Xiu inquired, why won't you compete with him? Is it really necessary? It certainly is. Noticing Yongling's silence, she continued, because I dislike him that I do not wish to continue learning from him. Does this have any relevance? Of course, it does. My parents are aware of this situation as well, and they stated that unless I win, I must continue learning from him. But I genuinely do not want to learn from him anymore. Please, do me this favor. Saving a life is akin to building a 7-story pagoda. No matter what, please ensure that this pagoda is built. Is it really that serious? It is indeed that serious. There are certain matters you cannot comprehend, and I cannot divulge them to you. But this situation is truly extremely grave. Not to mention, I saved your life, so you ought to return the favor at least once. Even a small kindness deserves acknowledgement. This teacher is commendable. It is no small feat for him to come here for your future. What nonsense! Do you really believe he has good intentions? You, my dear, are truly an enigma. Are you perhaps someone who is untouched by the mundane affairs of life? Lu Xiu, in a state of anxious desperation, found herself at a loss for words. With gritted teeth and a strained voice, her urgency became palpable. The mention of mundane affairs, the act of eating, seemed utterly misplaced. Is this truly the time for jest? It is hardly amusing. You genuinely believe he has my best interests at heart. If you are unwilling to assist me in this endeavor, I am left to conclude that I am the sole virtuous being in this world. Do you understand? Engage your intellect, Daoigi, in the interest of alleviating the plight of the working class. I implore you to extend your compassionate hands. At this, Yongling, though somewhat perplexed, nodded slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the short, portly man at the tea table, who appeared restless, straining to peer in this direction, eager yet hesitant to approach. He could not fathom the absurdity of the situation unfolding between the teacher and student. Was it truly necessary? Just then, the sound of a car horn pierced the air as another vehicle came to a halt before the tea house. 3 individuals emerged, one with a receding hairline, another sporting a crew cut, and the last adorned in a cap, with a ponytail and flamboyant trousers. The balding man exclaimed, "Where is everyone? Have they hidden away?" The short man gestured towards this side, prompting all 3 to cast sidelong glances at Yongling. The short man introduced, Yang Laoshi, allow me to present these guests from our county. Yongling interjected, I beg your pardon, but I am not interested. Chen Laosher, do you not find your actions rather ludicrous? Are you an artist or a martial artist? Have you ever heard of such a competition? Are you frightened? The ponytailed individual sneered. If you are afraid, do not challenge the master, especially one who has returned from overseas, renowned for attending the illustrious Clayton University. At that moment, it seemed word had spread, and onlookers began to gather, their numbers swelling as murmurs of conversation arose. This is Chen Laosher from the county. I've heard the paintings at the station are his work. Truly impressive. The son of our village's third uncle studied under him and later gained admission to an art school. It is said he earns considerable sums for his paintings, thousands for a single piece, with lesser works still fetching several hundred. Could Yang Ling possibly compare? The paintings he produced were hardly commendable. Even I would not be impressed. Compared to Xiao Lin from the Cultural Center, who painted with photographic precision, his work consisted merely of a few strokes and smudges of charcoal, lacking any aesthetic appeal. If I had the time, I could produce similar works for merely 10 yuan each. Am I foolish enough to believe 10 yuan would suffice for a meal? The escalating chatter bolstered the short man's confidence. Yang Laosher, are you truly afraid to compete? Yang Ling furrowed his brow. Turning to see Lu Siyu's pleading expression had transformed into one of despair, her eyes glistening with tears. With a resigned sigh, he asked, how do you wish to compete? Quite simply, she replied. 3 rounds. 1 each of sketching, watercolor landscapes, and watercolor portraits. Yang Ling exhaled softly. Very well. Lu Siyu's face brightened with a radiant, innocent smile. Yang Ling could only manage a wry smile in return. She remained woefully naive. She had unwittingly set him up for an uphill battle, yet still hoped for his triumph. The magnitude of the challenge was likely beyond her imagination, as such evaluative competitions hinged entirely on the judges' standards and biases. With these 3 as judges, his defeat seemed all but assured. Regarding victory and defeat, he remained indifferent. However, Lu Siyu was quite the opposite, as her demeanor revealed an intense yearning for triumph, should she encounter failure. It was likely she would be profoundly disappointed. In Chapter 5, The Enigmatic Contest, Part 1. The inaugural match commenced, focusing on portrait sketching, with a time limit of 40 minutes. The model for this session was the judge with a crew cut. This individual, with his sharply defined features, was indeed a fitting choice for portraiture. Once he settled into position, the competition officially began. The portly figure cast a cold glance at Yang Ling before he commenced his drawing. True to his pedigree as a distinguished student from a prestigious art academy, every stroke he made exuded a sense of academic rigor. His conception was meticulous, contours precise, steps logical, and his strokes resolute. With lines that were remarkably bold, confidently, he focused on his work, having sketched for 10 minutes. Yet Yang Ling had yet to make a move. Not only did he refrain from drawing, but he also did not even glance at the crew-cut model. Instead, he was preoccupied, twirling a pencil in his hand. Lu Siyu, having approached Yang Ling at some point, initially maintained her composure, waiting expectantly for him to begin. However, as time passed, and Yang Ling remained idle, her anxiety grew to the point where she nearly rushed over to guide his hand to the paper. Of course, she managed to suppress this impulse. Perhaps Yang Ling was still in the process of observation. After all, the portly figure was already well acquainted with the crew-cut model, while this was Yang Ling's first encounter with him. So a bit of observation was not unreasonable. As 20 minutes elapsed, the portly figure had delved into a detailed portrayal of the model's features, with the crew-cut's likeness becoming vaguely recognizable. While Yang Ling still had not begun, Lu Siyu found it increasingly difficult to remain still. If it was observation, was it not excessive by this point? Time had already passed the halfway mark. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, and it was evident that the remarks were far from flattering. Even the patients, temporarily neglecting their ailments, gathered to witness the spectacle. The patients, aware of Yang Ling's familial ties to Dr. Zhang, harbored a different mentality than the typical bystanders, which made them all the more anxious for him. Hearing Lu Siyu's distressed voice, the portly figure's face twitched. Yet he became even more meticulous in his strokes. He was determined to ensure Yang Ling's dismal defeat. Yet, Yang Ling remained unfazed, continuing to play with his pencil. At that moment, a group of female students from the town spontaneously began to cheer. Yang go for it. Yang go for it. Gradually, more voices joined the chorus, growing louder, with many students having rushed over upon hearing the commotion, while others merely sought to partake in the excitement. The crew-cut judge cast a sidelong glance at them. fully aware that the girl's support for Yang Ling was driven solely by his fair complexion, that he regarded their shallow and trivial behavior with disdain and irritation, which was clearly reflected on his face. At that very moment, as he glanced away, Yang Ling lifted his head, his hand moved swiftly, and his strokes danced across the paper. Truly, he was as still as a maiden and as agile as a hare. His approach was unorthodox, devoid of composition or outline. With his first stroke, he rendered the nose, eyes, and mouth. Lu Xiu was certainly left speechless, and the two judges were equally dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that someone could sketch in such a manner. This technique, primarily, risked creating a composition that was fundamentally flawed. Without reference lines, maintaining proportionality of the features became exceedingly challenging. The interplay of light and shadow, as well as the relationship between reality and illusion, is beyond discussion. Those who dare to paint in such a manner, if not seasoned veterans who have honed their craft for a decade or more, must surely be ignorant fools devoid of any understanding of art. However, the deft and fluid lines of Yang Ling unequivocally indicate that he cannot possibly be labeled as a fool. Thus, he must indeed be a skilled practitioner in a matter of mere minutes. Yang Ling has already set down his brush, placing it in a pencil case beside the frame, while simultaneously, a complete portrait has emerged upon the canvas. The flat-top hairstyle is rendered not only with remarkable likeness, but also with an expression that leaps from the paper, capturing the subtle glance filled with irritation and disdain, vivid and lifelike, leaving onlookers in awe. From the moment he lifted his brush to when he set it down, Yang Ling's hand never paused. As he completed his work, someone in the crowd initiated a round of applause, and in an instant, the tea house was filled with thunderous clapping. Even those least versed in art recognized that achieving such a vibrant and lifelike portrayal at such speed was no easy feat. Moreover, the one leading the applause was none other than Teacher He, the music and art instructor from the local middle school, and quite ironically, also a female educator. Hearing the applause and gazing at the finished portrait, Lu Xiu felt tears welling up, her admiration for Yang Ling evident as she watched him nonchalantly wave to the crowd, offering a simple acknowledgement without the slightest hint of joy, as if this entire spectacle were merely a matter of course. Not worth any particular excitement, that my goodness, what a realm is this, where no stroke adheres to convention, yet is perfectly executed. He is nothing short of a divine being. As the two works were placed side by side, the three judges began to converse in hushed tones. Among the two contestants, one was drenched in sweat, scarcely daring to look at the other's painting, anxiously awaiting the verdict, while the other appeared unfazed, casually observing both pieces with an expression of indifference, as though the artworks bore no relevance to him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some claimed one painting was more lifelike, while others argued in favor of the other. A cacophony of opinions. Amidst the chatter, a voice rang out. Yes, they resemble each other, but in my opinion, they are rather mediocre, equally matched, far inferior to our Xiaolin, and merely notable for their speed. As soon as this person spoke, many readily agreed. Xiaolin, present at the scene, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Torn between denial and the fear of jeopardizing his business, he grappled with the desire to acknowledge the truth, all while knowing that there were experts in attendance. Teacher, he remarked, you folks should cease pretending to be connoisseurs. Xiaolin's work is merely charcoal drawing, executed by grid tracing. Even a fool could learn it in a month or two. Yet, this individual has graduated from university and studied for 4 years. How could he possibly be compared to him? Clearly, she held a certain authority in the local community, prompting the crowd to fall silent. The three judges exchanged a few more words in quiet tones, seemingly reaching a conclusion, before the bald judge cleared his throat and announced, the results of the sketching competition are a tie. For the following reasons, Teacher Chen demonstrated meticulous composition, with clear delineation of light and shadow, a distinct separation of reality and illusion, and a coherent connection among the various elements. However, the characterization of the figures was insufficiently conveyed. Conversely, Teacher Yang displayed bold strokes, successfully capturing the overall essence of the figures and their momentary expressions, yet the composition and treatment of light and shadow were somewhat lacking. Upon the announcement of the results, the stout figure exhaled in relief, while Yang Ling maintained an inscrutable demeanor as he retrieved the painting, casually crumpling it into a ball and discarding it aside. Lu Xiu, though harboring a sense of discontent and a vague feeling of injustice regarding the outcome, reluctantly acknowledged the validity of the arguments presented, rendering her speechless. The female teacher, despite her private belief that Yang Ling should have triumphed, felt her own skills were insufficient to compare with those of the two contestants, and thus chose to remain silent in the face of the experts' reasoning. The three judges, upon announcing the results, felt a twinge of guilt, fully aware that their justifications were mere fabrications. They feared Yang Ling might express his dissatisfaction, for his mastery of the canvas surpassed that of anyone they had ever encountered. It remained unclear whether this prowess was innate or the result of diligent practice. In any case, it had reached a level of extraordinary finesse. Had he chosen to contest the decision, the outcome would likely have been overturned. Unexpectedly, Yang Ling did not utter a word, and instead, he tore his artwork before them, leaving no evidence of his work behind, which was rather astonishing and revealed his unwillingness to engage in dispute. However, many onlookers perceived the injustice in the result, recognizing that Yang Ling's talent was superior. His brushwork alone was exhilarating. Consequently, the majority of neutral observers shifted their admiration and allegiance toward Yang Ling. Of course, his most ardent admirers, a group of female students, had long declared him the unparalleled champion of the world. Conversely, those with a superficial understanding of painting, yet who fancied themselves critics, were beguiled by the stout contestant's reputation. Believing his technique to be more akin to that of an artist, some even cited theoretical foundations, arguing that painting must navigate the delicate balance between resemblance and abstraction. Excessive accuracy, they claimed, bore a craftsman's quality. From this perspective, Yang Ling's work, appearing more lifelike, was deemed inferior to that of the stout competitor, with the rapidity of his execution merely facilitating a tie. Such misleading assertions, originating from several male teachers in the town, carried a certain allure. In the second round, the watercolor landscape commenced, allotted a duration of 1.5 hours, necessitating time for composition. The timing was fortuitous, as noon would arrive precisely at the end of this period, allowing for a lunch break, while the third round would follow after the intermission. For this round, both contestants were permitted to leave the tea pavilion, as they were to depict the landscapes currently visible. The stout figure acted swiftly, setting up his easel and swiftly locating an optimal vantage point from which to commence his work, drawing a portion of the onlookers along with him. Lu Xiu, brimming with confidence in his landscape prowess, remained inactive but no longer felt anxious for him. She poured him some tea and suggested, "Hey, shall we go to the spot we painted last time? What do you think?" Her use of "we" clearly indicated her desire to place herself among the competitors. The three judges expressed their dissatisfaction with her suggestion. Yang Ling, leisurely sipping his tea, shook his head in refusal. Lu Xiu countered, "Why be so aloof? This is advantageous. It makes selecting a scene easier. That angle, whether dynamic or static, encompasses all that is necessary, and the composition is quite balanced. Isn't it easier to manage?" Yang Ling replied, "Indeed." Lu Xiu remarked, "That is precisely it. Allow me to assist you with the easel." Yang Ling replied, "No need. I shall paint right here." He adjusted the easel slightly, positioning it against the wall, directly facing the audience, and began to immerse himself in his work. Once he commenced painting, he never lifted his gaze, his movements remarkably swift. Lu Xiu inquired, "Are you planning to depict that scene without visiting the location, relying solely on your memory?" Yang Ling responded, "Indeed." Without uttering another word, Yang Ling continued to concentrate on his painting. Lu Xiu, well acquainted with his temperament, felt no irritation. Instead, she positioned herself behind him and, upon observing, appeared somewhat taken aback. Immediately, she composed herself and stood quietly to the side, watching him paint in silence. Yang Ling's back offered little space for others, and with Lu Xiu occupying the only available spot, curiosity piqued among the onlookers, yet they found themselves unable to see. Consequently, most of the remaining spectators gravitated towards the stout, short figure hard at work. Only a few female students remained devotedly stationed nearby, admiring Yang Ling as he focused intently on his canvas. They found his swift movements, particularly the way he tossed his head, utterly captivating, a sight that never ceased to enthrall. Time flew by swiftly. Yang Ling painted for over half an hour before finally setting down his brush. Lu Xiu had been observing him closely, unwilling to miss a single gesture, her admiration growing with each passing moment. By the time he completed his work, her expression was one of incredulity. She handed him a cup of tea and said, "Hey, Yang Ling, how do you manage this? You hardly looked at anything while painting. Yet your work is always so precise and evocative." The three judges exchanged glances, each wearing a look of astonishment. Lu Xiu continued, "It sounds simple, but it is challenging to execute. unless one were to capture a scene with a camera and then paint from the photograph. Maintaining completeness would be nearly impossible. Yang Ling replied, cameras are lifeless. They are machines devoid of discernment. They may capture a fleeting moment, yet they can never encapsulate the most poignant instant by the time you feel moved and press the shutter. That moment of inspiration may have already slipped away that a camera can only stifle an artist's creativity. For a painter, inspiration is everything. Once that inspiration is compromised, the essence of the artwork ceases to exist, as it no longer warrants expression. You must safeguard your inspiration and hone your ability to capture it. As the two artworks were displayed side by side, they elicited waves of admiration from the audience. The stout figure's piece, entitled By the Stream, depicted a scene familiar to many, showcasing the quintessential beauty of rural landscapes. The flora, trees, distant mountains, and even the stones by the stream, along with figures approaching from afar, were rendered with striking realism and vitality. To accomplish such a feat within an hour and a half was no small achievement, and viewers naturally expressed their awe at the familiar locale brought to life in such a manner. In contrast, Yang Ling's painting was titled Tea Pavilion, capturing the very scene that had graced the pavilion during the announcement of the first round results. The depiction of the setting is remarkably accurate. The tables, chairs, and tea utensils of the tea pavilion, along with the texture of the tent, are all rendered with great finesse. However, what is even more extraordinary are the characters within the scene. They are merely suggested with a few strokes. Their expressions indistinct, yet onlookers can effortlessly recognize each individual. Though their emotions are obscured, their forms are captured with exceptional precision. The trio of judges, with their backs to the crowd, the fidgety, short, and stout man, the indifferent Yang Ling, and the expectant Lu Xiu, alongside the restless masses, the exuberant female students, and the perplexed female teacher, are all masterfully represented. Even the subtle habit of Lu Xiu fidgeting with the keys in her hand when nervous is captured in the artwork. If the reactions of the audience to such a painting are merely ordinary, the trio of judges is left utterly astonished. Being artists themselves, they understand the immense challenge of depicting so many figures and conveying such a scene with so few strokes in a limited time frame. No, it is not merely difficult. It is almost inconceivable. Yet, Yang Ling has accomplished it. Each character, including himself, is rendered with just a few strokes. How did he achieve this? Having frequented this town, he knows many of its inhabitants, most of whom hold a favorable impression of him. It is surprising, then, to witness some individuals, including a certain middle school language teacher, who fancies himself a cultured intellectual overlooked in the countryside, engaging in uninformed critiques of art. Lu Xiu, feeling cornered, retorts sharply, who doesn't know Lu Xiu? It's evident that Teacher Chun's work is far more beautiful. Of course, pure landscapes appear lovely, adorned with vibrant colors, but when it comes to expressiveness, do you understand? Never mind, I'll keep my thoughts to myself. Clearly, you lack comprehension. That if you truly understood, it would be astonishing. In her moment of desperation, Lu Xiu's words provoke dissatisfaction among the crowd. This is all painfully obvious. Do you think everyone else is blind? Just because you think you know better? Are you not merely a student yourself? While we all recognize Yang Lao, sure, this painting is simply inferior to others. All right, let us cease this discussion. Observing Lu Xiu's genuine anger, someone quickly attempts to mediate, urging, let us all heed the judges. They are the experts, and their word is final. Right, Lu Xiu? Sure. Let us see if they are as oblivious as you all. The stark disparity is so evident that I refuse to believe the judges are blind to it. The trio of judges exchanges whispers, rising to their feet, creating a moment of suspense before bravely declaring. In the second round, Teacher Chun emerges victorious. The stout man triumphantly raises his fist in celebration, rushing to shake hands with the judges, their eyes meeting in shared delight. The language teacher, who had been challenged by Lu Xiu, also greets his companions with pride. As the judge's verdict bolsters his artistic credibility, Lu Xiu stands in shock, while the female students slump in disappointment. The crowd erupts into fervent applause, reminiscent of a protest. Amidst the clamor, tears stream down Lu Xiu's face in torrents. Yang Ling removed the sketch from its place, crumpled it into a ball, and discarded it. The ponytail glanced at Lu Xiu and continued. The reasons are as follows. Teacher Chin's composition is well structured, his brushwork is meticulous, and the overall aesthetic is exquisite. In contrast, Teacher Yang's brushwork is coarse and careless. The composition lacks coherence, and the visual appeal is sadly deficient. When considered as a whole, Teacher Chen triumphs comprehensively. The morning competition concluded here, with a resumption scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon. Witnessing her in such tears, the onlookers exchanged glances, and soon the applause dwindled, leading to a dispersal of the crowd. The short, stout fellow, upon seeing Lu Xiyu walk away in tears, was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness. With a scowl, he cast a glance at the seated Yang Ling, removed his artwork, tidied his easel, and quietly slipped into his car. The trio of judges followed suit, entering their vehicle in silence. Yang Ling stepped into the kitchen, intending to fetch some utensils, but was met with the continued sound of Lu Xiyu's sobs. Momentarily taken aback, he set down the utensils and ascended to Lu Xiyu's room on the second floor, where the door was firmly shut, yet her cries resonated from within. He hurriedly knocked on the door, saying, "Lu Xiyu, open up, it's me." After calling for quite a while, Lu Xiyu not only refused to open the door, but her sobbing grew louder. Yang Ling remarked, "Hey, Lu Xiyu, it's merely a loss. Is it truly necessary to be this heartbroken?" Lu Xiyu, through her tears, shouted, "I'm not heartbroken. I'm angry. You simply disregard others' words. When I asked you to paint an easy landscape, you wouldn't listen, insisting on tackling something challenging. You just want to make me feel embarrassed, to ensure I can never lift my head high again, to make me unable to escape that person for the rest of my life. Whoa, Lu Xiyu, it's my fault. Please open the door. There's still another round. And it's not as if we've already lost. Besides, who can escape whom for a lifetime? Is it really that grave? Do you think I'm deceiving you? If you can't win this afternoon, I might genuinely be unable to escape that person for eternity." Wu Wat last. The door opened, revealing Lu Xiyu with her eyes red and puffy. Yang Ling, perplexed, inquired, "How could losing such a competition lead to such tears?" Lu Xiyu replied, "How can you be so oblivious? Do you truly believe that Guy has such benevolent intentions? Coming down to compete with you for my future? You are far too naive, far too foolish." But he said that. Could there be another interpretation? If there were another interpretation, I wouldn't be frightened. What other thoughts could he possibly have? Perhaps to collect more tuition from you. Lu Xiyu, now flushed with frustration, retorted, "Fine, fine, you insist on me saying it outright. He wants me to marry him in the future. Satisfied now? You big sea turtle. Do you understand it now?" Yang Ling was taken aback, exclaiming, "If he truly harbors such intentions, then you can clarify matters with your parents and simply refuse to learn from him in the future." Lu Xiyu responded, "Thank you for your brilliant suggestion, but unfortunately, that strategy won't work. Your parents are also teachers. It should be feasible, don't even mention it. I've exhausted every possible method to rid myself of this person. If I can't even comprehend this most basic approach, then how low must my intelligence be? If my intelligence were truly that low, I wouldn't dare be picky. Marrying off would be a stroke of luck. Wouldn't it?" Lu Xiyu grew increasingly anxious. At times, she wondered how Yang Ling could be so utterly dense, as if he were an extraterrestrial. Yang Ling, caught off guard by her retort, fell silent. "Do you comprehend my words? Never mind. I have no expectation that you will, I might as well speak plainly. This is utterly mortifying. Alas, I truly detest discussing this, but I inquired and discovered that my mother had long been concealing from me the fact that she had privately arranged my lifelong commitment to this fellow. Pay attention, she privately arranged my lifelong commitment." Yang Ling stood there, dumbfounded. Does Dr. Zhang know about this? How could he not? However, my grandmother believes it is unnecessary for the moment. Perhaps when I am older, there might be better prospects. But my mother insisted that if I do not agree, what if he marries someone else? In this day and age, handsome men lacking ambition are a dime a dozen. Yet capable sons-in-law are hard to come by. Thus, my grandmother chose to turn a blind eye. Lu Xiyu, in a fit of frustration, found herself increasingly despondent. "Please stop crying. How can I not? After hearing all this, I felt an urge to end it all. Do you understand how heartbroken I am? My mother has betrayed me, and I remained blissfully unaware, skipping merrily to learn painting from that individual, foolishly devoted, enduring even the most tedious lessons. The mere thought that each time I visited, I was merely prey in his eyes sends chills through my heart." Yang Ling nodded, empathizing with her sentiments. "So, you truly wish to rescue me, do you?" Lu Xiyu's tears flowed anew, her sorrow rendering her a pitiable sight. "Very well, thank you. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise. The drop of kindness deserves a torrent of gratitude, that a life exchanged for another." Lu Xiyu's tears transformed into a smile. She believed in Yang Ling, confident that if he committed, he would undoubtedly succeed. The group of short and stout individuals arrived at the scene around 10 minutes past 2. From their demeanor, it was evident that they had brushed off the impact of Lu Xiyu's tearful departure. Each bore an expression of determination that I in their eyes. The outcome of this final competition was already predetermined in Yang Ling's disfavor. The three judges were merely three mouths. Since Yang Ling had initially raised no objections to them, he must accept their verdict. If one were to argue fairness, it must be acknowledged that absolute fairness does not exist in this world. 10 minutes elapsed with neither Yang Ling nor Lu Xiyu making an appearance. At last, someone inquired of Dr. Zhang. Upon entering, Dr. Zhang found Lu Xiyu standing at the threshold of Yang Ling's residence. "What is the matter?" asked Dr. Zhang. Lu Xiyu shrugged, stating, "I do not know. Before entering, Yang Ling told me not to knock on his door until 2:25. Only then is it permissible to knock." "Ah," Dr. Zhang replied, exiting while mulling to himself. "What on earth is going on? Is he sleeping? I never realized he could sleep so soundly. Now he appears to be in a deep slumber, or perhaps he is cramming for practice. After all, having been here for so long, he has only worked with pencil sketches and that watercolored painting. How could he possibly compete against others?" Sigh. It was all fine until this predicament arose. After relaying the situation, another 5 minutes passed with still no sign of them. The audience began to grow restless, speculating that perhaps Yang Ling, fully aware of his inferiority, was too embarrassed to emerge. After all, one is a teacher in a county town, even a renowned one, while Yang Ling is merely an unemployed individual. Though one might argue that he possesses some talent, in truth, he cannot compare to the former. The stout man listened with glee, wishing only that Lu Xiyu were present to hear these remarks. The crew-cut individual cleared his throat and said, "Is Teacher Yang planning to emerge? Those residing here have no excuse for tardiness. If one is late, it shall be deemed a voluntary forfeiture." The ponytail retorted, "Indeed, it would be considered a voluntary forfeiture. After all, if one lacks ability, one should refrain from boasting and impersonating a master, thereby undermining others' prospects. One ought to reflect on one's own worth." The stout man scoffed disdainfully, glancing at the time, and stated, "With just a minute remaining, shall we commence a countdown? If there is no energy for that, then let it be." Just then, someone shouted, "Lu Xiyu has arrived." The crowd parted to reveal Lu Xiyu, who entered carrying a frame wrapped in white cloth, measuring 1 meter in height and 80 centimeters in length. She pursed her lips, somewhat disheartened, glanced at the stout man, and said, "Teacher Chun, Yang Ling has expressed that he does not wish to participate. He has utilized the time to create an oil painting as his entry. If you all approve of this work, we shall use it." Upon hearing her words, the crew-cut immediately scoffed. "That is impossible. We agreed on watercolor. One must adhere to that. Who said anything about oil painting? Since this is a competition, the work must be completed within the allotted time. Otherwise, how can we know when it was created or how long it took? I firmly disagree that I hereby declare the time up. And the winner is Teacher Chun. For the reason that Teacher Yang has forfeited." The crowd erupted in discontent, unwilling to accept this reality. After all, the brilliance of the morning had filled everyone with anticipation for the final showdown. Only to witness an anticlimactic conclusion. Lu Xiyu lowered her head, biting her lip as tears streamed down her face. She had anticipated opposition upon hearing Yang Ling's decision and had urged him to participate. But despite her entreaties, he remained resolute. She surmised that Yang Ling had already accepted defeat. The stout man pondered and remarked, "Why did he not wait until the competition began to paint? Why did he choose to hide away? Is there a reason for this?" Lu Xiyu replied, "He stated that inspiration waits for no one. When it arrives, one must seize it." He painted impulsively, not with the intention of competing, but after finishing, the fervor had dissipated, leaving him exhausted. "Thus, he shall not paint again today. Let us see then," the stout man said. "See what? In any case, he has already lost. There's no need to observe," retorted the ponytail. "Indeed, I concur, there is no necessity to watch. With such skill, what difference does it make to look?" Lu Xiyu bit her lip, uncertain how to navigate the situation, when a voice from the crowd inquired, "Are you afraid to look, or do you simply not wish to? Are you so intimidated that you lack the courage to view his painting?" The speaker was a young woman, the town's art teacher, Miss He. The female students applauded her bravery. Several judges fell into a stunned silence simultaneously. For these words indeed struck a chord with their inner turmoil that I in truth Everyone was acutely aware that the evaluations from the previous two occasions had been decidedly unfair to Yang Ling. Although there were few in the small town who truly understood the nuances of art, the weight of conscience would undoubtedly present a significant challenge should Yang Ling excel again in the afternoon. Even if they possessed the audacity to act in such a manner, the pressure they would endure would be substantial. Thus, upon realizing that Yang Ling was not forthcoming, they immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them. It certainly required a measure of courage to confront Yang Ling's artwork once more. The crowd enthusiastically applauded, declaring that since someone had voiced their opinion, they ought to afford him an opportunity. Even if the outcome was a loss, it would still be worth witnessing. After all, they were all merely spectators, and a premature conclusion would inevitably dampen the spirits. "Let us see," the stout little man remarked, his curiosity piqued inexplicably by the painting. "Then let us behold it," the bald man replied. "If we are to look, then let us look," the crew-cut individual added. "Since everyone wishes to see, I have no objections." The ponytailed one chimed in. "Luciu, unveil it," the stout little man urged. Luciu positioned the painting against the wall and gently pulled away the white cloth that enveloped it, releasing a wave of fresh oil paint fragrance. Indeed, it was just completed. The moment the artwork was revealed, the entire room fell into an immediate hush. Luciu was transfixed. Not only she, but everyone else was also captivated. The image depicted Luciu weeping. More precisely, it was the Luciu who had shed tears upon hearing the announcement of the results at noon. Despair, indignation, sorrow, shame, and shock were all vividly captured in her expression. What kind of eyes could see such a fleeting moment of complex emotion? And what sort of brush could render such intricacies with such precision? Most terrifying of all, what kind of fervent emotion could imbue such an expression with such fullness and profound impact? Luciu's tears flowed freely as she sat before the portrait, continually wiping her eyes. It turned out that this seemingly cool individual possessed such an intricate understanding of himself. Only someone deeply attuned to their own essence could depict their entirety, from outward appearance to inner turmoil, with such exquisite finesse. The stout little man's face contorted in anguish. He not only beheld Luciu on the canvas, but also noticed the two characters inscribed beside the image, which undoubtedly represented the title of the painting. This title, perhaps, was comprehensible only to him and the three judges. It was titled Cool Heart. This title weighed heavily upon the three judges, who exchanged silent glances. Each rendered speechless. It was a cool heart, and also a matter of conscience. Why had the heart of this beautiful young girl grown cold? Because of despair. And why despair? Because of conscience. When some individuals abandon their sense of conscience, the heart of the young girl turns cold, and subsequently, tears fall. Some might say that tragedy involves tearing apart beautiful things for all to see. The hands that shred that beauty, however, belong to them. They studied the art, yet instead of preserving beauty, they tore it away, leaving only the craft that destroys beauty, devoid of integrity. The stout little man took a deep breath and declared, "I concede." Luciu lifted her head, gazing at him in disbelief. The stout little man continued, "Luciu, I apologize." He gathered his easel and remarked, "In truth, my original intention was to paint you as well, but I knew I could never achieve such mastery. I could never. His name, truly Yang Ling. Because he still had to teach his students, he was reluctant for them to witness the absurd scene that unfolded today. It was not merely the failure that troubled him, but the fact that such ridiculous actions should never have occurred. When Lianshin appeared, he suddenly felt his conscience weeping. Once this matter became known, how could he face anyone? Luciu remarked, "What a coincidence. Yang Ling just informed me to relay to you that regardless of the outcome, whether someone wins or loses, this matter should not be mentioned by anyone." The short, stout man hurriedly replied, "That's good. That's good. We shall take our leave. From now on, you should learn from him." Luciu nodded in agreement. It was only natural. She would undoubtedly learn from him, for henceforth, he would be the sole teacher in her heart. The short man felt a pang of disappointment as he held the easel, casting one last glance at Luciu on the canvas before he bowed his head and walked towards the car. The three judges, too, fell silent and followed suit. The car departed. She pounded on Yang Ling's door, exclaiming excitedly, Yang Ling, I must tell you, I won. A calm voice emerged from within. Oh, Luciu, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, I can learn to paint from you now. I've freed myself from him. The voice inside responded with a muffled tone. Well, my troubles are just beginning. Luciu laughed heartily. Of course, I saved your life. After all, You must repay me with a fountain of gratitude. I shall ensure you remain indebted for a lifetime. What, shouldn't it be a drop of water in return? He quipped. It should indeed be a fountain of gratitude. How could it possibly be a mere drop? How utterly kitsch. Not even grasping such a simple idiom, Lu Siyu retorted, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was the original perverter of the phrase. Yang Ling opened the door and, upon seeing Lu Siyu's exuberant smile, found himself unable to suppress a smile of his own. This was the first time Lu Siyu had witnessed Yang Ling smile. And in that moment, she thought that if she could paint a perfect representation of that smile in her lifetime, she would have no regrets. Chapter 6. The Cold War Between Mother and Daughter, Part 1. Lu Siyu initially believed that from that point forward, she could justifiably learn to paint alongside Yang Ling. However, reality proved that a fleeting restoration of conscience could not withstand the tenacity of inner desires. After contemplating for several nights, he eventually concocted justifications for himself and then sought out Lu Siyu's mother. The short, stout man insisted, "It cannot be said that Yang Ling cannot paint. He certainly can. However, his art is not truly representative of the academic style. No matter how lifelike it appears, it lacks a promising future. He relies entirely on instinct, devoid of structure, whereas academic art is governed by rules and proportions. Allowing Lu Siyu to learn from such a person is absolutely inadvisable. He will inevitably ruin her. Just consider that a person like him cannot even secure a legitimate job, resorting to selling paintings in the countryside. This alone serves as proof, does it not?" Lu Siyu's mother found his arguments quite persuasive. Sensing her wavering, the stout man seized the opportunity, stating, "If you were to permit such a person to meet genuine artists, he would be laughed at mercilessly. He is akin to a quack doctor peddling ancestral remedies, perhaps possessing some skill that deceives a few gullible individuals into believing he is a miracle worker. Yet in a proper hospital, no one would even spare him a glance, nor would they issue him a license." Siyu's mother increasingly felt that there was truth in the words she heard at that moment. The short and stout man had already become the county's universally acknowledged foremost artist, representing the pinnacle of artistic expression in this locality. How could one not trust his assertions? The short man inquired about Yang Ling's circumstances, to which Siyu's mother candidly responded, revealing that this individual was not indeed a relative of hers, but rather a vagabond who had arrived at her doorstep destitute and had fortuitously collapsed, only to be rescued by her mother. The short man asked, "Was Lu Siyu present when he fainted?" Siyu's mother confirmed, "Yes." The short man slapped his thigh in realization. "Precisely. This was a premeditated fainting spell. He must have already learned that your mother and Lu Siyu are kind-hearted individuals, thus concocting this trap. There are many such charlatans in society, specifically targeting beautiful young women. Can someone of such dubious origins truly be a good person? They may appear respectable on the surface, yet their true nature is often otherwise. If Lu Siyu continues to associate with such individuals, calamity is bound to ensue. Moreover, I can tell that Lu Siyu's demeanor towards this person is distinctly different from how she interacts with others." Ultimately, the short man remarked, "In truth, whom Lu Siyu marries in the future remains an enigma. Though I have a fondness for her, pursuing her after she enters university will not be an easy task. And I shall not impose should I fail." Siyu's mother replied, "How could that be? This child, despite her mischievousness, has always heeded the elder's advice. I shall endeavor to persuade her." The short man countered, "No, listen to me. My intent is not to marry her as an artist. My pursuit of beauty is unwavering, and Lu Siyu possesses a unique allure that captivates me. However, what I value more is her future. Lu Siyu is no ordinary child. She possesses a remarkable talent for art, and I cannot bear to witness her potential squandered." The short man adorned his ignoble intentions with a splendid veneer, prompting the doting parents to devise a strategy. Initially, Siyu's mother contacted Dr. Zhang, urging him to find a way to expel Yang Ling. This suggestion was promptly dismissed, with Dr. Zhang asserting, "Do not entertain such notions. Yang Ling is not that sort of person. That I know him better than you do. If he were truly of that ilk, I would have expelled him long ago. Do you not trust my judgment? You claim he lacks skill, yet teacher, he has stated that his abilities far surpass those of teacher Chen. In truth, a deeper rationale underpinned this dismissal. Had the call been made post the arena incident rather than prior, the outcome would have been entirely different. Those with a keen sense for social stratagems do not squander their insights. When one plan faltered, another emerged. Siyu's mother then approached Lu Siyu, sharing various social cons and swindles she had encountered, drawing parallels to highlight Yang Ling's similarities with these fraudsters. ultimately concluding that Yang Ling was indeed a charlatan. Siu's mother was incensed. She admonished Lu Siyu, stating that she was too young and inexperienced. Judging a person solely by appearances is unreliable. One must rely on experience. Teacher Chun is widely acknowledged, and his teaching achievements are indisputable facts. At the very least, learning from him is undoubtedly a wise choice. However, who knows where Yang Ling emerged from? What discipline did he study? And what are his accomplishments? Lu Siyu pointed to her heart and replied, "The achievements lie here." Siu's mother erupted in fury, exclaiming, "What? He touched you there? That scoundrel!" Lu Siyu, infuriated, retorted, "How could you be so base? What I meant was that the achievements are in my heart. I understand clearly. He has taught me only twice, yet I have made significant progress. I am no child. I know whether I have improved or not, but you all fail to grasp this. You understand nothing and wander off in your thoughts. Am I so frivolous? It is you who are casual. Not have I been sold behind my back. Am I so worthless that I cannot find love? Am I truly so unlovable? Have you no sense of decency?" With that, she began to cry, feeling wronged. Realizing her fault, Siu's mother called out, Hey, what are you shouting about? There are ears on the other side of the wall. What if someone hears us?" Lu Siyu scoffed. "Oh, so you know about shame? I thought you were oblivious. If this matter were to leak out, do you think I could still hold my head high? What kind of teacher, what kind of intellectual is capable of such behavior?" Siu's mother decided to be forthright. "Do not overstate things. What is wrong with this? I am only looking out for your best interests. Moreover, Teacher Chun is capable, after graduating for several years. He owns a house and a car. He is not unworthy of you. Marrying him would be a stroke of good fortune." Lu Siyu replied defiantly, "I would not value that. I despise him. That repugnant winter melon, shameless and insipid, that I loathe him. Loathe. Siyu's mother chastised. "You wretched girl, he is still your teacher. Is this how a student behaves?" Lu Siyu countered, "Teacher, you all regard him as my prospective husband. If we are to consider it equal, then I am free to detest him. That odious winter melon. That foul winter melon." Lu Siyu then said, "Dad, you were unaware of this before." Siu's father, furious, exclaimed, "I have never been so shameless. When I studied under him, I remarked that this person is not genuine. His reputation is poor. You said I was merely envious of his ability to earn money while I could not." Making snide remarks, Siu's mother interjected, "Is there anything wrong with that statement? A man without capability embodies such character. He cannot bear to hear others mentioned who are capable. What good is feeling guilty? Why not find a way to earn money and prove oneself superior through actions?" Siu's father, greatly vexed, could only concede, "Fine, he is capable, and I am not. But that does not mean you should demean your own daughter. This is reminiscent of your mother." Siu's mother seized the opportunity to vent. Yes, my mother was indeed absurd, demeaning her own daughter, forcing her to marry a good-for-nothing. If my husband had any ambition, would I need to resort to such measures? Woe is me. Thus, this mother-daughter conflict escalated into a familial skirmish, resulting in mutual distress, with two in tears and one sullen. However, the ultimate conclusion reached by her parents was unanimous, regardless of the circumstances. For the sake of her future, Lu Siyu must continue her studies under Teacher Chun and refrain from learning from an individual of dubious origins. That it was imperative that she gain admission to a university. And as for whether she would marry Teacher Chun in the future, that decision was left entirely to her. Could Teacher Chun truly resort to arms to claim her? Naturally, Lu Siyu was indignant at this outcome, declaring that she would rather die than continue her studies with Teacher Chun. True to her word, she did not return to his tutelage. Lu Siyu was even more resolute than her mother, firmly insisting that she would either cease her studies altogether or study under Yang Ling. "If you have the ability, then you can block me at the door every day. Otherwise, I will seek him out." Her mother retorted, "If you dare to seek out Yang Ling without my consent, I will inform your grandmother and have him sent away. Make no mistake, I am not jesting. I can indeed do it. He is not a relative, so it would be quite simple to expel him." Lu Siyu wept, exclaiming, "You are so cruel. Is this how a mother should behave?" Her mother coldly replied, "It is precisely because I am your mother that I must act this way. I brought you into this world, and I am responsible for you." Ultimately, she was unable to pursue her studies. Yet that very night, Lu Siyu cast all her art supplies onto the lawn, declaring her decision to abandon painting and forego university. Even contemplating a life of wandering, her mother, equally fierce, asserted, "If you choose not to study, then that is your own future to bear. This is a lifelong matter. If you dare to use this as a means of defiance, then so be it. Frankly, it would be as if I had never given birth to you." Lu Siyu's father felt a pang of compassion and contemplated a compromise, only to be met with his wife's fury. "If you dare to indulge her further in this matter, there will be no second chances. I will divorce you. If you cannot even manage our daughter, what is the point of continuing this life together?" The situation reached an impasse, and had it not been for the events that followed, no one could have predicted how it would unfold. That a turning point occurred 2 weeks later. The citywide competition for middle school students' art pieces concluded successfully, with the list of winners and their works published in a local newspaper. Prominently displayed among the winning entries was a watercolor painting, its space on the page twice that of the others, bearing the title, "Special Award Winner, Artwork, Morning Light, Medium, Watercolor, Author, Lu Siyu, Grade 3. Class 2, X County 3rd Middle School, Instructor, Yang Ling." The rationale for the award read, "This piece showcases an innovative concept and unique technique, skillfully integrating elements of traditional Chinese painting into the original characteristics of watercolor, resulting in a vivid and exuberant aesthetic. It is truly a rare masterpiece, especially remarkable for a student." Upon seeing this announcement in the newspaper, Lu Siyu's mother could hardly believe her eyes. This was not Lu Siyu's first accolade. However, her previous highest achievement had merely been a second prize at the county level. Now, she had astonishingly secured the special award at the municipal level, accompanied by a prize of 2,000 yuan. The news swiftly spread throughout the school. This was the highest accolade ever achieved by the 3rd high school, a collective honor for all the faculty and students. Colleagues rushed to congratulate Siyu's mother, lauding Lu Siyu for her dual triumphs of fame and fortune, heralding a boundless future ahead. However, they were perplexed to discover that the newspaper had mistakenly altered teacher Chen's name to Yang Ling, a truly ridiculous blunder, reflecting an alarming lack of responsibility on the part of the press, where such mix-ups seemed to occur all too frequently. Teacher Chen, beaming with joy, merely smiled foolishly, saying nothing. Someone remarked, "Look at that, winning an award and still feeling bashful. How endearing for a young person." Was Lu Siyu pleased? Indeed, she was, reveling in tears of joy within the confines of her room. Yet, upon stepping out, she appeared oblivious to the commotion. During dinner, she sat silently, engrossed in her meal, not uttering a word, nor offering a smile. Once finished, she headed for a shower, and after bathing, she picked up her textbooks and prepared to leave. Siyu's mother called out to her, "Hey, child, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending?" Lu Siyu paused at the doorway, her tone indifferent as she replied, "What is there to know?" "Oh, are you referring to the award?" "Yes, I am aware. I have collected the certificate and the remittance slip for the prize. They're in the drawer of my desk. Forgot to take them." Siyu's mother, unable to remain calm, exclaimed, 2,000 yuan. You act as if it's of no consequence. Just wait until someone steals it from you. Let's see how you react then. Who are you even angry with? Your father even mentioned wanting to celebrate with colleagues." Lu Siyu's father interjected, "Yes, indeed. A few colleagues have even prepared firecrackers." Lu Siyu dismissed them, saying, "Forget it. It's all in the past. Moreover, I have no intention of continuing my painting studies, so what is there to celebrate?" Siyu's mother insisted. "Who says it's in the past? You must continue your lessons. You can choose your own teachers. But remember to keep your wits about you. Don't let anyone deceive you, or you'll have no one to blame but yourself." "Really?" Lu Siyu inquired. "Of course. It's true," her mother affirmed. Siyu's mother wiped her face and remarked, "If you intend to kiss someone, at least wipe your mouth first. It's all slick and greasy." Lu Siyu laughed. "What grease? Do you think I'm so careless after showering? Just so you know, it's lipstick." "What? You're wearing lipstick and you're still in high school?" Lu Siyu made a silly face and said, "Huh, they're already talking about marrying me off. Why shouldn't I wear it? How can I get married if I don't?" Siyu's mother, irritated, retorted, "This girl, why do you always bring up the most inappropriate topics?" Lu Siyu, feeling triumphant, replied, "I'm just teasing you. This is lip balm. Where did your mind wander?" "Not knowing that is rather outdated. I'm off now." She danced out the door, singing and leaping. As the door closed, Siyu's father let out a long sigh of relief. After half a month, we finally see her smile again. Siyu's mother shot him a glare. "What are you trying to imply? If you have something to say, just say it plainly. Am I wrong for caring about her? If I didn't love her, would I be so concerned?" Not wanting to engage further, Lu Siyu's father surrendered, hastily making his exit. Chapter 7. The Joyful Time of Learning to Paint, Part 1. Thus, Lu Siyu earned the rights she had long deserved. She could now study painting with Yang Ling after completing the term examinations. In accordance with the customary practices of the graduating class, she would remain at school to continue her supplementary lessons. However, it was the first occasion on which Lu Siyu exercised her rights as an art student, and on that day, she took a leave of absence, and, before her request had even been approved, she set out with her luggage and art supplies to in front of a clothing store. She deliberately chose a pair of gloves priced at 30 yuan for Yang Ling for someone who typically eschews extravagance. This was the finest pair of gloves she could accept. She could not quite fathom why she felt compelled to do this. It simply seemed so natural and brought her an immense sense of joy. As she descended, a warm exhilaration coursed through her veins. Each time the driver halted to pick up or drop off passengers, her irritation grew, particularly towards him, as she perceived his driving speed to be akin to that of a turtle. Moreover, the journey today felt interminably long. Upon arriving at her grandmother's home, she heard the sounds of laughter emanating from the tea pavilion. Instead of entering through the front door, she opted to circumvent to the back, her luggage in tow. There, she quietly observed a group of female students surrounding Yang Ling, catching glimpses of his almost elusive figure, seemingly hidden from view by the throng of girls, and she marveled at his long hair, which she had almost resigned herself to never seeing again. An overwhelming urge to cry surged within her. Eventually, the students dispersed, and the tea pavilion returned to tranquility. Yang Ling, whether fatigued or simply sleepy, leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned his head, only to find Lu Siyu standing in the corner of the room, gazing intently at him, tears glistening in her eyes, her fingers absent-mindedly toying with a set of keys. Her luggage and sketchbook lay at her feet. Dressed in a pink coat, winter hat, and gloves, she appeared exceptionally lovely. Yang Ling paused momentarily, then asked calmly, "You've arrived?" With reddened eyes, Lu Siyu replied, laughing and wiping her tears. "How could you even ask? I've been here for quite a while." Yang Ling responded, "Really? Of course, you wouldn't notice with so many beautiful girls around. How could you possibly spare a glance for someone as plain as me?" She retorted, "If that's not true," Yang Ling replied. Lu Siyu scrutinized him and said, "Hey, why don't you come over and help a lady with her luggage? Clearly, your etiquette education in the West has utterly failed." Yang Ling approached, ready to assist with the luggage, but Lu Siyu interjected. "Wait, what's the matter?" he asked. Lu Siyu seized his hand, exclaiming, "It's so cold. Are you foolish? Look at this frigid weather, and you haven't even put on gloves. You can't play it cool like that. Fortunately, I had the foresight to anticipate your foolishness." She rummaged through her belongings and produced a newly purchased pair of leather gloves, commanding him, "Put these on. If you don't know how, I can assist you." Unbeknownst to her, this was the first time she had ever spoken to a young man in such a commanding tone. She perceived him as a child who did not understand how to care for himself, and she felt both entitled and responsible to urge him to learn how to protect himself. Yang Ling replied, "I'll manage it myself." After slipping on the gloves, he found them surprisingly fitting and warm. Asking, "Did you buy these?" "I did. But you contributed to the cost," she answered. Lu Siyu playfully remarked, casting a satisfied glance, believing that the gloves adorned Yang Ling's hands with exquisite beauty, feeling a profound pride in her own sentiments. As she observed Yang Ling pick up her luggage and walk ahead, Lu Siyu hoisted her art portfolio and followed closely behind. Suddenly, an overwhelming pang of melancholy surged within her as she watched Yang Ling's figure. Yang Ling placed the luggage neatly in Lu Siyu's room and was about to depart when Lu Siyu called out, "Hold on, don't go." Yang Ling stood there, somewhat bewildered. Lu Siyu instructed, "Follow the command. Stand at attention." "Why aren't you standing at attention? Face me." Yang Ling inquired, "What's the reason?" Lu Siyu replied, "Of course there's a reason, but you must stand at attention first before I divulge it. Be obedient, now." Yang Ling, utterly perplexed, hesitantly stood upright for a moment, her face flushed with embarrassment as she protested, "I won't stand." Yet, Lu Siyu gazed at him intently, her lips moving as if to speak, but no words escaped. Yang Ling felt increasingly uneasy and stated, "I'm going out." Lu Siyu countered, "Wait, starting tomorrow, you will officially become my mentor. Considering I am a woman who values beauty, for the sake of my personal dignity, you must agree to do one thing." Yang Ling asked, "What is it?" Lu Siyu responded, "Accompany me on an outing." Yang Ling protested, No, I won't go." You must go regardless, she insisted. Listen, I am a guest here, as the host. You must unconditionally fulfill the requests of your guests. Though this reasoning was rather flimsy, Yang Ling could only manage a wry smile. But I truly dislike shopping. Do you think I enjoy it? I have pressing matters to attend to. Yang Ling appeared quite troubled. Lu Xiu, I really don't want to go out. She had audaciously presented this flawed logic with such seriousness that Yang Ling could only stare in disbelief. Seeing that he still refused, Lu Xiu finally resorted to her last tactic, twisting her waist and playfully pouting. Yang Ling, I genuinely have matters to attend to. Come with me, please. Reluctantly, Yang Ling acquiesced. Lu Xiu feigned annoyance, remarking, Yang Ling, did you really study abroad? How can you not even grasp the basic etiquette of accompanying a girl shopping? You must protect me and stand on my right. If it weren't for the prevailing atmosphere in the country, you should even relinquish control over one of your arms to me. How could you not understand this? How did you manage abroad? Yang Ling could only offer a rueful smile and complied. Lu Xiu affirmed, Ah, now that's more like it. Yang Ling, with an innocent yet pained smile, remarked, Could you refrain from using that word? The weather is already quite chilly. Lu Xiu replied, It's good that you recognize the cold. I thought you were utterly clueless, a real-life novice. How troublesome it is to be stuck with someone like you. The two walked side by side, Yang Ling's demeanor indifferent and movement stiff, while Lu Xiu was lively and animated, quickly becoming a scene of charm on the streets. Under the gaze of curious residents, Lu Xiu led Yang Ling into a small clothing store. The shop was devoid of customers, as the town's business had always been modest, and with the cold weather, patrons were even scarcer. The proprietor, a young woman, upon seeing them, hurriedly greeted, Ah, it's Lu Xiu, and Yang Ling too. What a delight. What kind of clothing are you looking to buy? Yang Ling chuckled softly, standing at the entrance, while Lu Xiu surveyed the surroundings. Pointing at an elegant coat displayed within the shop, she exclaimed, This one. That the female shopkeeper replied, That is menswear. Of course it is menswear. Yang Ling, hurry over here. Yang Ling was taken aback. Me? How come? Lu Xiu insisted. Naturally, you silly. I mentioned that you would need to guide me. In the future, we might often have to go out, and with your limited wardrobe. In this frigid weather, where else could you possibly go? If you rush to freeze yourself, I won't forgive you. The shopkeeper chimed in. Indeed, wearing so little is unbearable, even in your own tea house. You should have bought some clothes by now. It's not as if you lack the funds. Just a few paintings a day, and that nearly amounts to 100. Why earn money if you want to spend it on clothes? Did you hear that? Come over here. Finding an ally on the same wavelength, Lu Xiu felt even more emboldened. That I have no money. Who said that? I do. Lu Xiu retorted. How much is this one? Her tone suggested that she wouldn't mind purchasing the entire store. 860, but for you, 680, the shopkeeper generously offered, as if Lu Xiu were the sole individual deserving of such a discount. Take it down. The shopkeeper retrieved the coat, and Lu Xiu brought it to Yang Ling. Yang Ling, you, Lu Xiu urged, let me tell you, this money was actually yours all along. Try it on. Reluctantly, Yang Ling donned the coat, and the shopkeeper gasped in amazement. Shaking her head in disbelief that the garment could enhance his appearance so dramatically, Lu Xiu felt a swell of satisfaction, her heart blooming with joy at the shopkeeper's praise, laughing uncontrollably. In truth, her family had never purchased clothing of such expense. Her mother once bought a coat over 300 yuan, and her father had grumbled about her extravagant spending for days. Had they known she was buying something so costly, it would have caused quite the uproar. This was part of the 1,000 yuan prize she had received, the other half given to her parents, as it was customary to share a portion of any prize with the guiding teacher. Leaving her with this amount to manage, her parents could hardly object. After a round of haggling, the shopkeeper, with a heavy heart, finally agreed to sell the coat for a meager 560 yuan. Just as Yang Ling felt sorrow for the shopkeeper's loss and feared she might collapse in despair, the shopkeeper miraculously regained her charming smile and began assisting Lu Xiu in selecting trousers. It seemed she was determined to leave Lu Xiu with a heart bruised from indulgence, despite having purchased nothing for herself and nearly exhausting her funds during this extravagant shopping spree. Lu Xiu felt utterly content. She even mentioned that if she hadn't run out of money, she would have liked to buy him a mobile phone. In this era where even students owned phones, it was astonishing that this fellow had none, making it awkward for her to call him several times, as she had to go through her grandmother, and a mobile phone could accomplish so much: reading the news, browsing forums, playing games, listening to music, and more. Yang Ling expressed that he had no need for a mobile phone, for there was no one he wished to stay in constant contact with. He had no desire to peruse the news, engage in forums, listen to music, or play games. Instead, during his leisure, he found solace in reading or sketching, and that sufficed for him. In this day and age, it was astonishing to encounter such an antiquated soul. Were it someone else recounting this, she would have found it unbelievable. Yet now, she merely felt amused. This fellow must have a peculiar disposition, longing for a life of seclusion. How endearing! In her delight, she began to hum a tune from an era long past. La la. What am I singing? Whatever it may be, it turns out you are my hit song. Yang Ling muttered, What nonsense are you singing? Who is your pig brother? What pig brother? She retorted, You just sang. It turns out you are my pig brother. Lu Xiu burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gasped for breath, exclaiming, Oh dear, could you possibly be any more charming? Heaven forbid I think of this during dinner. Did I mishear? Are there actually lyrics like that? Listen closely, it's hit song, not pig brother. Such pedestrian lyrics. How could you even think of that? Have you never heard it before? No, I assumed you were just making it up to tease me. Lu Xiu smirked. I see. You're feeling sensitive today because you've been acting a bit foolish, am I right? Yang Ling confessed, a little. Have you truly never listened to music? I prefer piano pieces and orchestral music. I'm not particularly fond of pop. Yay, don't tell me those are the only forms of refined art. I'm but a simple person. I relish pop music. Allow me to sing you a song. Would you listen? Oh, you mustn't say it sounds bad. All right. Lu Xiu took a moment to gather herself and began to sing softly, leaning back against the carpet, listening to music and discussing dreams. You hope I become increasingly gentle, while I wish for you to hold me dear in your heart. You spoke of wanting to gift me a romantic dream, thanking me for leading you to paradise. Her voice grew ever softer. The most romantic thought I can conceive is to grow old with you, collecting bits and pieces of laughter along the way, to later sit in a chair and reminisce. As she sang, a wave of tenderness washed over her, and she instinctively glanced at Yang Ling, only to find him listening intently. Suddenly, he turned his head away, not realizing that Lu Xiu's gaze was already fixed upon him, and their eyes met unexpectedly. Flustered, Yang Ling quickly diverted his gaze and quickened his pace. Today, all the cooking was undertaken by Lu Xiu. While Yang Ling assisted her, he was taken aback to see Lu Xiu, typically so lively and carefree, skillfully chopping vegetables without injury and handling pots without burning herself, executing the tasks with impressive finesse and organization. Lu Xiu was quite pleased with herself and took the opportunity to boast a little. She exclaimed, Do you know? Everyone says I am the epitome of my parents' finest qualities, inheriting all their virtues while discarding their flaws, that I have continued my mother's beauty and eloquence, while also inheriting my father's appreciation for art and culinary delights. Had it not been for my pursuit of the arts, I had intended to become a female chef in the future. However, due to the rigors of my studies and lack of practice, I assure you I could prepare dishes so delectable that you might be tempted to swallow your own tongue in delight. I've heard that only children are often pampered and don't partake in household chores. This is precisely what makes me unique. That my father may have his shortcomings in other areas, but he excels in instilling values. He has always been attentive to my upbringing, determined not to let me become a spoiled child. Despite my mother frequently criticizing my father openly, she actually holds his words in high regard. Otherwise, do you think my popularity is solely due to my looks? It's also because of my vivacity. My father once remarked that while liveliness is charming at a young age, it can easily devolve into frivolity as one matures. It cannot remain endearing forever. If I were to remain so lively in my old age, would you still find it charming? You would likely call me an old hag. Thus, one must evolve with the times and continually reshape oneself. You know, I am indeed quite popular. I don't attend that individual painting classes. Yet over 10 boys have suddenly dropped out among his students. They were never there to learn art. They merely sought the opportunity to be near me. Humph, do you think I am so easily won over? Yang Ling remarked. Why are today's high school students so reckless? This seems rather inappropriate. Lu Xiu countered. What is wrong with that? I don't see any issue. Legally, 18 is recognized as adulthood. Do adults not have the freedom to fall in love? If one develops feelings for someone, are they not allowed to express that love? As she spoke, Lu Xiu suddenly blushed, lowering her head and falling silent. Yang Ling, too, remained quiet. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ling mused. Perhaps around a dozen. I haven't counted at all. Here they are. He pulled out several 10 yuan bills from his pocket. Lu Xiyu snatched them away and counted. Wow. Today's earnings? 120 yuan. Impressive. Is this considered a normal income? Pretty much, Yang Ling replied. Lu Xiyu remarked, I underestimated you. I was worried you weren't earning much in such cold weather. You haven't even bought any new clothes. Don't you realize you should be saving this money? Dr. Zhang furrowed her brow and said, Lu Xiyu, stop playing around and give me the money. Lu Xiyu seemed to grasp the situation and inquired, Grandma, does Yang Ling give you money every day? Dr. Zhang shot her a glance and asked, Why do you want to know? Lu Xiyu continued, Did Yang Ling give it to you, or did you ask him for it? Yang Ling interjected, Anyway, I don't need it. I gave it to her. Lu Xiyu added, Grandma, do you know what Yang Ling is wearing in this frigid weather? You are inside, bundled up in layers, while he is in the tea shed, exposed to the wind when it blows. It feels like knives. Have you considered that he ought to buy himself a coat? Upon my arrival, it struck me that numerous individuals sought his artistic talents, yet he appeared devoid of any financial means and was dressed in such a manner. It soon became apparent that all the money had found its way into your possession. Dr. Zhang, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, Alas, I am merely holding on to this money temporarily. Yang Ling does not concern himself with finances. I have been so preoccupied with my own affairs that I failed to notice the tumultuous winds outside. Tomorrow, without fail, I must purchase at least one item. Yang Ling interjected, This matter is of no concern to you. I simply deem it unnecessary. Lu Xiyu gritted her teeth, suppressing certain thoughts that she refrained from voicing. However, after dinner, she approached Yang Ling's room with a request. From this day forth, every penny Yang Ling possessed must be entrusted to her, and never directly given to his grandmother. Yang Ling readily acquiesced, as he was inherently disinterested in managing his finances, indifferent to who would take on that responsibility. But of course, Lu Xiyu was unaware of the implications of her decision at that moment. The following day, Lu Xiyu commenced her formal art lessons with Yang Ling, venturing outdoors to sketch when the winds were gentle, practicing her painting in the tea pavilion during moderate breezes, and retreating to Lu Xiyu's room when the winds grew fierce. To elaborate briefly, Dr. Zhang's clinic occupied a modest 3-story building, each floor approximately 100 square meters. The first floor was divided by a staircase. The area facing the stairs housed the clinic, while the interior contained a kitchen, a bathroom, and a small storage room of about 10 square meters, which now served as Yang Ling's residence. Lu Xiyu and Dr. Zhang resided on the second floor, with Lu Xiyu occupying the inner space above the kitchen and storage room, and Dr. Zhang in the outer area above the clinic. Their living quarters boasted ample space, featuring a living room and a bedroom, complete with private bathrooms. The third floor mirrored this structure, but remained vacant. Following the arena incident, Lu Xiyu suggested to Dr. Zhang that Yang Ling be allowed to inhabit the third floor, as the living conditions were quite pleasant, equipped with various furnishings and essential appliances, far superior to the solitary bed and worn-out sofa in the storage room. However, Dr. Zhang was reluctant, providing several rather tenuous justifications. Lu Xiyu understood that Dr. Zhang felt it imprudent to allow an outsider such comfort, and thus she refrained from pressing the matter further. Each individual harbors their own perspectives, and Lu Xiyu was not naive enough to expect that everyone would embody pure altruism. After all, this small building represented the culmination of her grandmother's lifetime savings, with construction, decoration, and furnishings costing nearly 200,000 yuan, a sum that, while modest elsewhere, constituted a significant expenditure in their small town. That it was entirely reasonable for her grandmother to harbor such sentiments. Furthermore, Yang Ling seemed to possess an innate ability to adapt to his circumstances. Despite the subpar conditions of the storage room, he appeared content, devoid of any feelings of imbalance, and that sufficed. In the days spent learning to paint under Yang Ling's guidance, Lu Xiyu found herself in an exceptionally high-spirited mood. The artistic realm that Yang Ling unveiled to her profoundly illuminated what constitutes a true sanctuary of art. Prior to this experience, she had grown accustomed to viewing painting merely as a technical skill, a towering edifice constructed from a plethora of specialized terminology and a mountain of theoretical foundations. To ascend to the pinnacle of this tower, she believed it imperative to navigate the steps of this jargon and theory. Advancing meticulously step by step. In her ascent, she had entirely overlooked the most fundamental elements essential to art: feeling and passion. Lu Xiyu relished this newfound sensation and reveled in it, her heart brimming with gratitude and admiration for Yang Ling. She cherished everything about him, every word he uttered, Every gesture he made exuded an indescribable charm and magnetism in her eyes. He alone possessed the extraordinary ability to manifest such allure, even when displaying seemingly foolish, shy, awkward, or helpless expressions that others might deem negative to her. These expressions brimmed with intrigue. Only a genius like him could transform them into a captivating beauty. Initially, she believed his charm stemmed solely from his good looks. But she gradually realized that it was instead his perhaps innate innocence and candor that radiated such allure. Despite not being particularly humorous, enthusiastic, or perpetually adorned with a captivating smile, nor residing in a grand mansion or cruising in a luxury car, qualities that Lu Xiu traditionally associated with the archetype of a prince, Yang Ling required none of these attributes. Knowing such a person was indeed a stroke of fortune for her. The universe had arranged for someone like him to grace her life as a reward. Her gratitude for him deepened her enjoyment of the small conveniences she created in his life. As an artistic novice, she idolized him unconditionally, gazing up at him in reverence. Yet in the realm of daily life, she felt compelled to protect him that as long as she was present, she would not allow anyone, not even her grandmother or mother, to harm him. Lu Xiu was unaware if her behavior seemed somewhat pedestrian in Yang Ling's eyes. Perhaps she ought to traverse the ocean of art alongside him, disregarding everything else, existing in an ethereal and void realm, basking in untainted beauty. Yet, she could not afford to be so naive. He was already sufficiently immersed in artistry, oblivious to saving even a penny for himself, and unaware of the necessity to procure clothing. How could she allow that? What if, in the future, he found himself unable to remain in his current abode, destitute and devoid of resources? The thought of his fate sent a shiver down her spine. She would forever remember that twilight, the moment he collapsed heavily, leaving an indelible scar upon her soul. Countless times, she awoke from dreams, gripped by trepidation. It was not every day that fate aligned so fortuitously. With him collapsing at the doorstep of a doctor, what if he had fallen in a desolate wilderness, utterly alone? Such a fool, who, despite having learned a lesson, remained oblivious to it, so trusting and selfless, would inevitably be cast aside by the world. Perhaps he did not care, but could she afford to be indifferent? Certainly not. Thus, she resolved to assertively and resolutely take charge of everything for him, infusing the mundane into his daily existence, constructing a protective barrier between his artistic domain and the earthly concerns of daily life. To accomplish this, she could only adopt a more mundane demeanor, ensuring that he was well fed, adequately housed, and comfortably transported. This was her sole means of safeguarding him. Whenever Lu Xiu contemplated this, a sense of grandiosity enveloped her. Even if Yang Ling were to look down upon her for her newfound ordinariness, it mattered not, for she was willing to do anything for him, to protect him. Before the winter holiday concluded, Yang Ling received a registered letter, dispatched from a prominent metropolis, city that he claimed that a friend had assisted him in sending the replacement documents. Driven by curiosity, Lu Xiu followed Yang Ling as he opened the letter, discovering not only an identification card but also a business bank card and a letter in English. Yang Ling perused the letter, and Lu Xiu, intrigued, requested to see it. However, she was unable to comprehend a single word, recognizing only the Arabic numeral 50, but she found it peculiar, unable to believe that her years of studying English were in vain, and inquired of Yang Ling, who chuckled and replied, "That is not English. It is German." Lu Xiu jested. If he is not German, why would he write in German? Is there something within that cannot be shared with Chinese people? You are not a spy, are you? Yang Ling sighed with a wry smile, explaining, "He is a dear friend from my studies in Germany, an artist to commemorate our time studying abroad. We have always corresponded in German." Lu Xiu asked, "What did he say in the letter?" Yang Ling replied, "Nothing much. Just that he helped me apply for this bank card using my identification and deposited a small sum.at that moment." Lu Xiu grasped the significance of the number 50 and exclaimed, "Wait, he only deposited 50 yuan. Goodness, your friend is rather stingy. Would it have killed him to make it 100? Yang Ling smiled and shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of indecision, wanting to say something, but ultimately refraining. Lu Xiu knew that Dr. Zhang was primarily concerned about Yang Ling's identification, so she took it out to show her. Dr. Zhang examined it closely and, drawing from her experience, concluded that the document should pose no issues, allowing a weight to lift from her heart. From the identification, Lu Xiu noted that Yang Ling was 10 years her senior, already 28, and hailing from a certain province she had heard of but never visited. However, Lu Siyu grew increasingly anxious about whether Yang Ling would leave as soon as he acquired the documents. And she asked, Yang Ling, do you miss your family? Yang Ling paused, at a loss for words, until Lu Siyu added, for instance, your parents. With a sigh, Yang Ling finally responded, my biological parents are no longer with us. Lu Siyu hastily apologized. While her heart ached for Yang Ling, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She thought that without other attachments, he might continue to reside here. Yang Ling returned her belongings. And as Lu Siyu took them, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her heart racing with impulse as she called out, Yang Ling nodded, instinctively averting his eyes. Lu Siyu hesitated before uttering a name. Pausing for a moment before saying, you must take care. With that single phrase, tears welled in her eyes once more. Yang Ling affirmed, I will. As the snowflakes fluttered down, Yang Ling remained rooted in place for quite a while, the scattered flakes gently settling upon his hair and coat, as if the heavens were bestowing strokes of white paint upon this grand artist, transforming him into a figure of ethereal whiteness. In Chapter 8, titled The Promise, Part 1, Lu Siyu indeed descended the following day, her heart inexplicably gripped by fear along the way. An ominous premonition lingering that something would transpire. If Yang Ling failed to provide his grandmother with the money, she would undoubtedly be displeased, perhaps even casting him a disapproving glance. However, upon her arrival, nothing amiss had occurred. Everything remained as usual. Her grandmother was serenely attending to patients at the clinic, while Yang Ling quietly sketched portraits of other female students in the tea pavilion. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she joined him, even contemplating assisting in the portraiture, though, of course, the female students graciously declined her offer. The number of visitors that day was still considerable, yet notably fewer than on the first day, totaling around 30. After completing the sketches, time remained, and Yang Ling presented her with a stack of cash. As she counted, she realized it was a substantial amount. Nearly 1,000 yuan. The speed of his work was impressive. If it were her, she would have taken over an hour to finish a single portrait, exhausting herself for merely a handful of coins. Yet, she wondered if such rapidity was sustainable for his wrist. However, the sensitive girl soon sensed a subtle shift. Yang Ling seemed to exude a cooler demeanor, a deliberate distance that, while never particularly close, nonetheless induced a sense of panic within Lu Siyu. At times, she questioned whether she was merely being overly sensitive, for Yang Ling had always possessed such a nature. Perhaps, in his eyes, she was simply a child, and her feelings were misplaced. She felt a sense of relief that she had restrained her impulsive inclinations when leaving that day. Otherwise, she might have scared him away. With the professional examination approaching, her focus shifted to mastering her art. With aspirations of entering university, perhaps, once enrolled, his perception of her would alter. Mid-March arrived as expected. With registration commencing the day after tomorrow, she ventured outdoors to complete her final practice piece. It took immense courage for Lu Siyu to voice her request. Yang Ling, I would like you to accompany me to the provincial city for the examination. Yang Ling was taken aback. That's impossible. Why? Do you dislike me so much? Lu Siyu, that's simply not feasible. Why? It's not possible. Lu Siyu's eyes welled with tears. Yang Ling, please don't harbor any dislike towards me, all right? How could I possibly dislike you? Really, you harbor no dislike. None at all. Then you must accompany me. With you by my side, I feel secure, and I will perform exceptionally well. If you don't come, I will surely falter and fail miserably. If I don't succeed, the blame will lie with you. Given your abilities, passing the professional exam should be effortless. How could you possibly fail? Regardless, if you don't accompany me, I will not succeed. It's as simple as that. If you are truly so irresponsible as to disregard my fate, then perhaps you should simply not attend. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling softly replied, all right, I will accompany you. Lu Siyu leaped with joy. You've agreed? Yes. However, I do not wish for your grandmother and your parents to be informed. Fortunately, Yang Ling remained oblivious, standing there in a daze. The simplicity of a fool brings its own charm. Lu Siyu glanced at him and said, did you comprehend what I just articulated? We shall take the early bus at 7:30 to the waiting room at the county bus terminal. It's settled. Just ensure you do not deceive me. Those who have wronged me shall be resented for a lifetime, you know? Nonetheless, I trust you will not betray my confidence. I believe in you. By the way, if I pass, which major do you think I should choose? It is entirely up to you. I have a fondness for interior design. What do you mean by that? Do you think this major is lacking? Not at all. They are all fine. Do you harbor a dislike for it? I have long suspected so. I was merely jesting with you. In truth, I have decided that if I pass, I shall enroll in oil painting, so I can continue to learn alongside you. With a master like you guiding me, I am certain I will excel very well. After lunch, Lu Xiyu took the initiative to assist Yang Ling in packing his belongings, only to discover a scarf and a wool sweater nestled together in his suitcase. The sweater resembled the one he was wearing, albeit looking somewhat newer. Upon touching it, she noted its exquisite texture and saw a tag inscribed in English. Curiously, she inquired, "What kind of sweater is this? It appears rather upscale." Yang Ling picked it up, examined it, and replied, "It says here it is by John Varvatos." Lu Xiyu remarked, "It seems quite valuable." Yang Ling chuckled and pondered for a moment, saying, "I have forgotten its price. I purchased it with a friend." Lu Xiyu added, "This scarf is also quite beautiful. Does it have a brand? It seems to be Burberry. Consider it a gift from me to you." Gratefully, Lu Xiyu accepted the scarf, as it was the first gift Yang Ling had ever bestowed upon her. Once they had finished packing, she handed Yang Ling a card from the agricultural bank. "Take this." "What for?" "Your funds are all contained within. Once I complete my professional exams, I shall not return until after the college entrance examinations. This card is entrusted to you. When you earn any income, do not give it to grandmother, but save it here. By the way, do you know how to save money? Am I not an imbecile? As long as you are not, I suppose my worries are unfounded. I shall take my leave now. Remember, tomorrow, no, the day after tomorrow, we shall meet." The young girl blossomed with vivid imaginings of the happiness that lay ahead, each vision warming her heart as she basked in a golden reverie. Her eyes filled with brilliance, such immense happiness, the young girl's heart could scarcely contain it. Thus, joy overflowed, manifesting in her beaming laughter as she greeted every familiar face, from the clinic to the bustling streets and onto the bus. She hummed a tune with delight. "The most romantic thing I can imagine is growing old with you, cherishing every fragment of laughter along the way, to reminisce later while seated comfortably and chatting leisurely." Yet, in the midst of her unrestrained happiness, she remained blissfully unaware of the fleeting cold smile that crossed her grandmother's face as she joyfully departed. Can happiness truly arrive as expected when it comes gracefully? Will the path ahead genuinely be smooth? Upon returning to the county town, the young girl, Lu Xiyu, was enveloped in joy for 2 consecutive days. On the third morning, Lu Xiyu merrily hummed a song, swiftly tidying up everything like a gust of wind, completely unperturbed by the impending weight of her first significant examination. In her haste, she found herself later sitting on the sofa, distractedly awaiting the time to depart. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, she suddenly exclaimed, "We can set off now. Time to head to the station." Her parents followed behind, marveling at her uncontainable excitement, incredulous that this was an exam and not a vacation. How could she exhibit no trace of nervousness? It seemed as though she had regressed 3 or 4 years, carefree and unruly, utterly unlike an 18-year-old young woman preparing for an exam. Was such joy warranted? Many would be restless the night before an exam, anxious and unable to sleep. Could it be that her inner turmoil had inverted her emotions? A 10-minute taxi ride brought them to the station. Lu Xiyu remarked, "It's easier to teach a monkey to climb trees than to teach me." The two shared a hearty laugh, Lu Xiyu's mirth particularly exaggerated, drawing the attention of all in the waiting room. Her eyes scanned the crowd, searching. Time passed swiftly, yet her smile gradually became stiff and forced as she continued to seek. The person she awaited had yet to arrive. The crowded waiting area was filled with people, none of whom were the one she longed for. Surely, after all this time, they should have arrived. Yet, they remained absent. At 9:45, the station's announcement echoed. The express train from County Town to a city will depart in 15 minutes. Please prepare to board. Lu Xiyu's parents rose, saying, "Let's go." Lu Xiyu replied, "Dad, give me your phone." Her father, puzzled, asked, "What for? Aren't we boarding?" Frustrated, Lu Xiyu shouted, "Give it to me." Reluctantly, her father handed over the phone, and she hurried to a corner. Dialing. "Grandma, is that you?" "Yes, it's me." Hearing her grandmother's voice, she felt no surprise that Yang Ling's still there. "Yes, tell him to come. Listen, Lu Xiyu, don't call him. He told me everything." "What did he say?" Lu Xiyu's voice broke into tears. "Let him come to the phone. Let him come. Call him, call him." Lu Xiyu cried out mechanically, tears streaming down her cheeks. The individuals in the waiting room were taken aback by the sudden sorrow of the little girl who had just moments ago been laughing heartily. An outpouring of sympathy surrounded her. Lu Xiyu, obediently, resolved to let the matter rest. She would focus on her exams and address this issue only after gaining admission to university, for life was long, and such people were not worth her anguish. Her grandmother had anticipated her distress, hence her voice remained calm, that I said to have him come. Did you hear me? Luciu erupted, having never spoken to her grandmother in such a manner before. Child, why are you behaving this way? Hurry onto the bus, it is about to depart. This is an express service, and it cannot wait for anyone, urged her mother. Luciu ignored her, declaring, Tell him that if he does not come, I shall forfeit my exam. He has arrived. Her grandmother, evidently having overheard her mother's words, conceded, It's me. Came Yang Ling's voice from the other end, cold and detached. Upon hearing him, Luciu lost all composure and wept uncontrollably. She had believed that once he arrived, her pent-up emotions would pour forth, that she would have questions to pose, words to scold him with, pleas to make, yet none of that transpired. Only tears, her thoughts drowned in her sorrowful cries. Luciu, I'm sorry, Yang Ling sighed. Wu, Yang Ling, I hate you. I will hate you for a lifetime. Wu. The call ended abruptly with a beep. Luciu collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with grief, her sobs rendering her speechless. Luciu, there are merely 3 minutes left. Get on the bus. I don't want to go. That I do not wish to take the exam. Do not speak like a child. Given this, you must be stronger. You need to excel in your studies, her father insisted. Indeed, 2 tickets cost nearly 100 yuan, and the bus is about to leave. At this point, tickets cannot be refunded. Are you not boarding immediately? Her mother chastised her father. You two, pull her along. You have no emergency plan whatsoever. How can you call yourself a man? Awakening from his stupor, her father grasped Luciu and hurried her onto the bus just before it departed. As the vehicle set forth, it carried her toward a door of destiny she had long yearned to knock upon. 2 days prior, she had envisioned someone accompanying her, transforming this journey into a vibrant tapestry of memories, one she would cherish forever. Yet, to her dismay, it was not that person who accompanied her, but her father. In this world, the one individual who would never deceive or abandon her was indeed her father. But what of it? That person had carved a piece from her heart and discarded it coldly. The resultant wound ached unbearably. How could her father possibly mend it? Throughout the journey, Luciu ceased her weeping. Yet tears continued to flow unabated. Her father sat beside her, unable to console her, immersed in his own sorrow. A lovely flight attendant approached with beverages, and just as she was about to serve them, she curiously remarked, Little sister, your scarf is exquisite. Is it from Babali? Truly, is it a gift from a boyfriend? Luciu's father retorted angrily, Nonsense, she is still a high school student, without a boyfriend. She purchased it herself. Having won a gold award in a citywide art competition with a prize of 2,000 yuan, is it so difficult to buy a scarf? He noticed early in the morning that Luciu was draping the scarf around herself. Wearing an expression of sheer ecstasy, he promptly inquired about its origin, to which she replied that she had purchased it with her own prize money. This revelation astonished those in the vehicle, who gazed at him with envy, admiring his beautiful and intelligent daughter. The attendant remarked, However, this scarf costs over 3,000 yuan. A collective gasp erupted among the crowd. Some voiced their disbelief, saying, A scarf costing more than 3,000. Who do you think you're fooling? It's a foreign luxury brand. My boyfriend took me to see it once, and it scared him so much that he never dared to return to that store. The attendant, feeling somewhat aggrieved, decided not to prolong the discussion and walked away. Suddenly, Luciu removed the scarf and attempted to throw it out the window. Fortunately, the car window was securely fastened and would not budge. Her father, quick to react, snatched it from her grasp. Luciu said nothing further, dried her tears, and exhibited an unexpected calmness, as if nothing had transpired. She merely stared vacantly at the scenery outside, which mercilessly receded from her view, fleetingly passing by before vanishing into the distance, much like him. Despite her assurances, rest assured, I will forget you. Even if it means piercing my heart, I shall expel you from this place. Even if my heart shrinks to a point where it can hold nothing, I will drive you away. I will never allow you to rot within me. When tomorrow's sun rises, it shall mark the moment I have forgotten you, for by then, my heart shall be dead. The love of 18, so fleeting, had come and gone, leaving her heart shattered in its wake, departing without a trace. Luciu nonetheless participated in the art examination, passing with ease, astonishing the instructors with her artistic sensibility. She herself could not fathom why she ultimately chose to specialize in interior design. Although she experienced moments of regret, she persevered. Little did she anticipate that in her sophomore year, the portly Mr. Chun, through unknown connections, would be transferred to the Fine Arts Institute and ascend to a leadership position, irrevocably altering her trajectory. Due to his interference, this campus star, who had garnered numerous national awards, ultimately failed to secure her graduation certificate, making her professional journey exceedingly arduous. Lu Xiu could never have imagined that today would herald a turn of fate, with fortuitous opportunities presenting themselves from more than one benefactor at this moment. Her recently departed company, Rui Accessories, was in disarray. Mr. Hao was fuming over her disappearance, while the employees were overwhelmed by the weight of his wrath. Chapter 9. The Enchantment of Fortuitous Luck, Part 1. As Lu Xiu exited, Miss Huang at the front desk was still reveling in her misfortune when she collided with the handsome man responsible for the incident, who, accompanied by another bespectacled gentleman, approached her and said, "Are you Miss Huang? I called 2 hours ago." "You are." Miss Huang hesitated, suddenly recalling something, gasping in shock, her face paling as she covered her mouth. "Miss Huang, do you remember me? I have a project for which I would like your company's design assistance." "Do you recall? It's for the villa." "Yes." Miss Huang suddenly found herself in a state of panic. 2 hours prior, she had received a phone call inquiring whether there was a young designer named Lu Xiu present. The caller mentioned possessing a villa and expressed a desire for Lu Xiu to undertake its design, indicating that the design fee was negotiable. Upon hearing this, Miss Huang immediately concluded that it was a prank orchestrated by Lu Xiu's acquaintances, merely seeking to elevate Lu's status. Who in their right mind would specifically select such a person for a design project? Believing it would be an affront to her intelligence, she quickly dismissed the matter. Shortly after receiving the call, Lu Xiu had an altercation with a client, and as a series of events unfolded, she completely forgot about the incident and, of course, did not bring it up with her boss. To her astonishment, the parties arrived unannounced, merely an hour later, and now the situation had escalated to this point. The design fee for a villa, according to the company's previous standards, would typically range from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan, a considerable sum, especially given that the company's monthly profit barely reached 30 to 20,000 yuan. Should this project fall through, she could hardly imagine the reprimand she would face from her boss at that moment. The door to the manager's office on the loft opened, and Mr. Hao emerged. Miss Huang quickly interjected, "Gentlemen, that is our boss. Perhaps you might prefer to speak directly with him." The bespectacled gentleman smiled at her and replied, "Thank you." He greeted Mr. Hao and accompanied the perpetrator upstairs. Miss Huang stood there, somewhat bewildered, when the boyfriend of a female client beside her remarked, "Miss Huang, are these two gentlemen also clients of your company? They appear to be from affluent backgrounds." Miss Huang responded, "They called earlier, stating they have a large villa for us to design." She then followed them upstairs. Upon entering the manager's office, both gentlemen were already seated on the sofa. Mr. Hao remarked, "Xiao Huang, I was just about to mention, please serve tea to our distinguished guests." The two gentlemen insisted there was no need for such formalities, and Miss Huang proceeded to brew tea. She then overheard the bespectacled gentleman say, "Mr. Hao, I currently have a project and would like your esteemed company to assist with the design." "Certainly. We offer design services only, and our current fee structure is approximately 50 yuan per square meter. However, this is a standard rate and is negotiable. May I inquire about the area of your project? To put it simply, the total build area is around 1,000 square meters. Very well. In that case, I shall be straightforward. I can offer you a preferential rate of 35,000. How does that sound?" The perpetrator frowned and exchanged glances with the bespectacled gentleman. "You may inquire around. 35,000 is indeed a reasonable price. Many firms charge 50 yuan per square meter, and our design quality is on par with theirs. My aim is not solely profit, but to cultivate relationships. My principle is to conduct one business transaction and gain a friend, which is why my pricing is comparatively lower." The perpetrator then inquired, "Mr. Hao, have you heard of Yuansheng Studio?" "Of course, I have heard of it. Who in the design field hasn't? However, their prices are exorbitantly high, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 yuan per square meter. Yet, their actual quality is nothing exceptional. It all hinges on clever marketing. Nevertheless, they have a reputable brand and can attract those willing to part with their money. What can be done? Take your project as an example. Designing it would likely cost between 1 to 2 million, and that is merely for the design phase. Here, the total cost for decoration, materials, and construction would suffice." The dashing gentleman at the center of the incident spoke directly. "I have heard of it, and I shall pay the design fee according to the pricing of Yuanxiang Studio, which is 1 million. Miss Huang's cup trembled in disbelief. She could hardly trust her ears, while General Hao stuttered incoherently. 1 million? You said 1 million. Here, take it. Indeed, if you agree, I can pay the deposit today, and we can sign the contract tomorrow. Is that true? Then, you are. The bespectacled gentleman handed over a business card. This is my card. Please review it, General Hao. The boss took the card with trembling hands, his eyes widening. You are Secretary Fan of Chairman Bai from Bai Group? Yet, the two dashing gentlemen seated on the sofa exuded an extraordinary presence, suggesting they were not to be underestimated, so he. The gentleman at the center of the incident spoke calmly. I am Bai Chonglin. Miss Huang stared at this striking figure, rendered speechless, unable to breathe. This business prodigy, though seldom seen in public, was the subject of countless legends. Originally, he took over Bai Group at the tender age of 22 after his father, Bai Rong, succumbed to a terminal illness, leaving the company in peril. Upon assuming leadership, he implemented brilliant strategies that rescued the company from the brink of disaster. It is said that he possesses an extraordinary handsomeness. So much so that even striking figures like Xiaoming, Chenggu, Xiuxian, and Hyunbin would have to concede this moment. It seemed that at least the tales of his appearance held some truth, the boss exclaimed. Alas, I am blind to the treasure before me. Xiao Huang, quickly prepare tea for Chairman Bai. Why are you in a daze? In truth, he himself had been quite dazed. Bai Chonglin remarked. There is no need for formalities. Tea is a commonplace matter. General Hao, you are still interested in this small project, are you not? Rest assured, Chairman Bai, if you truly trust me, I will ensure that our company's finest designer employs the highest standards to complete your project, guaranteeing results that will not fall short of Yuanxiang's. To be candid, we approach you specifically for your excellent designers. Miss Huang's mind buzzed. Is that so? Chairman Bai, you truly have an eye for talent. You are referring to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu, Secretary Fan reiterated. Lu Xiu? Why would you seek her out? Bai Chonglin nodded to Secretary Fan, who retrieved several magazines from his briefcase, opened them before General Hao, and pointed out, General Hao, have you clearly seen the designer's name for this set of home designs? Indeed, it is Lu Xiu. General Hao read the text. Autumn Silks. First prize, Lu Xiu. This is the National College Student Interior Design Competition. Now, take a look at this. Blossoms in full bloom, bronze prize, Lu Xiu. What is this at the Interior Commercial Space Competition? You know who won the gold prize? It was Su Yuanxiang. But at that time, Lu Xiu was only a junior, the sole student to receive an award while still enrolled. Secretary Fan, while flipping through magazines, remarked, Director Bai intends to venture into the realm of interior decoration, planning to center his efforts around Lu Xiu, thereby assembling a star-studded team. Our investigations have revealed that Lu Xiu's career in S-City has been fraught with challenges, and you are the last company to embrace her. Therefore, it is entirely plausible to establish a team based on your firm. Provided that this villa is designed impeccably, it is fair to say that the 1 million yuan design fee for this villa is merely the beginning. General Manager Hao nodded incessantly, resembling a nodding machine. Bai Chonglin stated, as long as General Manager Hao consents, I can initially provide a deposit of 100,000 yuan that I shall return the day after tomorrow to sign the contract, during which I will invite prominent media from the city to partake in the signing ceremony. Seizing this opportunity to significantly enhance your reputation, Secretary Fan, please retrieve the check. The boss smiled and nodded. Of course, I agree, certainly agree. The deposit can be set aside for now. I would first like to consult Lu Xiu's side. Wouldn't that be respectful? Given this, we shall take our leave. I kindly request that General Manager Hao provide a definitive response by tomorrow. The contact information for Secretary Fan is on the business card. Please reach out to him directly. I hope to finalize the contract the day after tomorrow. They escorted the two individuals out. General Manager Hao's countenance turned ashen. Miss Huang hastily interjected, General Manager Hao, do you genuinely believe in the Bai Group? I find it implausible. I have my doubts. General Manager Hao furiously pointed at the computer, exclaiming, Are you a fool? Look at the official website. Miss Huang felt a sense of grievance as she perused the official website of the Bai Group, where she found almost no flattering photographs of Bai Chonglin. However, one picture of Secretary Fan plunged her into utter despair. Indeed, it appeared to be the case. Upon witnessing her expression, General Manager Hao immediately grasped the situation and shouted, What are you daydreaming about? Quickly call Lu Siyu's mobile phone. What should I tell her? Lu Siyu's female client and her boyfriend, still lingering out of curiosity, could hardly believe their ears upon hearing this news. The female client remarked, "General Manager Hao, I have made my stance abundantly clear. If you do not dismiss this incompetent individual, I will withdraw my deposit and seek another company." The boss took out his wallet and inquired, "How much is her deposit?" The finance officer replied, 5,000. But the boss hurled his wallet towards Miss Huang, turned to glance at the loft, and called out, "Xiaolin, count the money for her and return it immediately," instructing her to leave at once. No one could have anticipated that the boss, who had just been all smiles and accommodating to the female client, would now be so brusque. The client's face turned pale as she shrieked, "What do you mean? Clarify your words. On what grounds do you insult someone? Haven't you been criticizing Lu Siyu's designs incessantly? Let me tell you, there are individuals seeking her out specifically to design villas. Do you have any idea how much that entails?" How much? 1 million. Did you not hear me clearly? I shall repeat it. 1 million. The female client's complexion grew even more ashen. Xiaolin descended, picked up the wallet, and began counting the money, while the client fumed, her eyes reddening with rage. Just as Tang Xinhai was preparing to leave, Lu Siyu had made her decision and acquiesced. In truth, she had already reached a point of no return. If all this were indeed true, it would be a divine blessing. Not only had fate presented her with an escape route, but it also appeared to be a promising one. However, now that the opportunity had arisen, she needed to remain composed and verify online whether the website Tang Xinhai provided was legitimate. If it were genuine, there would be no reason for hesitation. She reopened her phone and, following the URL, discovered the homepage of Yunheyuan, which contained the company's address and images, alongside various design cases showcasing both residential and commercial projects. The designs appeared remarkably impressive, exuding a sense of grandeur and harmony, indicative of a commendable standard not typical of a small firm. With this confirmation, Lu Siyu felt a thrill coursing through her hands. Had such an event transpired a year prior, she would not have been so stirred. Fresh out of school, she had been brimming with confidence, regarding all heroes of the world as mere trifles. No matter the trials faced, she had remained unruffled. Yet, after a year of setbacks, doubts, and even self-criticism, this opportunity felt like a windfall. Nevertheless, happiness arriving so swiftly sometimes engenders suspicion. In this city, could someone truly appreciate a novice, particularly in the realm of interior design, where quality is often hard to discern? To be so highly regarded after only a brief acquaintance seemed almost legendary. Could there still be some underlying conspiracy? As she pondered this, her phone suddenly rang. Upon receiving the call, Lu Siyu was surprised to discover it was from Rui Decoration. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the answer button, and the voice of Miss Huang from the front desk came through. "Is this Lu Siyu?" Her tone was exceedingly polite and cautious, strikingly different from the usual manner in which she spoke to Lu. "Is there something you need? Could you please hold for a moment?" The voice on the other end swiftly shifted to that of the boss. "Lu Siyu, why have you only just turned on your phone?" Haha, I've been searching for you with great difficulty. What's the matter?" "I regret to inform you that I have already secured a new position," Lu replied. "As I mentioned before, I have found employment." Director Hao grew anxious and said, "That's impossible. Don't say that. Lu Siyu, please hear me out. But first, you must assure me that you are calm now." "I am indeed calm." Lu Siyu recalled the humiliating scene she had just endured, wishing to hang up the phone immediately. "That's good. You know why I initially hired you. You may not realize this, but after reviewing your portfolio, I recognized you as an exceptional talent. Your hand-drawn designs and your design philosophy are clearly distinct from those of ordinary designers. I even consulted friends in the industry to gather information about you. You didn't expect that, did you?" "Haha, I'm sure you didn't. As a result, I found several magazines featuring your award-winning interior designs. Do you remember which magazines they were? Are you referring to those in home decor or commercial design?" Both. It's been a few months, and I've forgotten which magazines they were. Let me think. Residence Impressions, Spatial Art, and my memory. I should have jotted them down. Whispers of Home. Yes, that's the one. Those hand drawings truly astonished me. They were exquisite. Lu Siyu felt utterly taken aback. Indeed, she had garnered multiple awards during her university years, which should have been her advantage. However, after being ruthlessly mocked by her former director, who fancied himself a domineering boss, she had been left with a psychological scar. Consequently, She had removed those award experiences from her resume and refrained from mentioning them to her colleagues. If Director Hao genuinely knew this, it would imply that he truly valued her. Award-winning residential works are often easily forgotten over time. Only someone with intent could notice such creations from years past. Yet, it seemed implausible if he truly valued her. Why had he consistently treated her with sarcasm or outright scorn? Director Hao appeared to discern her thoughts and remarked, "You must be wondering why, if that's the case, I have been so stringent with you, far more so than with Xiao Qian and Li Hao. In fact, I had initially planned to promote you to design director. I bet you never anticipated that I have already told you. I have found a new job." Director Hao grew urgent once more, saying, "That's impossible. Don't say that, Lu Xiu. Please, listen to me. But first, you must assure me that you are calm now." "I am indeed calm." Lu Xiu recalled the humiliating scene she had just endured, wishing to hang up the phone immediately. "That is good to hear, Oh, you know why I initially chose to recruit you. You may not be aware, but after reviewing your profile, it became evident to me that you are an extraordinary talent. Both your hand-drawn illustrations and your design concepts clearly set you apart from the average designer at that time. I even consulted friends within our circle to gather information about you. Surprised, aren't you? Haha, I bet you didn't expect that. Consequently, I discovered several magazines featuring your award-winning interior design work. Do you recall which publications they were? Were they focused on home decor or commercial design?" "Both. Indeed, it has been a few months. And I've forgotten the exact titles. Let me think. Impressions of Living Spaces, Spatial Art, and my memory fails me. I should have noted them down. What was that magazine called? The Whisper of Home." "Yes, that's it." Those hand drawings left me utterly astonished. They were breathtaking. Lu Xiu was taken aback. She had indeed garnered multiple awards during her university years, which should have been her strong suit. However, after resigning from a mid-sized company, she was harshly ridiculed by her domineering supervisor, leaving her with lasting emotional scars. Subsequently, she removed those accolades from her resume and refrained from discussing them with colleagues. If General Manager Hao truly knew about this, it would imply that he held her in high regard. Award-winning home designs are often the easiest to be forgotten over time, and only those with genuine interest would notice such works from years past. Yet, it seems implausible. If he truly valued her, why had he consistently subjected her to mockery and outright insults? General Manager Hao seemed to have guessed her thoughts and remarked, "You must be wondering, if that is the case, why have I been so stringent with you? Far more so than with Xiao Qian and Li Hao. In fact, I initially intended to appoint you as the design director. I bet you didn't see that coming." Lu Xiu was completely taken aback. Lu Xiu was utterly stunned. Hearing General Manager Hao speak so earnestly made it seem real. However, she thought, "Oh my, this is too dramatic." Life had orchestrated two theatrical developments on the same day for her. Following a couple of years of harsh realities, she felt as though she were in a dream. Moved by General Manager Hao's sincere words, tears shimmered in her eyes. Who could have imagined that he valued her so highly and was willing to invest such effort in nurturing her talent? The man, who appeared rather unremarkable, possessed such discerning vision. Lu Xiu found herself at a loss for words. The shift was too sudden, and she struggled to adjust out on the other end of the line. General Manager Hao sensed her hesitation and asked, "Lu Xiu, have you truly gone for an interview? If so, which company have you agreed to?" He added, "Alternatively, I could use it as a reference if it truly aligns better with your development. I am willing to step aside. However, if it's a matter of compensation, let us negotiate. I can set your base salary at 6,000, but how does that sound?" Lu Xiu hesitated for a moment before replying. "Actually, I haven't agreed yet," he remarked. "You see, one should never hastily accept an offer without thoroughly understanding a company. Although you are indeed a remarkable talent, exceptional individuals are common, but true mentors are rare." "Which company is it?" "Yun Heiyuan, the one with the surname Tang." "Is it Mr. Hao? Do you know him as well?" Lu Xiu had her doubts, and upon hearing Mr. Hao's words, she felt a mixture of disappointment, relief, and loss. "Is it him?" Mr. Hao pressed. "Yes." Soon, a Honda Accord appeared, and Mr. Hao alighted from the vehicle with a beaming smile. This command made Lu Xiu feel as though she were floating in midair. It seemed that Mr. Hao's words were indeed true. Yet, even if they were true, the forcefulness of it felt excessive. She glanced at her colleagues, each of them wearing smiles, seemingly unperturbed, as though they were mentally prepared for this moment. In his elation, Mr. Hao instructed Miss Huang at the front desk to place an order at a restaurant for the entire staff to dine together, holding a grand welcome for director Lu Siyu upon her return. In the ebb and flow of comings and goings, such a monumental shift in status left Lu Siyu feeling surreal and disoriented, instinctively wanting to resist and halt the tide of festivity that surged forth like a tidal wave. Caught in its currents, she had no choice but to follow, with scarcely a moment to ponder. Upon returning to her dormitory, she finally had the opportunity to collect her thoughts, and unease began to settle in, deepening with each passing moment. Throughout her interactions, she had consistently perceived disdain and irritation in Mr. Hao's gaze. Of course, there were fleeting glimpses of desire when he beheld her figure and visage, yet apart from that, she felt no sense of appreciation or acceptance. During her sketching practice, she had been diligently honing her observational skills. Over time, her ability to observe had improved significantly, allowing her to capture fleeting expressions quite comprehensively. If Mr. Hao's expressions truly encompassed the admiration and nurturing attitude he professed, then she felt compelled to completely reevaluate her understanding of human expression. The absence of such feelings was palpable, even today. She sensed no warmth or cherished regard. Analyzing his expressions, she discerned genuine happiness, but alongside that, a deeper, more meaningful expression of triumph, a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a hunter who knows their prey cannot escape their grasp. Why had Mr. Hao suddenly placed such importance on her, yet simultaneously revealed that air of self-satisfaction? Why did her colleagues harbor no doubts? This was the source of Lu Siyu's profound unease. Her greatest fear was that he viewed her as a desperate woman, willing to offer herself in exchange for survival and status in today's workplace. Such scenarios seem increasingly common. Some of her classmates had engaged in similar transactions during their student years, leading to the unfortunate fate of a certain overweight individual who had made his bed the condition for her graduation certificate. Yet, she was inherently a person of principle, not one to bend so easily. Had she been, she would not find herself in her current predicament. Was Mr. Hao employing such tactics to achieve his objectives? It did not seem so, for as he himself stated, his singular focus now was money. Once he had money, everything else would follow, including the choice of beautiful women at his leisure to pursue a goal that may not even be attainable. And to incur such a significant cost does not quite align with his usual demeanor. So, what could possibly be the reason behind this? The following day at work, she noticed something peculiar about Mr. Hao. Unlike his usual habit of arriving over an hour after others, he was already present before her arrival, exuding an unusual energy and even donning a tie. Upon encountering Lu Siyu, he cheerfully greeted her. "Good morning, Director Liu." In a moment of daze, Lu Siyu realized that she was indeed the Director Lu he referred to, and she offered an awkward smile. As she entered the design studio, Li Hao was already there, listening to music. Upon noticing her entrance, he removed his headphones and smiled warmly, saying, "Congratulations." Li Hao continued, "After you left yesterday, just as he was about to finish his sentence, Mr. Hao's laughter echoed into the design studio, and he entered, chuckling. Li Hao remarked, "Mr. Hao looks particularly dashing today." Mr. Hao responded, "What are you saying? Have I not always been this dashing? Huh? Have you all had breakfast? Research indicates that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Indispensable. Isn't it? Huh?" Both Li Hao and Lu Siyu affirmed that they had eaten, and he chuckled as he seated himself on the sofa, saying, "Then I suppose I've missed the opportunity to treat you to breakfast." At that moment, Xiao Qian arrived, and Mr. Hao jokingly said, "Beauty, you're late. I'll have to penalize you by making you buy us milk." Xiao Qian glanced around at everyone, and Li Hao interjected, "Mr. Hao is in good spirits today. He is just teasing you." Mr. Hao burst into laughter and engaged them in delightful conversation, discussing the hardships of working for others before embarking on entrepreneurship and the awkwardness he faced while pursuing his wife. They chatted freely for over an hour, but as his demeanor began to shift towards unease, he pressed on with the conversation until nearly 11 o'clock, when he could no longer sit still. He abruptly claimed to have remembered an urgent matter and left the design studio. As Mr. Hao passed the front desk, he handed a business card to Miss Huang, instructing her to call the number on it to inquire about the situation. Miss Huang dialed the number, only to be met with the response, "The user is currently unavailable. Please try again later." She relayed this to Mr. Hao, who grew increasingly agitated, instructing her to wait a few minutes before trying again. After several attempts, the response remained unchanged. Half an hour had passed, and still the same message greeted them. Noticing Mr. Hao's displeasure, Miss Huang suggested, "Mr. Hao, it seems likely that the number is unreachable." Mr. Hao's expression darkened, and he remained silent. merely stating, "Call back in half an hour." Damn it, before turning to ascend to the executive office. Nearly 20 minutes later, Miss Huang dialed the number once more, and surprisingly, it connected, but no one answered. She informed Mr. How that the call had gone through, yet there was no response, which only deepened his frown. Undeterred, he dialed again, but this time it went to voicemail, and on the next attempt, the phone had been switched off. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hao stood up in frustration, and Miss Huang cautiously remarked, "Mr. Hao, could it be that we've been deceived?" Mr. Hao remained silent, taking a seat once more. Miss Huang continued, "Isn't it rather coincidental? They arrived just after Lu Xiu leaves. In this day and age, there are countless swindlers that I suspected something was amiss yesterday, that I noticed they were all wearing counterfeit designer labels. Perhaps that bespectacled one resembles Secretary Fan. But who can guarantee that?" Mr. Hao remained silent. Ms. Huang remarked, "Consider this. Just because of a few competition awards, they are so eager to offer such a substantial sum. In this day and age, what awards are devoid of ulterior motives? If I wished, I could easily purchase an award myself, let alone a first prize. Even a special prize could be acquired. Who dares to assert that Lu Xiu's accolades were not bought? What does a single award signify? Why do they ascribe such tremendous value to it? Are they simply swimming in excess funds, or are they merely foolish? Yet, the deposit of 100,000 yuan is something the other party is genuinely prepared to submit. They even presented a check. Surely, this cannot be a fabrication, can it? Mr. Hao remained mute. By now, it was already lunchtime. Yet he felt no pangs of hunger. It wasn't until the afternoon that the other side finally placed a call to Ms. Huang, inquiring about the individual who had contacted them at noon. Upon learning that it was Rue Decoration, they expressed their apologies, indicating that they were supposed to finalize a contract today. However, due to unforeseen circumstances within the group, they had been occupied on site. They explained that they were in a meeting when her call came through, thus could not answer. The signing would need to be postponed, with no definitive timeline available. They would contact her once the situation was resolved. Their tone was relatively courteous, and after concluding the conversation, they hung up. Ms. Huang relayed this situation to Mr. Hao, who let out a sigh of relief. Finally acknowledging the sensation of hunger, observing his unwavering conviction, Ms. Huang felt a flicker of hope and candidly stated, "Still in a meeting past noon. What kind of excuse is that? It's evident they recognized our company's call, but lacked a suitable pretext to decline. So they resorted to claiming a meeting afterwards. They truly consider the people from Rue Decoration to be fools." Initially, from the reception to the finance department, they showered her with sycophantic smiles, radiating sincerity and warmth, as if their camaraderie had been a continuum since 10,000 years ago. Yet, the smiles gradually morphed. The friendship that had purportedly spanned millennia began to wane, transforming into mere polite smiles exchanged among strangers. By lunchtime, the smiles had vanished entirely, replaced by cold glances, leading her to sense an underlying resentment. As the workday drew to a close, those cold stares had evolved into a familiar, dismissive disdain, suggesting that their animosity had indeed begun eons ago. Otherwise, such contempt would not run so deep. As the day ended, Xiao Qian and Li Hao had not completed their tasks and thus were compelled to stay late. The newly appointed head of the design department spent the entire day idly, feeling despondent as he left work. As the workday drew to a close, Xiao Qian and Li Hao courteously bid her farewell, while the front desk and finance department seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own tasks, their expressions conveying an unspoken demand for the repayment of the millions owed to them before any further engagement. What unexpected events transpired yesterday, and what occurrences were anticipated yet failed to materialize today? Why, in less than a day, does it feel as though General Hao has unceremoniously cast her down from the heights of her aspirations? She recalled Tang Xinhai's words and, before the end of her shift, managed to find the bus route that passed by Tang Xinhai's studio. After work, she boarded the bus and disembarked at the nearest stop to the studio, ultimately locating the Yunheyuan studio across the street. The studio was still open, illuminated by warm lights. It was evident that the space, though modest in size, was exquisitely decorated in a minimalist style, a stark contrast to the gaudy decor of Rui. Inside, a man and a woman were each preoccupied with their own tasks. The man was Tang Xinhai, while the woman was likely his girlfriend. They occasionally glanced anxiously outside, and Lu Xiu felt an unsettling sensation in her heart. As if they were searching for her, a pang of guilt washing over her for having let them down. After a moment's hesitation, she finally dialed Tang Xinhai's number. "Mr. Tang, this is Lu Xiu." "Hello. Hello. Where are you now? Did you have trouble finding the place? Yunxia and I have been waiting for you. Tang Xinhai's voice brimmed with excitement, palpable even through the phone. What you mean is that he said, a hint of disappointment lacing his tone. Might be unable to. I'm sorry. After a brief silence, Tang Xinhai responded, I understand. Has someone else reached out to you? That's all right. It's just a bit disappointing. Thank you for calling to inform me. Lu Xiyu felt a wave of guilt. She had intended to say more, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words and hastily ended the call. Stunned, she boarded the bus, her heart heavy. Another day had passed. General Hao's demeanor grew increasingly grim. Then another day slipped by, and yet another. Lu Xiyu eventually concluded that General Hao's state that day might have been merely a fleeting reaction to some provocation. The so-called emphasis on nurturing appeared more like a reluctant excuse. Each day, she summoned the courage to enter the company. While the front desk resumed its previous disdain, the design department continued to show indifference. And General Hao remained consistently sullen. The sole change was that she could now leave on time, as she bore no tasks and was exempt from overtime, while Xiao Qian and Li Hao each juggled one or two assignments, necessitating their extended hours. Thus, she persevered. Yet, in truth, it was General Hao who endured the greater torment. Over these past few days, Miss Huang had been maintaining contact with Fan Xing as per his instructions, but the latter either did not answer the calls or, upon answering, merely asked her to wait, insisting there was no rush and that he would reach out in due time. In subsequent attempts, he simply declined the calls altogether. He really thinks he can toy with us, doesn't he? General Hao? Miss Huang remarked. General Hao had managed to maintain his patience until now, a feat of considerable difficulty. On that day, Fan Xing once again declined the call, prompting Miss Huang to be blunt and state, Mr. Hao, have you been muddled by that 1 million? I must say, Mr. Hao, I truly believe you are rather naive. Mr. Hao sneered and replied, do you think I am genuinely that naive? It merely concerns me that such matters do not result in any loss on my part. I simply wish to observe. Miss Huang retorted, no loss, you say? By offering Lu Xiyu such a high base salary, even if she does nothing, how much do you have to pay her each day? Enraged, Mr. Hao exclaimed, salary. Do you believe I would dismiss her and she would dare to utter a word about salary? I could easily make her regret it. It was a waste of my money to treat you all to a meal, several thousand yuan. Do you think I just picked this money off the ground? Damn it. I won't give her a single cent. She should leave by tomorrow. On the 8th day, seizing the moment when there were no clients, Lu Xiyu was engrossed in reviewing materials on her computer when Mr. Hao barged into the design office. Hearing the hurried and heavy footsteps, Lu Xiyu looked up to find Mr. Hao's face contorted with fury. Her heart sank as she turned away, and Mr. Hao coldly stated, Lu Xiyu, you may leave. Lu Xiyu momentarily failed to comprehend and replied, what? Mr. Hao shouted, I said get out. The farther, the better. Chapter 10. A Glimmer of Hope, Part 1. With her fantasy shattered, Lu Xiyu crumbled completely. Yet she appeared remarkably composed. Could you provide a reason? She inquired to Mr. Hao. In a fit of hysteria, roared Lu Xiyu, enough? Do you think that by finding 2 frauds to deceive me, you could achieve your ends? Do you think I am a fool? Confused, Lu Xiyu retorted coolly, what 2 frauds? I have never sought anyone to deceive you, nor do I possess the means to hire con artists. Still in denial, are we? Very well, deny it all you want. But leave immediately. Lu Xiyu began to grasp the situation. Mr. Hao, if you believe there is an issue, I can resign. Please settle my wages for these past few days. I will leave at once. Mr. Hao bellowed. What? Do you have no shame? You expect me to pay you? I have been more than courteous by not demanding compensation for damages. Lu Xiyu insisted. You must pay my salary, for you have caused me to lose a better job. What? I have worked here for 6 days. You are obligated to calculate my wages accordingly. You stated that my monthly salary is 6,000 yuan. Thus you owe me 6,000 divided by 22 multiplied by 6. Lu Xiyu retrieved her phone. That amounts to 1636 yuan. This is what I am entitled to, and you cannot refuse. After a year of working here, if there was any improvement, it was her newfound ability to calculate severance pay. Mr. Hao, infuriated, clenched his fists and declared, you dare to demand my money? I have no money. I only have 1 life. Lu Xiyu responded, I do not want your life. I want the money if you do not pay me. I will not leave. Mr. Hao shouted, damn it. When I say I have 1 life, I do not mean mine but yours. If you continue to prattle, do you believe I won't take your life? You deceived me into recklessly discarding a client. causing me to treat you to a meal for no reason, and now you dare to demand a salary. Are you in need of money? If so, consider selling something. Loosen your belt, and everything will fall into place. It is far more honorable than deceit, Lu Xiu retorted. Mr. Hao, I neither deceive nor steal. It is a fundamental right to receive my wages. To insult me is a violation of the law, and I can call the authorities immediately. Do you believe me? She brandished her phone. Mr. Hao, incensed, clenched his fists and lunged towards her, but Miss Huang quickly intervened, whispering, Mr. Hao, please calm down. You should just pay her. Look how composed she remains in this moment. Most girls would have crumbled by now. She is clearly accustomed to manipulation. You cannot outweed her. Just give her the money. Over 1,000 yuan. If this escalates, will you still be able to run your company? Mr. Hao replied, Why should I pay a con artist? Am I a fool? Miss Huang countered, Do you have any evidence? You do not. However, it is indisputable that she has been working here, with cameras recording her presence. Just pay her. Reluctantly, he agreed. Mr. Hao glared at Lu Xiu, standing calmly to the side, and begrudgingly said, Transfer her 1,636 yuan, and be gone. I assure you, this is not over between us. Lu Xiu calmly stated, Given your attitude, I prefer cash over a bank transfer. Once she entered the taxi, she felt her legs weaken. She had barely managed to secure her wages before feeling on the brink of collapse, when the driver inquired about her destination. She hesitated, ultimately lacking the courage to disclose the address of Yunheyuan's studio, and instead provided her rental address. During the ride, she hastily deleted all contacts from Rui Decoration, including WeChat and QQ. Exiting all group chats, suddenly, she recalled Mr. Hao's ominous words, feeling a twinge of fear. After much contemplation, she concluded that it would be wise to leave the city as soon as possible to ensure her safety. Had she chosen Yunheyuan studio days earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, her own doubts, hesitations, and unrealistic fantasies had led her to this predicament, leaving her too ashamed to face Tang Xinhai. She scrolled through her missed calls and messages, most of which were from former colleagues, including Xiao Qian, Li Hao, and even Miss Huang. Without a second glance, she deleted them all. Upon seeing a particular message, she recalled Mr. Hao's words, suspecting that the two con artists had begun to target her directly. Infuriated, she impulsively dialed their number, and before the other party could speak, she shouted, Stop your deceit. What have I done to deserve this? Why are you toying with me? I've lost my job and am preparing to leave this city. Are you satisfied now? The following morning, she successfully returned her rental property, leaving her with nearly 4,000 yuan. Grabbing her luggage, she departed the dormitory. She had failed to fulfill the promises she once made to herself, leaving the city in a state of defeat and disgrace. After sending her message, she exhaled deeply. Resigning herself to the end of her journey here, she removed her SIM card and discarded it on the ground. Resolving to leave behind any lingering hopes or expectations, she was determined to bid a final farewell to this place. However, she truly did not wish to take that step. After graduation, when her ambitions soared high and she firmly believed that her talents were destined to be of use, she arrived in a bustling metropolis without a second thought. Yet, a year later, she found herself in such a predicament at this moment. She was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, and a thought, which she had suppressed countless times, surged forth once more. How wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend by her side. When Lu Xiu arrived at the train station, it was already midday. Rushing to the ticket counter, she discovered that there were still hard seat tickets available for the 2:30 p.m. train. So she purchased one and proceeded directly to the waiting area. Finding a discreet spot, she took out her phone, listening to music while quietly reading an e-book. As time passed gradually, it was finally nearing her boarding time. Some anxious passengers had already risen, forming a queue, and Lu Xiu too stood up, adjusted her shoulder bag, and wheeled her suitcase toward the line at that moment. Someone approached her, cautiously saying, Are you Lu Xiu? Standing before her was an ordinary girl, reminiscent of a neighbor, dressed simply yet neatly. Her face was flushed as she wiped the sweat from her brow and gasped for breath, all while smiling at Lu Xiu. The girl's smile was remarkably genuine, exuding warmth and familiarity. Lu Xiu blurted out, It's you. What a coincidence. The girl replied, No, do you know me? Lu Xiu continued, I saw you and Mr. Tang when I passed by the Yunheyuan studio last time. But I didn't catch your name. Yunjia. She responded, Why didn't you come in when you were passing by? Mr. Tang truly admires you. Even if you don't come, we could still be friends or business partners. Couldn't we? Yunjia asked. Are you really leaving? Lu Xiu nodded, bittersweetly stating, It's regrettable. Yunjia insisted, We don't want you to go. We wish to keep you here. If that's possible, that I came specifically to persuade you to stay. Mr. Tang wanted to come as well for a better chance, but he had a client to attend to. I promised him I would find a way to locate you and keep you here. Lu Xiu found it curious that Yunjia was still catching her breath and wiping her sweat, especially with the air conditioning being so effective. It became clear that she must have run quite a distance to find her. Warmth flooded Lu Xiu's heart as she asked, But how did you know I would be here? Yunjia replied, Mr. Tang guessed, though I'm not certain if he was right. However, I believe in fate if it is meant to be. We will surely meet again, and I will ensure you remain. Lu Xiu felt a twinge of emotion, momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes glistening. She said, Thank you, Mr. Tang, and thank you, Yunjia, but I truly feel unworthy to face. Yunjia kindly remarked, What are you saying? That is all in the past. Lu Xiu remarked, In truth, my decision to remain there was not motivated by the compensation nor a lack of faith in Mr. Tang. Rather, it stemmed from my own self-doubt. I feared that upon my arrival in your midst, you might discover that my presence was merely a consequence of error. It seemed more prudent to avoid the disillusionment of shattered illusions from the outset. Yunxiao inquired, Is that truly the case? Lu Xiu continued, Even now, I still harbor such concerns. Therefore, please convey to Mr. Tang that you still wish to evade this. Yunxiao extended her hand to grasp Lu Xiu's, saying, The experiences of over a year in this city have eroded your self-confidence. In this regard, you are unlike Tang Xinhai, who, regardless of the fluctuations he encounters here, maintains unwavering belief in himself. Lu Xiu replied, From listening to Mr. Tang speak, I recognize that his understanding of design surpasses my own, and I am confident that his designs will be exceptional. There is no need for him to seek further assistance. Lu Xiu nodded. Yunxiao remarked, He asserts that all designs require rationality and inspiration. He possesses keen rationality and meticulous thought. However, he lacks that innate spark, a quality bestowed by fate that cannot be compensated for later. His interest in you arises from your inherent creativity. He believes that if your inspiration were to complement his rigor, the designs would possess vitality and come to life. Lu Xiu felt a stirring in her heart. The term inspiration was frequently mentioned by a professor during her university years, who had praised her, noting that her distinction from her peers lay precisely in this attribute. It seemed that Tang Xinhai's high regard for her was founded on a genuine understanding of her abilities, causing her to hesitate. That moment, the announcement system in the train station chimed, reminding passengers that a train would depart in half an hour, urging ticket holders to queue at the boarding gate. Yunxia added, Mr. Tang also mentioned that if he merely sought to engage in trivial endeavors, being an ordinary boss would suffice. However, for greater success, he requires talents such as yourself. If you join us, we could potentially evolve into a design team with influence comparable to Yuanxiang Studio. Lu Xiu responded, But, indeed, humor serves as a lubricant between unfamiliar acquaintances, and Lu Xiu felt touched. Then I shall refrain from being overly sentimental. I am grateful to Mr. Tang and to you. Following Yunxia out of the waiting room, she requested Yunxia to keep an eye on her luggage. Yunxia asked, What's the matter? Lu Xiu replied, I must promptly refund my ticket. It could save me several hundred yuan. Yunxia quickly responded, All right, if a refund is not possible, I will ask Mr. Tang to reimburse you. As Lu Xiu walked away, Yunxia exhaled deeply. Upon entering the doorway of Yunheiyuan Studio, Lu Xiu took a moment to closely observe this small, yet elegant workspace. Though only a little over 20 square meters, the entire area was open, devoid of any meeting rooms or managerial offices, creating an impression of spaciousness. Tang Xinhai was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man, an intellectual bespectacled figure, who, upon noticing Lu Xiu's arrival, remarked, Mr. Li, this is our designer Lu Xiu, whom I mentioned to you earlier. The middle-aged man responded, What a young and beautiful designer. Tang Xinhai remarked, Though youthful, the design is truly exceptional. To be frank, I am in awe. Lu Xiu was about to modestly respond when the middle-aged man interjected, Is that so? Yet, I have not encountered her before. The middle-aged man continued, I greatly admire President Tang's design approach. The several proposals you just presented each possess their own merits. I have visited a few design studios, yet I find myself more drawn to yours. You claim that designer Lu surpasses you. Is that indeed the case? Tang Xinhai replied, Designer Lu, Why don't you take a look and perhaps offer some suggestions regarding Mr. Li's layout and the surrounding conditions? Upon opening his computer, Lu Xiyu approached to examine it. Tang Xinhai added, Mr. Li is a senior high school Chinese teacher, quite cultured and fond of reading. However, he possesses a dynamic spirit, enjoying sports competitions. His wife, a music teacher, has a more vibrant personality, relishing in song and dance. And their child is currently in middle school. Li nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with Tang Xinhai's introduction, which indicated that Tang was sincerely invested in his design, fully grasping Mr. Li's circumstances. Tang Xinhai further elaborated on the community's features, including floor levels and lighting, with remarkable detail. After concluding his presentation, Tang Xinhai retrieved his hand-drawn sketches, both the floor plan and the renderings, leaning towards a more traditional style. The hand-drawing was commendable, with smooth lines and a well-expressed texture, demonstrating a design that thoroughly considered the client's requirements. This impressed Lu Xiyu, as most designers merely feign interest in the client's situation, treating it as a superficial process without genuine focus on the design. The middle-aged man chuckled, I concede that these proposals are all commendable. However, I am uncertain which one is superior. Designer Lu, why don't you share your thoughts? Lu Xiyu responded, I too find them all quite excellent. Selecting any of the proposals would pose no issue. Tang Xinhai interjected, this statement can be interpreted as saying that any option is acceptable, which translates to none being truly appealing. It merely suggests that the general direction is sound, yet none have genuinely resonated with you. Therefore, we must employ a precise stroke of brilliance to achieve a breakthrough. I have been contemplating this for several days, seeking a solution. Lu Xiyu, which proposal do you think could serve as the breakthrough? In that moment, Lu Xiyu felt a significant weight of pressure. If such excellent proposals were not acknowledged, it indicated a matter of client psychology rather than skill. What could she possibly offer as a remedy? Tang Xinhai then suggested, Mr. Li, how about this? Why not return tomorrow, allowing designer Lu some time to reflect? Mr. Li agreed. Very well. President Tang. I appreciate your continued efforts. I initially intended to finalize a proposal today, but it seems I must trouble you further, and I truly apologize for that. Yunxia handed a cup of water to Mr. Li, saying, Not at all. We are the ones who should feel embarrassed for not having settled on a proposal for you yet. Given the warm weather, please enjoy this cup of tea before you leave. Li replied, No worries, I drove over. Nevertheless, despite the difficulty of suppressing her enthusiasm, she still brought over tea, sipping it slowly. Turning her head, she noticed Lu Xiyu meticulously comparing several hand-drawn proposals by Tang Xinhai, prompting a subtle smile to grace her lips. Initially, Lu Xiyu had believed that Tang Xinhai's designs were beyond reproach. However, the fleeting emotion that teacher Li had inadvertently displayed ignited her competitive spirit. Moreover, given the considerable effort that Yunxia had exerted to bring her here, she felt compelled not to disappoint them. Yet, from a professional standpoint, these designs were indeed impeccable. The client's indecision was, as Tang Xinhai had pointed out, due to the absence of a proposal that could distinctly resonate with him. His unarticulated psychological needs remained unfulfilled. The client, a middle-aged Chinese teacher, coincidentally shared the same profession as Lu Xiyu's father. Lu Xiyu pondered whether she could approach this from that angle. Would this teacher, much like her father, possess a subconscious yearning for romance and refinement? Otherwise, why would these stable designs fail to captivate him? Lost in thought, inspiration suddenly struck her. After flipping through several proposals, she turned to Tang Xinhai and said, Tang, I believe I have an idea. Where are your colored pencils? Tang Xinhai promptly retrieved the entire set of hand-drawing tools, and Lu Xiyu seized a pencil and began to sketch. This was the first time Tang Xinhai witnessed Lu Xiyu drawing. Observing her swift and skillful strokes, he nodded in approval. Teacher Li, still sipping his tea, grew curious and leaned in to watch. He was impressed by Lu Xiyu's adept technique, precise perspective, and exquisite use of color. What was more, she worked with remarkable speed. In no time, a rough layout of the living room began to take shape. Li took the drawing, exclaiming, Yes, yes. How did you think to add this shaped cabinet here? Placing these items instantly elevates the design. It possesses elegance with a hint of romance. I suspect my wife would adore it. Tang Xinhai replied, Indeed, the addition of this uniquely shaped furniture brings the ambience to life, akin to a quiet woman revealing a playful charm, instantly becoming more vibrant. Mr. Li, encouraged by this description, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, your analogy, Tang, is quite vivid. Let us go with this. Lu Xiu, initially feeling a bit apprehensive, was now both delighted and bashful upon hearing their praise. Yunxia, equally thrilled, approached to tidy the table. Their arms brushed. The two young women exchanged sweet smiles, instantly forging a deep connection. Tang Xinhai remarked, "Mr. Li, I believe we can proceed with this proposal to create the computer-generated visualization.m or .l." I hesitated momentarily. I am quite satisfied with this proposal. Should the other aspects be designed in a similar vein? Tang Xinhai reassured him, "Rest assured, you can see how quickly designer Lu has provided you with such a perfect solution. She will certainly take all these considerations into account when developing the computer-generated images. Besides, if the outcome is unsatisfactory, revisions can always be made. M or L. I conceded. That makes sense. Tang Xinhai continued. Then, may I kindly request the payment for the second phase of the design work? Teacher Li readily agreed. No problem. That is only fair. Upon witnessing the satisfaction of the client, Lu Xiu felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. This marked the first time in over a year that she had garnered client recognition. Although her contributions were merely slight modifications based on Tang Xinhai's groundwork, it was evident that this minor alteration had indeed resonated with the client. Moreover, the greater source of joy was that she had ultimately not disappointed Tang Xinhai and Yunxia. Observing Yunxia happily issuing an invoice to the client filled her with immense gratification. Lu Xiu had finally established her footing at Yunheiyuan. Her initial endeavor had proceeded smoothly, leaving him or Li with a favorable impression, which rendered him more receptive to Lu Xiu's comprehensive design package, requiring minimal alterations. Within a week, the proposal was approved. Although the total design fee amounted to just over 10,000 yuan, a good beginning is half the battle won. Yunxia's doubts dissipated, while Lu Xiu discovered her genuine sense of design. Tang Xinhai promptly engaged a professional photographer to capture several portraits of Lu Xiu in her professional attire, selecting the finest image to be printed and prominently displayed in the studio. This was accompanied by a written description of her accolades over the years, as well as being featured on the studio's homepage and its official WeChat account, where Mr. Li's elegant residence's design renderings and the newly appointed principal designer, Lu Xiu, were ceremoniously introduced. Having resided in the city for many years, Tang Xinhai graduated from a prestigious local architectural design university and remained in the city for work post-graduation. Yunxia was his high school sweetheart, who, due to various circumstances, had not pursued higher education and instead sought employment in the area. Coming from a modest background, Tang Xinhai relied on Yunxia's support throughout his studies in his senior year. He secured a promising position at a renowned design institute, where his career progressed smoothly, with salary increases over the years, culminating in a promotion to design supervisor last year. However, following his promotion, his team encountered difficulties with a minor project, leading to a series of rejections from the client, who ultimately lost patience and withdrew the order. This setback profoundly affected Tang Xinhai, who, unable to withstand the pressure, resigned. Subsequently, he sought employment at other companies, but their compensation could not compare to his previous position. This prompted him to contemplate establishing his own venture, an idea that received Yunxia's unwavering support. Consequently, he utilized his savings to establish the studio. The studio faced considerable struggles. In such a vast metropolis, the survival strategy for small firms was not design but construction, often relying on meager profits. For a diminutive design studio, this was exceedingly challenging. Lower-end clients did not possess specialized design needs, opting for construction firms where design services were complementary. High-end clients, on the other hand, would directly seek out well-known design firms, entirely disregarding the existence of such small studios. Had it not been for Tang Xinhai's accumulation of several respectable clients in his former company, who were willing to refer minor projects to him, the studio might have long since shuttered its doors. Tang Xinhai understood that relying on small clients and minor projects would make it arduous to grow, prompting him to seek out exceptional designers. On one hand, he recognized that as a designer, he also needed to engage in marketing and business development, a daunting task akin to playing the role of both father and mother. On the other hand, an individual can easily become narrow-minded. The withdrawal of a project at his former company served as a poignant example. Thus, it was imperative that he find a competent designer. He had previously trialed several candidates who had boasted impressively on their resumes. Yet after the trial period, he found them lacking and promptly pointed out their shortcomings. Those individuals, upon discovering the modest size of the company, felt a sense of indignation, and after the boss's remarks, they left without a word. Tang Xinhai felt that finding a skilled designer would not be an easy task, so he took the initiative to search within smaller companies, which ultimately led him to encounter Lu Xiyu. A moment he found immensely gratifying. Moreover, he enrolled Yunxia in a prestigious training institution's interior design elite course, recognizing that Lu Xiyu was dedicating more energy to her designs, while the quality of the computer-generated renderings remained mediocre. Yunxia had initially lacked confidence in her educational background, perpetually worrying that she would be of no assistance, but after enrolling, she felt a sense of reassurance. This marked the most stable and secure half-month since Lu Xiyu's arrival in S-City. However, by placing her information on the homepage, it was destined to attract extraordinary events, for many eyes in the world were watching her. Chapter 11. Overstepping Boundaries, Part 1. The day after Lu Xiyu's information and portfolio were published online, 3 individuals were diligently working in the studio when Tang Xinhai suddenly received a call from an unfamiliar number. He answered, and as he began to introduce the Yunheiyuan Design Studio, he was abruptly interrupted. "Is Lu Xiyu working for you?" came a man's voice, brimming with rudeness. "Yes, may I ask?" Tang Xinhai inquired politely. "I am from Rui Decoration, Lu Xiyu's former company. I am calling to inform you that you should dismiss this woman at once." The caller's tone was exceedingly domineering. "Rui Decoration? And you are my surname is Hao. I am the owner of Rui Decoration. Is this Mr. Hao? What advice do you have?" In response, Tang Xinhai's politeness piqued Lu Xiyu's interest. "Indeed, Tang. What you are doing is quite unscrupulous. Lu Xiyu has just been dismissed from my company, and she swindled over 1,000 yuan from me, causing me to lose a client, out of courtesy. You should let her go as well, and I will refer clients to you in the future." Tang Xinhai's courtesy caused Mr. Hao to temper his approach to Mr. Hao. "It is not appropriate to speak in such a manner. Lu Xiyu is currently my lead designer, and we are exceedingly pleased with her work, as are our clients. I regret to inform you that I cannot comply with your request. Is it a matter of not giving face? Just say yes or no. It is a simple matter. It is quite puzzling. This is a matter concerning our studio. Mr. Hao, I cannot grant you such a favor, Mr. Tang. Are you suggesting that you would rather stand against me than dismiss this employee?" Tang Xinhai felt a surge of anger and remarked, "Mr. Hao, is this truly entertaining? My studio has no prior association with you, and your demands seem rather unreasonable. Let me clarify, Lu Xiyu is not someone I have taken in. Rather, I have invited her to assist me, and I consider it a privilege that she has chosen to remain here." Upon hearing Tang Xinhai's firm stance, the other party shifted his tone and replied, "President Tang, I may not have articulated myself well earlier. My intentions are for your benefit. Are you certain you are not being deceived by her? Has someone suggested they would pay her for design work? Do you genuinely believe her words? She is nothing but a fraud." Tang Xinhai countered, "I have not heard such claims. Do not slander her. My invitation was based on my belief that she is among the most talented designers I have encountered. That is my personal opinion, which you are free to dispute, but refrain from labeling her a fraud without cause. Thank you for your advice, but I must return to work now, so I shall take my leave." The man, surnamed Hao, insisted, "You must dismiss her. Otherwise, do not expect to continue in this industry." Before he could finish, Tang Xinhai abruptly hung up the phone. He muttered, "Indeed, he is quite the piece of work." Yunxiao expressed her concern, saying, "I understand, but there was no need for you to confront him so aggressively. I have heard he is from Province A and particularly unscrupulous. Your words may provoke trouble." Tang Xinhai replied impatiently, "He is the one being discourteous and overstepping his bounds. Who does he think he is, an industry elite or a big shot? Even Su Yuanxiang would not behave so rudely." Lu Xiyu interjected, "Does he wish for you to dismiss me?" "Yes, it is absurd that he fails to recognize talent and does not appreciate it, yet he meddles in my affairs. What else did he say? Just nonsensical remarks that I can hardly remember. Rest assured, Lu Xiyu, I am not new to running a studio. This is a city governed by law, and he would not dare to take action against you." Yet, Lu Xiyu felt a twinge of fear and regretted insisting on taking that sum of over 1,000 yuan in wages. The call from Mr. Hao confirmed his true character as a petty individual. Considering the proximity of Rui Decoration, to claim she was unperturbed would merely be self-deception. The following morning, the 3 were engaged in their respective tasks. Lu Xiyu concealed herself in the innermost corner, focusing on enhancing computer-rendered designs, while Tang Xinhai communicated with a client and Yunxia busied herself with various tasks. That moment, a Honda Accord suddenly pulled up beside the studio, and Mr. Hao, accompanied by a burly man, stormed into the workspace. Upon entering, He pointed at the portrait of Lu Xiu displayed prominently and loudly proclaimed, "Lead designer, Lu Xiu, at the tender age of 23, possesses an extraordinary artistic talent. Her innate spirituality and boundless potential enable her to effortlessly capture the fleeting sparks of inspiration that flash like lightning, imbuing her designs with an enchanting allure. This remarkable ability is also the primary reason she has won National Design Awards 3 times. Even while still in university, her addition has allowed Yunheiyuan Studio to thrive. Haha, utterly laughable. Winning awards during her university years, how shameless. She doesn't even hold a university diploma. This little fly-by-night company intending to rely on deceiving clients for the long haul. The studio, previously serene, was instantly disrupted by his boisterous outburst. Yunxiao, unfamiliar with him, hurried over upon hearing his words and said, "Sir, please take a seat. Let us discuss this calmly." Tang Xinhai addressed the client. "I apologize. Please hold on for a moment." He then turned to Yunxiao, saying, "He is Mr. Hao, the owner of Rui Decoration. There's no need to accommodate him. His large presence cannot be contained here." Mr. Hao arrogantly declared, "Where's the great designer Lu Xiu? Bring her forth. I demand she reimburse me." Tang Xinhai retorted, "What grounds do you have to demand payment from her? Does she owe you anything?" "She does owe me," Mr. Hao insisted. "How much does she owe you?" 10,000. What of it? Are you planning to pay for her? If so, then you can return the money, and we shall leave." He scanned the entire studio, and upon failing to see Lu Xiu emerge, he became more audacious, shouting, "If she doesn't repay me, I shall come here daily to cause a ruckus until she does." A burly man beside him bellowed, "Did you hear that? Where is Lu Xiu? She needs to pay up." Why had Mr. Hao come? It turned out that less than half an hour after he had dismissed Lu Xiu, Miss Huang received a call from Secretary Fan, explaining that due to unforeseen circumstances, he and Chairman Bai had to personally attend to an urgent matter, because it was quite complex and located out of town. It took longer than expected, resulting in the missed signing appointment. Now that everything had been resolved, he called to inquire if Miss Huang had consulted with designer Lu, and if there were no issues, they could sign the contract the following day. Surprisingly, about half an hour later, Secretary Fan arrived at the company. To Miss Huang's astonishment, he did not criticize her or accuse them of being frauds. Nor did he blame the company for dismissing Lu Xiu. Instead, he politely asked if she could assist in locating Lu Xiu and handed her a 100 yuan note, requesting her help in finding Lu Xiu's contact information. After obtaining the number, he thanked her and promptly departed. However, they soon departed and returned, inquiring if there were alternative means of communication. Their mobile phones remained unreachable, and they asked if there was WeChat or QQ. Without hesitation, they handed over another 100 yuan to Miss Huang. After Miss Huang provided her WeChat ID, he received a call, which presumably informed him of Lu Xiu's habit of deactivating her phone and ceasing to use WeChat after resigning. This prompted him to rush into the design studio, seeking assistance from the team to locate Lu Xiu. He offered a reward of 10,000 yuan for direct assistance in finding her, and 2,000 yuan for an accurate and effective address. That moment, General Manager Hao happened to be absent, and everyone in the company was brainstorming solutions. Yet no one knew Lu Xiu's residence. Only that she took a specific bus to the office each day. There were several images, among which some captured the profile of Secretary Fan, and one even showed by Chonglin with his back to the camera, engaged in conversation with someone. From the photographs, it was evident that the two individuals present were indeed those depicted. Upon viewing this update and the images, Miss Huang became fearful, as she had repeatedly emphasized that these two individuals were frauds. Yet the official website suggested otherwise. It seemed implausible that the secretary of such a large conglomerate would conspire to deceive over a young woman. Her concern was that if General Manager Hao were to see this, she would be at a loss for explanation. However, General Manager Hao was not a fool. He accessed the official website himself, and upon reviewing it, he became extremely agitated, immediately confronting Miss Huang with a harsh expression. This left Miss Huang feeling quite wronged, as she merely received a receptionist's salary and had no authority in administrative or personnel matters. She only offered suggestions. She firmly believed that there must be some underlying issue, for it was inconceivable that someone like Lu Xiu would receive a design fee of 1 million. Yet, General Manager Hao felt that, for the potential sum of 1 million, he should exercise more patience. It was Miss Huang's remarks that had caused him to lose his composure, even leading him to contemplate dismissing her and suspecting that she might be colluding with other companies to sabotage his financial interests. Strangely enough, The following morning, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the vicinity of Yun Heyuan's studio, but did not see Lu Siyu, which offered him a moment of relief. Unexpectedly, within half a month, Lu Siyu appeared on the homepage of Manting Fang, being prominently featured, which infuriated General Manager Haddadi feared that individuals from the Bai Group would see this and locate Lu Siyu. At this point, monetary concerns were secondary. His primary anxiety was the potential loss of face. If this unfortunate situation were indeed true, he would not only forfeit the money but also could not allow anyone else to benefit from it, preventing Lu Siyu from gaining recognition and ensuring she was driven out of S-City to avoid becoming a laughingstock in the local design community was his most urgent desire. Consequently, after failing to intimidate her over the phone, he decided to confront her in person. At that moment, Yunxia's face turned pale with fear as the two individuals approached aggressively. The burly man, towering at 6 feet tall with a muscular build and a full beard, was particularly intimidating. She instinctively glanced at Lu Siyu's designated workspace. Turned out that Lu Siyu's desk was positioned at the innermost part of the office, designed to provide designers with a degree of privacy. The high partition of her workstation meant that she was not visible from the entrance. Lu Siyu, perhaps startled, remained utterly still, and Yunxia, unaccustomed to such confrontational scenarios, began to feel increasingly anxious. Tang Xinhai, unfazed, calmly inquired, "You claim she defrauded you. Do you possess any documentation? She is a swindler who absconded with the money, and what evidence could there possibly be?" He continued. "This matter can be easily resolved. She is indeed present in my company. The sum of 10,000 yuan has reached the threshold for criminal fraud under national law. You may pursue legal recourse. Compensation should be made and penalties imposed, should it come to that. You can call the police at 110, but please do not disrupt my work. I ask you to leave." Zhong Hao was taken aback, not expecting Tang Xinhai to be so unyielding. "What do you mean? We should leave?" he retorted. The burly man sneered. "You think we can just leave on your command? Have you no sense of pride? Indeed, you should leave immediately," replied Tang Xinhai. The burly man growled. "What did you say?" Tang Xinhai coldly responded. "What does this matter have to do with you? Has Lu Siyu borrowed money from you as well?" The burly man was rendered speechless. Tang Xinhai addressed Zhong Hao. "Zhong, did you not assert that Lu Siyu defrauded you? Such a substantial amount has undoubtedly reached the threshold for legal action. This is merely the rational thinking of a responsible adult, is it not? Zhong, you appear to be at least 30. If you cannot even manage a situation involving fraud without resorting to intimidation through others, what business do you have running a company?" Zhong Hao replied. "She took my money and disappeared. I have no documentation. She is exceedingly cunning, having enlisted others to assist in her deceit, causing me to expend over 1,000 yuan to have her sit around in my company for several days, falsely claiming it was for work. Moreover, she even drove away a client, resulting in a direct loss of tens of thousands of yuan for me." His indignation grew. "I would say 10,000 yuan is an understatement. Had that client been secured, my profit would have been at least several tens of thousands, all of which she has squandered. She must be held accountable for this." Tang Xinhai frowned, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to expel him immediately. However, Yunxia had often reminded him to value harmony and avoid unnecessary confrontations. Thus, he suppressed his frustration and slowly gestured towards the door, saying, "Zhong, one cannot calculate accounts in such a manner if we follow your logic. Should I not then assert that perhaps a client willing to pay me 100,000 yuan for a design has just been frightened away by your commotion? Would that not mean you owe me that amount?" The burly man, incensed, shouted, "What did you say? Repeat that." Having worked in large companies before, Tang Xinhai was not intimidated. He glanced at him with annoyance. "Do not provoke me. If you continue this way, Zhong Hao may not know how to dial 110. But I certainly do." The burly man's bravado was quelled, silencing him. Zhong Hao remarked, "Tang Xinhai, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Are you devoid of intellect? What kind of studio do you run without a brain? Lu Siyu has been in this city for over a year and has been dismissed from every job due to her insufficient skills. You know how many times she has changed jobs in a year? 5 or 6, perhaps. Is it not evident how competent she truly is if she can be so easily dismissed? You think yourself clever while assuming others are fools." He pointed at Lu Siyu's portrait. "Are you truly so gullible as to believe her empty promises of rewards? What kind of prize cannot be purchased with money? Certainly, it may not necessarily be procured with money. After all, one possesses an appealing demeanor. Does one not?" The judges appear quite satisfied, do they not? There are unspoken rules at play, understand? Otherwise, why would one ultimately fail to obtain a diploma upon graduation? He spoke with a sense of pride, only to be interrupted by Lu Siyu's anguished scream as she exclaimed, "How? You scoundrel!" It turned out that Lu Siyu had been engrossed in music through her headphones while simultaneously perusing a tutorial on rendering graphics. Her concentration was so intense that she had been oblivious to the unfolding scene in the studio. Just as the music ceased, she happened to catch Hao's remarks, igniting a mix of anger and indignation within her, causing her to tremble, her eyes glistening with tears. Hao retorted, "So, it's true, isn't it? My words have hit home. Otherwise, why the rush?" Lu Siyu replied, "Do not take your arrogance too far. I am no longer your employee. Your baseless accusations here are slanderous, and I can report you. Leave at once, or I will call the authorities." Tang Xinhai interjected, "Lu Siyu, your intention to report him is indeed prudent. After all, he claims you deceived him, and I have been advising him to file a report. Your action would conveniently assist him in that regard." Hao, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "It's not that I lack the 1,000+ yuan. What is a mere 1,000? I often spend more than that treating someone to a meal. That I am infuriated because I have been deceived by you. A fraud. That if you are foolish, do not blame others. I have never cheated you. If you feel deceived, it reflects a deficiency in your own intellect." Tang Xinhai responded, "I apologize, but no one has ever mentioned to me that a substantial sum was required for Lu Siyu's design work. The initial offer I made her was 5,000 yuan, plus meal allowances, and your statement has prompted me to consider increasing her base salary by an additional 2,000 yuan to 7,000 yuan. She would then serve as the lead designer here. Whether she is a design prodigy is not for you to determine." Lu Siyu felt a surge of gratitude and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, but what you have offered is already generous enough. I do not wish to burden the studio further. Once our studio flourishes, whatever you offer will seem insufficient, but for now, it is not necessary." Tang Xinhai replied, "Lu Siyu, you may not be aware, but since the launch of your design last night, I have received numerous congratulatory calls from my former colleagues, all praising your exceptional talent. I have discovered a rare gem in you. My colleagues are all seasoned experts, some even returning from overseas. They are not the sort of mediocre individuals one might encounter elsewhere. It is only right that I increase your salary, not decline. Maintaining the current arrangement is essential. Presently, it stands at 7,000, with a goal of 10,000 by year's end, and I aspire to offer you an annual salary of 240,000 next year, with incremental raises thereafter." Hao trembled with fury, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Tang Xinhai, you are impressive, indeed, but let me make this clear. I have forged an enmity with you, and I will not allow you the opportunity to sustain this. I also wish to inform you that within this city, I have friends throughout the industry. You will find no opportunity to advance. Just wait and see." With that, he turned and called out to the burly man, "Let us go, and let them regret it." Yunxia, in a flurry, interjected, "Hao, please do not be angry. We are all colleagues in this field. Any misunderstandings can be resolved through discussion. Let us not damage our goodwill." Mr. Hao glanced dismissively, sneering, "Who among you is my friend? Spare me your theatrics. It's too late. For the sake of a mere working girl, just wait. You'll come to regret this." Yunxia interjected, "How about we reimburse you the over 1,000 yuan that Lu Siyu took? Would that suffice?" Mr. Hao scoffed, "Over 1,000? Do you take me for a beggar?" Tang Xinhai remained remarkably composed, saying, "Yunxia, what are you doing? Why should we compensate him? The matter is clear. He is simply owed wages. No need for." Yunxia shot him a glare, signaling him to hold his tongue. She turned to Mr. Hao, asking, "Then how much do you want? Speak up. If it's a reasonable demand, we can negotiate." Mr. Hao, with audacity, declared, 50,000, not a penny less. "Pay me 50,000, and I might let you off the hook. A single cent less, and it's off the table. However, if you dismiss Lu Siyu, then that sum can be waived. I detest having any deceitful woman like her swindling around. These are my only conditions. Fail to meet either, and prepare for your doors to close." Yunxia was taken aback by his brazen demands, feeling utterly denied of any options. She gritted her teeth, on the verge of tears. This studio represented the gamble of her entire life's happiness, and she was unwilling to concede. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered at the studio's entrance swelled, and she feared the uproar would severely tarnish their business. Anger, injustice, and fear surged within her. Tang Xinhai, trembling with rage, shouted, "Get lost!" Mr. Hao retorted, "You think I can't handle you, Mr. Tang? Just wait, and see that it's truly bewildering that for a worthless con artist, you're willing to sacrifice so much. Is it her beauty that captivates you? Your own wife is right before you. Is this truly appropriate? Tang Xinhai, infuriated, replied, Mr. Hao, I never expected such words from you that you've lost all semblance of reason and basic decency. If you have the ability, carry on with your underhanded schemes. I stand upright and fear you not that I won't part with a single cent, and Lu Xiyu will not be dismissed. She will be reinstated. If you ask why, then I must tell you. It is you who is blind. Do not presume that everyone else shares your lack of vision. Tang Xinhai's unwavering stance caused Yunxia to shift her approach. Addressing Mr. Hao, Boss Hao, Mr. Tang's position is clear. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Mr. Hao nodded, chuckling coldly. Ha! Sold out and still counting your losses? I'm speaking of you. You will come to regret this. For the sake of a useless fraud. You're willingly jeopardizing the very studio you have. How can anyone still employ such a shameless individual, willing to destroy their own company for her? Lu Xiyu could no longer contain herself. Mr. Hao, I warn you once again, do not slander me. I have not sent anyone to confront you, nor have I deceived you. The matter of the so-called design fee is entirely unrelated to me. I cannot fathom why any reasonably intelligent individual would offer me such an exorbitant design fee. Whether that may change in the future, I cannot say. Thus, those who naively believe in such windfalls should not blame others for their misfortunes, but rather their parents, for bringing such foolishness into the world. The counterattack was executed with remarkable precision and swiftness. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than applause erupted at the studio's entrance. Shortly after, a voice chimed in. Everyone, please make way. The intellectually challenged have arrived. Lu Xiyu recognized the voice, and upon glancing towards the door, she beheld two handsome gentlemen parting the crowd, entering the studio in succession. It was them, the dashing fellow she had collided with when she first left Rui Decoration. Alongside the bespectacled gentleman with whom she had quarreled, the bespectacled man led the way, followed closely by the other. Both were clad in designer attire, exuding an undeniable charm and an imposing presence that silenced the previously raucous studio. The bespectacled gentleman turned first to General Hao, a smirk playing on his lips, and remarked, I never expected, General Hao, that we would meet again here. General Hao licked his lips, responding tersely, What brings you here? His succinct inquiry left everyone with a clear understanding of the situation at hand. General Hao's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, leaving him momentarily speechless. The other handsome man remarked indifferently, Secretary Fan, let us not be too harsh. General Hao is a businessman of considerable stature. He may not genuinely regard our modest project of just over $1 million that otherwise he wouldn't have hastily dismissed our designated designer prior to the signing. The bespectacled gentleman added, Indeed, which is why we find ourselves seeking collaboration with Mr. Tang. General Hao's face turned ashen, a portrait of despondency, regret, and embarrassment. Yunxia, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, Gentlemen, please take a seat. The incident in the store has left me quite bewildered. I apologize for our lack of timely reception. The bespectacled gentleman replied with a smile, Miss, you needn't feel obliged. Whether or not you received us promptly will not affect our collaboration. He took a seat, while the other gentleman remained standing, intrigued by Lu Xiyu's large portrait. After a brief examination, he remarked, Mr. Tang, it appears these introductions could benefit from further elaboration. Were it up to me, I would include additional materials, such as the fact that at 17, during her senior year, she won the gold medal at the citywide art competition with a piece titled Morning Glow. The award was given for its innovative concept and unique technique, skillfully blending elements of traditional Chinese painting into the original characteristics of gouache, resulting in a work replete with a vivid, resplendent beauty, truly a rare masterpiece. Yunxia and Tang Xinhai were both astonished and delighted. Yunxia exclaimed, Lu Xiyu, is this true? Why have you never mentioned it before? The handsome gentleman continued, at the age of 20, she claimed the first prize in interior design at the National University competition with Whispers of Autumn. At 21, she then secured the bronze award in the National Interior Commercial Space competition with Blossoms in Abundance. By the way, it is worth noting that the gold medal was awarded to Yuanxiang's studio in the city. Yunxia remarked, Sir, you seem to know even more than we do. There are things we were entirely unaware of. The bespectacled gentleman remarked, How could one possibly be unaware? Our chairman approaches matters with utmost caution. Although 1 million may not be considered a colossal sum, he never squanders a single expenditure frivolously. Every penny must be justifiably spent. If he were not profoundly acquainted with designer Lu Xiu, he would not have singled her out amidst the entire design circle of Sheathes just moments ago. Designer Lu had asserted that anyone willing to pay for her designs must be intellectually deficient, which implies that our chairman Bai is indeed of such a disposition. Lu Xiu and Yunxiao were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief that a design fee of 1.5 million. Neither Lu Xiu nor Yunxia could fathom such a figure. The largest contract this studio had ever handled was a medium-sized commercial space worth 25,000. After securing that contract, Yunxia had been exhilarated for days. But now, we are discussing 1.5 million. Could there truly be no mistake? Tang Xinhai, with a skeptical air, accepted the agreement, flipping it open, and, upon confirming its authenticity, looked up at the bespectacled man. The design fee is 1.5 million, sir. Are you serious? The words were inscribed in black and white. There could be no room for deception. You are, the bespectacled gentleman responded. Oh, I mustn't forget to introduce myself. This is Mr. Bai Chonglin, the chairman of Bai Group, and I am his secretary. Fan Xing here are our business cards. Upon hearing the introduction, the handsome young man's gaze finally shifted from Lu Xiu's grand portrait to extend his hand toward Tang Xinhai, smiling radiantly, exuding warmth and vitality. However, Tang Xinhai, Yunxia, and Lu Xiu were all left utterly dumbfounded. They could never have dreamed that this effortlessly composed and sun-kissed young man was none other than Bai Chonglin, the chairman of the esteemed Bai Group, the youngest prodigy in the business realm, often heralded as a commercial genius. The legendary Bai family and the remarkable business savant Bai Chonglin are subjects that the people of Sheathes cannot escape. Yet, in many ways, they are also the unspoken scars that the artistic community of Sheathes and even the world would prefer to conceal. Once upon a time in Sheathes, there existed a wealthy businessman named Bai Rong. He was a husband and father of two, with a wife named Yu Yingfei and two sons, Bai Chongsun and Bai Chonglin. Bai Rong was a titan in the commercial arena, known for his calm demeanor and fierce competitiveness. He was audacious and relentless, dominating the business landscape and transforming from an ordinary merchant into the founder of Bai Group, eventually becoming one of the foremost financial magnates of the city, a trajectory marked by unyielding ambition. Bai Rong enjoyed an impeccable reputation in the business community, as he did not indulge in the common vices of affluent men, such as keeping mistresses. He openly declared that everything he achieved was a result of his family's support, particularly his wife Yingfei, whom he regarded as the finest wife and mother one could hope for. Therefore, he vowed never to engage in extramarital affairs or maintain a concubine. Of course, those wealthy individuals with questionable morals might contest this notion. For Bai Rong's exceptional treatment of his wife was partly due to her own remarkable qualities. She was beautiful, gracious, and poised, adept at navigating external affairs with skill and discretion, assisting her husband in achieving triumphs in business. While internally, she devoted herself to safeguarding their family and educating their sons. The evidence was clear. When she supported her husband, he thrived. When she nurtured her children, they excelled. His eldest son, Bai Chongsun, was inherently reserved and aloof from a young age, preferring solitude and possessing a penchant for the arts. Such a disposition was often regarded as eccentric, causing Bai Rong considerable unease and concern. Yet, Yu Yingfei believed that this might stem from her son being an artistic prodigy. Thus, when Bai Chongsun was still in elementary school, she took him on a quest to seek out art instructors. After numerous rejections from various art teachers, they finally received the endorsement of a distinguished elderly painter, who prophesied that Bai Chongsun would one day captivate the world with his artistic talents. Subsequently, Bai Chongsun indeed flourished on his artistic journey, first gaining admission to the China Academy of Art, and later successfully studying in Germany, becoming an exemplary student at the Berlin University of the Arts. Although his body of work was limited, each piece he produced sent ripples across the globe. In contrast, his younger brother, Bai Chonglin, consistently excelled academically, earning the unwavering admiration of his teachers from primary through university. Furthermore, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for commerce. During his studies in the United States, several of his papers garnered significant attention, earning him the title of a commercial genius. The brothers not only achieved astonishing success in their respective fields of interest, but also maintained an exceptionally harmonious relationship, a rarity among many wealthy heirs who rise to affluence. With a thriving career, a loving family, and two remarkable sons, it is no wonder that Bai Rong was envied by all. However, fate does not permit the existence of perfection. As the saying goes, a full moon wanes. and an overflowing cup spills. Bai Rong was ultimately struck by the hand of fate. At the age of 50, during a hospital visit prompted by health concerns, he was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. With only 3 months left to live, this thunderous revelation did not crush Bai Rong. He even contemplated concealing his condition from his family, wishing to settle all affairs before revealing the truth. Nevertheless, the news inevitably reached the upper echelons of the group. As the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, but the wind does not cease. Even the most harmonious and loving family could not prevent the infiltration of various interests. The family dynamics within the Bai group suddenly became remarkably active. Under the influence of these elements, Bai Rong's final 3 months were anything but tranquil, filled with tumultuous shifts and undercurrents. As a fierce battle for interest rapidly unfolded within the Bai group. 3 months later, Bai Rong left behind a will and departed from this world, designating the heir to the Bai group. Surprisingly, the heir was not Bai Chonglin, the one hailed as a commercial genius, but rather Bai Chong's son, who had been immersed in artistic creation and remained oblivious to worldly affairs at that time. He was merely 22 years old and still a doctoral student at Cambridge University. Bai Chongsun's departure and Bai Chonglin's takeover of the Bai group completely disrupted Bai Rong's final plans, plunging the entire Bai group into a precarious state, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a chaotic management system, deteriorating operations, talent loss, and a significant decline in business volume, resulting in losses measured in the hundreds of millions within just a few months. The business community of S-City believed that the Bai group was on the verge of collapse. However, it did not succumb. Bai Chonglin swiftly stabilized the situation, stopping the losses in the first year, restoring operations in the second year, turning a profit in the third year, and by the fourth year. The Bai group reclaimed its position atop the city's wealth rankings. The commercial prodigy has not disappointed expectations, successfully extricating the Bo family group from a quagmire, and even adeptly rectifying some chronic issues within family-run enterprises. Many lament that had it not been for the enigmatic disappearance of Bo Chongsun, the Bo family group might have ceased to exist, for within the chaotic confines of the Bo family group, the artistic genius Bo Chongsun might have spent a lifetime untangling the mess, and amidst such internal strife, the group could have ultimately collapsed out of course, if Bo Chonglin's succession is deemed a stroke of fortune for the Bo family group. The loss of Bo Chongsun is akin to the brutal removal of a vital piece of flesh for the entire art community. Thus, even to this day, the mystery surrounding Bo Chongsun's disappearance remains a profound wound for the art circle in S-City. Including Tang Xinhai, the year Bo Chongsun vanished, Tang Xinhai had just embarked on his career, and he was so distraught that he could not sleep well for an entire day, despite having no personal acquaintance with Bo Chongsun. In fact, many within the circle privately speculate that Bo Chongsun's disappearance may well be the handiwork of the commercial genius Bo Chonglin. Although Bo Chonglin appears to maintain a reputable image, no one can guarantee that he could resist the allure of powerful interests. Naturally, in the absence of evidence, such notions remain mere conjecture, and these speculations have not in any way diminished Bo Chonglin's influence in S-City's business realm. However, in contrast to most magnates, Bo Chonglin presents as remarkably low-key, seldom gracing the media with his presence, and the Bo family group has never relied on publicity for its survival. Thus, while many are aware of his striking good looks, few realize that he is not only handsome but also exudes a particularly radiant charm. Upon hearing his name, Tang Xinhai's emotions became unexpectedly complex, just as he was about to extend his hand. General Manager Hao suddenly approached, preemptively grasping Bo Chonglin's hand and stammering, "Mr. Bo, you were looking for me first. For this, I have set aside numerous business opportunities. You can give this order to me. I don't need one. 5 million, just 500,000. No, 200,000. No, 100,000, or even for free, as long as you are willing to sign with us." Bo Chonglin released his hand, offering a faint smile as he replied, "General Manager Hao, you may have misunderstood. If I were merely seeking a bargain, I would not be scouring the world and specifically seeking out Lu Siyu. To be candid, at least 20 major companies in the city are vying for this order, with at least 5 willing to offer their services for free, including Baishur, Hongxing, and Huatian clan. How does your company compare to these?" Yes, Lu Siyu. Indeed, I actually hold you in high regard. What I said earlier was just a moment of panic. Are you implying that you will heed my advice? Lu Siyu smiled, pointing towards the door. Since you are willing to listen, very well. 2 words. Leave. General Manager Hao, with a mournful expression, pleaded. Lu Siyu, please don't be angry. Then it shall be one word. Roll? Yunxia could no longer contain her laughter. She did not spare General Manager Hao another glance, but turned to Tang Xinhai and said, General Tang, please take a close look at the terms. If convenient, let us finalize this agreement today. We have already been waiting for half a month to sign. No one pays any heed to General Hao anymore. The formidable power of the Bai Group has deprived him of any chance to act out in a frenzy. He exited the studio like a defeated rooster, his tail feathers drooping, followed by a burly man. Bai Chonglin and Tang Xinhai exchanged handshakes before taking their seats. Bai Chonglin remarked, General Tang, I perused the cases on your homepage, and it is evident that you are a dedicated designer. However, might there be an issue with your positioning? With the capabilities of your studio, you should be able to ascend to a higher tier. Perhaps following a mid to high-end route like Su Yuanxiang. Tang Xinhai replied, Thank you for your kind words, Director Bai. Our funding is limited, and indeed, our studio has not invested much in promotion. We shall progress step by step. Bai Chonglin continued, You have discovered the talent that is Lu Siyu, but why does it seem you are not well acquainted with her past? Tang Xinhai explained, I met her while observing the market at a small company. I greatly admire her design skills and enthusiasm. I see no need to delve into her history, so my lack of knowledge is quite reasonable. You know Lu Siyu, Director Bai, yet it appears she does not recognize you. Bai Chonglin smiled and said, Let me put it this way. I have a friend who happens to know Lu Siyu's family. What a coincidence. Yunxia cheerfully interjected as she brought over the brewed tea. Bai Chonglin accepted the tea and remarked, Originally, we intended to commission this design from Yuanxiang Studio, but it was declined. Both Tang Xinhai and Yunxia were taken aback. Yuanxiang Studio is regarded as the leader in S-City's design realm. Established by Su Yuanxiang, a 30-something returnee whose prowess is such that he commands the highest design fees without ever employing sales representatives. All his clients seek him out, and there is often a queue. Yet, even with such prestige, it was unimaginable that he would turn down a project worth over $1 million. Bai Chonglin continued. Interestingly, while on a business trip, I came across some of Miss Lu Siyu's awards, and I am quite familiar with her capabilities. That I thought, since Yuanxiang Studio is so dismissive, we should find an exceptional designer, assemble a remarkable team, and strive to carve out our own niche in S-City. Understanding dawned on Yunxia and Tang Xinhai, and they felt a surge of excitement. However, upon turning their heads, they discovered that Lu Siyu was lost in thought. Bai Chonglin added, My original intention was to center the team around Lu Siyu. When I learned she was at Rui Decoration, I went there to seek her out. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, when we arrived, she was just about to leave, and I accidentally bumped into her. Lu Siyu, was it rather painful at that moment? I offer my apologies. Yunxia glanced at Lu Siyu, who appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, entirely unaware of the ongoing conversation. Yunxia chuckled, Director Bai. That is just how Lu Siyu is. Artists often drift off into their own worlds. You might not have noticed, but it was only after quite a commotion that she became aware of the ruckus caused by that person surnamed Hao. Bai Chonglin remarked, I understand, and I do not hold her accountable. It is, in fact, as it should be. Had Lu Siyu not been dismissed from her previous position, she would not have come to your side. And thus, it would have been impossible for you to have two colleagues who are remarkably suited as teammates. Consequently, your team would not require a complete overhaul. General Tang's design prowess is widely acknowledged. And with Lu Siyu's addition, it is akin to the wind beneath your wings. Your team already possesses considerable strength, which is precisely why we have decided to increase the design fee by an additional 500,000, as there is no need to reconstruct the team. I sincerely hope this opportunity propels you to new heights. I have great faith in your team as potential. One could say that Tang Xinhai's recruitment of Lu Siyu signifies a decisive shift towards change. He intends for Lu Siyu to spearhead the design efforts while he focuses on business. However, he is acutely aware that enthusiasm alone is insufficient in business. Sometimes fortune and connections play pivotal roles. This is why Yunxia, earlier, was compelled to curry favor with General Hao, fearing that their already fragile network could not withstand further strain. The happiness of both their lives rests entirely upon this modest studio. Their fates are intertwined, flourishing together or faltering together. Bai Chonglin's words ignited a spark of hope within them. Unexpectedly, after their bold endeavor to attract and retain Lu Siyu, they stumbled upon such an opportunity. Tang Xinhai said, Mr. Bai, does this imply that we are rather fortunate? Bai Chonglin replied, This is what they call heaven helps those who help themselves. Upon witnessing General Tang's defense of Lu Siyu, I recognize that you are indeed the most fitting team. Such a team deserves good fortune. Let us proceed with this contract signing. Secretary Fan. Secretary Fan responded. Here, Bai Chonglin continued. Please have our media friends prepared. Fan Xing acknowledged. Understood. She waved towards the entrance. At that moment, Lu Xiyu rose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, biting her lip, shaking her head at Tang Xinhai and Yunxia, and declared, Do not sign this contract. Everyone was taken aback, assuming they had misheard. Lu Xiyu's gaze was lost, yet her tone was resolute as she said, I apologize. I know the company is in dire need of this contract. But please, do not sign it. Point 13. The portrait in the photograph. The crowd paused momentarily, intending to inquire about her reasoning, yet they witnessed Lu Xiyu cover her face and dash towards the exit. Tears streaming through her fingers, the astonished media personnel, including the still-present General Hao, looked on in bewilderment, parting to grant her passage. Yunxia, in a state of urgency, attempted to pursue her but was halted by Tang Xinhai, who shook his head, signaling her to refrain from following. Lu Xiyu ran for what felt like an eternity, fatigue eventually compelling her to come to a stop. Finding her footing at last, the street bustled with life. And along her path, countless onlookers cast astonished glances at the disheveled yet beautiful girl, speculating about her distress, why she was fleeing, and why tears accompanied her flight. Perhaps her plight was indeed quite dire. Yet, she felt powerless to alter the situation. She did not wish for things to unfold this way, but emotions surged unexpectedly, overwhelming her resolve. She momentarily regained her composure, yet a profound sense of guilt weighed heavily upon her heart. She understood that this was an opportunity long yearned for by Yunxia and Tang Xinhai, when they had awaited for countless years. It was not merely them. How could she herself not have dreamed of such a moment? Wealth, famed at suddenly, they were intruding upon her life, yet she found herself rejecting them. Why did she refuse? Why choose to turn away? She berated herself in her mind, questioning why she would shatter the hard-won chance for Yunxia and Tang Xinhai to realize their dreams. Why allow herself to lose her rationality? Yet, she had no choice that simply because it was Bo Chonglin, it was indeed Bo Chonglin. Had he borne a different surname, she would undoubtedly have accepted, but if he were not Bo, perhaps this opportunity would never have presented itself. Was she defending her dignity? No, she was simply unable to confront the situation. But was it merely memories that haunted her? There was also the sudden fear of the future. This was a tale belonging to their family, a story between brothers, a narrative entwined with issues of wealth and inheritance, even one that could touch upon matters of life and death. She was terrified. The past had only brought her pain and despair, yet she could awaken herself, could rouse her spirit. However, the future instilled fear within her, leaving her feeling as though she stood on the edge of an abyss. Upon fragile ice, she was uncertain if taking another step would lead to her utter destruction. On that fateful morning of her 18th birthday, when her tears finally ceased, the coach had already traveled over 100 kilometers away from the county town. At that moment, she resolved to completely forget that person, allowing not a shred of memory to remain for him. How could he act so thoughtlessly, so uncaring of her feelings, to deceive her so ruthlessly? She enrolled in an interior design program, casting aside her dreams of pure art, banishing watercolor and oil painting from her life. She would no longer permit any trace of his influence to encroach upon her space. You are ruthless, are you? I shall be even more so. You are heartless, are you? I intend to be even more heartless. Little did she dream that the following year, Chen Jimei would actually transfer to the Academy of Fine Arts and be promoted to the head of the Academic Affairs Department. This marked the beginning of her nightmare. Already married, Chen Jimei shamelessly used a conversation to insinuate to Lu Xiyu that this was his domain, and if she wished to complete her studies smoothly, she must barter her body, even if just once, for that was his aspiration. Lu Xiyu was incensed. She could hardly believe that such a shameless individual existed in the world. She refused to succumb to this evil. She resolutely dedicated herself to her studies, convinced that a vile person could not thwart her path to success. Yet amidst her fervent efforts, she unexpectedly discovered joy. She realized that practical art held its own captivating allure. Initially, her decision to abandon pure art for practical art had been an act of defiance, yet it gradually led her to develop a fondness for this discipline. Her talent combined with her hard work allowed her to stand out, transforming her into a star on campus, the first student of practical art in the history of the academy to be crowned as the so-called campus belle, an accolade awarded annually by the institution. Particularly, when she won an award at the National College Student Home Design Competition, Her WeChat was inundated with friend requests from strangers daily, and countless admirers bravely presented her with flowers. She could certainly not agree. Having been hurt once, she would not dare to invest her heart again in a short span of time. At times, as she observed her classmates in pairs, engaging in various affectionate gestures, she pondered, did I ever truly love? There were no words exchanged, no actions taken, no promises made, and scarcely any physical contact. Could that truly be deemed love? If it was not love, why endure such pain? Occasionally, she questioned whether she truly despised that man. If her feelings were so intense, why did she yearn for him to be the first to know of any accolades she received? Why, each time she stood upon the podium, did her eyes scour the crowd, hoping he would suddenly appear, so that she could hurl her award at him and vehemently declare that she could succeed even without him? Was he truly unforgettable, destined to linger in her memory eternally? In her junior year, inexplicably, she relinquished her disdain for pure art, beginning to peruse art magazines and visit art websites. Then, she stumbled upon a photograph, a striking visage, with flowing, untamed hair and an expression as ephemeral as smoke. The caption read, by Chongson. A quick search online revealed a wealth of legends and stories associated with this name. Of course, she recognized that some of the accounts circulating online were preposterous. Tales of murder and escape could not possibly be true. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such coldness and composure, nor such nonchalance. He ought to be consumed by anguish, even seething with hatred. Yet he was not. Undeniably, he bore the weight of unspoken thoughts, sometimes lost in confusion. But his bewilderment stemmed not from depth of character, but rather from the entanglements behind him. In no wonder he regarded her in such a manner, in the grand tapestry of his extraordinary life. She was likely just a fleeting presence. Despite her relentless efforts, the chasm between them remained terrifyingly vast. She could not fathom why, but she resolved to strive even harder, aspiring to garner more accolades. To secure an opportunity where they could stand eye to eye, compelling him to recognize that his treatment of her was unjust. However, a bolt from the blue struck when her graduation project was unexpectedly deemed unpassable. Caught in an insurmountable impasse, the school's resolution was to delay her graduation. Previously, the campus belle, with exemplary grades across the board, was now faced with the absurdity of failing her graduation project. Lucy gazed at the grotesque visage of the examiner, wishing nothing more than to shatter it with a single blow. Yet she turned away, resolute in her refusal to capitulate, determined to demonstrate to that scoundrel that even without a diploma, she could still assert her prowess and humiliate that repugnant face. 13. Portrait of the Photograph. Part 2. Lucy had heard from many friends that in first-tier cities, companies often valued practical ability over formal qualifications. Thus, she found herself inexplicably drawn to this place, believing that even without a degree, her skills would enable her to secure a position in a desirable company and realize her worth. The reality, however, proved far more complex than she had anticipated. She possesses neither a diploma nor any work experience, and lacks practical case studies. Her proficiency in computer-generated imagery is relatively weak. These shortcomings have resulted in her having only a scant few opportunities to secure an interview. Over the course of more than a year, had it not been for her eventual stroke of luck in encountering Tang Xinhai, she might have been compelled to leave this city, uncertain of where she would drift next. At long last, given such an opportunity, both emotionally and rationally, she ought not to decline this project, for it could very well represent a chance for both the studio and herself to soar. Yet, fear gripped her. The mere mention of the character Bai sent shivers down her spine. Even more unsettling was the revelation that Bai Chonglin had inquired about her, knowing much about her life, including the piece titled Morning Glow. That artwork had once illuminated her existence, yet ultimately left her with nothing but a sorrowful tableau that IT had warmed her for several months, only to ensnare her in an enduring winter of despair. Throughout the year, each setback she faced evoked a chilling sensation deep within her. She often pondered whether all her misfortunes stemmed from that detestable great painter. She was resolute in her desire to confront him. Whether in moments of triumph or despair, should she find herself in a moment of joy, she would adorn herself splendidly, and, with an air of haughty disdain, coldly inform him, "Great painter, are you aware of your own blindness and deceit?" Conversely, in times of sorrow, she would vehemently accuse him, lamenting that her life could have been far more fulfilling had he not bestowed upon her such misfortune, a transgression she vowed never to forgive. Yet, she would swiftly turn away. One encounter with such a loathsome individual would suffice, not warranting a moment's further delay. Indeed, he had inflicted upon her such pain, deceived her, and demonstrated his utter disregard for her. Why should she grant him even a fleeting glance? Nevertheless, he remained elusive, gradually fading into obscurity in this world. This era is marked by an explosion of information, with celebrities proliferating like fish crossing a river. Each star vying for attention through an array of extravagant promotions, monopolizing the chaotic resources of society. Even the brightest star, once the center of attention, is quickly submerged in the tidal wave of information once its allure wanes. How much more so for a young painter whose fame exists solely within a limited circle? Perhaps, in this lifetime, the possibility of encountering him again is slim to none. She yearned to scold him or to ridicule him. But it seemed that such opportunities had slipped away that in a few years, when she finds new love, or perhaps even a new family, she may no longer have the strength to deride or chastise him. If he were to appear then, accompanied by his wife or even children, she might only cast a distant glance his way, perhaps discreetly searching for his social media presence, but would refrain from intruding upon his life. Would he remember her? He had stolen her heart with the peace-chilling heart. After all these years, might he have found more suitable models, perhaps even more than one? And in doing so, had he not taken the hearts of other girls as well? If, in the journey of his life, she was merely a transient figure to him, she would never forgive him. Yet, it seems that is indeed how it is. Lucy wandered aimlessly down the street, her mind a tumult of confusion, lost and oblivious, even as she stood exposed to the sunlight. At that moment, a sunshade was cast over her head. Lucy turned her head and was immediately taken aback. For it was Bai Chonglin, warmly smiling at her, shielding her from the direct rays of the sun. That I sincerely apologize. Miss Lucy, it seems our actions may have startled you. Perhaps we were a bit too abrupt, leaving many things unspoken. May I be granted the opportunity to understand your concerns and clarify your doubts? His words always carried an irresistible charm that was difficult to refuse, though Lucy wished to decline. For some reason, she found herself acquiescing. Bai Chonglin waved his hand, and Fan Xing promptly drove up in a car, coming to a halt beside them. Bai Chonglin, like the suave gentleman one sees on television, courteously opened the car door for Lucy, allowing her to enter before he took his seat on the opposite side. As the door closed and the vehicle began to move, Lucy suddenly felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Bai Chonglin seemed to immediately sense her unease and, with a smile, remarked, "Miss Lucy, there is no need for concern. The Bai group has yet to venture into the business of kidnapping." Noticing that Lucy remained tense and anxious, he added, "Let us find a tea house or someplace conducive to conversation. Where would you prefer to go? A CAF, a tea house, or perhaps an ice cream shop?" Lucy hesitated for a moment before responding. "Then let us go to the ice cream shop. At the very least, an ice cream shop offered a relatively open space, and she did not wish to be confined in a more enclosed environment with a stranger." Inside the ice cream shop, Bai Chonglin and Lucy sat across from each other, while Fan Xing had gone off to find a parking spot. Bai Chonglin began, "Miss Lu, if you refuse to sign this contract, can I interpret it as your intention to evade not the contract itself, but rather a certain individual?" He continued, "It seems I have not misjudged. You are already aware of who it was that taught you to paint all those years ago. How did you come to know of this?" Lucy did not deny it. A sense of discomfort welled up within her, and biting her lip, she said, "I studied painting with him for a few months, but I have not seen him in the intervening years. If your desire to sign this contract is merely to locate him through me, you are mistaken. I have no connection to him whatsoever. Nor do I wish to see him, or even mention him. I despise him. I loathe him. Do you understand? Am I free to leave now?" As she spoke, her eyes betrayed her, glistening with unshed tears. Bai Chonglin smiled gently. "Miss Lu, if you truly do not wish to meet him, why then have you come to this city? It is 2,000 kilometers from your hometown, and within a few hundred kilometers there exists a major city. Why not go there instead? Can you honestly claim it is not because of him?" Lucy gritted her teeth and replied, "I say it is not. Therefore it is not. I came here simply because I do not wish to be too close to home. Why should I come here because of him? I only studied painting with him for a few months. I have learned from others as well." Bai Chonglin maintained his smile. "Miss Lu, is this truly what resides in your heart?" Bai Chonglin remarked, "See you. I have sought out your parents and delved into much of your past. I am utterly convinced of your affections for my brother, which is why he has inflicted upon you such profound anguish." Lucy replied, "Fine. I admit it. I was young and naive back then, utterly oblivious to the essence of love, but that is all in the past. I am no longer so foolish." Bai Chonglin responded, "You are neither foolish nor naive, Miss Lu. Let me speak candidly. Although I only grasp a portion of your story, I am deeply moved and reassured. My brother is, in truth, a boy in need of love. And to receive such pure and unadulterated affection from you is indeed his fortune. Surprisingly, Lu Xiyu found herself touched by his words, tears welling up in her eyes as she quickly turned her head away to discreetly wipe them away. Then said, I have stated that my past foolishness stemmed from youthful ignorance. I shall never again love so naively. Bai Chonglin acknowledged, I understand that his failure to embark on that journey with you, despite his promise, has deeply wounded you. Yet, I believe he had his own reasons. Do not harbor hatred towards him. Please, do not say that an 18-year-old girl, so innocent, entrusted him with all her faith, waiting for him with such devotion and foolishness. Do you comprehend my emotions when he expressed those words? I am truly sorry, truly regretful. Bai Chonglin spoke earnestly. However, I hope that one day, this apology will come directly from him, and when he utters those words, I hope you will find it in your heart to forgive him. Lu Xiyu's heart fluttered as she replied, Enough, I am merely a fleeting presence in his life. That is not the case. And deep down, you know it. You simply lack the courage to acknowledge it. But I assure you, you hold significant weight in his heart. If you were truly just a passerby, I would not expend such effort to find you. For that would be entirely devoid of meaning, would it not? Lu Xiyu exclaimed, Do not attempt to deceive me. I will not fall for your tricks. Bai Chonglin's words were calm and gentle, yet for some inexplicable reason, each syllable felt like a bullet, relentlessly striking against Lu Xiyu's emotional defenses. She hastily erected a verbal barrier to shield herself from an impending collapse. Bai Chonglin then picked up his briefcase and said, You may not believe this, but I possess some photographs that perhaps you ought to see. After viewing them, you may find your answers. He retrieved a thick envelope made of brown paper and handed it to her. Lu Xiyu hesitated, glancing at Bai Chonglin, uncertain whether to accept the envelope. From his words, she discerned that it might contain information of considerable importance to her. Bai Chonglin reassured her, Rest assured, if it were a bomb, I would have long since taken cover. They are merely photographs. Just take a look. Surely, someone brave enough to venture into a distant city would possess the courage to open and examine them. Taking the envelope, Lu Xiyu opened it to reveal a collection of photographs, all laminated and stacked thickly, comprising dozens of images. She cast another glance at Bai Chonglin, attempting to interpret the content of the photographs from his expression. And what she beheld was Bai Chonglin's warm smile. Well, observing his expression, it seems there is truly nothing to worry about. So let us take a look to my heavens. Tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. She beheld herself, her former self from 5 years ago, unexpectedly emerging from a painting captured in a photograph, her skin as fair as snow, her attire as pristine as clouds, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. That was her youth, her most beautiful and innocent years. Someone had encapsulated that youth and purity upon the enchanting visage she once possessed, immortalizing it in an oil painting. In the artwork, she appeared utterly blissful, as pure as a goddess. How could they portray her so exquisitely, so innocently, so joyfully, so brilliantly? Even she was unaware that she had once experienced such a heart-achingly tender time. Reluctantly, she set aside that photograph, only to encounter another version of herself. One by one, she removed the photos, gazing at each in turn. Within this collection lay over 40 renditions of her, each distinct, expressing a myriad of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and laughter, yet all unerringly capturing her most captivating states. What immense passion must have been required to achieve such depth? Was this his artistry? The answer was already clear, yet she could not help but inquire. Bai Chonglin nodded. Lu Xiyu had prepared herself mentally, issuing all necessary warnings to prevent any display of emotional weakness. Yet unexpectedly, she found herself utterly defenseless in the face of each successive photograph. She recalled every moment that accompanied each painting. In these more than 40 pieces interwove the happiest months of her youth from 5 years prior. Those were months that nearly exhausted all the joy and fervor of her student days. A few months later, her love dissipated like the wind, yet the memories stubbornly refused to fade. These memories, forcibly locked within the depths of her soul, were entirely liberated by these paintings. Lu Xiyu wept profusely, her sobs rendering her speechless. Bai Chonglin thoughtfully extended a packet of tissues, saying, Xiyu, wipe away your tears. He had always politely addressed Lu Xiyu as Miss Lu, and at that moment, it felt entirely natural to call her Xiyu. Without a hint of awkwardness, Lu Xiyu accepted the tissues, dabbing her eyes, striving to regain her composure, and said, I apologize for making a spectacle of myself. Bai Chonglin shook his head, replying, No, this is wonderful. Your tears have clarified for me why my brother is so fond of you. Like him, you possess a childlike heart. Simple and pure. TT perhaps only regards me as a competent model. No, absolutely not. You should know that my brother never used to paint portraits. You can look at his earlier works. In them, figures merely serve as embellishments, their forms accurately captured, yet their expressions scarcely delineated. Because he detests engaging with people. He abhors the complexities of humanity. Every expression seems to conceal too many emotions. While he yearns for something profoundly pure. 13. Portraits and photographs. 4. Lucy pondered for a moment before saying, however, during that competition when he sketched a portrait, he managed to capture a person with remarkable accuracy. If you say he never paints portraits, how could he render it so precisely? Because he encountered you first. I believe that a portion of these oil paintings was created prior to that competition. See you, do you not yet comprehend? Before that competition, he had already etched you into his heart. His willingness to sketch portraits for a living began at that moment. All for you, he transformed. Among these paintings, aside from the 11 pieces depicting the light garments worn by Sheathes, there are over 20 featuring autumn attire, with fewer than 10 showcasing winter clothing. This implies that after meeting her for 3 days, he rendered a total of 11 portraits of her. One of them distinctly captures her expression of joy while painting, a smile radiating sweetness and charm, after receiving his guidance for the first time. So, did she truly step into his heart at that moment? She refrained from allowing this thought to linger, questioning, what does this signify? Perhaps he acted out of gratitude initially, but later, his harshness towards me suggests that all of this was merely transient. Bai Chonglin remarked, I do not know what he thinks, nor can I draw conclusions for him. To seek answers, one must ask him, correct? Siyu responded, are you implying that you have yet to meet him? Then how did you acquire these photographs? It depends on the nature of the inquiry. Siyu maintained her vigilance. I merely wish to inquire, during your 4 years at university, did you never see my brother? Not even once. Siyu replied, no, the last time I saw him was 2 days prior to the art examination, and thereafter, I never encountered him again. Impossible. Think carefully. Based on my understanding of my brother, he would undoubtedly seek you out, watching over you in secret, unless, as you suggested, time has passed and his heart has changed. A thought crossed Siyu's mind. During her university years, she had indeed experienced several instances where she caught glimpses of a familiar figure passing by, sometimes sensing a particular gaze directed at her from behind, which she believed to be his. However, whenever she attempted to discern the truth, the figure vanished, and that feeling dissipated, leaving her to dismiss these experiences as mere illusions. Feeling a sense of shame for being so ruthlessly deceived to the point of conjuring such fantasies, could it be that he truly had been present? If so, why did he hide? Why did he not step forward to offer her an explanation? Perhaps even if he did, she would scold him, but considering the torment he inflicted upon her, should he not have at least clarified things? Did he intend to let her suffer for 4 years during her university life? Bai Chonglin, perceptive to the emotions reflected in her expression, stated, are you uncertain? Siyu nodded. My brother is remarkably indifferent, yet simultaneously very resolute. Once he genuinely cares, he does not easily waver. These dozens of paintings indicate that he has indeed developed true feelings. The reason he deceived you into leaving, I believe, you ought to inquire with your grandmother, for she should be aware of the cause. Siyu felt a jolt within her heart, having later discovered his identity. She found herself somewhat inclined to believe her grandmother's words, but is it truly as such? The oil paintings convey to her that, at least at that moment, he took her words to heart. The tenderness he inadvertently revealed was not solely a figment of her imagination. Bai Chonglin remarked, there is something peculiar that I wonder if your grandmother ever mentioned to you that on the day before leaving that small town. My brother had already packed his belongings in preparation for departure. I inquired about the timing, and it was indeed the day following your separation from him. In any case, they all said that you never returned to that town afterward. If what Bai Chonglin asserts is true, it implies that he had intentions to leave the very next day. Does this mean he intended to depart early to meet her in the county town? Did he later change his mind? Bai Chonglin gazed earnestly at Siyu. Thus, I understand it this way. You and he had made arrangements to attend the art examination together. He was prepared to set off the following day. Yet your grandmother, in a desperate display of kneeling, compelled him to break his promise, as she wished to sever any connection between you two. Do you find my conjecture plausible? Siyu's heart was in disarray. Her thoughts surged like a tide, rendering her almost unable to remain seated. She longed to run to a desolate place and shout that Bai Chonglin's speculation was indeed reasonable. He was not a man who made promises lightly. which made her elation upon receiving his assurance all the more profound that it was not that he desired to break his word. It was her grandmother who thwarted him, her elderly grandmother. She was acutely aware of her grandmother's wariness towards Yang Ling. However, her grandmother was rather avaricious, as Yang Ling's previous earnings were largely at her disposal, which allowed for a measure of tolerance. Yet she could never abide her granddaughter having any emotional entanglement with him. She held in disdain such a destitute wandering painter, and thus, by kneeling, she obstructed Yang Ling's meeting. It was not he who proactively conveyed those words to her grandmother. It was her grandmother who coerced him into doing so. But was it truly as simple as that? After parting with her grandmother, he had ample opportunity to explain himself, yet he did not come. I know my brother. He would certainly seek you out later. Why did he not approach you directly? I surmise that perhaps your grandmother used your academic pursuits as a pretext to forge some agreement with him, forbidding him from associating with you. My brother is a man of his word. Even if he reluctantly assented, he would abide by it. Siyu fell silent, and after a while, she responded, But what of now? I am no longer a student. He is free to see me. However, after your graduation, you arrived here alone, with even your parents largely out of contact with you. His reach is not so extensive, even if he wished to find you. He would have no means to do so. Hence, I conceived this plan to bring this matter to light, to let my brother know you are here. Lu Siyu paused in contemplation before asking, Why are you so intent on finding him? Did they not say that his departure was only beneficial to you? 14. The Past of the Bai Family, Part 1. Bai Chonglin said, Perhaps you have encountered numerous rumors online. I would like to take a moment of your time to share the story of my family. After you have heard these tales, you may decide how to proceed. Would that be agreeable? Lu Siyu gazed upon Bai Chonglin's handsome, sun-kissed visage, complemented by a pair of crystalline eyes. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not reconcile him with the myriad of derogatory terms circulating online. Words that suggested duplicity and insincerity. This individual spoke with a calm and gentle demeanor, yet there was an undeniable strength in his presence, as if every word he uttered was backed by his very livelihood, compelling one to believe him without question. What could she do? Listening to him speak would undoubtedly sway her. She sensed that he possessed an extraordinary charm, and once she heard his discourse, she would find herself willingly acquiescing to his designs. After 5 years of anguish, having not received so much as an apology from that other fellow, was she to surrender? It felt utterly unjust. Yet, those warm, inviting eyes surely concealed a story that others could only yearn to hear. These two brothers, one a prodigious artist, the other a shrewd businessman, seemed to share a unique allure, drawing her in despite their differing personalities. A handsome man alone could not wield such power, but a man of striking looks and wealth, paired with those expressive eyes and that captivating smile, was simply irresistible. Very well, she decided to listen. She nodded gently. Bai Chonglin's tale was rather lengthy. 30 years prior, a veteran named Bai Rong, along with his wife Rong Ilyin and their young son Bai Chongsen, ran a modest shop in a small town. Business was challenging, and like many, they led a frugal existence. Bai Rong's wife, Rong Ilyin, had been introduced to him after his discharge, and they fell in love at first sight. Enjoying a deeply affectionate relationship, Rong Ilyin was soft-spoken yet resilient. Before marriage, she was renowned for her beauty, attracting countless admirers. After they wed, she, like many young brides, juggled caring for their newborn son while assisting with her husband's business. Leading a simple yet joyful life, with a beautiful wife, a handsome husband, and a delightful child, they were the envy of the village within a 20-mile radius. However, a tragic car accident altered everything. Rong Ilyin became one of the 7 victims of this calamity, which occurred when their vehicle, engaged in delivering goods to the county, collided head-on with an out-of-control truck. Bai Rong and his son Bai Chongsan wept inconsolably in the county hospital. The sight of a man and his young child, lost in despair, was heart-wrenching. Their palpable sorrow touched the hearts of all who witnessed it, drawing the attention of the daughter of an elderly official visiting the hospital. Through the glass window, she observed the young father and his son, her own tears streaming down her face. 2 years later, this woman, named Yuing Fei, married Bai Rong. To the onlookers, this union seemed peculiar, a daughter of an esteemed official, a formal employee of the state, marrying a mere resident of a small town, a self-employed individual, and a widower to boot. In terms of social standing, they appeared worlds apart. Moreover, the daughter of this official is quite beautiful, rivaling the appearance of Bai Rong's ex-wife, and she likely has suitors whose prospects surpass those of Bai Rong by no less than a battalion. No one anticipated that she would go so far as to sever ties with her family, insisting on leaving the city to pursue a marriage with such a burden. However, the arrival of Yu Ingfei drastically transformed Bai Rong's life. 6 months later, Bai Rong sold off his assets in the small town and moved to the county seat to invest in a small factory. A year later, he welcomed the birth of his son. Bai Chonglin, with Yu Yingfei, Lu Xiyu had been quietly listening, merely nodding to indicate her engagement with the conversation, but at this point, she finally spoke up. So, it turns out that you and he are not actually blood brothers. We are indeed blood brothers, just of different mothers, Bai Chonglin corrected her. Lu Xiyu nodded awkwardly, her mind reeling with shock, as this revelation had never been disclosed in any of the online material she had encountered before. Are you surprised? It's no wonder, for even I only learned this a few years ago, Bai Chonglin said with a wry smile. Lu Xiyu remarked, did your mother not tell you? Then what about your brother? My mother didn't mention it, and neither did my brother. Perhaps over time, he came to regard my mother as his own, Bai Chonglin continued. However, it wasn't long before, through the combined efforts of Bai Rong and his wife, the small factory began to flourish. 3 years later, they seized a significant opportunity, securing a plethora of orders and expanding their scale. By the time Bai Chongsun entered elementary school and Bai Chonglin stepped into kindergarten, Bai Rong had already become a well-known factory owner in the county. In the very year that Bai Chongsun commenced middle school, after much deliberation, the couple sold their factory in the county and moved to Sheathes, acquiring a nationally renowned state-owned enterprise at that time. This was yet another high-stakes gamble for Bai Rong, as he invested all of his assets, including a considerable amount of loans. His unwavering partner in this venture remained his wife, Yu Yingfei. Yet, Bai Rong achieved success. Years later, the Bai Group was officially established, becoming a leading enterprise in the business community of Sheathes. Despite his success, Bai Rong continued to cherish his wife, who in turn channeled his love onto their 2 sons. Subsequently, the Bai brothers exhibited remarkable talents in various fields, attending prestigious universities abroad, which evoked envy among the business circles of Sheathes. Unfortunately, fate dealt a cruel blow when Bai Rong was diagnosed with a terminal illness, shattering the idyllic happiness of their family. At this juncture, Bai Chonglin let out a long sigh. He had been recounting this story with a calm demeanor, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. But when it came to his own experiences, his tone shifted, revealing a hint of bitterness and pain. Lu Xiyu took a sip of her cold drink, sensing that they were approaching a crucial point in the narrative. An inexplicable fear gripped her heart, yet she mustered the courage to convince herself to continue listening. 14. The Past of the Bai Family, Part 2. I too found it excessive, yet I didn't like the words of my third uncle, who said, this will is problematic, but how can you say such a thing? Doesn't that imply my brother is a dog? If my brother is a dog, then am I not also a dog? Is there any merit in that? Sanjiojio said, has your mother never informed you that you and Bai Chongsun are merely half-brothers, sharing the same father but different mothers? He is the child of your father's former wife. Did you not know this? So, have you truly been unaware all along? Lu Xiyu interjected. I genuinely did not know. I was only aware that my father had a former wife. My parents took us to pay respects at her grave, and my brother and I always referred to her as the mama. I had no idea that my brother was her biological child. Could it be that your mother? Lu Xiyu hesitated, speaking cautiously. Yet it was evident that Bai Chonglin understood the implication of her words. Let me put it this way. My mother treats my elder brother even better than she treats me. My brother is introverted, timid, and unassertive, often silent. When he was in elementary school, he was bullied but did not dare to speak up. Upon noticing the bruises on him, my mother secretly followed him for several days. And when she finally witnessed the bullying herself, she confronted the perpetrators, which ultimately resolved the situation. Lu Xiyu pondered. Who knows if this was merely a performance for others? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. My brother's talent lies in the arts. His academic performance is rather mediocre. Initially, many deemed him a fool, but my mother, undeterred by such opinions, tirelessly sought out good teachers for him until someone finally recognized his gift. My mother was so overwhelmed that she even hid away to weep. Therefore, you must believe that, in my mother's eyes, my brother is equally her flesh and blood. Consider this. She loves my father so deeply and is willing to make such significant sacrifices for him. How could she possibly not love his son? Lu Xiyu nodded politely, indicating her belief, though whether she truly felt convinced was uncertain. Lu Xiyu was taken aback. She understood that the will was unexpected. Yet she had not anticipated its unfairness to such an extent. Such a will would be unacceptable to anyone. I was utterly infuriated upon hearing it. It was exceedingly unjust. Sanjiojio stated that he had exhausted every means to persuade my father to draft a new will. But at that time, my father was entirely under the control of his former wife's elder brother, Wu Jiujiu Rongfa, who essentially barred any private interactions between my father and mother, now that my father is on the brink of death. Once he passes, the will take effect, leaving my mother and me destitute. Is it possible that your father was somewhat delusional when he wrote the will? At that time, there was medical evidence to the contrary, which renders the will exceedingly peculiar. Lu Siyu was at a loss for words. When I arrived at the hospital, I encountered my mother at the entrance, looking exceedingly haggard. Sanjiu relayed the conversation he had just had with me, prompting my mother to scold him and instruct me not to mention the will in front of my father, not even a single word. Upon entering to see my father, I found that he did not wish to speak to me, claiming he was very tired and urging me to leave. My elder brother sat quietly with his head bowed, not uttering a word, while only Wu Jiujiu remained somewhat cordial, continuously inquiring about my well-being. Though my father quickly interrupted him, insisting that I depart immediately. Could it be that something you did led your father to misunderstand you? I had asked myself this and inquired of my mother as well. But I believed there was nothing. Our family has always been quite frank. Lu Siyu bit her lip. In the final moments of my father's life, my mother and I endured a dual torment, one of abandonment and the other of impending loss. We were relegated to visiting my father within a stipulated time frame, while my brother and fifth uncle enjoyed the privilege of constant companionship. Bai Chonglin spoke, oblivious to the fact that the chilled beverage he held had remained untouched in his grasp. Is it to say that in your father's heart, there has always been only his ex-wife, leaving your mother to languish in her shadow? Bai Chonglin cast a surprised glance at Lu Siyu. Do you think so too? My mother believes the same. Lu Siyu offered a wry smile. Bai Chonglin sighed. If that were indeed the case, it would be profoundly unjust. It has been my mother who stood by him through thick and thin, transforming him from a petty vendor into a corporate magnate. Throughout this journey, my mother has borne countless hardships and heartaches. Who could have anticipated that in the end, she would merely be a specter of someone else? Lu Siyu glanced at Bai Chonglin, noticing a fleeting expression of pain etched across his face. During those days, my mother and I often found ourselves sitting in silence in the hospital corridors, so stifled that we scarcely knew what to say. On one occasion, my third uncle arrived and said to my mother, "Sister, you have suffered for so long. You cannot let them have it so easy. Why not speak up and consider having Rongfa and Bai Chongsen dealt with?" Lu Siyu's heart tightened. My mother erupted in fury, striking him across the face. "Why did you hit me, sister?" he exclaimed. My mother replied, "What is Asen to me? He is my son. You suggest harming my son. Do you expect me to reward you for that? Let me be clear, Yochi, if you lay a finger on him, I will flay your skin." After uttering those words, my mother broke down, weeping sorrowfully. During those days, she had suppressed her emotions, but when it came to speaking of my brother, she could no longer hold back the tears. How much injustice must she have felt? As Bai Chonglin recounted this, his eyes glistened with moisture. Lu Siyu, an empathetic soul, felt tears welling in her own eyes, pondering how much pain, humiliation, and suppression a woman could endure. All of that weight had fallen upon her mother, and it seemed a miracle that she had not been crushed under its burden. Eventually, my father passed away, and following the funeral, my mother and I packed our belongings, preparing to travel to that distant city the day after the 7th day of mourning. My mother said to me, "Alan, it's nothing of great consequence. You were already in a far better position than your father, and now we're at the beginning." I understood, yet I harbored resentment towards my father for leaving such a will, and towards my brother for accepting it. Why had a once harmonious family descended into such disarray? I could not come to terms with it. I had acquired so much knowledge, not to end up as the owner of a small factory. What had I truly gained? Bai Chonglin managed a bitter smile. "Your brother, he might not have contemplated this issue," Lu Siyu gently interjected, unable to comprehend why she felt the need to defend him. He had callously abandoned her, yet she still sought to speak on his behalf. Such was her naivety. 14. The past of the Bai family. 3. Lu Siyu remarked, "Have you never considered that he may not have wished to act in such a manner, thus choosing to leave voluntarily to allow you to inherit all of this?" Bai Chonglin remarked, "It's not that I hadn't considered it. That was my immediate thought. I understand that my brother has no aspirations in this direction, but my mother insisted that my elder brother had sworn an oath before my father, and thus should not act in such a manner. My brother is like that. He doesn't discern when to take things seriously. Unless he outright refuses, once he agrees, he wouldn't change his mind." Lu Siyu let out a bitter smile, acknowledging that at least one thing remained unchanged. He hadn't acted in that way. Lu Siyu inquired, "May I ask, if it truly was your brother who took over the Bai Corporation, how do you think things would be now?" She further questioned, "And if he couldn't manage it, what then?" Bai Chonglin replied, It would collapse. Assets would be misappropriated. What else could happen? Lu Siyu concluded. Therefore, I deduced that your brother left of his own accord. Bai Chenlin admitted, I was uncertain before. I always feared he had met with misfortune. During the initial stages of taking over the Bai Corporation, I was caught in a conflict. However, after learning about your situation, I am now quite certain he was not harmed, nor was he kidnapped. He even had the inclination to love a girl. Lu Siyu lowered her head. Had this conversation occurred earlier, she would have not only denied it, but possibly walked away. Yet now, for reasons unknown, she found herself somewhat willing to believe in its truth. Even if it were a falsehood, deceiving herself just a little might provide solace to her heart, wounded for 5 long years. She genuinely believed his actions were merely to protect the Bai Corporation, choosing to leave voluntarily to prevent that will from taking effect, thereby transferring the inheritance directly to her. For anyone else, she would find it hard to believe they would act in such a manner, but for her brother, she had complete faith. See you, I won't conceal it from you. For 6 years, my mother and I have missed him dearly. Bai Chenlin smiled faintly, tears shimmering in his eyes once more. Lu Siyu had always harbored an instinctive fear of him, perceiving him as an unfathomable individual. However, for some reason, this heartfelt dialogue and the fleeting tears evoked a sudden alleviation of her apprehension. Bai Chenlin was not mistaken. Even managing the vast Bai Corporation, he could hardly maintain a humble tea house without mismanaging it, ultimately scraping by through portrait commissions, and even then, incapable of managing his earnings without her assistance. How could someone like him possibly oversee a large enterprise? Yet, did your father not understand him? Why would he draft such a foolish will, forcing him into this predicament? Bai Chenlin replied, you pose a valid question. It all stems from this unreasonable will. Thus, my current quest is to uncover the reason behind my father's decision to establish such a will. Only my brother might possess that knowledge, yet he has remained absent. He pondered. What is he afraid of? If, as you say, he should trust that we would not harm him. Of course, it cannot be due to that. What comes to mind is that he fears that should he appear, the will would become effective once more, leaving my mother and me with no choice but to depart, while the Bai Corporation would inevitably crumble. That can't he refuse? He must have the power to choose. Had he the option to refuse, he would not have arrived at this juncture. There must be some compelling reason that rendered him unable to decline. Thus he resorted to this most foolish of methods. Lu Siyu inquired, is there truly no way for you to unravel this? Did you not attempt it? What are your plans moving forward? Is this the reason you sought me out, hoping to garner media attention? Indeed, he replied, if so, I was correct in my surmise. You merely regard me as a pawn in your game. That I deeply apologize. Initially, that was indeed my perspective, Bai Chenlin candidly confessed. Had he been able to express a fondness for her, perhaps her emotional realm would not have endured such a prolonged winter over the past 5 years. She exhaled slowly and said, Mr. Bai, I must formally inform you that you may find yourself disappointed. It is not that I have any aversion to a design fee of 1.5 million. Regrettably, I fear I lack the qualifications to be your pawn, and you would do well to seek someone more adept. Does that imply your unwillingness? I am willing, yet I cannot assist you in luring out your brother. Despite 4 years of study at university, I have never encountered him, rendering your assumptions invalid. Such an exorbitantly priced pawn. Should it fail to fulfill your objectives, would you be content with that outcome? I suspect not. A surge of warmth coursed through Lu Siyu. She acknowledged her heart's flutter. It was indeed challenging to remain indifferent when such a handsome and accomplished man spoke to her in this manner. Bai Chenlin's phone rang. He answered, asking, what is it? Still in conversation. Oh, is that so? Let me take a look. He set the phone down and chuckled. Fan Xing mentioned that those media folks are quite swift. They've already drafted a piece and sent it over for my review. If all is well, it can be published immediately. This matter bears significant weight for you, so I thought it prudent to share it with you first. May I add you on WeChat? What sort of piece? Naturally, it pertains to the beautiful designer and the exorbitant design fee. Did I not agree? This is an unexpected boon. Your initial refusal only heightens the intrigue. Lu Siyu added him on WeChat, and Bai Chenlin promptly forwarded an article to her, featuring a sensational UC headline. Has the beautiful designer lost her mind? In the face of Bai Group's astronomical design fee. She did this. Lu Siyu opened the document, and the first image to greet her was a promotional photo of herself, prominently displayed on the company's homepage, official account, and within the studio, a photograph she held in high regard. In it, she appeared more radiant than usual. It seemed those media personnel, despite being unable to capture her directly, had managed to procure her image nonetheless. The subsequent news articles were numerous, accompanied by ample images. accurately delineating her accolades while crafting a sense of suspense, particularly emphasizing that a design fee of 1.5 million was exorbitant even for villa design, far exceeding the rates of established firms like Yuanxiang Studio. Who, then, was this beautiful designer capable of eclipsing Yuanxiang Studio? In the following narrative, we delve into the professional journey of Lu Siyu. Having arrived in this city a year ago, her path to employment has been fraught with extraordinary hardships, marked by a series of dismissals that rendered her prospects bleak. Yet, a shift in perspective reveals that the tribulations faced by this talented designer stem not from her capabilities, but rather from the severe injustices and systemic flaws prevalent in the workplace. A list of her numerous accolades and notable works follows, including her earlier piece, dawned in an era where graduates, regardless of their merit, seemed to glide effortlessly into the workforce. It is striking that a repeatedly awarded prodigy like her could not pass her final design assessment, resulting in a forced delay in her graduation. The reason? Within the review panel, individuals wielding significant influence sought to impose unwritten rules upon her. Fortunately, the discerning eye of the Bai group recognized her potential. Chairman Bai, valuing talent immensely, expressed his intolerance for the suffering of gifted individuals in a society that should be just. He emphasized that the sustainable growth of any enterprise hinges on the recognition of talent. And he held great admiration for the leadership demonstrated by General Manager Tang of Yunheyuan Studio. Bai aspired to forge a long-term partnership, viewing this opportunity as the inception of their collaborative efforts. However, faced with this prospect, the beautiful designer, this genius girl, resolutely declined the enticing offer of 1.5 million yuan. What could have driven her to such a decision? Was it akin to the moment of madness experienced by Fan Jin upon his success? Or was there another underlying reason? Bai Chonglin observed with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the marketing draft, and inquired of Lu Siyu whether she perceived any issues. If not, he suggested it could be sent out. Suddenly, Lu Siyu felt an overwhelming weight of pressure, uncertain of the potential uproar that could ensue from the publication of this piece, and the ramifications it might have for both her and Yunheyuan Studio. Should it truly be released? This was indeed a component of the marketing strategy, and release was a certainty. Regardless of her willingness to sign the contract, this was an opportunity for her and Yunheyuan Studio to become a focal point. Attracting attention and traffic, their studio possessed the talent, yet lacked visibility. After contemplation, Lu Siyu expressed her concern concerning the portion about her university experience. Regardless of its veracity, she wished to shield her alma mater from the maelstrom of public scrutiny. If it were to be published, she hoped this aspect would be omitted, ideally keeping her university's identity concealed. Why? Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of gratitude towards the esteemed former dean, a man she deeply respected. Bai Chonglin inquired, "So, do you intend to sign this contract?" Lu Siyu lowered her gaze, replying, "Thank you. I recognize this is a valuable opportunity, and I appreciate you presenting it to me. However, I would like to reflect on it further." Indeed, this conversation had provided her with an abundance of information, and she needed time to process and organize her thoughts before determining her next course of action. Point 15. Hot Comments Part 1. The media personnel had already departed, leaving Tang Xinhai and Yunxia anxiously awaiting her return. Upon noticing that her complexion had regained its tranquility, they breathed a sigh of relief, refraining from inquiring about the cause, as if nothing had transpired moments earlier. They merely exchanged smiles and informed her that they had ordered takeout for her, which merely needed reheating before consumption. Lu Siyu settled down, while Yunxia had already taken her meal to the microwave to warm it. Her thoughtfulness was unwavering. No wonder Tang Xinhai was utterly devoted to her. Once heated, the meal was placed before Lu Siyu, who expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you before beginning to eat. After a few bites, she said, "Tang Zong, Sister Xia, I sincerely apologize for earlier." Both responded that it was of no consequence. Yet Lu Siyu was acutely aware of their underlying disappointment, which they chose not to articulate to spare her feelings. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xinhai asked, "Lu Siyu, it is perfectly fine if you choose not to respond. I merely wish to know if your reluctance stems from having heard about Bai Chongxin's situation, and whether you find it difficult to move past that hurdle. Truth be told, I too have struggled with it, and I suspect that the reason Yuanxiang Studio declined this project might also be due to this very obstacle." Yunxia forced a smile and remarked, "I am not well versed in the affairs of artists, but business is business and character is character. Even if Bai Chonglin is a scoundrel, there is no need to dwell excessively on it. Perhaps that is simply the perspective of a mundane person like me." Lu Siyu shook her head and replied, "It is not as you think, Sister Xia. I will explain this evening." This matter is more complex than you both imagine. Sensing the weight of her words, the two surmised that there must be deeper layers to the situation but chose to remain silent. Before they could finish their meal, Tang Xinhai suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Yunxia, Lu Siyu, have you received any notifications on your phones? Quickly check. Tang Xinhai continued. It appears that regardless of the outcome of this project, our studio's visibility has surged. The Bai Group is now marketing us. Who would have thought that Lu Siyu's earlier actions would become a focal point of promotion? Yunxia, Lu Siyu, refresh your screens, and you'll see. Our viewership is truly skyrocketing. Yunxia, brimming with enthusiasm, continuously refreshed her feed while exclaiming. Tang Zone, if our notoriety increases, can we not raise our design fees? Tang Xinhai chuckled. You are quite the money-minded individual, but truly, we must raise them. We need not exceed others. But we certainly should not fall below the average standard. Our current fees are still considerably below that benchmark. Look, the view count has risen yet again, and the comments are multiplying. It seems we shall not find respite today. The comments, naturally, varied widely, with those regarding Lu Siyu being the most prevalent. This designer deserves an 8. I deducted 2 points to keep her modest. 2008 likes, as of 3 p.m. With such looks, I wonder which company would dare let her go, even if she merely sat in the office. It would be an advantage. 1088 likes. I just want to know if she has a boyfriend. 1505 likes. To the commenter above, we know you don't have a girlfriend, but the sad truth is, neither does Director Bai. 5051 likes. Never mind. I shall no longer conceal the truth. I am indeed her boyfriend. 0 likes, 75 dislikes. Is it truly acceptable for you to comment on my wife in such a manner? 3 likes, 38 dislikes. Regarding Yunheyuan Studio, for the first time, I have come to believe in the adage that good deeds are rewarded. 3056 likes. I am familiar with this studio. The owner is a remarkable individual. Having once been an executive at a design company, though their marketing prowess seems overly eager. 78 likes. His wife is warm-hearted and attentive, truly commendable in her character. 28 likes. Is there no fear of attracting such a beautiful designer? Could this household encounter troubles? 105 likes. What troubles could arise? The triangular formation has always been the most stable. 1538 likes. Others. By Chonglin, are you certain that the 1.5 million design fee is not merely a tribute to the designer's looks? 1,800 likes. If it is indeed based on appearance, I reckon 1.5 million falls short. 3,008 likes. Haha. If it were solely for looks, what would Su Yuanxiang's design fee be? Should it not be negative 1 million? 105 likes. 125 dislikes. Nonsense from the above. Have you ever seen Su Yuanxiang? He too is a handsome gentleman. Mind you, of course, if your vision is impaired, consider my words as unspoken. 253 likes. My group has truly performed admirably. A testament to the responsibilities of a large enterprise. Indeed, it is brimming with positive energy. The employment policies in our country are truly beyond description. 15. Hot comments too, by afternoon. I suddenly noticed an influx of negative remarks. This promotional piece is beautifully written, yet regrettably untrue. This so-called genius girl has not even obtained a university diploma. Is it truly acceptable to embellish like this? So exceptional. Yet I have heard she changed jobs 5 times in a year. Being dismissed by one company might indicate an issue with that company, but being let go by 5, can she still claim it is the company's fault? What kind of eyes do these people have? Can this truly be considered a beauty? I only concede she is somewhat more attractive than Fengjia. Those who claim she is beautiful have clearly not seen her in person. I have. And her attire is quite unrefined, unmistakably rural in style. Can one genuinely entrust their home design to someone with such poor taste? I have seen her, and she is indeed quite unsophisticated. This promotional piece is utterly shameless. Can the designs produced by this studio be deemed acceptable? My cousin engaged this studio for design work, paying 30,000 yuan, only to be harshly criticized by the construction workers. He subsequently had to seek out another smaller company, whose skill level far surpassed that of this studio. They only charged for renovation fees, waiving the design fees entirely, and now my cousin is filled with regret. Finally, a voice of reason, I commend you. Is it truly Bai Chonglin who came? Or is it merely personnel from the marketing company staging a performance with this studio for publicity? To the brother above, if you can see through the charade, do not voice it aloud. How can they survive if you continue to speak such truths? In truth, Lu Siyu felt a growing sense of unease upon encountering those negative comments. She was on the verge of confiding in Tang Xinhai and the others that she had engaged in further discussions with Bai Chonglin and was contemplating a contract. However, The complexities surrounding this matter were overwhelming, and she feared that a lack of thorough consideration of all relevant interests might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, she restrained herself and kept her thoughts unvoiced. She currently faced a pivotal question. Bai Chonglin seemed convinced that signing a contract would enable him to lure out his brother. Was this truly feasible? What basis did he have for such certainty? To her, she might merely be a transient figure in his life. He could deceive her without a hint of hesitation, betraying her trust so ruthlessly, as if she were of no significance to him. Could she truly draw him out? She earnestly hoped so, if only to confront him in person, to unleash her fury upon him, to strike back. Merely uttering "I hate you" over the phone felt insufficiently vindictive. It was utterly unacceptable for her to resign herself to such a fate. He had deceived her so cruelly. She longed for the chance to scold him, hit him, or even bite him. Yet could it genuinely be possible to lure forth such a heartless villain? What if she could not? What if he encountered misfortune again? He had left his grandmother behind. Everything would have to start anew. How long could he sustain himself with the meager sum he possessed? That so-called friend of his, having traveled a great distance to assist him, had only deposited a paltry 50 yuan into his account. What kind of friend was that? Did they not realize he had ample funds at home? Fearing he might default, not to mention 50,000, at least 5,000 should have been saved for him. Hence, if Bai Chonglin believed that her contract could draw him out, she had already acquiesced in her heart. Even if it meant being merely a pawn, if it could indeed bring him forth. Yet, as a woman of dignity, she could not agree so readily. Bai Chonglin had afforded her sufficient respect, leaving her with no alternative but to sign. The crux remained. Could she genuinely entice him? As her thoughts swirled, a sudden notification chimed on WeChat. Her circle of friends on the platform was exceedingly small. She had not even added her parents. Having deleted all former colleagues and classmates, rarely posting on moments, she primarily retained her current colleagues and clients. Uncertain of who had messaged her, she opened it to find a series of texts from none other than Bai Chonglin, whose WeChat nickname was Sangqiong. She felt a twinge of curiosity. Her previous boss seldom communicated via text, preferring direct calls or voice messages due to their seemingly ceaseless busyness. It was surprising that Bai Chonglin, a group president, would opt to send a written message. The content read, "Something just happened. I initially intended to refrain from mentioning it, fearing it might affect your mood, but upon reflection, I believe it's better to inform you." As it serves as a caution, Lu Xiyu sensed that the matter was significant and felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly replied, "What happened?" After a moment's consideration, she added, "I've endured enough blows. I'm no longer afraid of further setbacks. Please, just say it." She pondered whether it was possible that his brother had finally reached out to him, perhaps informing him that he had started a family. The mere thought quickened her heartbeat, and it took her a while to muster the resolve to send that message. 15. Hot comments. 3. Lu Xiyu's mind buzzed, her hands trembling slightly. "Is it your brother?" Sangqiong sent a message. It must not be the case. How could it be possible? Lu Xiyu let out a long sigh, pondering to herself. It has nothing to do with him. Who else could possibly affect my mood? She quickly typed a response. "Who is it?" Just as Lu Xiyu was about to speak, she noticed on WeChat that the other party was still typing, so she refrained from saying anything. Waiting for him to finish his thoughts, Sangqiong continued, "That person on the phone said you were deceived. It is entirely not like that. I am well aware of her background, and no one knows it better than I do. Her artistic foundation is lacking, her design skills are poor, and the work she has won awards for were all achieved through plagiarism. Consequently, her final graduation project was never approved. And she is now the only student in the same field who did not graduate on schedule." Lu Xiyu's head buzzed. She had originally thought that as long as it had nothing to do with a particular person, she could remain indifferent regardless of what was said. In a fit of anger, she sent a string of furious emojis along with a message. "Do you believe this?" Sangqiong replied. Fan Xing said, "Isn't it also true that her awards in senior year were plagiarized?" The other person responded, "It would be strange if her level could produce such work." She directly copied a classmate's project, which reveals her extreme vanity and poor character. Fan Xing remarked, "That classmate could report her." The other person replied, "Report what?" "To achieve her goals. She even slept with that boy." Lu Xiyu was dumbfounded. Trembling with rage, struggling to speak, but finding herself unable to articulate her thoughts, Sangqiong continued to relay the messages. That person said, "The boy, captivated by her beauty, did not report her, with such low moral standards and poor skills. You must not fall for her tricks. I suspect she has colluded with someone within your organization to have you hire her. It would be wise to investigate this matter," Fan Xing informed him. "So, are you suggesting we investigate Chairman Bai?" It was Chairman Bai who personally designated her for the design. However, investigating would be futile, as this villa is Chairman Bai's private property, and the contract will be signed under his private name, not that of the Bai Group. Do you really think Chairman Bai is foolishly wealthy? Lu Xiyu found herself smiling for the first time. Song Xiong continued. That person later stated, no, perhaps someone misled your Chairman Bai. However, this project must not be signed by Lu Xiyu. Allowing such a person to rise would have a detrimental impact on society. I believe Chairman Bai, as a conscientious president who values social benefits, would take these factors into consideration. Song Xiong added. Fan Xing did not pursue the matter further but asked, you know Lu Xiyu so well. Who are you? He replied, I understand Lu Xiyu because I am her teacher. Have you guessed it yet? Lu Xiyu felt a surge of anger, trembling as she typed 3 words. Chen Jimei. Song Xiong confirmed, that's him. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Xiyu exited WeChat, left the studio, and directly called Bai Chonglin. Upon answering, Bai Chonglin chuckled, what's wrong? Are you very angry? How can I not be angry? How could he treat me this way? I had already given him a way out. Yet he relentlessly pursues this matter, calling me from such a distance. Is he not going too far? Bai Chonglin replied, I was just preparing half of the information to send to you when you called. In fact, he is not far away. He is currently in S City. Lu Xiyu inquired. On a business trip? Bai Chonglin responded, no. It is said that he has been transferred here for some friendly talent exchange activity with universities. And he has already been here for 2 months, with a duration of 1 year. Lu Xiyu, gritting her teeth, remarked, what else did he say? Spare me the profanity. What did he say after omitting the curse words? Bai Chonglin replied. He mentioned that she hesitated to take your orders simply because you possess a modicum of self-awareness, realizing that you cannot handle such a project. Therefore, he hopes we will refrain from seeking you out again. Making minor mistakes is trivial, but bringing disgrace to the academy is a grave matter. Of course, if necessary, he can recommend better designers. Lu Xiyu felt her blood rush to her head, disregarding all other thoughts, and asked, are you serious about what you said? About the contract? Do you think I am jesting? Very well, I shall sign, and I wish to do so without delay. Ideally, I want to sign by tomorrow. Are you certain? Absolutely. Not only do I intend to sign, but I also aim to execute this design to the best of my abilities. That is imperative. If you do not give your utmost, I shall not accept it. I have conveyed to you that my standards for the villa design are exceedingly high, and I expect your work to withstand scrutiny from various experts. Bai Chonglin inquired. Are there experts coming to critique? Lu Xiyu suddenly felt a wave of pressure. This is a design fee of 1.5 million, not 150,000, let alone 15,000. If it cannot withstand expert scrutiny, will they not consider me a fool with deep pockets? What is wrong? Are you feeling timid? Are you afraid? Lu Xiyu indeed hesitated. Over the past year, she had been worn down by clients to the point where she could barely muster confidence in the face of public opinion. After all, no matter how excellent the proposal, there will always be dissenting voices, especially for someone like her, a novice. Experts would likely adopt a critical stance towards her work. The pressure she faced was palpable. Could her fragile heart withstand such stress? What is wrong? Are you lacking in self-confidence? I am not lacking confidence. I assure you I can perform exceptionally well. However, as you know, design proposals are inherently contentious. If one truly seeks faults, any proposal can be scrutinized and criticized. Bai Chonglin chuckled, you need not worry about that. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the proposal is well executed. With someone like Tang Xinhai around, the likelihood of making fundamental errors is virtually non-existent. I still have faith in him. Without fundamental mistakes, there will be no issues. Of course, if you are hesitant to take on the challenge, I could consider alternative approaches. I am not afraid. I wish to take on the challenge. Lu Xiyu recalled the humiliation brought on by Chen Jimei and resolutely declared, very well, let us proceed as you suggested. Tomorrow, we shall publicly sign the contract. It is settled. Yunxia anxiously exclaimed, what shall we do? If readers believe their words, it will adversely affect our business. Had I known this would happen, it would have been better if this matter had never arisen. Tang Xinhai, why are you not at all worried? You must think of a solution. Tang Xinhai replied, why such pessimism? An increase in traffic is a good thing, is it not? Moreover, are there not more people speaking well of us? Yunxia anxiously exclaimed, haven't you heard that good news seldom leaves the door, while bad news travels far and wide? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. 100 praises can be overshadowed by a single criticism. Lu Xiyu replied, Sister Xia, please do not fret. I have just spoken with Director Bai. and he will be coming tomorrow to sign the contract. Yunxia was taken aback. She had nearly lost hope for this deal. Especially after reading those dreadful reviews, regret washed over her as she struggled to comprehend Lu Xiyu's seemingly capricious rejection, which complicated matters so unnecessarily. Yet, she hesitated to blame Lu Xiyu and could only direct her frustration towards Tang Xinhai. Uttering some pessimistic remarks, upon hearing Lu Xiyu's sudden announcement, she could hardly believe her ears. Tang Xinhai was equally astonished, although he had suspected something when he saw Lu Xiyu making a phone call earlier. He himself found that speculation rather absurd. Yunxia turned to Lu Xiyu and said, "You just mentioned that I just had a conversation with Director Bai, asking him to come tomorrow to sign." In truth, Lu Xiyu could sense Yunxia's disappointment. Despite Yunxia's modest education, her emotional intelligence was remarkable. She seldom complained to Tang Xinhai, knowing he too was prone to emotional fluctuations, and she feared it might affect his state of mind. The slight emotion she had just displayed indicated she was on the verge of losing control. That it was no surprise. After longing for the studio's success for so long, the prospect of losing this opportunity, which could potentially worsen the situation, was overwhelming even for the most composed individual. Yunxia inquired, "So, what did Director Bai say?" Lu Xiyu answered, "He agreed." Tang Xinhai let out a long sigh. Internally, he was in turmoil. He had considered the scenarios Yunxia mentioned, but chose not to vocalize them for fear of adding pressure on the two women. He had a strong sense that this contract might be a turning point for the entire studio. Success could lead to soaring heights, while failure could drag them into a whirlpool of public scrutiny, possibly leading to their demise. Yunxia embraced Lu Xiyu tightly, exclaiming, "Ba, how did you come by Director Bai's number? Have you known him for a while? You've hidden it so well. I thought you were an artist, just like General Tang. Turns out you are quite the master of concealment." Lu Xiyu clarified, "Not at all. I've only had a fleeting encounter with him. A chance meeting where we barely exchanged a few words before I hurried away." Tang Xinhai interjected, "So, he was chasing after you this morning." Both Yunxia and Lu Xiyu shared a moment of joy. But soon Yunxia's concern resurfaced. "I'm just worried he might have a change of heart tomorrow. We have often encountered clients like this, who promise to come and sign, but fail to show up. What if he reads those negative comments and begins to believe them?" Tang Xinhai reassured her, Now, my dear Xia, don't be so sensitive. That a person of Director Bai's caliber surely considers every step with great deliberation. I believe he has a considerable understanding of our Lu Xiyu, far more than we do." Yunxia exchanged a knowing glance with Tang. Yunxia returned his profound smile and remarked, Indeed. Remembering the titles and comments of award-winning high school works so clearly is truly remarkable. Lu Xiyu surrendered, saying, "Oh, come on. Could you both not play off each other like this? I have no connection with him whatsoever." Yunxia replied, "You might think that way, but I sense that his gaze towards you is different from how he looks at others." President Tang shares this sentiment as well. Lu Xiyu responded, "Sister Xia, never mind. I initially intended to discuss this with you privately tonight, not wanting anyone else to know, but since it's already out, let us just search for that post. It was made a few months ago, titled Witnessing a Large-Scale Public Humiliation, a Stray Painter Defeats a Professional Art Teacher." Tang Xinhai remarked, "I don't see it that way. Isn't it only natural for a stray painter to win against a professional art teacher from a county? It hardly seems worthy of such astonishment. Do you perhaps harbor misconceptions about painters and art teachers?" And yet, he managed to secure a victory. Lu Xiyu interjected, "It wasn't a victory. It was a win through deceit." Yunxia queried, "How do you know? You wouldn't happen to be the granddaughter of Zhang Liugu, would you?" Lu Xiyu gently nodded. Tang Xinhai exclaimed, "Really? Oh, this painter surnamed Yang. How large was the portrait he painted for you in 2 hours?" Lu Xiyu replied, "It was a size 40 portrait." Tang Xinhai gasped in surprise. Yunxia inquired, "Is that impressive?" "One cannot simply call it impressive. If the completion level is high, it would be utterly terrifying, enough to scare away an art teacher. The level of completion must be considerable. His surname is Yang, and his name is Yang Ling." Tears welled up in Lu Xiyu's eyes, revealing that Bai Chonglin had not deceived her. Not even a million could sway him, yet he painted over 40 works of her. 15. Tears and Memories, Part 2. Was it truly him? Was it real? Lu Xiyu nodded. Tang Xinhai, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and leapt up. Yunxia, bewildered, did not stop him. Lu Xiyu hastily cautioned, "Just understand, but you must not speak of this." Tang Xinhai asked, "Why? Do you mean that Bai Chonglin is already aware of this matter?" Wait a moment. There seemed to be many questions. How long did Zhang Ling stay at Zhang Liugu's place? Upon hearing the name that Tang Xinhai uttered, Yunxia suddenly grasped the situation in an instant. Both of them seemed to comprehend everything. Lu Xiu nodded. Yunxia softly inquired, Xiu, I perhaps shouldn't ask, but by the look on your face, did you fall in love with him back then? Lu Xiu vehemently denied. No, absolutely not, that I merely perhaps felt a sense of gratitude. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her voice dwindling. There exists a sentiment so profound that even one wishes to deceive their own heart. As she spoke, tears began to fall uncontrollably, a cascade that could not be halted. Why gratitude? He asked me to never mind. It's hard to articulate at the moment. All I can say is that, in a certain sense, he saved me. Yunxia remarked, but I noticed it was written there, and I feel like he seems to have a fondness for you, doesn't he? Is that so? I couldn't tell. Tang Xinhai commented, if we go by what it says there. I find it quite plausible that someone who has never painted portraits would create such a vivid piece in just 2 hours. Such passion, if not born out of love, leaves one wondering what it could stem from. After all, he is an artist. Passion can strike unexpectedly. Who knows? Maybe I was merely a competent model. Regardless, he stayed for half a year and then left. Have you met again since then? No. And that's why I say it may not have been love at all. If it were truly love, how could he not come to see me? There is only one renowned art academy in our province. It wouldn't have been difficult for him to find me. Yet I've never laid eyes on him. Xiu forced a bitter smile. She glanced at the clothing she adored, each piece costing over 1,000 yuan. Reluctantly, she settled for a suit priced at over 600. Feeling a pang of regret as she paid. Over the past year, she had only purchased 3 outfits, one for autumn, one for winter, and one for summer, not for lack of desire, but simply due to financial constraints. Just after she completed the payment, her phone rang. To her surprise, it was a call from Bai Chonglin. With a contract signing scheduled for tomorrow, she hurriedly selected an outfit from a roadside shop called E. Buxi. Laughter from Bai Chonglin and Tang Xinhai reached her ears, followed by Bai Chonglin's voice. Did you buy it? You should return it. What? Return it, he said, maintaining a tone that suggested discussion yet carried an air of inevitability. Lu Xiu glanced at Yunxia, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could something have gone awry? Should I return the clothes promptly? Yunxia, sensing the unease, examined Lu Xiu's attire and replied, if the deal falls through, then so be it, that I think you should keep it. Looking this beautiful, it would be a shame not to wear nice clothes while you're young. Lu Xiu beamed. I love hearing that. Then I want to return it. Exactly, don't return it. Lu Xiu hesitated. She wasn't entirely satisfied with this outfit, but the ones she truly desired were somewhat pricey. Coupled with her feelings of disappointment, she ultimately decided to return it. When she informed the sales assistant, the smile that had graced the assistant's face froze, as if the little friendship they had just begun was about to capsize. Nevertheless, the assistant said nothing and proceeded to find the cashier. Successfully facilitating the return, Lu Xiu chuckled. I know. I think I'll wait until next time. Deep down, she understood that many clients initially doubted her abilities. Partly due to her youth and partly because her style still bore the remnants of a student. This weakened her presence considerably. She certainly didn't dislike dressing well. Who wouldn't want to adorn themselves beautifully? Even during her university days, she had been more generous in her clothing purchases. With many delivery personnel recognizing her, what unexpected turn of events led Bai Chonglin to call for a halt? Could it be that the gentleman has already made an appearance, rendering the expenditure of over 1 million unnecessary to employ her as bait? Indeed, as bait, 1.5 million is rather exorbitant. However, Bai Chonglin himself asserted that she is worth such a price, and he intends to use this money to help her reclaim her dignity. Is it true that the Bai family's assertions are so unreliable? A wave of disappointment washed over her, yet she did not wish to let Yunxia see through her facade, so she forced a smile. Though her desire to purchase any more clothing had vanished as she stepped out, reluctant to part with the garments, a brand new white BMW 740 across the street honked a few times. Tang Xinhai emerged from the passenger seat, waving at them. Observing Tang Xinhai's relaxed expression, the two felt a sense of relief and hurried over. Tang Xinhai remarked, what a coincidence. You all thought of the same thing. Just as you left, Chairman Bai's car arrived. He mentioned he had a women's clothing discount voucher worth several thousand that was about to expire, and since it would be a shame to waste it, he rushed over. Lu Xiu's mouth fell agape as she glanced at the driver's seat. Realizing that Bai Chonglin had driven himself, he offered her a slight smile, confirming Tang Xinhai's words, and Lu Xiu felt her spirits lift. She settled into the back seat, only to notice that Yunxia had not followed. She waved her urgently. Tang Xinhai took Yunxia's hand and laughingly said, no need. Yunxia has already made her purchases. Lu Siyu, you can go alone and pick something nice. After all, you will be the absolute star tomorrow. Bai Chonglin added, let us go together. The Xiuani Carnival has splendid clothing. Besides, this voucher must be utilized. Lu Siyu chimed in, yes, Sister Xia, let us go together and take advantage of it. Yunxia replied with a smile. Perhaps another time. There are still many matters at home to attend to. You know how men are. Tang Xinhai feigned a grimace, saying, Lu Siyu, look at your sister Xia. She is always throwing around gender discrimination. Bai Chonglin chuckled, very well. Then we shall take our leave. As the vehicle started and swiftly ascended the elevated road, Lu Siyu inquired, is it far? Isn't that quite troublesome for you? A peculiar sensation surged within Lu Siyu as she silently observed the car. The interior was pristine, nearly akin to a brand new vehicle, and she could even detect the distinctive aroma of genuine leather seats. It suddenly dawned on her that this belonged to the person who had fled. After 6 years, the car remained so immaculate, exuding an air of desolation instead. She found herself at a loss for words. In her first job, there was a business-use red BMW. On one occasion, her supervisor took her out, and the company dispatched this vehicle. The supervisor had remarked that the car was worth over 200,000 upon its arrival, which had left Lu Siyu astounded. She never imagined that someone would abandon such a car to wander outside. A gentle tremor passed through Lu Siyu's heart as she began to understand why Bai Chonglin had made such a choice. A pristine vehicle, if left unused for an extended period, would gather dust, leading outsiders to speculate that something grave had befallen its owner. Unable to bear such thoughts, Bai Chonglin likely felt compelled to wash the car monthly and take it for a spin, demonstrating that it was still in regular use and that its owner was, indeed, perfectly fine. This subtle psychological nuance might elude many, yet Lu Siyu found herself capable of comprehending it. Bai Chonglin cast a glance at the central control panel and remarked, unbeknownst to us, this car has already traversed over 8,000 kilometers. Lu Siyu found herself at a loss for words. Bai Chonglin continued, when my father purchased this vehicle, everyone found it rather peculiar, for under normal circumstances. My brother is not particularly fond of such a business car. He would rather drive a Beetle or even a Mini. I am the one who is meant to drive a car like this. Eventually, it became apparent that my father, prior to buying this car, must have known he was terminally ill and wished to pass the reins of the corporation to my brother, hence the purchase of this vehicle. Yet, in the end, my brother left without ever driving it, not even taking the keys with him. Lu Siyu responded, why are you sharing this with me? To be honest, I don't have much of a connection with your brother. Regret washed over her as she wondered how Bai Chonglin would interpret her words. Bai Chonglin replied, is that so? All I know is that you are the first girl who has truly touched my brother's heart. And you may well be the bridge between us. If I do not confide in you, I cannot find anyone more fitting to share this with. Miss Lu, I have never articulated these sentiments in front of anyone. Not even my mother. Before her, I dare not even mention my brother, fearing it might shatter her. Lu Siyu inquired, if you care for your brother so deeply, why have you not publicly addressed the multitude of negative comments about you online? What do they say about me? They claim you are fighting for inheritance. Bai Chonglin sighed with a wry smile. At first, I was too preoccupied to care, merely seeking someone to validate the truth. Later, assuming this position during the most tumultuous times for the Bai Group, I found myself overwhelmed with responsibilities, where a single misstep could spell disaster for the company. I had no time to attend to such matters. Once I found a moment to breathe and the fervor subsided, I grew apathetic, occasionally wondering if there might be someone in the know who would disclose my brother's whereabouts. The number of people who vilified and wronged me mattered little. Finding my brother was of utmost importance. Lu Siyu remarked, that must have been incredibly difficult and taxing for you. Bai Chonglin responded, in truth, the greatest suffering is borne not by me, but by my mother. The greatest hardship is not mine, but my brother's. My mother forsook everything to be with my father. As a young woman, the daughter of a seasoned official, accustomed to a life of privilege, she married a burden, an individual struggling to make ends meet. After enduring such hardship together and finally achieving success, she suddenly realized she was merely a shadow of a deceased man. That I marvel at how she managed to endure it all. As Lu Siyu listened, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped her. With a heavy sigh, she reflected that Bai Chonglin must harbor deep pain to articulate such thoughts. It was surprising that this commercial prodigy possessed such a rich emotional landscape. The car sped along the elevated highway, the urban nightscape coming alive with vibrant lights, revealing its alluring charm. Yet behind this facade of glamour lay countless sorrows, much like this luxury vehicle worth over 2 million. which concealed the profound anguish of several individuals within its sleek exterior. At 16, while shopping for clothes, she found herself at Wanda Plaza in Taoyuan District, the most bustling night market in S-City. The Shuani Carnival, a modest high-end women's fashion boutique adjacent to Wanda Plaza, showcased garments with price tags exceeding 10,000 yuan, which explained the existence of several thousand yuan discount coupons. She lamented internally. Clothing priced over 1,000 yuan already posed a challenge for her, and the mere thought of items costing tens of thousands was far beyond her financial reach. As she hesitated, she realized she had lost the optimal opportunity to escape. The staff within the store greeted Bai Chonglin warmly, indicating that he was well known among them. To flee now would be utterly inappropriate. Bai Chonglin appeared to be quite familiar with the personnel. Swiftly locating the manager, a woman in her early 30s, upon seeing him, she smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Bai. Sister Xin just called and said she would be arriving shortly." The manager continued, "She arrived yesterday. She won't come for anyone else. But since you brought someone, how could she possibly not show up? This must be Miss Liu, a truly lovely young lady." Bai Chonglin replied, "I almost forgot to introduce her. This is Liu Xiu, the lead designer from Yunheyuan Studio. And this is Manager Chiu." Liu Xiu hurriedly greeted them, just as several beautiful saleswomen approached, exclaiming, "It's really her. So stunning." One remarked, "I thought the photo was edited. She is genuinely this beautiful." Liu Xiu noticed that as the saleswoman spoke, they frequently glanced at Bai Chonglin, as if their words were deliberately meant for his ears. Their gazes, tinged with jealousy, made her realize that they seemed to regard her as Bai Chonglin's girlfriend. Although they praised her beauty, their expressions conveyed a sense of skepticism. Feeling a bit awkward, Liu Xiu excused herself to browse the clothes. But the more she looked, the more she felt life was devoid of meaning. Despite her diligent efforts, her monthly salary was insufficient to purchase even a single garment here. The mere existence of such stores indicated that wealthy patrons were plentiful, but in her heart, she conceded that the clothes indeed appeared exquisite. Yet to assert that they were worth such exorbitant prices seemed rather absurd. Lost in thought, she was suddenly enveloped by the soothing melodies and the warm, magnetic voice of an announcer. "Thank you to our esteemed customer, Mrs. Hu. Today, you have purchased clothing totaling 33,088 yuan. May these garments help you maintain your everlasting youth, ensuring that time leaves no trace upon your flawless skin." The entire store paused to applaud as a middle-aged woman in her 40s, adorned with heavy makeup and exuding vitality, exited with 2 elegantly packaged boxes amidst the applause. Liu Xiu felt her courage wane. Having spent a year in S-City, her earnings barely sufficed for a single purchase in this establishment. The clerks, evidently discerning her social standing from her attire, refrained from interrupting her as she browsed the garments. Occasionally, they exchanged light-hearted smiles between themselves. However, the meaning behind these smiles, honed by Liu Xiu's years of keen observation, was not lost on her. Yet, what could she do? If she couldn't afford the items, there was no need to force herself into their circle. With this thought, she found herself suddenly disliking Bai Chonglin. How could someone be so self-assured? She simply lacked the means to shop here, and even with an abundance of discount coupons, her financial capability remained unchanged. Given her economic situation, was it not a form of self-deprecation to be here? No longer wishing to hide her discomfort, she approached Chiu Jie and Bai Chonglin, who were engaged in conversation, and said, "Sister Chiu, Mr. Bai, I cannot afford these clothes. I think I shall take my leave." Both Bai Chonglin and Chiu Jie, along with the clerks, were taken aback by her candor. Chiu Jie remarked, "Mr. Bai has special discount coupons from Xin. Were you not aware?" Liu Xiu replied, "Mr. Bai may not be aware of my circumstances. My previous salary was less than 2,000 a month, and as of this month, it has only reached 6,000, though it has yet to be dispersed. Even with coupons, I still find myself unable to indulge. Clothing priced around 1,000 is already at the outer limits of my budget. The garments here, I must admit, are simply too extravagant for me, and if I continue to peruse them, my embarrassment will surely escalate." Chiu Jie glanced at Bai Chonglin and smiled. "Miss Liu, with Mr. Bai present, should you truly be concerned about your finances?" Liu Xiu responded, "I am aware of Mr. Bai's affluence, yet our relationship is merely one of potential collaboration. He is merely a prospective client to me that he mentioned that these discount coupons for women's clothing would expire if not used, and as I happen to require clothing, I thought to seize the opportunity. However, I do not presume that Mr. Bai is obligated to cover expenses for his collaborators." Her words were intentionally articulated for the benefit of the other clerks, as this establishment catered to high-end clientele and maintained a notably quiet atmosphere. Consequently, the expressions on the clerks' faces softened considerably in response. Bai Chonglin appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed taken certain assumptions for granted and failed to consider Lu Siyu's financial situation. Just as he was about to speak, a voice from the entrance chimed, "What an impressive young lady." Everyone turned their gaze towards the door, where a strikingly beautiful woman of refined demeanor was smiling at Lu Siyu. She appeared to be in her late 20s. Of average height and slightly slender, clad in attire devoid of the ostentation typically associated with fashionable women. Bai Chonglin quickly approached her, embracing her warmly. "Sister Xin, you truly have come. What is all this nonsense? Should I add old to that and call you old you?" The elegant woman teased, her playful reproach exuding a delightful charm that required a certain finesse to navigate. The beautiful woman gently tapped him and said, "How many times must I remind you not to so readily divulge my age?" Bai Chonglin replied, "Understood. I shall no longer refer to you as Sister Xin. Instead, I shall call you Little Xin. The shop erupted in laughter, and Lu Siyu joined in, speculating that this establishment might indeed be hers. Though it was merely a shop, the essence of its proprietor undoubtedly set her apart from the ordinary shopkeepers, who could never possess her unique grace. Sister Xin remarked, "Sister Chiu called to say you were bringing a young lady to try on some clothes. That I recall this is your first time bringing a girl. So I hurried over." Lu Siyu quickly interjected, "Sister Xin, I believe you have misunderstood. You must have heard my earlier comments. We are merely seeking to collaborate on a project that I heard you, and there was no misunderstanding." She replied, "You are a young lady, and it is evident he brought you here." He spoke plainly, and I made no wild assumptions. However, I felt compelled to come, as he has never before brought a young lady to purchase clothes from me. I wish to convey to him how much I value each individual he introduces. "Young lady, what is your name?" "Lu Siyu." "Then I shall call you Little Lu." "Little Lu, could you turn to the side so I may see?" Like this, demonstrating, she prompted Lu Siyu to follow suit. Although uncertain of her intentions, Lu Siyu complied and turned slightly. Sister Xin scrutinized her, scanning the entire shop before taking Lu Siyu's hand and leading her to a counter. She pointed to a particular outfit and said, "This one, Little Lu. Please try it on over there." Lu Siyu protested, "Sister Xin, there's no need. I cannot afford it anyway." Sister Xin chuckled, "Trying it on costs nothing. I simply wish for them to witness how clothing can transform a person's spirit." Upon emerging in the outfit, Lu Siyu was met with thunderous applause and gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Initially, she assumed the applause was merely a favor for Sister Xin, but upon standing before the mirror, she was taken aback. The reflection before her resembled a fashion model. The youthful naivety that the photographers had struggled to diminish during her last professional shoot was effortlessly swept away by this ensemble, leaving behind an aura of purity and simplicity, while simultaneously enhancing her captivating charm. The hidden beauty within Lu Siyu seemed to emerge from the depths of obscurity, coalescing into a radiant presence that elevated her essence significantly. Whether it was the style, the color, or the fabric, an enchanting chemical reaction occurred between Lu Siyu and the outfit. Though reluctant to concede, she felt an undeniable connection to the attire, as if encountering a kindred spirit. Uncertain whether this was merely a rationalization for her burgeoning desire, she sensed that to abandon this outfit at that moment would result in a lifelong regret. For Sister Xin was a force to be reckoned with. As she admired her reflection in the mirror, Xinjie unexpectedly appeared at her side and remarked, "This dress was designed by me 3 years ago. I crafted it by hand. There are only 2 in existence worldwide, one I kept for myself as a memento. Though I have never worn it, and this one has remained here untouched, I have never suggested it to anyone, fearing they might not do it justice. Not that it lacks beauty, but rather, it would not evoke the magical response I envisioned. You are the first person I have encouraged to try it on to no wonder." This style was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Upon glancing at the price, she noted that the dress cost over 15,000 yuan. But if she could secure a 20% discount and apply Beikonglin's coupon, it would likely amount to less than her monthly salary. Although just 10 minutes prior, this was a price she would have never considered bearing. Her perspective shifted after trying it on. She had not purchased any clothing in an entire year. Perhaps it was time to spend the savings of the past year. After all, some people would spend over 3,000 yuan on a scarf. Xinjie interjected, "I'm afraid we do not offer installment plans here." Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked the saleswoman, "Which item is priced at 7,588 yuan?" The salesgirl laughed, "Aren't you holding it?" However, it had clearly been over 15,000. "You have a good memory," Xinjie responded. "When you went to change, I mentioned that this dress had sat here for 3 years without selling, indicating it might be overpriced. So, We simply have the price and labeled it accordingly. Miss Lu, you wear this dress exceptionally well. Why not do us a favor and purchase it? If funds are insufficient, Beikonglin has coupons available to cover the difference. Just then, Beikonglin approached and said, "Are you buying it?" Here's the coupon, totaling 6,000 yuan. Lu Xiyu gleefully accepted the coupon and, upon reaching the cash register, completed her payment. As the music from the store's speakers filled the air, a captivating male voice announced, "Dear young designer Miss Lu Xiyu, you have successfully purchased the new ensemble Autumn Dream, personally designed and crafted by Xinjie, valued at 18,888 yuan. As today's fortunate customer, you may acquire this exclusive set at half price. I believe this outfit will enhance your natural beauty and bring you lifelong good fortune." The store erupted in enthusiastic applause, with Xinjie beaming and leading the applause, exuding elegance and charm. On her way home, Lu Xiyu could not resist glancing at the dress again. Despite the discount and the coupon, it still exceeded her budget, yet the shopping experience left her exhilarated, with no regrets whatsoever. Beikonglin, observing through the mirror, smiled and said, "You really like it, don't you? This style is indeed quite unique and suits you perfectly." Lu Xiyu replied, "It is rather strange. Isn't it? Such a wonderful dress, and it has sold in this store for 3 years." "How could that be?" Beikonglin chuckled. "When Xinjie told you it had sold for 3 years, did you actually believe her? She is quite the cunning trickster, but the sales clerk told me otherwise." She protested. "A dress designed and crafted by her from such fine material at this price. Believe me, if it were genuinely for sale, it would be snatched up within an hour. You really took her word for it." He teased that it is undoubtedly the case that the garments were displayed only after her arrival. "When you went inside to change, she confided in me that she had deduced these clothes could only be donned by you. No one else could evoke such an aura. Is she not quite affluent and renowned?" Lu Xiyu's admiration for her continues to ascend, and it appears that in order to enable her to afford these garments, Xinjie has exerted considerable effort. She serves as the editor-in-chief of a fashion magazine and the CEO of a fashion website, holding significant prestige within the fashion industry. But who is her husband? Alas, she is not married. The poor girl. She is already 33 this year. He sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy in his voice. 33. Lu Xiyu was somewhat taken aback. She perceived Xinjie as mature, graceful, and noble. Yet her appearance belied any indication of being over 30. Well, if I hadn't mentioned it, you might not have guessed. Sigh. Youth is fleeting. A girl as exceptional and beautiful as she, unmarried, must simply not desire matrimony. Lu Xiyu felt that Bai Chonglin's sorrow seemed somewhat unwarranted. She detected no trace of melancholy in Xinjie, who struck her as remarkably poised and magnanimous. Such a person, even if unmarried, could undoubtedly lead a life of utmost ease. It is not that she is, but alas, one can only say that unrequited love is a bittersweet affair. The agony of loving someone and the difficulty of forgetting them. These are lessons I have gleaned from Xinjie. The more she smiles radiantly in front of others, the more tears she sheds in solitude. As the vehicle ascended the elevated road, the two occupants remained silent, one lost in the reverie of the fabric, the other gripping the steering wheel in contemplative sadness. Currently, Lu Xiyu shares a modest 2-bedroom suite with Tang Xinhai and Yunxia. Though not expansive, the rent approaches 5,000. Previously, she had shared the space with a female white-collar worker. But upon Lu Xiyu's entry into the studio, Yunxia negotiated with the other tenant for Lu Xiyu to stay temporarily and share the rent. The white-collar worker, displeased, promptly vacated, leaving Lu Xiyu alone in the room. This marks Lu Xiyu's first experience of having her own personal space since arriving in S-City, providing a semblance of home. The shared rent is conveniently deducted directly from her salary, offering her considerable relief. Upon returning home, before she could even enter her room, Yunxiao emerged to inquire how many outfits she had purchased and whether she had eaten. Lu Xiyu replied that she had not dined yet, and playfully waved the garment in her hand, prompting Yunxia to guess its price. Upon revealing the cost, it unsurprisingly left Yunxiao astounded, her eyes gleaming as she hurried into Lu Xiyu's room and quickly emerged to enlist Tang Xinhai's help in reheating the meal. Then shut the door for a fitting session, her eyes nearly bulging with excitement. After a while, as Tang Xinhai warmed the food, the two girls remained inside the room, chattering away. It seems the nature of women universally remains the same. With a beautiful new outfit, even the prospect of offending their hunger becomes trivial. Impatiently, Tang Xinhai reclined on the sofa, perusing today's news when suddenly the phone rang. It was a call transferred from the studio's landline, and a voice inquired, Is this the Yunheyuan studio? I would like to speak with Manager Tang. Tang Xinhai assumed that someone was inquiring about business and hurriedly replied, Hello, this is I. How may I assist you? Greetings, Mr. Tang. It is I, Lu Siyu's university professor from your studio. Good day, Professor. May I ask your surname? No need for formalities. It is Chun. Professor Chun, it is a pleasure to receive your call, and I am immensely grateful for your institution's contribution in nurturing such an outstanding student. Tang Xinhai sincerely expressed he surmised that this professor must have seen related news online and called specifically to inquire about the situation, feeling quite pleased for Lu Siyu to have such a caring teacher. After a moment, Tang Xinhai finally reacted and said, Are you truly Lu Siyu's instructor? Indeed. The professor replied, Mr. Tang, you may be youthful and thus easily misled by appearances. This is not your fault. I too was once young and understand the nature of youth. However, as a company, the criteria for selecting talent should not solely rely on outward appearances. Tang Xinhai, rather bluntly, interjected, If you are indeed Lu Siyu's teacher, then you must be blind. The other party likely did not expect such rudeness from Tang Xinhai. Stop pretending. Do not take me for a fool. I have been in this industry for many years, and one's caliber is always demonstrated through their work. Must you be so tedious? Was it someone surnamed Hao who prompted you to call? Just tell him that Tang Xinhai is neither a fool nor blind. The opponent grew agitated. Mr. Tang, I am not surnamed Hao. I truly am. Tang Xinhai abruptly hung up the phone and blocked the number. At that moment, Yun Xia emerged from the door and inquired, Hey, Tang Xinhai, why the rush? Who was on the line? A friend surnamed Hao. Tang Xinhai replied, Who else could it be? How ridiculous. It is utterly laughable. They wish for me to dismiss Lu Siyu. Are they out of their minds? Tomorrow, with this single signing, who knows how many people might go mad? What kind of clothes did Lu Siyu purchase, and how much were they? Surely, it could not have been inexpensive. Yun Xia responded, 1.5.8.8. Isn't there a discount coupon? That is the price after utilizing a 6,000 yuan coupon. Do not be astonished just yet. This is the price after a special 50% discount, Yun Xia stated. Tang Xinhai, do you remember how much the most expensive garment you bought for me was? Look at Lu Siyu. She spends over 10,000. Lu Siyu, come out and let this country bumpkin witness some sophistication. Suddenly, Lu Siyu emerged like a gust of wind, striking a pose akin to a professional fashion model. Tang Xinhai gasped in admiration, exclaiming, Absolutely stunning. Which internationally renowned brand is this? Completely domestic. What do you think? That cannot be. A domestic brand cannot possess such high-quality garments. It must be a foreign luxury label. Have you heard of Xinjie? Xinjie? Yes, the international fashion master. This is a piece personally designed and crafted by her, with only 2 sets in existence globally, one I purchased, and the other she kept as a memento, making it effectively a limited edition. Wait, is she the one who studied in France, Jiang Xian? This posed quite a conundrum for Lu Siyu, as she had never inquired about Sister Xian's name. However, given the individual's notable reputation, it seemed unlikely there would be another. She playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, Perhaps, since I purchased it at the Shuani Carnival, she appears to be the owner there. 3. Indeed, by Chong Sun, Su Yuanxiang, and Jiang Xian. However, I've heard that these 3 never quite saw eye to eye during their time at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. When it comes to the Hometown Association in S City, none of them would attend together. If one shows up, the other 2 would resolutely refrain from coming. Is Sister Xn really that proud? I can't quite tell. She seems rather amicable to me. Perhaps you are the chosen one. Yun Xia suggested. Oh yes, 2 out of those 3 treat you quite well, but I wonder about Su Yuanxiang. Lu Siyu replied. Don't hold out hope for Su Yuanxiang. He has never been on good terms with the Bai family. Given that we have taken on a project from the Bai family, it's fortunate if we don't end up as adversaries. If we successfully finalize this contract tomorrow, the architectural and interior design scene in S City might just be stirred into a frenzy, causing a few to go mad and others to lose their tempers. It seems inevitable, like that person with the surname Hao. Indeed, at this moment, they still have the audacity to call and demand that I dismiss Lu Siyu for the sake of social benefit. Truly idle. The individual making that call must have lost their mind, claiming to be Lu Siyu's teacher. Am I a fool? Which teacher would behave in such a manner? The 2 were thoroughly vexed by the antics of the individual surnamed Hao, attributing all mischief to him. Yun Xia chuckled as Lu Siyu interjected. What are you saying? Did someone just mention that my teacher called you to have me dismissed? Yes, it must be the handiwork of that person surnamed Hao. Surnamed Shen. Indeed. Lu Siyu, losing her composure, exclaimed, Damn it. What a scoundrel. What's wrong? Let me check the caller. Is it from our city? Let me see. Oh, it's from a local landline. Let us not let this ruin our mood. As expected, when the designer Lucy Yu, donned in the Autumn Dream Ensemble, made her appearance at the signing event, the atmosphere became electrified. Following the signing, Bai Chonglin's secretary, Fan Xing, fielded inquiries from numerous reporters. Reporter: Yesterday, some media outlets prematurely reported that the Bai Group was set to sign a contract with Yun Heiyuan Studio. We noticed comments suggesting that you might be imposters and that the signing is merely a charade. Mr. Fan, what is your stance on such remarks? Fan Xing: Firstly, I hope those who make such comments have sufficiently thick skin. Otherwise, they might find themselves bruised, which would affect their daily activities. Secondly, I must correct your misconception. The design for Yun Heiyuan Studio is for a villa belonging to Chairman by himself, and the contract was signed under his personal name, having no relation to the Bai Group. Reporter: There are claims that this contract was originally intended for Yuanxiang Studio, and that after they declined, you sought out this company out of embarrassment. Is this not an act of retribution against Yuanxiang Studio? Fan Xing: The underlying implication of this statement is that we, the Bai Dong, are merely wealthy fools. Could you kindly inquire of the clever individual who uttered this remark whether he is confident that his intelligence quotient exceeds 100? Our Bai Dong boasts an IQ of 153. Reporter: However, some assert that the studio chosen by Bai Dong may not be the wisest decision. The owner previously worked at a renowned design firm but had to resign due to the rejection of his proposals, which sufficiently demonstrates his limited capabilities. Since establishing the studio, the situation has been dire, with reports of designs that cannot be executed, rendering it inferior to even ordinary companies. Are you not being rather hasty in selecting this studio? Reporter: Furthermore, regarding the designer you have engaged, it has been said that she was the only student in her field unable to graduate on time due to deficiencies in her final project. Have you heard of this incident? 17. Clothing purchase. V. Lucy Yu gracefully emerged like a gust of wind, striking a pose reminiscent of a professional fashion model. Tang Xinhai gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "How stunning! Which internationally renowned brand is this from?" Completely domestic. What do you think? Impossible. A domestic brand cannot possibly offer such high-quality garments. It must be a luxury brand from abroad. Have you heard of Xinjia? Xinjia? Indeed, the international fashion maestro. This is a piece she personally designed and crafted, with only 2 sets in existence globally. One I purchased, and the other she retained as a keepsake, making it effectively a limited edition. Wait, are you referring to that Jiang Xin who studied in France? This left Lu Xiu perplexed. She had never inquired about Xinjia's name. However, given the person's renown, it seemed unlikely there could be another. She stuck out her tongue and replied, "Perhaps that in any case. I bought it at the Suni Carnival. She seems to be the owner there. 3? Yes, by Chong Sun, Su Yuanxiang, and Jiang Xin. However, I have heard that these 3 have never seen eye to eye during their time at the Central Academy of Fine Arts. When participating in the S-City Alumni Association, none of them would attend together. If one showed up, the other 2 would resolutely stay away. Is Xinjia really that proud? I wouldn't have guessed. She appears quite amiable to me." "Perhaps you are the chosen one," she remarked. "Indeed, out of these 3, 2 have been quite kind to you. I wonder about Su Yuanxiang." Yunxia commented, "Do not hold out hope for Su Yuanxiang. He has never been on good terms with the Bai family. This time, as we have taken on a project for the Bai family, merely avoiding enmity is an achievement in itself. If this contract is smoothly signed tomorrow, it is likely to incite a significant upheaval in the architectural interior design circle of S-City, leading to madness and despair for some. It seems inevitable, much like that individual surnamed Hao. Indeed, at this juncture, he has not hesitated to call and demand that I terminate Lu Xiu for the sake of societal benefit. Such idleness. The person making that call must have lost their senses. He even claimed to be Lu Xiu's teacher. Does he take me for a fool? Which teacher would act in such a manner?" The 2 were greatly distressed by the turmoil caused by the individual surnamed Hao, attributing all malevolence to him. Yunxia chuckled as well. Lu Xiu remarked, "What are you saying? Just now, someone claimed it was my teacher who called you to have me dismissed?" "Indeed, it must be that rascal with the surname Hao." "Surname Chun?" "Yes." Lu Xiu, losing her composure, exclaimed, "Damn it, what an idiot. What's wrong? Let me check the call. Is it from within the city? Let me see. Oh, it's a local landline calling. Forget it. Let us not let this ruin our mood." As anticipated, when the designer Lu Xiu appeared at the signing event adorned in the Autumn Dream Ensemble, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Following the signing, Bai Chonglin's secretary, Fan Xing, engaged in interviews with several journalists on site. Reporter: "Yesterday, Some media outlets prematurely reported that the Bai Group was set to sign a contract with Yun Haeyuan Studio. We noticed comments suggesting you might be imposters, and that the signing is merely a charade. Mr. Fan, what is your view on such remarks? Fan Xing. Firstly, I hope those making such comments possess thick enough skin, lest they end up bruised, as it would otherwise impact their daily activities. Secondly, I must correct a misconception. The design for Yun Haeyuan Studio is for a villa belonging to Chairman by himself, signed under his personal name, and has no affiliation with the Bai Group. Reporter, some say this contract was originally intended for Yuan Xiang Studio, and due to their refusal, you sought out this company in a fit of embarrassment. Is this action not a form of retaliation against Yuan Xiang Studio? Fan Xing. The implication of that statement suggests we, the Bai Group, are merely wealthy fools. Please inquire of the so-called intelligent individuals making that claim if they are certain their IQ exceeds 100, for our Chairman Bai's IQ is 153. Reporter. However, there are claims that the studio you selected may not be wise. The head of this establishment previously worked at a renowned design company but had to resign due to their proposals being unrecognized, indicating a lack of competence. After establishing the studio, the situation has reportedly been dire, with designs created that cannot be executed, rendering them inferior even to ordinary companies. Is your choice of this studio not rather hasty? Reporter. Moreover, it has been said that the designer you chose was the only student in her field who failed to graduate on schedule due to her thesis not meeting standards. Have you heard of this matter? One fateful day, Su Bixing, an art instructor at a training institution, found herself racing along the elevated road in her brother's car. Su Bixing was not particularly fond of riding in her brother's vehicle, primarily due to his perpetually arrogant demeanor, which made it necessary to acquiesce to his every whim, with no room for dissent. Yet, Su Bixing could not help but prattle on, and with one sibling being talkative and the other taciturn, it was inevitable that disputes would arise. It is said that Su Bixing's temperament is surprisingly amiable for a rich second generation, filled with boundless chatter and laughter, save for her interactions with her brother. However, there was little she could do, as her brother had an inherently punchable face, provoking an instinctive desire in normal people to give him a good thrashing. Su Yuanxiang, could you please refrain from playing that song? It's utterly annoying and so outdated. Su Yuanxiang, I am your sister. Must you behave this way? Su Yuanxiang. As she spoke louder and louder, covering her ears in desperation, the car's music grew increasingly deafening. Without raising her voice, she felt as though her words would be obliterated by the bass. Poor sister had no choice but to fall silent. Fortunately, her quietude seemed to coax the music's volume down as if by magic. Just then, the music abruptly ceased, revealing that the car's Bluetooth had connected to an incoming call from a landline number. The brother continued driving, ignoring the call, which persisted stubbornly. Could answering a phone call be that daunting? The sister could no longer contain herself. The brother responded calmly, I don't want to answer. Then decline it. I don't want to decline. The sister was on the verge of despair. The ringing finally stopped, granting the cabin a fleeting moment of peace. But before they could catch their breath, the ringing resumed, announcing the same number. The brother remained indifferent. Had it not been for safety concerns, the sister would have eagerly answered it herself. Yet, the ringing was relentless, continuing until it was answered. After 4 attempts, the brother, with no alternative, finally picked up. Who is this? And what do you want? A deep male voice resonated through the phone. It's me. Perhaps due to the car's sound system, the voice possessed a magnetic quality, reminiscent of a broadcaster's, exceptionally pleasing to the ear. Who are you? The driver asked impatiently. The brother inhaled sharply, his tone suddenly tinged with excitement. Is it really you? Is this your contact number? No. It's a public phone. Don't you have a mobile phone? No. Then where are you? Should I come to fetch you? Wait a moment. I'm on the overpass. Please jot down the address. I need you to help me with navigation using your phone. The latter part was directed at his sister, whose annoyance was tempered by curiosity as she opened the navigation app on her phone. Go ahead. Who is next to you? My sister, Su Bixing. Oh, I remember. Please tell me your address. I'm still at the train station, where there's a public phone. The sister was taken aback. She had prepared so earnestly, only for him to state the obvious from the beginning. No need for navigation then. Just wait a moment. It should take about 35 minutes for me to arrive. Wait for me at the bus stop outside the South Square. All right. The music resumed, clearly indicating that the call had ended. The girl remarked, Who is that? Being so mysterious. It's like a spy preparing for a rendezvous. The driver remained silent, his face betraying a hint of excitement as the car suddenly accelerated. The sister glanced at the speedometer. Too fast, over 120 kilometers. This is an overpass, not a highway. If you get a ticket, don't expect me to help you with the points." The car decelerated to the appropriate speed, and the brother suddenly said, "Su Bixing, there's a subway station not far from the next intersection. Can you take the subway from there?" Su Yuanxiang. "What do you mean by saying there's a subway at the next intersection? Are you planning to abandon me?" "I'm not abandoning you. This friend is extremely important that I ask that to say that your younger sister holds no significance? Or is it that you and this friend of yours share some clandestine, unsavory dealings? Please, let us not engage in such trivialities. This friend truly carries great importance. Brother, I am your only biological sister, and I deem myself equally significant." The emphasis on the last 4 words was particularly pronounced. "Do not jest, for I am sincere. I have matters to attend to. Is that acceptable?" The sister's curiosity was piqued, for her brother had never implored her in such a manner before. The tone he employed was one worth savoring. "Matters? A friend, and a male at that. If it were a female, it might be somewhat more palatable, yet still unacceptable. One must never prioritize romantic interests over familial bonds. Regardless, this cannot serve as an excuse to neglect your sister. And pray, do not tell me you identify as bisexual, seeking female companionship on one hand, while do not perceive me as a dreadful creature. My friend merely wishes to avoid conversing with strangers. What purpose does he serve then, when strangers abound in every corner? Truly, such a person would be better off. Su Bixing, do speak with more decorum. It is not that I lack decorum. Rather, your companion is quite the eccentric. If he harbors such a disdain for meeting strangers, he ought to retreat to the depths of the mountains. What business has he in a bustling city? Your words compel me to meet this peculiar individual. Very well, enough of this. Cease your laughter. This world is one of diversity. Could we not extend respect towards others' individuality? I certainly do respect it. However, you do not afford me the same courtesy, wishing to abandon me by the wayside. Are you truly my brother? I am tempted to verify our DNA. The driver concedes. All right, my dear sister, I ought not to offend you. I shall not forsake you. Is that satisfactory? It should be. Nevertheless, remember this. Do not utter any hurtful words to my friend. He is the finest companion I have ever had in my life. Surely not. Have you not always claimed to have no need for friends? Why concern yourself so? I merely find it curious. Is it not said that birds of a feather flock together? For someone as eccentric as you to possess an important friend is indeed remarkable. Point 1. Encountering a long-haired handsome man. Point 2. The vehicle journeys forth, descending from the elevated roadway. Soon, it arrives near the bus stop at the south square of the train station. The car decelerates, halts, and the driver turns off the engine, unbuckling his seatbelt, preparing to open the door. The sister interjects, Hey, why the rush? This place is no stopping zone. It's 300 for a third of a minute. Do not think of using my license for point deductions again, even for money." The brother scoffs, "Where is your intellect? If you were to drive, I would be the one receiving someone. If there is a passenger in the vehicle, no points would be deducted." The sister shot him a glare. Reluctantly exiting the car as her brother hastily strode towards the bus station, the young woman sat in the driver's seat, feeling a peculiar sensation. What sort of man necessitated the renowned Su Yuanxiang to disembark and greet him? He must be an extraordinary individual from another realm, with no mobile phone and such pretentiousness. He must be dreadfully bored. Were it not for the desire to provoke her brother, she would not have come at all. Especially to drive his vehicle. She already harbored a fear of driving, and the prospect of maneuvering such a large SUV only heightened her anxiety. She glared at her brother's retreating figure, only to notice at that moment that someone had risen from the temporary seating at the bus stop. The individual appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a sun hat and sporting long hair, along with a beard. Typically, such men might exude an air of age and dishevelment, yet this man did not. Instead, he radiated a particular charm, perhaps owing to his impeccably neat attire, which upon closer inspection was clearly of high quality, far surpassing the ordinary. As he stood, he briskly approached the driver. Her brother seemed to have noticed him as well. Immediately jogging over, the two men, both with long hair and beards, drew closer, exchanged a smile, and shared a hug imbued with a sense of international camaraderie, their hands clasped together, yet no words were spoken. The bearded man with tied-back hair gestured towards his vehicle. The hat-wearing, bearded man nodded in response. "Have you eaten?" inquired the man with tied-back hair, his tone cool and somewhat indifferent, a manner that only deep male friendships could afford. "Goodness, why not mention that upon meeting? We only discuss it now that we are in the car. Just got off the bus, haven't eaten," came the equally indifferent reply. Su Bixing, drive to the buffet on Dalian Road. My sister, Su Bixing. She's grown up, remarked the hat-wearing, bearded man. She graduated from university last year and is now teaching at the largest vocational training school in our city. Su Bixing listened attentively. Yet the hat-wearing, bearded man showed no sign of acknowledgement, leaving her somewhat displeased. Surely, he ought to offer her a compliment. Being a friend of her brother's, he should be aware of her family's circumstances. And in such a context, her choice to step out and become a teacher rather than live off her family should warrant special praise, should it not? Tired, are you? Asked the bearded man with tied-back hair. A little, she replied. Then take a break. Su Bixing, how do you drive? Suddenly, as they conversed, Su Bixing slammed on the brakes. Thankfully, the braking system was quite efficient, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Red light. I can't drive this car. The brakes are too sensitive, she remarked. Never mind. You go to the passenger seat. I'll take over. Su Bixing parked the car, shifted to the passenger seat, and the bearded man with tied-back hair resumed the driver's position. Fastening his seatbelt and turning off the music, this fellow certainly prioritized friendship over familial ties to an extraordinary degree. Through the rearview mirror, one could see the hat-wearing bearded man wearily closing his eyes to rest. On his seemingly tranquil face, there lingered an inexplicable depth of experience. He appeared to be a man of substance, undoubtedly possessing a rich past, certainly not an ordinary individual. By the way, she probably had never seen him before. Yet he seemed oddly familiar. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Bixing asked, Brother, who is he? Do I know him? He looks a bit familiar, perhaps, the bearded man with tied-back hair pondered, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot. Then turned to Su Bixing and said, This matter needs to remain confidential. Can you keep a secret? Why must it be a secret? He never mentioned anything about confidentiality. Is it necessary to even mention it? If one refrains from keeping secrets, he will no longer seek me out. Well, it seems that even a man who claims to possess high intelligence requires a certain level of capital. That I intend to be candid with you. Regardless of whether you recognize him or not, please refrain from discussing this with anyone else. I am aware that it is a formidable task to keep a secret, especially for a woman who is always surrounded by close friends. Su Bixing expressed her confusion, saying, Brother, why are you so serious? Have I truly encountered him? It would be best if you haven't. Suddenly, her sister's eyes sparkled with realization. I remember now, the year we graduated from middle school. Weren't you still in Germany? That year, Mother and I traveled to Germany and just happened to witness you getting into a brawl and ending up in the hospital. Is he the one you're referring to? The man with the tied-back hair and beard remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her words. Su Bixing was taken aback. Then he do not inquire further. I have also lost contact with him for quite some time. Hence there is much I do not know. Her brother appeared contemplative, yet added, In truth, you are aware that even if I possessed knowledge, revealing it to you would be impossible. Su Bixing pouted, puzzled by the addition of his last remark. Observing them, her brother was visibly pleased, while their mother began sharing the prepared comfort food with the neighboring patient, engaging in lively conversation that was punctuated with laughter, completely ignoring the two visitors who had traveled from afar to see him. The young man in the adjacent bed blushed as he listened, while her brother jovially remarked, What are you complaining about? Just look at him. He is injured just as badly as I am. Pointing at the handsome neighbor and bursting into laughter, their mother interjected, What are you saying? You too. Her brother replied, He injured me, and I injured him. We are even. She and their mother were left speechless, nearly fainting from the absurdity of the situation. What kind of person engages in such mutual violence, yet converses so warmly? In reality, during their days together, the two had essentially been dining and even going to the restroom in unison. Most people presumed they were both injured while confronting a certain group of adversaries. Observing their camaraderie, she and her mother felt it inappropriate to be overly critical, thus referring to him as Xiaobai. Based on his self-introduction, until their discharge from the hospital, when they finally learned his name a year later, Su Bixing would come to realize that this individual held an exceptionally high status within the global art community. It was he, but hadn't he already? Su Bixing was momentarily stunned, only to discover her brother had filled his plate and was heading to their designated table. She quickly suppressed her multitude of questions and hurried after him. Upon encountering the long-haired handsome man, it appeared that the hat-wearing gentleman was indeed quite famished, as he smiled and began to eat without hesitation. His table manners were commendable, clearly indicative of a well-educated individual. However, as Su Bixing observed his manner of eating, she couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for the ingredients. This was not merely an enjoyment of culinary delights, but rather a meticulous cataloging of the ingredients. It has been over 6 years since we last met, her brother mused. The handsome man nodded in agreement. Indeed, most of our classmates have likely settled down by now. Incorrect. Only a minority have married. Have you not remained in contact with others? The handsome man shook his head. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it is worth noting that last year they organized yet another gathering, which I did not attend, and I heard that everyone was lamenting your misfortunes. And several female classmates wept sorrowfully. The gentleman in the hat let out a rueful smile. Over these past few years, where have you been? After I helped you reissue those documents, I secretly visited your address. But you had already vacated the premises. I even heard that you met a girl there. Sue Bixing suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, perplexed by her own emotions. She pondered, what is happening to me? Is it not entirely normal for someone like him to meet a girl? Why am I feeling this way? Could it be that I have fallen for him? How could that be possible? I, Sue Bixing, am the cherished daughter of the president of Qianlong Enterprises, with suitors lining up for my attention. Am I truly the sort to cling to handsome men? Oh, I left shortly after receiving those documents. You must have received the bank card as well. I was unable to help you reissue your card, so I procured another one, into which I deposited 500,000 yuan, the gentleman in the hat said. I have given the card to someone else. I will return it to you later. The gentleman with the tied-up hair exclaimed in surprise. But your original wallet is gone, and the funds are frozen. How have you managed to survive? Am I not living quite well? The gentleman smiled. The gentleman with the tied-up hair produced another card. Take this card. The password is the hospital bed number from the year we had that fight. The gentleman in the hat replied, no need. I will ask when I require it. The gentleman with the tied-up hair countered. That's easy to say, but who knows where you will disappear to next? It would be quite troublesome to send it then. The gentleman in the hat stated, no need. I do not intend to leave here again. Really? Indeed, he affirmed, suddenly turning to Sue Bixing, saying, Sister, I would like to seek employment at your training school. Do you think that is feasible? She is called Sue Bixing. Initially, when she heard the term sister, she did not react. Only realizing he was addressing her, she quickly replied, Of course, that would be wonderful. Our school is indeed looking for an art instructor. The gentleman with the tied-up hair scoffed. Is that truly necessary? The salary is exceedingly low. Sue Bixing is currently relying on my father's financial support to make ends meet. With her own wages, she can barely afford to maintain a vehicle. Sue Bixing shot him a glare, while the gentleman in the hat remarked, I do not own a car. I only need to sustain myself. I have experience in art training, and I am quite familiar with it. I find it curious why you insist on seeking employment when it is not as if you are devoid of funds. The gentleman in the hat sighed ruefully. You are mistaken. I am genuinely out of money now, and life without funds is quite challenging. How much do you need? I can lend you more. It is hardly sustainable to keep borrowing. That 500,000 yuan. I am still in debt for. Sue Bixing could not help but interject. Have you really worked in art training? The gentleman in the hat nodded affirmatively. I in another city. Are you no longer engaged in creative work? The young man with his hair tied up was taken aback, exclaiming that one need not work, but rather retreat and devote oneself to creation, with funds that seem never to deplete. To venture into the workforce, he mused, is a laborious endeavor yielding little reward. The gentleman in the hat shook his head, expressing a temporary disinterest in such pursuits. He then turned to Sue Bixing and said, I have a job application. Could you kindly deliver it to the relevant department at your school? He placed a stack of paper, densely printed with text, before Sue Bixing. She took the document and glanced at the name section. Her expression shifted to one of surprise and curiosity. Young Ling? She inquired, looking up at the gentleman. He replied, Yes, you may call me Yang Ling. Your brother is aware of this. He, too, can only refer to me as Yang Ling. Sue Bixing cast a glance at her brother, who, with an air of impatience, remarked, What are you staring at? Aren't we adults? Just take it with you when you go to work tomorrow. Sue Bixing felt a twinge of annoyance at her brother's demeanor. When it came to true friends, he displayed such patience and enthusiasm, yet he lacked the same for his own sister. She examined the application further, asking, Doesn't your resume include any of your works? Sketches, colors, at least one or two of each. More would be better, the young man with tied hair replied. His unfortunate habit is to draw one and toss another. He likely has no finished pieces at hand. The gentleman in the hat smiled sheepishly, evidently aware of the truth in the statement. Sue Bixing, feeling somewhat troubled, said, But if that's the case, it might complicate matters with HR. The gentleman confidently reassured her. No worries. I can draw on-site during the interview, just as I did last time. Sue Bixing nodded, feeling an inexplicable joy swell within her. Although it was not a Sunday, it was her day off. The training institution differed from other companies. Being an adult education center, most attendees were either students or working professionals, who typically opted to learn on weekends. Thus, the instructors had a different schedule, choosing to rest at other times instead of the typical weekend break. Concerned that HR might not grant an interview opportunity, Sue Bixing took the job application to school that afternoon, seeking out a familiar acquaintance in HR. Xiao Xu.as expected, Xiao Su examined the resume with a somewhat doubtful expression. However, considering Sue Bixing's reputation, he ultimately agreed to arrange an interview. With Sue Bixing conveying the news, upon seeing her delighted demeanor, he quickly flipped through the resume, caught sight of the photo atop the page, and exclaimed, "Wow, what a handsome guy. You seem so happy. Is he your boyfriend?" Sue Bixing playfully swatted Xiao Su's arm, retorting, "Are you bored? Can't you think of anything else to say besides boyfriend?" Yet, inside, she felt a surge of happiness. Xiao Su couldn't help but feel puzzled. He knew Sue Bixing came from a wealthy family. Her father owned 2 five-star hotels, with total assets exceeding $200 million. That teaching here was merely a pastime for her. In truth, apart from meals and clothing, all her expenses were managed by her mother, including fitness, beauty treatments, and vehicle expenses, all arranged through convenient packages and fuel cards handed directly to her. When Sue Bixing arrived at the school, several male colleagues, upon hearing that her university boyfriend had broken up with her due to studying abroad, presumed they had an opportunity. However, regardless of their looks, Sue Bixing did not acquiesce to their advances. In the eyes of Xiao Su, although she did not flaunt her affluent background, the confidence of a rich girl was evident, and she generally looked down upon these colleagues. To everyone as surprise, her demeanor towards the handsome candidate applying for a position appeared rather exceptional. Regardless of the circumstances, during her break, she even took the initiative to deliver his resume, which seemed rather overly eager. The following afternoon, Yang Ling indeed came for the interview. Sue Bixing greeted him at the door and escorted him to the Human Resources Department. The interview posed no issues, and ultimately, only the final hurdle remained for the art teacher, the drawing task. The requirements were straightforward: to create 1 sketch and 1 colored piece, with no limitations on the subject matter. Life drawing or copying were both acceptable. Still life was permissible, but ideally, a portrait would be preferred. Albeit with greater difficulty and limited time, thus no strict expectations were set. Xiao Su accompanied Sue Bixing and Yang Ling as they made their way to the studio. Along the way, Xiao Su took the opportunity to reiterate the requirements and subtly informed him that candidates typically opted for still life or copied portraits, while very few attempted life drawing due to the high standards demanded in capturing human form, which could easily reveal flaws in technique. The only exception was Teacher Fong, the art department head, who had drawn a life portrait during his own sketching session. Sue Bixing interjected, "Yang Ling, why not attempt a life drawing?" She encouraged him to take on the challenge because Teacher Fong was exceedingly arrogant, asserting his territory over the realm of art, often pointing out the shortcomings of other art teachers in front of students, leaving them in awkward positions. Sue Bixing had not escaped his scrutiny either. As the head of the art department, he had been unsupportive when she requested a salary increase, dismissing her concerns and claiming his independence of character, although Sue Bixing did not rely on this salary for her livelihood. She felt irked that his base pay was double hers. Nonetheless, she acknowledged that Teacher Fong's skills surpassed hers. Even with 3 days, she would struggle to reach his level in portraiture at present. She felt a desire to assert herself and give him a taste of his own medicine. Xiao Su quickly pointed out that with such limited time, it would be better to avoid portraiture. The last time Teacher Fong had drawn from life, it had taken him over an hour, and fortunately, he had come in the morning, pushing the subsequent color work to the afternoon. Now, however, it was already afternoon, and if they wished to avoid returning the next day for color work, it was advisable to steer clear of life drawing. Yang Ling nodded gently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sue Bixing considered this reasoning sensible and decided not to press the issue. Yang Ling then suggested, "How about an oil painting?" Xiao Su replied, "Then prepare a canvas. You intend to paint still life, right? That arrangement will suffice, and you may make adjustments as needed." He gestured toward a well-arranged still life display featuring fruits and glassware. He also pointed to the wall adorned with numerous artworks, including sketches and colorful pieces, with the most striking being a well-framed portrait that was executed remarkably well. Xiao Su observed Yang Ling's earnestness and remarked, "Most of these are student works. This portrait is the creation of our esteemed Teacher Fong, our gold medal lecturer." He completed this piece in just a day and a half, not quite 2 days. Someone offered over 10,000 to purchase it, but he declined. Teacher Fong, maintaining an impassive demeanor, interjected to correct him, saying it was a day and a half, not 2 days. That individual offered 13,000, and I did not sell it. Xiao Su continued. Many of our students are eager to study here precisely because they are drawn to Teacher Fong's remarkable portrait. They recognize his exceptional talent, requiring no further persuasion from us. Portraiture is exceedingly challenging. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Ling nodded in agreement. Xiao Su added, Teacher Yang, are you inclined to paint still life? If you feel the arrangement does not suit your composition, you are welcome to adjust it. Yang Ling glanced at Su Bixing and replied, there is no need for adjustments. That would be cumbersome. I shall paint portraits instead. Su Bixing felt a surge of joy. Teacher Fong appeared somewhat taken aback. As painting portraits during the interview required a degree of courage, nonetheless, he responded, very well, we have several photographs prepared. Yang Ling stated, there is no need for photographs. Spontaneous sketching will suffice. Both Teacher Fong and Xiao Su were utterly astonished. With Teacher Fong exclaiming, but finding a model is even more troublesome, Yang Ling insisted. No model is necessary. Just observe and paint at will. This left even Su Bixing startled, who nudged him and said, Hey, Yang Ling asked, what is the matter? Su Bixing, with no choice but to speak plainly, cautioned, don't do this, brother. Aren't you making it more difficult for yourself? Yang Ling replied, is it really that difficult? Su Bixing countered, well, not difficult. But remember, this is merely a trial sketch. Yang Ling asserted, an hour will be sufficient for me. Teacher Fong inquired, is that an hour for a sketch or for color? Yang Ling answered, both together. Everyone present, including the few students studying art, stood in astonishment. Teacher Fong's expression darkened as he said, you mean to paint a portrait in both sketch and color? Yang Ling affirmed, yes, both. Teacher Fong turned pale. The difficulty level had escalated significantly. Yang Ling first positioned the drawing paper and picked up a charcoal pencil, drawing the curiosity of the onlookers. A bold young student chimed in with a grin. Teacher, who do you intend to draw? No one ever wants to paint me. Would you consider drawing me? Su Bixing observed this young student, who possessed an unremarkable appearance, lacking distinctive features, making such a likeness challenging to capture. Especially within a limited time frame, no wonder no one had painted him. Yang Ling glanced at him and replied, sure. Su Bixing was momentarily taken aback. She was not concerned about Yang Ling's ability, for it was entirely normal to struggle with capturing such a plain child in a brief period. Anyone would face the same challenge. However, she secretly hoped Yang Ling would bestow her with some recognition, thereby deflating Teacher Fong's pride. Unexpectedly, this young student had volunteered himself, and Yang Ling might have been overly confident or simply unconcerned about the task. The young student asked, should I sit or pose in some way? Xiao Su suggested, sit. Time is limited, but we still have an hour. He was about to fetch a chair when Yang Ling smiled lightly and said, no need to sit or strike a pose. The young student exclaimed in astonishment, no way. Last time, Teacher Fong had someone sit for over an hour while he sketched a portrait. Little Su interjected, do you understand? That is already quite impressive. Yang Ling remained silent, gently closing his eyes and nodding slightly. After a moment, he opened his eyes, grasped his pencil, and astonishingly, the first stroke he made was a pair of eyes. Teacher Fong revealed a barely perceptible smile, subtly shaking his head, clearly indicating that it was not sufficiently refined or professional. However, this slight smile was soon erased as Yang Ling proceeded to depict the eyes with remarkable precision, eschewing the conventional method of outlining before detailing. Miraculously, just with those eyes, everyone recognized them as belonging to the little boy, accurate and expressive. Yang Ling's hand moved swiftly, expanding from the eyes to the nose, mouth, face, and hair. With each area completed, gasps of amazement echoed through the studio. His expressiveness was truly extraordinary. What was most astonishing was that throughout the process, he never once lifted his gaze. No, his eyes remained fixated on the paper, the pencil never faltering. It felt as though he wielded not a pencil, but a blade, continuously scraping away the layers concealing the visage hidden beneath the paper. What a magical tool! The entire studio held its breath, the only sound being the soft rustling of the pencil gliding across the paper. 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Yang Ling ceased his artistic endeavor, withdrew the paper, and prepared to switch to a canvas. The onlookers held the sketch, examining the somewhat rough portrait, and gasped in awe. How remarkable it was that such an indistinct face could be rendered so vividly. He had captured the fleeting moment of the young student's mischievous smile, Without any preliminary outlines, the facial features harmoniously conveyed an expression as precise as a photograph, and the composition was impeccably executed. Only individuals as discerning as Su Bixing and Teacher Fong understood the immense difficulty in achieving such a level of artistry. No matter how gifted one might be, it would be impossible to reach this standard without countless hours of practice. The key question remained: how had he managed to imprint that image directly into his mind and then manifest it with his pencil? Su Bixing glanced furtively at Teacher Fong, who appeared pale, his usual arrogance completely subdued. Little Su remarked, "Teacher Fong, look." Teacher Fong forced a smile and replied, "I see no need for him to attempt color. Merely this level of sketching is unparalleled in the entire city. Yes. Given his caliber, it is not a question of his qualifications, but rather whether such a humble establishment as ours can accommodate him. Truly impressive. I am in awe." Su Bixing countered, "No, he must draw." Teacher Fong looked at her in confusion. Su Bixing smirked slyly. "I want him to sketch me. In the days following the signing, the Yunheyuan studio remained enraptured, almost dreamlike with excitement. Everyone had dreams, yet they had presumed those dreams to be distant, perhaps even unattainable in a lifetime. They had not anticipated being thrust so abruptly into the realm of their aspirations, leaving them little time to mentally prepare on the night the contract was finalized. Lu Siyu once again called her parents. To her astonishment, as soon as the call connected, her parents burst into tears. Her mother, choked with emotion, exclaimed, "Lu Siyu, we have seen the news of your signing online. We have been waiting for your call all day long, and finally, it has come. You have finally remembered that you did not emerge from the crevices of a stone. You have finally realized that you have a father and a mother. We only have you as our daughter. How could you be so heartless?" Her father quickly interjected in a hushed tone, "Please do not say such things to her. What if she gets angry and stops calling again?" A pang of sorrow filled Lu Siyu's heart. Her treatment of her parents stemmed from two sources: her deep-seated resentment towards Chen Jimei, which left her feeling helpless, as she could find no one else to blame but her own mother, whom she believed had pushed her into the abyss, and her conviction that Yang Ling's departure was orchestrated by her parents and grandmother, who must have said something to him that drove him to such a resolute decision. Her father hastily suggested, "Lu Siyu, could we perhaps video chat on WeChat? If you're upset, you can delete it afterward." Lu Siyu agreed, saying, "That's fine, but once we add each other, don't delete it. I have many questions for you." Thus, the family of three finally reunited online, tears streaming down their faces, a testament to their shared excitement. From that moment on, the tension in their hearts began to ease. In the subsequent days, the design fees at Yunheyuan Studio surged from the previous 80 to 100 yuan up to the current 150 to 180 yuan. Despite this increase, the volume of business continued to grow. Previously, they could manage only 2 or 3 orders a month, barely making ends meet. However, just days after signing with the Bo Group, they successfully secured 3 orders. Of course, the most significant was the contract with the Bo family. The initial payment of 500,000 yuan exceeded all the income the studio had earned since its inception, initially taken aback by this unexpectedly large sum. The three of them discussed it among themselves. Yunxia suggested, "Since this 150,000 yuan design fee was intended for Lu Siyu, we should allocate the majority of it to her, allowing the studio to retain only a small portion." Even though both Tang Xinhai and I are in dire need of this money, that Yunxia's proposal brought joy to Lu Siyu, who had secretly harbored the same thought, but felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing Yunxia's words, thinking she owed them something. Without Yunxia and Tang Xinhai's insistence, she would have been adrift, and this order would not have existed. It could be said that everything stemmed from their support. Moreover, Bo Chonglin had originally intended to offer 1 million yuan, but decided to add an extra 50,000 out of respect for the studio's established team, which meant that this additional 50,000 was essentially for Tang Xinhai and Yunxia. With this in mind, she felt reassured. Reflecting on the time when she faced humiliation from the surname Hao, she recalled how both Tang Xinhai and Yunxia had stood up for her, unafraid of offending their peers. One must learn to be content and grateful, avoiding excessive greed. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to retain 1 million for the studio, counting 50,000 as Lu Siyu's commission. Tang Xinhai and Yunxia were filled with gratitude towards Siyu. With the initial payment secured and bolstered by the frugal savings accumulated over time, they finally accomplished what they had long aspired to achieve, yet had previously been unable to realize: making a down payment on a home, thereby establishing their roots in this city where they had toiled for many years. Subsequently, Tang Xinhai procured a pre-owned BMW 5 Series, bidding farewell to the days of relying solely on an electric bike or taxis to view properties. and finally gaining a sense of confidence when venturing out. Furthermore, Tang Xinhai invested over 10,000 yuan in a high-end server to enhance rendering efficiency and allocated an additional sum of more than 10,000 yuan to upgrade his personal computer. This culmination of desires had been long nurtured in Tang Xinhai's heart, and now it had materialized, filling them with gratitude and a sense of achievement that their studio had truly persevered, considering the growth of their business. Tang Xinhai swiftly disseminated recruitment information, seeking an individual solely dedicated to producing renderings, while simultaneously urging Yunxia to expedite her enrollment at the training institution, Yinghua Academy. Lest she forfeit her tuition, the academy promptly contacted them, announcing that classes would commence this weekend, with foundational drawing scheduled for Saturday during the day and CAD drafting set for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. However, the candidates applying for the rendering position failed to meet Tang Xinhai's exacting standards of perfection. During this time, Lu Siyu had no other commitments. She focused solely on completing the villa project for Bai Chonglin, while all other projects were entrusted to Tang Xinhai. The day after the contract was signed, Bai Chonglin brought Tang Xinhai and Lu Siyu to the site. This was a high-end residential area located in the efficient district, where all the villas were standalone structures, each occupying over 1,000 square meters. The Bai family's villa was custom-built, constructed according to the blueprints they provided, situated beside an artificial lake, and covering an area of over 1,000 square meters itself. Complete with a swimming pool, tennis court, and adorned with rockeries, artificial ponds, bamboo, wooden features, and stone bridges, exuding a charming blend of Eastern and Western aesthetics, according to the original architectural drawings provided by Bai Chonglin. The main structure of the villa was a 3.5-story building occupying approximately 300 square meters, with a total built area exceeding 1,000 square meters. The modern design featured expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, and the most delightful aspect was the use of a frame structure, which allowed for considerable flexibility and spatial arrangement, making it convenient to reorganize the interior spaces and thereby reducing the complexity of spatial allocation. Any experienced interior designer could conjure a variety of reasonable solutions. However, achieving a particularly striking design was far more challenging than it was. No wonder that many were willing to design for free, as presenting a feasible plan was not overly difficult. Yet, to ensure that the investment of 1.5 million yuan was justified, it required something truly exceptional. Mere stability and mediocrity would not suffice. In the following days, Lu Siyu spent her evenings poring over materials, seeking reference images, and her days at the site in search of inspiration. That on this particular day, Lu Siyu returned to the site, once again entering a simulation mode based on the floor plan she envisioned in the second encounter. As introduced by Bai Chonglin, the initial design intent was to establish the first floor as a hub for familial activities and communication, where meals are shared and journeys commence. Consequently, the kitchen, dining room, living room, maid's quarters, and entrance garden are all situated on this level. The second floor addresses the needs for clothing and accommodation, centering around a central skylight atrium, which delineates two independent areas, each occupied by one of the brothers. However, both must allocate a relatively private space for their mother, keeping in mind that in the future, it may evolve into two large families. Thus, provisions for a small dining area and kitchenette are necessary. When the entire family gathers, disputes may inevitably arise, or unique culinary preferences may need to be catered to, and these small kitchens and dining spaces provide a foundation for such occasions. The third level is designated for leisure and entertainment, featuring a large audiovisual room. Given that Bai Chonglin is a well-known audiophile within his circles, the specific design of this area will be handled by a specialized company, eliminating the need for Lu Siyu's involvement. Additionally, a comprehensive entertainment lounge is required, equipped with a grand piano, suitable for playing mahjong and various board games. Adjacent to this, a spacious art studio is necessary. There is also a half-level above, intended for a gym and a sunroom. As she squeezed paint, her thoughts wandered to how Yang Ling might approach painting in this studio. After a moment of contemplation, feeling somewhat confident, she picked up her brush and began to paint. In no time, a landscape sketch was completed with great vigor, and she felt quite satisfied with her performance. Despite not having painted for over a year, the essence of painting still lingered within her, and her skills had retained a significant degree of finesse, adeptly capturing the natural scenery alongside her inner vision. Although she lamented the considerable waste of paint, she found solace in her overall satisfaction with the outcome. She felt a pang of regret over the wasted materials. For years, she had oscillated between surplus and insufficiency. She wondered how Yang Ling managed to minimize paint wastage so effectively. Thankfully, the artwork turned out well, and with a sense of pride, she stood before it, nodding in approval, murmuring to herself, even if Yang Ling were to paint it himself, it wouldn't turn out much better. At that moment, she heard a gentle voice behind her. "Young lady, may I inquire who Yang Ling is?" It was a middle-aged woman. Despite being of mature years, her skin was well-maintained, exuding a refined demeanor. Elegantly attired, embodying both wealth and a touch of grace, a clear indication of her intellectual background, Lucy Yu felt a twinge of fear and was momentarily at a loss for words. The middle-aged woman continued, "I apologize for startling you. Rest assured, a ghost would not resemble me. When I arrived, I noticed your deep focus on painting and chose not to disturb you. Young lady, your painting is truly commendable." Lucy Yu replied, "I was merely dabbling. It's been a long time since I last painted." The middle-aged woman remarked, "Even after a long hiatus, you have managed to produce such work, which speaks volumes about your solid foundation and excellent color sense. May I ask your name?" "I believe it is Liu, is it not?" Lucy Yu responded, "And you are?" The middle-aged woman said, "My surname is Yu. You may call me Aunt Yu from now on. This villa was purchased by my son." Upon observing Lucy Yu's demeanor, she instinctively sensed a degree of apprehension within herself, prompting her to utter, "I doubt I merely wish to seek inspiration through this method." The middle-aged woman replied, "That is splendid. Inspiration is something that requires unwavering focus to truly manifest." In the presence of Aunt Yu, an inexplicable unease enveloped Lucy Yu, leaving her at a loss for words as she grasped her pen. Lucy Yu stammered, Yes, indeed." Aunt Yu feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "So, who is this person to you?" Lucy Yu, feeling flustered, stuttered, "She is my teacher." Internally, she thought, "Oh no, and you might be an expert. She must have discerned Yang Ling's influence in my painting style. Oh dear, what am I to do? Your teacher, you say. Is it a man or a woman?" "A woman, a woman," Lucy Yu replied, lowering her gaze. She was not one to habitually lie to is she truly a woman. Indeed, she is. With no alternative, she resolved to perpetuate this falsehood. "Your teacher sounds remarkable. When did she teach you? A university instructor?" "No, she is my high school teacher. Your teacher must be quite exceptional. Such painting requires keen observation and memory." "Yes, she is indeed quite good." Lucy Yu struggled to articulate her thoughts. It appeared that Aunt Yu possessed a considerable understanding of art. Continuing the conversation posed a risk of revealing her deception. Noticing Lucy Yu's tension, Aunt Yu remarked, "With such a solid foundation in painting, why have you ventured into interior design? I am not insinuating that interior design is inferior, but would not pursuing oil painting be more fitting for you?" Lucy Yu replied, "I believe I am quite suited for this. I enjoy it." A pang of bittersweetness struck her heart, as her choice to enroll in the interior design program was not born out of passion but rather a sense of defiance. "As long as you enjoy it, interest is paramount," Aunt Yu said. Observing Lucy Yu's ongoing anxiety, she added, "Then I shall not intrude further. Focus on your painting or seek inspiration diligently." Once Aunt Yu departed, Lucy Yu's unease intensified. She gathered her painting materials and sat in the studio in a daze for quite some time. Over the past few days, she had been harboring a lingering question. What manner of person was Bai Chonlin's mother? Could it truly be as it seemed? It was inconceivable that Bai Rong would harm a woman who had been by his side for decades for the sake of a former wife he had known for merely a few years. How could he love his ex-wife so deeply and yet inflict such pain on the woman who had sacrificed so much for him? What kind of scoundrel was Bai Rong to act in such a manner? What had he filtered out? Why had Bai Chonlin warned her not to divulge her matters to anyone, including his mother? Encounter 3. The decor here is quite commendable, of a higher grade and somewhat pricey. Had it been in the past, Lucy Yu would never have dined in such an establishment. Every penny counted. However, on her very first day, Bai Chonlin had procured a VIP card for her, and after applying a 20% discount, the prices seemed rather reasonable. Moreover, it was conveniently located near her residence. The cuisine was delightful, and it featured dishes that Lucy Yu particularly relished, leaving her disinclined to search for alternative dining options. Lucy Yu felt a twinge of discomfort within, as the number of customers was sparse and numerous vacant seats were available. She could not fathom why this individual had chosen the very spot directly across from her. Glancing up, she observed a young man with a rather unique appearance. His attire unmistakably bore the mark of high-end brands. His long hair was disheveled, and he sported a pair of tinted glasses along with an exaggerated mask. Although recent reports suggested the air quality was somewhat poor and a few individuals donned masks, Lu Siyu found such behavior rather distasteful, disinclined to engage with him. She decided to gather her belongings and relocate to another empty table nearby. Leaving this one for his exclusive to her surprise, the man remained silent, stood up, and plopped himself down once again at Lu Siyu's table. Frustration bubbled within her as she held her food tray, preparing to rise once more, when he leisurely remarked, "Am I truly that bothersome?" He nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "Are you Lu Siyu?" Taken aback, Lu Siyu stammered, "Who are you?" The man replied, "Your hand-drawn works are quite impressive." His expression was serious. Despite the seemingly complimentary words, his tone and demeanor lacked any semblance of genuine admiration, exuding a coolness that cast doubt on the sincerity of his praise, leaving one to wonder if it was merely a veiled mockery. "How do you know my name?" Lu Siyu asked. He glanced at her, his tone neither warm nor cold, and said, "The internet." Suddenly, it dawned on Lu Siyu, following a wave of publicity. She had momentarily ascended the ranks of trending topics within the design community of S-City. According to Tang Xinhai, new clients had been flocking to her, all drawn by her name, and the value of her publicity had become evident. Occasionally, she would encounter people on the street whispering and pointing, remarking how this beautiful woman resembled the renowned designer spoken of online, and some even discreetly snapped photos of her, granting her a taste of celebrity treatment. The man then abruptly said, "Show me your hand-drawing." The unexpected request, coupled with his insistent tone, left Lu Siyu at a loss for words. Politely, she responded, "These are merely hasty sketches. I apologize." He continued, "You must be designing the Bai family's villa, correct?" Lu Siyu managed a wry smile. She had little desire to converse with this stranger, yet she found herself having spoken far more than she intended. She sincerely hoped he would take the hint and refrain from such familiar chatter. Seemingly oblivious to her discomfort, he continued at a leisurely pace. "It appears you haven't finalized a proposal yet. The Bai family's space should be straightforward to work with. Any designer could create a satisfactory plan. However, achieving something truly exceptional is no simple feat." Lu Siyu was taken aback. "Are you in the same line of work?" "I was once, but not anymore," he replied. "Why not?" "It's bothersome." "And what brings you here?" "My family resides within the community." No wonder. He was a privileged heir. While the design profession could indeed be taxing, only someone of his status could afford to abandon it out of mere annoyance. "My name is Lin Yu." He introduced himself nonchalantly, maintaining his cool demeanor, seated without ordering anything or showing any intention of leaving. Lu Siyu suddenly realized that this individual was not so detestable after all. At the very least, he was not the type of tiresome lecher who shamelessly indulges in suggestive remarks. This person maintained a cool demeanor, exuding an air that conveyed, "I am here to engage you in conversation. Whether you choose to listen or not is of no consequence to me. Once I have finished speaking, I shall take my leave." Lin Yu, a name rather unremarkable in this day and age. It is indeed a rarity for affluent families to bestow such a name. "I noticed you sketched numerous pieces, albeit a tad chaotic, which reminded me of my own design endeavors. Before arriving at a precise concept, I would often doodle aimlessly. Yet it is often in such spontaneous scribbles that elusive inspirations may emerge, subtle enough that one might not even recognize them." Lu Siyu remarked, "Surely, such haphazard sketches cannot yield any semblance of inspiration. It cannot be that profound." Lin Yu replied, "Trust me, I have been at this for quite some time. I possess experience. When you immerse yourself in a singular task, your subconscious actions may indeed reflect a certain line of thought. Is it truly that profound?" "It is." Lin Yu picked up the stack of sketches, scrutinizing them intently, though his expression remained cool, almost infuriatingly so. Lu Siyu, feeling somewhat guilty, confessed, "They were sketched casually. The proportions are all off." Lin Yu responded, "Not bad at all. I would award it an A-. "Thank you, but during my university days, my hand-drawn assignments were predominantly graded A+. Lin Yu said nothing in reply, and as Lu Siyu observed his nonchalant expression, she began to regret showing him her work. Lin Yu quickly finished reviewing the sketches without uttering a word. Lu Siyu, feeling awkward, added, "I mentioned they were merely hasty scribbles, devoid of inspiration." Lin Yu interjected, "I stated that it is not that there is none. Rather, you have yet to uncover it, and you have discovered it." Lin Yu nodded. "What have you found?" "The essence of home in my sketches." "Indeed," Lin Yu affirmed, as he extracted 3 of the drawings, one a floor plan, another a sketch of an art studio, and the last a gym layout. "Originally, these environments do not easily convey the essence of home, yet I sense an abundance of it within it." Lu Siyu examined these sketches, Noting the arrangement of objects and the overall spatial layout, she recognized the unmistakable essence of home. How could this individual possess such keen sensitivity? When contemplating her designs, she had indeed considered Yang Ling's comfort. Pondering what elements would make him, a habitual sloth, feel at ease, casual, and comfortable in his own home. This line of thinking seemed entirely natural to her, seamlessly integrating into the functional space, yet Lin Yu had effortlessly discerned it. Lin Yu Dao, it is quite a challenge to convey the essence of home within a luxurious villa. Paradoxically, it is the smaller spaces that often capture this sentiment more easily, particularly in the areas I just mentioned. Many fear that their efforts may not meet professional standards and thus invite criticism, which can easily dilute the warmth of a home. You have grasped this concept adeptly, yet there is room to infuse this space with a touch more warmth. For instance, should the artist be somewhat indolent, a few leisurely pieces such as a lazy bed or a comfortable chair could be added. As he spoke, he casually sketched on the original artwork, crafting a delicate and precise piece of furniture with a few fluid and decisive lines. The placement indeed elevated the overall comfort of the space. Lu Xiyu looked on with admiration, and a sudden thought struck her. Do you know the artist who resides in this villa? Lin Yu Dao. I do not. Lu Xiyu. How could you deduce that he might be a bit lazy? Lin Yu Dao. It is a common trait among artists. He then rose from his seat and remarked, You are undoubtedly a dedicated designer. Bai Chonglin did not misjudge you, and you have certainly impressed me as well. He scribbled a series of numbers on a piece of paper and said, This is my QQ number. You may contact me through it in the future, and perhaps I can offer a small favor. I want to provide my phone number, as discussing design matters over the phone seldom yields substantial results. Lu Xiyu. Thank you very much, but I must express my regret. Someone of your caliber should not depart from the design realm. Your skills are exceedingly high, and if you were to remain in the field, your achievements could rival those of Su Yuanxiang. Surely, you are familiar with Su Yuanxiang, Lin Yu Dao. I am aware of him. Is he truly remarkable? Lu Xiyu. Perhaps, but I doubt he surpasses you. Lin Yuao fell silent and turned to leave. After Lin Yu Dao departed, Lu Xiyu revisited the hand-drawn sketches, gradually finding her design direction. She exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Upon entering the subway, she found the station near the starting point pleasantly uncrowded. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. She opened WeChat, scrolled to Bai Chonglin, and sent a message. Are you there? I just encountered your mother, Lu Xiyu. It's true. I met her in your villa and exchanged pleasantries. Bai Chonglin. My heavens, could this be real? Lu Xiyu. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Bai Chonglin. It's nothing. It doesn't concern you. Did she say anything to you? Lu Xiyu. I was in the studio painting when I inadvertently mentioned Yang Ling. Not realizing she was there, she inquired who Yang Ling was, and I replied that she was my teacher, specifying that she was a female instructor. After that, she didn't say much. Do you think she might suspect I was lying? Bai Chonglin. It's hard to say. My mother is remarkably astute. Lu Xiyu. What should I do? I am regretting it terribly now. What should I paint? Bai Chonglin. No need to panic. Just avoid mentioning it directly. I will handle the rest. Focus on your design work. Lu Xiyu. Are you sure it's really fine? What if she figures it out? Bai Chonglin. It's all right, even if she does. There is no cause for concern. Have you forgotten today is Saturday? You don't have to work today. Lu Xiyu. Wow, I am becoming quite the workaholic. Remember to compensate me for the overtime. However, was it not the case that Xiajia previously did not enjoy weekends off, coming in on Saturdays just the same? She has gone to attend training. Today, the focus is on the fundamentals of painting. And the night after tomorrow, there will be an introductory CAD session. Henceforth, she will have to work a bit harder. By the way, there is fruit over there. Feel free to help yourself if you wish. Tang Xinhai, while modeling on the computer, remarked, I am studying architectural design. Initially, like many designers, I was reluctant to use a computer, preferring to focus solely on conceptualization. However, I soon discovered that this could be quite inconvenient at times, prompting me to self-study during my spare time. After investing some time, I realized that self-learning could be quite laborious and time-consuming, so I contributed a bit to a training institution. Since then, self-studying has become considerably easier. But in a large company, I seldom have to undertake such tasks. Once I established my own studio, the workload was not overwhelming, and I was too lazy to seek out a dedicated visualization firm. My computer-generated renderings have now reached an advanced level. Lu Xiyu peeled an apple for herself and inquired, By the way, have you heard of Lin Yu? No. Who is he? He used to work in design. A wealthy second-generation individual, found it bothersome. and has since left the field. Just now, he saw me contemplating a design and offered some insightful suggestions that were quite enlightening. Congratulations! A beautiful girl like you is bound to attract good fortune wherever she goes. This person is quite impressive. From my chaotic sketches, he helped me discover sparks of inspiration that I had overlooked myself. You know many people in this circle. I assumed you would be acquainted with him. Not at all. Ins City. There are likely tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, in this profession, and among them, there must be several hundred or thousand skilled individuals. It would be quite strange to know them all. Are you implying that you have found your design direction? Indeed, it certainly appears so. Your emotions seem devoid of any hidden mechanisms. Tang Xinhai chuckled. Lucy Yu laughed as well. She was indeed that kind of person. This was a stark contrast to Yunxia, who could smile beautifully while silently weeping within, leaving one to wonder how her day of learning had gone. Point 3. The new teacher. Yunxiao arrived at the training school 10 minutes ahead of the scheduled class time. Inside the studio sat a long-haired, bearded man, adorned with a hat, occupying the sole office chair within the room, absent-mindedly twirling a pencil in his hand. Yunxia was somewhat perplexed when she had come to register. She had visited every classroom, and at that time, a beautiful female teacher named Teacher Su had occupied this spot. However, the consulting teacher had mentioned that the school employed several art instructors, and it was not guaranteed that the same teacher would be present for the trial class. Assuming this individual was the teacher, she approached him and inquired, "Hello, is the sketching class held here?" The man maintained a pensive demeanor, briefly lifting his gaze, which was more akin to a nod of acknowledgement. Yet he did not utter a word. Although Yunxia had a good temperament, she felt a tinge of displeasure. What is wrong with this teacher? This is a training session. We are the customers. Shortly thereafter, several more students arrived, casting curious glances at the teacher in that position, whispering, "Where is Teacher Su? Has the teacher been changed?" Regarding the discussions among the students, the teacher appeared oblivious, not raising his head. Soon, the class time arrived, and the front desk supervisor, Teacher Hu, entered the art studio and announced, "Hello everyone. Starting today, your art lessons will be conducted by Teacher Yang. Teacher Su will henceforth teach indoor and outdoor hand-drawn renderings and construction drawings. This is Teacher Yang, whose artistic foundation is remarkably profound. Even our esteemed instructor, Teacher Fong, admits to feeling inferior in comparison. It is indeed fortunate for all of you that he has come to guide you. Please welcome Teacher Yang. At this moment, Teacher Yang finally lifted his gaze towards the audience. With flowing long hair and a thick beard, one might assume that such a look could appear somewhat disheveled on an ordinary person. However, his attire was impeccably clean and tidy, exuding a vibrant spirit akin to that of a European artist. His captivating eyes were particularly enchanting. He stood up, nodded slightly, and waved his hand, acknowledging the crowd. Yet his expression remained devoid of a smile. This combination of gestures and expressions, if performed by an ordinary individual, might be perceived as arrogance or rudeness. Yet, in him, it conveyed an unmistakable aura of coolness, an embodiment of artistic temperament. Teacher Hu offered a smile to Teacher Yang before stepping out. The students requested that the teacher introduce himself, to which Teacher Yang turned to the blackboard behind him and elegantly wrote the character Yang, stating, "You may simply call me Teacher Yang." A student inquired, "Teacher Yang, could you provide your WeChat, QQ, or phone number?" The students exchanged glances, surprised by the response. A female student remarked, "But other teachers have shared their WeChat, QQ, and phone numbers. When we encounter issues in our studies, we could reach out via phone or through WeChat or QQ for assistance." Teacher Yang replied, "I apologize, but I do not currently possess these means of contact. However, I am in the process of preparing them and will do so promptly." Laughter erupted among the students, with a male student jokingly saying, "Teacher, did you come from Mars? It's quite perilous on Earth without these essentials. You won't be able to find any friends, not even false ones." Teacher Yang smiled faintly, responding, "Dear Earth friends, I assure you, I did not come to Earth to make friends." The students chuckled, and Teacher Yang continued, "Now it is time for class. Please take your seats, and let us begin." The art instruction at the training school follows a flexible attendance model, with students of varying ages, progress, and levels, thus preventing a standardized teaching approach. Initially, students work independently at their own pace. Among these students, Yunxia was a true beginner. Upon starting, Teacher Yang assigned her the task of drawing lines, crossing lines of varying lengths and thicknesses. Only after her wrist grew sore from practice was she permitted to draw geometric shapes. Teacher Yang mostly remained seated in his office chair, yet whenever he rose, he would promptly offer guidance to several students in succession. His discerning gaze could swiftly identify each student's strengths and weaknesses, providing clear and targeted instruction that cut straight to the essence of their challenges. The students were greatly impressed. Although immediate progress was not guaranteed, they at least found a clear direction when Teacher Yang is out. The students are full of admiration, exclaiming that this instructor is exceptionally skilled, surpassing Teacher Su in prowess, albeit a bit too aloof, which creates a sense of pressure. They wish he could be as approachable as Teacher Su. Yunxia is familiar with Teacher Su. When she registered, Tang Xinhai accompanied her to the front desk, where they posed numerous inquiries. However, the front desk consultant was unable to answer some of their questions, leading them to the art studio for a trial class that time. A lovely young lady was conducting a painting lesson, affectionately referred to as Little Sue by the students. She appeared quite vivacious, sporting a charming dimple when she smiled, and was dressed impeccably. While guiding her students, she patiently attended to Tang Xinhai's queries, leaving a profoundly positive impression on both Tang Xinhai and Yunxia, which ultimately led to their enrollment. It is no wonder the students harbor grievances. The current Teacher Yang has not displayed even the slightest hint of a smile, merely exuding an air of cool detachment. When he came to assist Yunxia, his words were quite simplistic, urging her to paint more and experience it herself. This left Yunxia feeling rather disheartened. She could just paint and reflect at home, so why spend so much money on lessons? As she was sketching, she heard a female voice say, "I knew you'd still be here. Is everything all right for today's class? I intended to arrive earlier, but my brother asked me to bring a notebook first." Upon looking up, Yunxia recognized the stunningly dressed Little Sue from the trial class, who entered with a backpack. Her gaze was directed solely toward the teacher's desk, likely oblivious to Yunxia's presence, though Yunxia felt she ought to greet her. She ultimately refrained. The new teacher, Part 2. Yunxia looked up and saw that it was indeed the beautiful Little Sue from the trial class, who walked in carrying a backpack. Her eyes were fixed on the teacher's desk, and she seemed unaware of Yunxia. Although Yunxia thought she should say hello, she decided against it. Little Sue walked straight to the seat opposite Teacher Yang, pulled out a chair, and placed her handbag on the table, exclaiming, "I got it." Teacher Yang smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Little Sue then produced a sleek notebook computer, saying, "I wasn't sure what to buy. My brother told me to get the most expensive one, so I ended up with an Apple. But then they told me that Apple defaults to its own operating system, which I don't know how to use, so I had them help me install Windows. Isn't it beautiful? Over 20,000, and if it weren't, that would be a shame, such a waste for a novice like me to use." Teacher Yang again said, "Thank you for your hard work." Little Sue shot him a glance and remarked, "Why is your vocabulary so limited? You keep repeating those same 3 words that I'll put my things away first, and then we should go have lunch together." Teacher Yang nodded in agreement, but he mentioned, "I asked teacher who to order takeout." Little Sue responded, "They ordered that awful Hui Yunfang food. It's terrible. I won't allow you to eat that. You must come with me. Let them share what they ordered. I can't eat that stuff." Teacher Yang insisted, "There's no need, sister. I can eat anything." Little Sue playfully retorted, "You may be able to eat anything, but I can't. I need you to come with me for lunch. I went through all this trouble to buy things for you, and my legs feel weak from running around. Surely you can't deny me such a small request? If you do not agree to my request, then I shall refrain from teaching you how to use the computer." Teacher Yang forced a smile and nodded slightly. Teacher Xiaosu urged him to place his notebook in the drawer, taking his hand and pulling him up, saying, "Come on, let us not dawdle. After we eat, I would like to help you buy a mobile phone as well. In this day and age, you are the only one without one." As the two were hurrying out of the classroom, Teacher Xiaosu seemed to just notice Yunxia, greeting her with a smile, while Teacher Yang remained cool and said nothing, simply walking out. Yunxia, being someone who has experienced much, discerned the close relationship between Teacher Xiaosu and Teacher Yang, speculating that Teacher Yang might be her boyfriend. She felt a bit puzzled. Teacher Yang, with his long hair and beard, resembled a middle-aged man, while Teacher Xiaosu appeared to be a recent university graduate, young, beautiful, warm, and cheerful, reminiscent of a wealthy girl. Was this a bit incongruous? Yunxia felt somewhat disheartened, unable to comprehend how she ended up with such a taciturn instructor. Most of the students here were those she had taught before, and they held her in high regard, enjoying playful banter with her. Some bold boys would quietly tease her, remarking on how handsome and cool this male teacher was, claiming that Teacher Xiaosu could hardly take her eyes off him. Teacher Xiaosu's expression darkened, forbidding the students from speaking frivolously. Yet, her demeanor clearly betrayed a sweet delight. Eventually, she approached Yunxia, who was drawing a sphere. Upon seeing her, Yunxia cheerfully exclaimed, "Teacher Su, Do you remember me? I signed up after auditing your class. Teacher Su replied, I do remember you. You came to audit with your boyfriend, who has a solid foundation in art as well. Yunxia responded, It's a pity you aren't the one teaching me. I had thought you would. Teacher Su chuckled. He is far more skilled than I am. You should consider yourself fortunate rather than lamenting. However, you might be a bit lax with the fundamentals. Let me explain it to you. Look, this is the lit area. This is the shadowed area, and here lies the boundary between light and dark. While speaking, she demonstrated, swiftly creating a standard sphere. Yunxia exclaimed, Wow, Teacher Su, you are truly impressive. Teacher Su modestly replied, I'm not impressive. Merely experienced. If you grasp these two major surfaces and 5 tonal variations, your lines will be precise. Once you understand these, you will have no trouble rendering this. She then repeatedly encouraged her to observe and draw. Yunxia said, Teacher Su, you teach so well. Could you perhaps be the one to instruct me? Teacher Su whispered, I assure you, having someone like him as your teacher is a blessing. Once you solidify your fundamentals, his strengths will manifest. He might not know how to instruct a complete beginner. But for the foundational aspects, I am here. I will come to check on you when I'm free. Yunxia inquired, Are you here to assist him? Teacher Su replied, My brother asked me to help him learn about computers. Aside from browsing the internet, he knows nothing. If I don't teach him, he might genuinely think he is from Mars. Don't you have your own classes? I have an evening class today. And since I am free, why not? As Teacher Su spoke, she caught Yunxia's knowing smile, and a blush suddenly graced her cheeks. The students are predominantly young boys in their teens and early 20s, with Yunxia being the sole, slightly older girl among them. Teacher Su possesses a psychological advantage in the presence of these boys, yet such an advantage diminishes in the face of Yunxia's elder sister-like smile, rendering him somewhat bashful. Yunxia, possessing a modicum of experience, perceives that Teacher Su should not be easily shy. Her assertion likely stems from the uncertain nature of their relationship. How peculiar it is that such a beautiful and cheerful girl as Yang would be attracted to him. Yet he would still hesitate to accept her affections. After a day of training, coupled with Teacher Su's occasional explanations, Yunxia has begun to capture certain feelings in her drawings, grasping concepts such as the 2 main planes and 5 tonal values. And she is quite satisfied with her progress. Finally, Teacher Yang stepped away from his computer to conduct a brief inspection, succinctly pointing out the issues each student faced. When he reached Yunxia and observed her practice, a gentle light sparkled in his eyes. He nodded several times, affirming her rapid progress, which validated her efforts. This simple gesture alleviated Yunxia's previous discontent. And although she had initially intended to request a change of instructor after class, perhaps to Teacher Su, she chose to hold off on that thought for the time being. After all, learning from Teacher Yang could still mean benefiting from Teacher Su's guidance, making it an overall worthwhile arrangement. As for the new acquaintances, Tang Xinhai chuckled, saying, Thus, I always maintained that one should design for clients as if their home were their own. I noticed Lu Xiyu exemplified this mindset while designing this villa. Both laughed, accustomed to their playful banter. Lu Xiyu, having developed a thick skin, did not take offense and inquired, Did you enjoy today's lessons? Yunxia replied, It was all right, though my hand felt a bit weak while drawing, and the teacher lacked enthusiasm, unlike during the registration. Tang Xinhai asked, Is that how the little Teacher Su is? The one with the dimples when she smiles? Lu Xiyu remarked, Sister Xiao, I've heard him mention the dimpled beauty teacher 3 times. How can you tolerate that? Yunxia responded, I can endure it. But the replacement for little Teacher Su was a male teacher who seemed rather aloof, answering questions as if he were indifferent, sitting in his chair like a wooden post, only occasionally emerging from his stupor. Indeed, during our trial class, little Teacher Su hardly sat down, constantly moving about to observe the students' work, hardly checking his phone, while this teacher merely sat and refrained from offering guidance, which was somewhat inappropriate. Lu Xiyu commented, Perhaps he lacks charm. If he were handsome, even if he were a wooden post, everyone would still regard him as a fragrant sandalwood post. Laughter ensued. Tang Xinhai then inquired, Did you learn anything today? Yunxia replied, This morning I drew geometric shapes, and in the afternoon, still life. Exhausting. Thankfully, that lazy teacher finally acknowledged my progress. Thank Buddha, after a whole day of drawing, I finally received a word of praise from him. Without that, I would have felt stifled. Everyone laughed heartily. Tang Xinhai suggested, Should we propose to the school to replace him with little Teacher Su? Yunxia remarked, Had it not been for his final words, I would have indeed thought the same. Lu Xiyu confidently interjected, It seems I was mistaken. He must be quite the handsome fellow. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that he could win you over with just a single sentence. Yunxiao replied, I cannot utter falsehoods. He must have been rather dashing in his youth. Lu Xiu inquired, has he aged considerably? To which Yunxiao responded, I would estimate he is around 40 now. Lu Xiu chuckled. I was hoping he might be younger, perhaps someone I could flirt with. At that age, my interest wanes. That evening, her parents initiated a video call, joyfully informing Lu Xiu that within just a few days, the entire faculty and student body at her school had learned of her securing a lucrative design contract in Sheathes. Several colleagues, having recently purchased homes, approached her parents to see if they could enlist Lu Xiu's assistance with their own design needs. Offering compensation for her efforts, Lu Xiu explained that she was currently too busy with her existing projects to take on new ones, which only served to further delight her parents at that moment. Lu Xiu recalled by Chonglin mentioning he had previously sought out her parents, a query she had neglected to pursue until now. After ending the video call, she opened her laptop and noticed that QQ had logged in automatically. This reminded her of the QQ number Lin Yu had given her, which she had astonishingly forgotten. Hastily, she searched for it, discovering that the QQ ID was Thinker. Lu Xiu recalled his self-assured demeanor and mused that this ID was indeed fitting. However, if a qualifying adjective were to be added, annoying Thinker would be even more precise. Amused by this thought, she stifled a chuckle. Lu Xiu was not particularly fond of adding QQ friends, as there were far too many tedious individuals. Upon locating the ID, she casually opened the profile, only to find it utterly bare, with a default avatar and a QQ age of merely a few days, indicating the user was likely not a frequent visitor. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to send a friend request, providing her name, Lu Xiu. For verification that it appeared the individual was online at that moment, so she promptly sent a polite smiley face to greet him. Moments later, the Thinker replied with a few words, How have you been? And then added, That's good. He continued, I do not enjoy playing. Lu Xiu, wishing to avoid prolonged conversation, responded, My apologies, but I have other matters to attend to and cannot continue chatting. I truly appreciate your suggestions today. Let us converse again next time. By the way, you might find it more convenient to add me on WeChat. The Thinker replied, I do not have WeChat. In this day and age. Is it possible for an adult to lack WeChat? Lu Xiu pondered whether he was being truthful. If so, it would indeed be rather unconventional. She replied, Then let's keep in touch via QQ. That's perfectly fine. Thank you once more for your assistance. I must take my leave now. Goodbye. The Thinker queried, What does 88 mean? Lu Xiu responded with 3 sweat emojis. After a considerable pause, the Thinker sent back, I apologize. I was joking. Bye. Part 4. A new online friend. 2. Lu Xiu set her QQ status to invisible. Her QQ friends were few, and since moving to City S, she had exited all her school and university group chats, retaining only a handful of close friends, with whom she had scarcely maintained contact. She connected a small speaker to her notebook, played music, and searched online for information on audiovisual room design. In truth, this aspect did not require her to design anything. Coordination was all that was needed. She understood that sound absorption, amplification, soundproofing, and the placement and calibration of equipment necessitate highly specialized knowledge and dedicated tuning devices, far exceeding her capabilities. Chonglin was well aware of this, thus informing her that she merely needed to free up that particular space. Nevertheless, beyond the professional realm, she aspired to create a homely atmosphere within this audiovisual room, especially since the surrounding cinema area was her responsibility to design, which required harmonious integration. However, the cinema represented her weakest point. She had never encountered a truly professional home theater. Upon arriving in S-City, she was taken on a business trip by the director to observe a guest house that utilized projection, but the results were rather dismal, with severely distorted colors, leading her to question the practicality of home projectors. She had grown indifferent towards them, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that the reality was quite different. Numerous images and videos online conveyed that an authentic home theater could indeed rival a commercial cinema. The only viable solution, it seemed, was to visit Chonglin's home theater for a first-hand observation. Chonglin himself claimed to be somewhat of a seasoned cinema enthusiast in S-City, having established an audiovisual room in his old residence, spanning over 40 square meters, featuring a 200-inch screen and equipment that ranks among the best in S-City. Though not top tier, it was nonetheless exceptional in terms of performance. The reason for not opting for top-tier equipment was his desire to maintain rationality, avoiding the pitfalls of becoming a so-called equipment fanatic, lest his financial investments spiral into an endless abyss. Now, she had to contemplate this matter. as a competent interior designer, lacking a thorough understanding of home theaters was somewhat indefensible. It appeared imperative for her to observe at Bai's residence. However, how could she broach this subject with Bai Chonglin? It seemed increasingly complex. Perhaps it was best to consult Tang Xinhai first. She sent a message via WeChat. Tang, do you know anyone who is into home theaters? Lu Siyu decided to send a voice message as well, but a coordinated plan is necessary. The cinema is not entirely isolated, and I feel uneasy without more knowledge. Tang Xinhai replied, why not ask Bai Dong? He is the most qualified to speak on this topic. It would be best to see his setup in person. By the way, are you hesitant to ask? I can inquire for you. It's essential for work. Lu Siyu stuck out her tongue and made a face at her phone, realizing that Tang Xinhai truly deserved the title of psychological master. As he immediately discerned her intentions, highlighting the significance of a good team, Lu Siyu felt a surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated Lin Yu to be so attuned to her reactions. After being offline for such an extended period, he still took the time to send her a message about this. Reflecting on his infuriating demeanor, it was remarkable how it belied his true nature. She opened the information on the Thinker space, only to be taken aback. This QQ account had been registered just a few days prior, and there was no content whatsoever in the space. No wonder the avatar was the system's default. Absolutely astonishing. At that moment, Tang Xinhai received another message on WeChat, prompting her to hurriedly open it. It was yet another voice message, which she anxiously clicked on. Tang Xinhai conveyed, I spoke to Director Bai, and he said it's no problem. He will arrange it promptly, so you can focus on the other related designs. Lu Siyu let out a long sigh of relief, yet found herself amusingly perplexed, unable to comprehend why she felt the need to inquire about such matters through Tang Xinhai, as if she were guilty of some misdeed. Wasn't this a perfectly reasonable request? How absurd. To her surprise, the following day, Bai Chonglin called Lu Siyu, welcoming her to observe the proceedings and scheduling a time, coinciding with her mother's invitation for dinner at home. Taken aback, Siyu exclaimed, dinner too? Is that really necessary? In that case, I won't go. Observing at a client's residence while having a dinner arranged. What kind of arrangement was this? Bai Chonglin reassured her, just come over. It's merely a dinner. It should also benefit your design work. Consider it an opportunity to experience the familial atmosphere of the client. Just prepare yourself in advance, and I will pick you up. That evening, Lu Siyu, almost as if compelled by fate, sent a message to the Thinker. I wish to inquire if there is anything particular to be cautious about when dining with affluent families like yours. The Thinker replied, are you going somewhere to eat? Lu Siyu explained, in this villa design, there is a cinema designated for Xiao Bai, which was initially assigned to another designer. However, I wish to acquire insights in this area by observing directly at his current cinema. To my bewilderment, Xiao Bai mentioned that his mother would like to invite me for dinner. Why is that necessary? He is merely my client. The Thinker responded, she might have seen some comments online. Lu Siyu inquired, what comments? That Xiao Bai wishes to curry favor with me. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know that is implausible. Moreover, Xiao Bai is not my type. I genuinely do not wish to attend this dinner. The Thinker suggested, it wouldn't hurt to go. It might actually aid your design. Reflecting on this, Lu Siyu admitted, to be honest, I am somewhat intimidated by his mother. Have you seen the comments circulating online? The Thinker reassured her, do not pay heed to those things. I believe his mother is a good person. Lu Siyu retorted, if you say that, you wouldn't happen to know her, would you? After a moment, the Thinker replied, I have met her. He added, there is no need to worry, just eat whatever you like. Shortly thereafter, he appended, I've heard that Xiao Bai is a Christian and prays before meals. So don't make light of that. Lu Siyu responded, Xiao Bai is superstitious as well? The Thinker clarified, that cannot be deemed superstition. It's merely a matter of religious belief. His girlfriend is American and a devout Christian who introduced him to the faith. Lu Siyu was taken aback. Xiao Bai has a girlfriend? The Thinker replied, he did, but his mother wasn't particularly fond of his American girlfriend, believing that American women are unreliable, given the years that have passed without marriage. They must have broken up. Lu Siyu asked, you seem to know Xiao Bai quite well. The Thinker responded, it's not a secret. Many are aware of it. Regretting her predicament, Lu Siyu felt as if fate was conspiring against her desire to attend the dinner in splendid fashion. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xing called to inquire if she was prepared. Lu Siyu replied in the affirmative. After waiting for half an hour, Fan Xing finally arrived in his BMW X6 at the entrance of the community. And by the time Lu Siyu entered the vehicle, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Lu Siyu remarked, isn't this supposed to be a private matter for the Bai family? As the secretary of the Bai group, it seems rather inappropriate for you to be involved. does it not? Fan Xing replied. What do you mean? Do you think my position is too insignificant? No, it's just that I find it rather peculiar. So, they sent you in my stead? I am not only the secretary of the Bai Group, but also the personal secretary to Chairman Bai. You see, my father was originally Secretary Bai's assistant, and even after retiring, he remained with the Bai family as an aide, or one might even refer to him as a steward. Dada. I see there is that connection. Lu Xiyu responded. Perhaps your father is quite remarkable as well. Indeed, during his generation, there were few who could converse in English. Although my father's accent is somewhat peculiar, he manages to communicate quite effectively. Aunt Yu's recent trip to Europe was translated by him throughout. Is it related to the villa? Has Chairman Bai mentioned anything to you? Not at all. That if he hasn't spoken, then there is no need for you to inquire further. His silence certainly holds a reason. However, let me offer a word of caution. This design requires your utmost diligence, exceedingly so. This statement left Lu Xiyu feeling somewhat displeased. She fell silent, fiddling with the keys in her hand. Is it because of what I said that you are upset? Allow me to be frank. This villa holds tremendous significance for the Bai family, as it has always been the embodiment of their familial dreams. Have you noticed how distinct this architectural design is compared to others? Indeed, it is. Thus, this design was originally Chairman Bai's own idea, and he did not consult Aunt Yu beforehand. Correct? Fan Xing, wishing to change the subject, inquired. Why are you not wearing the autumn dream outfit? Is it necessary? I am simply here to work. Lu Xiyu felt embarrassed to admit that her clothes had gotten wet. But you were to join Aunt Yu for dinner. Have you considered that perhaps this meal may carry a deeper significance? Fan Xing replied with a half-smile. What significance? Why did you just say you all? Who am I with? Aunt Yu has invited a young lady as well, which was arranged prior to her trip to Europe. However, the girl was unable to attend at that time, but has now agreed to join. What sort of person? To put it in fashionable terms, a rich beauty. Curiously enough, she graduated last year, and like you, she is involved in the arts. Lu Xiyu sighed. Am I even able to decline? I am merely here for work. Must I partake in this? Fan Xing remarked. In truth, Chairman Bai has surmised that you might not wish to attend this dinner. Yet Aunt Yu insists upon it. Having battled depression, she now finds that whatever she wishes to do must be adhered to by Chairman Bai. Lu Xiyu felt her head spinning. Please, do not wear such a gloomy expression. Aunt Yu has gone to great lengths for this evening. She has invited you to dine at her home, and aside from a small portion that was catered, the majority of the meal has been prepared by her own hands. Do you have any idea how long it has been since she last cooked? This is akin to a royal decree. Upon reflection, Lu Xiyu considered that, in any case, it was they who had invited her, and she had not intruded uninvited. Misunderstandings be damned. She would indulge in a lavish feast and satisfy her cravings first. After navigating through heavy traffic, they finally arrived at the Bai residence, only to discover it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The ancestral home of the Bai family is situated in the heart of the city, encompassing an area of approximately 300 square meters, complete with a yard. This is a 3.5-story Western-style residence, with the living space estimated to be around 150 square meters, and the staircase constructed on one side. Fan Xing parked the car and alighted, noticing 3 other vehicles already stationed nearby. A sleek black Audi A7, a BMW X7, and a luxurious 2-tone sports car that Lu Xiyu had never seen before. The absence of the white BMW 740 left Lu Xiyu feeling a tinge of disappointment, overwhelmed with gratitude. She quickly nodded in agreement, suddenly finding herself less averse to this individual. Observing her nervousness, Fan Xing chuckled and reassured her, there's no need to be so anxious. Aunt Yu is not a stranger to you. Is she? It's not that intimidating. Accompanying Lu Xiyu, they ascended to the top half of the building. The uppermost level features a gabled roof structure, with Bai Chonglin having appropriated a portion of it to create a media room. As Fan Xing led Xiyu inside, the lights were already aglow, and Bai Chonglin rose with a smile, saying, You've worked hard. Fan Xing escorted Xiyu to her destination before excusing himself, stating he had matters to attend to downstairs. Lu Xiyu began to survey the expansive media room, which spans approximately 40 square meters, measuring 5 meters in width and 8 meters in length. The room boasted minimal openings, with just 1 door and 1 window. The floor is tiered, featuring 3 large steps, each adorned with first-class seating. 3 chairs in the front row, 4 in the second, and 5 in the third. A colossal screen dominates the front wall, nearly 5 meters wide and over 2 meters high, complemented by a massive projector suspended between the second and third rows. In front of the screen lies an array of equipment, all in sleek black. Adjacent to it is a disc rack displaying a variety of discs. Aside from the screen, the entire media room is decorated in dark tones. The floor is covered with a deep-colored carpet, and the ceiling along with 3 walls is lined with dark acoustic materials. The seating is also dark-hued, contributing to a somewhat oppressive ambience. Most striking is the array of speakers. Lu Xiu counted an astonishing 17 in total. At the front, 3 horn speakers are positioned between the screen and equipment, while 2 smaller speakers are mounted on each side wall, with 2 more on the rear wall and 6 above. Additionally, 4 large speaker enclosures are strategically placed around the cinema. Such an abundance of speakers, Lu Xiu exclaimed. Bai Chonglin replied, indeed, it comprises 9 for main and surround sound, for subwoofers, and 6 overhead speakers. The screen is a 200-inch acoustically transparent one, concealing 3 additional speakers within. Why so many speakers? Won't it be excessively loud? She inquired if there's a standard for this. Bai Chonglin patiently explained that in addition to the 9, 4, and 6, there are also 5.12 configurations. More speakers generally enhance sound quality. It was only then that Lu Xiu realized the intricate considerations involved. Beyond the speakers, there was an array of equipment: players, preamps, amplifiers, and power processors. With so many components, setting up for a movie must be quite the hassle, she remarked. Bai Chonglin reassured her, it's all automated. With a single button, it powers up effortlessly. That he approached the front row of seats, picked up a remote control, and gestured towards the middle seat in the front, saying, that is known as the Emperor's seat. Why don't you take a seat and see for yourself? Oh, and do mind the steps. Lu Xiu replied, in any case, I don't understand. Just play whatever you think is good. Lu Xiu was quite astonished. The sound of gunfire was unlike that from a mobile phone. On a phone, it was a series of soft pops, but here it was a resounding bang, creating a psychological impression that watching a gunfight on a phone seemed harmless. While in this setting, being shot even once felt fatal. She inquired, isn't it a bit too loud? To achieve a certain volume for viewing, it must meet THX standards, ensuring both the intensity and quality are appropriate to evoke a sense of immersion. Bai Chonglin, being both professional and patient, asked, did you perceive the trajectory of that gunfire? That enveloping sensation? I did. Just a few days prior, she had watched something and found it unappealing. It felt too unrealistic. I was indeed knowledgeable, his remarks hitting the mark. As the CEO of such a large conglomerate, he naturally exuded an air of authority, yet he somehow managed to convey no pressure at all, which was quite remarkable. Previously, she would have preferred to keep her distance from individuals like General Hao. Bai Chonglin continued, did you notice the sound above you? Yes, this is known as immersive sound. The footsteps you hear from above emanate from those 6 speakers up there. Initially, when this cinema was constructed, those speakers were absent. It was only with the advent of immersive sound that they were added. Lu Xiu nodded, feeling enlightened. She was attentively engaged, while Bai Chonglin offered polite yet succinct explanations. His refined demeanor and appropriate language, coupled with a keen awareness of Lu Xiu's psychological state, entirely dispelled any feelings of superiority. Although it was an intimate setting with just the 2 of them, Lu Xiu felt a bit anxious. Yet Bai Chonglin's mannerisms and speech effectively alleviated her tension, instilling a sense of complete relaxation and reassurance. As she listened to his discourse, she couldn't help but reminisce about that past acquaintance who always tried to appear cool. Thinking to herself, if that fellow enjoyed movies as well and accompanied me, he would probably never utter a word. These 2 individuals were indeed worlds apart in personality, if he possessed even half of Bai's enthusiasm. It would have been delightful. Of course, the other fellow hardly watched television, so he might not even appreciate the cinema experience. She then asked, if this place continues to play at such a volume, would it significantly affect those downstairs or nearby? Bai Chonglin replied, that largely depends on how well the soundproofing has been executed. Some impact is inevitable. Regardless, once I move into the new villa, the cinema below will be mine. And in the future, when we each have our own families, it won't affect my brother's family. It was indeed a case of unintended words from the speaker and a keen interpretation by the listener. Lu Xiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, grateful for the cover of darkness that concealed her flushed cheeks from Bai Chonglin. Upon reflection, Bai's statement merely described a situation, devoid of any hidden implications. It was ultimately her own overthinking. His brother's family had no bearing on her life, and perhaps he had truly forgotten her existence. She hastily remarked, according to the design, adjacent to the cinema lies the entertainment and leisure area. And beyond that is the art studio, which serves as the primary activity zone for your elder brother. If your brother requires a tranquil space for artistic creation in the future, The studio should ideally be as quiet as possible. Thus, I am concerned that any noise here may disturb the studio. He selected a brief clip from a Transformers film, then turned on a dim light, and together with Lu Siyu, they exited the cinema while simultaneously closing the door. Bai Chonglin stated, "This noise is merely coming from next door. If we were to increase the distance or enhance the soundproofing, such sounds can be disregarded. Let us take a moment to listen." He guided her to the terrace, striving to distance themselves from the cinema for a better experience. Indeed, upon reaching the far end of the terrace, the noise diminished to such an extent that it became nearly imperceptible unless one paid close attention. In a bustling urban area, this quaint villa is nestled within an older community, boasting a pleasant surrounding environment. At that moment, Fang Xing was spotted at the base of the building, approaching the entrance and waving at a striking red Mini Cooper that was slowly driving by. The Mini gradually made its way into Bai's villa, maneuvering under Fang Xing's direction until it firmly parked beside Fang Xing's X6. That once the vehicle was stationary, a remarkably refined young woman emerged from the driver's seat. Her attire exuding sophistication, complemented by tasteful accessories including a necklace and a designer handbag. As she stepped out of the car, Fang Xing promptly greeted her, saying, "Miss Su, I am Fang Xing, secretary to Mr. Bai. Welcome. At that moment, another individual emerged from the building, exclaiming, Miss Su has arrived. My apologies for not knowing you were coming. I would have greeted you outside. It was none other than Aunt Yu, Bai Chonglin's mother." The young woman smiled and replied, "Hello, Aunt Yu. I've heard your culinary skills are exceptional. Even if you hadn't come to greet me, I would have made my way here, as I'm quite eager to taste your cooking." Aunt Yu responded, "Oh dear, Miss Su, you are indeed fortunate to have such a charming and sweet-tongued daughter. Fang, is Shaolin upstairs? Please take Miss Su up. It will be easier for young people to converse." Fang Xing replied, "Certainly, Miss Su. Let us ascend." Lu Siyu understood that this young woman was the affluent beauty Fang Xing had mentioned earlier. As she followed Fang Xing toward the staircase, she cast a glance at Bai Chonglin and inquired, "Who is she? Quite stunning. Is she your girlfriend?" Bai Chonglin chuckled and replied, "At the very least, my mother hopes she is. As for the reality, 6 months ago, my mother attempted to arrange a meeting between us, but it fell through as she claimed to be occupied. This time, she agreed rather readily, which took my mother by surprise." Lu Siyu remarked, "However, I seem to recall you mentioning a girlfriend from America?" Just then, the cinema door swung open once more, and Bai Chonglin, Fang Xing, along with the lovely Miss Su, entered in succession. Bai Chonglin promptly turned on all the lights. From an elevated perspective, the view had not been entirely clear. But now that they were face to face, Miss Su appeared even more enchanting than before, with her skin radiant and her makeup perfectly applied, exuding a delightful charm. Miss Su glanced around and remarked, "This place is even larger than my brother's. How much money was invested here?" Miss Su remarked, "It's not much. I have no idea how much my brother invested. It shouldn't be that substantial, as there aren't that many seats." Bai Chonglin commented, "Your brother is indeed a unique figure in the enthusiast community. While others enjoy visiting and exchanging ideas, he prefers solitude. Not a single person in the circle has ever visited him. He is utterly oblivious to any equipment." Miss Su replied, "That's just his quirk. You have a dozen or so seats here, yet he only arranged 3 in a row. If I hadn't been upset with him, he would have intended to set up just one seat, leaving the surroundings empty. Even if someone did visit, they would have to sit on a small stool to watch." Laughter erupted as they moved inward. Secretary Fan pointed to Lu Siyu and said, "This is Lu Siyu. You should be aware of her." That is, Lu Siyu promptly stood up, smiling in response. As Miss Su walked, she cast a swift, discerning glance at Lu Siyu and candidly remarked that such a cursory appraisal felt rather impolite. Lu Siyu sensed that she was perceived as a hastily assembled item unworthy of closer inspection, and with a smile, she responded, "Yes, isn't it always circulating online? It's impossible not to know. Hello, my surname is Su. You can call me Xiao Su," Bai Chonglin said. "Please." Miss Su unceremoniously took a seat on the outer chair. Bai Chonglin continued, "See you? This is Miss Su Bixing, the cherished daughter of Mr. Su, a prominent figure in the hotel industry in our city." Su Bixing smiled and remarked, "Director Bai, I'm quite sensitive. Such an introduction might lead me to think you wish to leverage our acquaintance for business opportunities. Unfortunately, I hold no interest in commerce, which would surely disappoint you." Bai Chonglin chuckled, "My apologies. I should have introduced her as teacher Su Bixing." Su Bixing replied, "Now that's more appropriate. Director Bai, now that I've settled in, shall we commence the film?" Bai Chonglin inquired. What genre of movies does Miss Sue enjoy? Sue Bixing responded, I'll find something myself. Could you pass me the remote? As she perused the screen, she noted, I was just watching a test film. I'm not interested in these. Director by. Your player is an Oppo 205. Right? Has it undergone modification? My brother has a modified 205, and it cost an arm and a leg. By Chonglin confirmed, indeed, it's a 205, and it has been modified. Miss Sue seems quite familiar with this. Miss Sue laughed, how could I not be? My brother boasts about it incessantly. He'll let you in on a secret. I actually don't know what modification entails. Initially, I thought he meant devil when he mentioned it. I wondered why anyone would name a player devil and assign it a number. How absurd. Laughter ensued once more. Sue Bixing added. However, I genuinely believe he is a bit eccentric at a device worth 10,000 yuan. Modified to cost several times that. All for a slight enhancement in sensory experience. I guess it that money has become too abundant for him to handle. Bai Chonglin replied, that steep price indicates your brother's high-end modification. I lack his generosity, as mine is just a standard modification, costing only a few thousand more. Sue Bixing remarked, well, you seem somewhat normal. My brother's mind appears to have been rather damaged, and I wonder if there is any hope for his recovery. After a brief search, she found a film and started to play it. Bai Chonglin inquired, Inception, is it? Does Miss Sue enjoy this film? Sue Bixing responded, I adore all of Nolan's films. He is a genius director. This film boasts an excellent plot and remarkable sound design that I've watched it 3 times at my brother's place. Bai Chonglin replied, what a coincidence. My brother and I are also Nolan fans. That I love this film immensely. I could nearly recite the lines by heart. Sue Bixing exclaimed, is that so? How delightful. We Nolan enthusiasts are indeed one big family. Bai Chonglin nodded with a smile. Sue Bixing pressed a button on her chair, which transformed like a transformer, swiftly converting from a sofa into a recliner. She leaned back comfortably, savoring the film. The chair's design was exquisite. Even in such a reclined position, her posture remained remarkably elegant and relaxed. In contrast, Lu Siyu's demeanor seemed somewhat constrained. Lu Siyu felt as though she appeared quite uncultured in comparison. Meanwhile, Fan Xing beside her effortlessly adjusted to a reclined mode as well. This left Lu Siyu as the only one still seated in the original sofa configuration. Unsure of how to adjust her chair, she feared making a mistake that might result in an embarrassing transformation into a massage chair. Too shy to ask for assistance, she remained in her awkward position, sitting rigidly, feeling as though she were perched on a bed of nails. The most troublesome aspect was that, for reasons unknown, Sue Bixing seemed to stifle her intellect, leaving her utterly bewildered by the film, unable to grasp its essence. Conversely, the other 3 appeared thoroughly captivated, and she couldn't discern whether they genuinely understood the film or were merely feigning comprehension to belittle her. Fortunately, Bai Chonglin soon noticed her predicament and said, see you. Perhaps you find it difficult to follow. It's quite normal not to understand. This film is not easily grasped without watching it at least twice. No wonder I felt so confused. I was worried I might be the foolish one. Lu Siyu exhaled a sigh of relief. No. Nolan enjoys playing with cinematic techniques. His films contain many layers. If you haven't seen the latter part, it may remain unclear. By the way, isn't sitting like this uncomfortable for you? You can adjust it like they have. Just over here. He stood up, gesturing towards a button on the armrest of Lu Siyu's chair, illuminated by the screen's ambient light. Upon realizing there was indeed a button, Lu Siyu pressed it, and the chair transformed into a recliner, instantly making her feel much more at ease and, most importantly, no longer standing out so starkly. It seemed that Sue Bixing only then registered the situation, chuckling. So, it turns out that designer Lu doesn't know how to adjust her chair. You should have mentioned it earlier. I would have gladly assisted you. I just assumed that a prominent designer like you preferred to sit upright and watch films. In that instant, Lu Siyu felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. Bai Chonglin interjected, Miss Sue, does this imply that your brother enjoys sitting upright while watching films? Sue Bixing laughed lightly. He is nothing like a distinguished designer. Everyone says he pales in comparison to designer Lu. When he watches movies, he sprawls out like a dead pig. I always have to lock the door when watching films at his place to avoid being subjected to that ghastly sight. As anticipated, the 2 gentlemen were once again amused by her antics. However, she quickly reminded herself that they were here to vie for the attention of Bai Chonglin as his potential girlfriend. So it was only natural for them to steal a bit of the limelight. This thought brought her a measure of psychological comfort. Subsequently, the atmosphere grew quiet, as everyone became engrossed in the film. Perhaps it was the ambience, or maybe it was the captivating visuals and sound effects, but Lu Siyu soon found her focus drawn to the screen, gradually becoming immersed in the experience. after the film had played for over an hour. Just as they were about to enter the second layer of dreams, the door swung open, and a figure stepped in, announcing, "Shaolin, let us pause the movie here. The two young ladies can join us for dinner now." Bai Chonglin responded. The two young ladies, Su Bixing obediently pressed the exit button, stating, "It is better to comply with your wishes." After adjusting her chair back to its original position, she turned to Lu Xiyu and asked, "Do you know which button restores the chair?" Lu Xiyu could only honestly admit her ignorance. Rising to her feet, she finally noticed that standing at the doorway was a well-dressed elderly gentleman, who, despite his age, exuded a remarkable charm, neither too thin nor too stout. With a professionally warm smile that rendered him strikingly handsome, Su Bixing glanced at Fan Xing and inquired, "Is that your father?" Lu Xiyu also discerned that this gentleman bore an uncanny resemblance to Fan Xing, as if they were crafted from the same mold, with only the skin tone's brightness and contrast adjusted, and a subtle texture added to the elder's complexion. The gentleman introduced himself. "I am Fan Xing's father. You may call me Uncle Fan." Su Bixing exclaimed, "Wow, you look exceptionally healthy. How old are you this year?" "I am 67, he replied. "You hardly seem so. You look like you're in your 50s, far younger than my father, who is just over 50. Su Bixing spoke with utmost sincerity. Uncle Fan chuckled. "Many people say I appear youthful, but claiming I look younger than your father is not quite accurate. I have seen your father before. He has more gray hair than I do. That is true. My youthfulness indeed lies in my hair." Su Bixing acknowledged with a smile. Uncle Fan then turned to Lu Xiyu, saying, "You must be designer Lu." Lu Xiyu shyly replied, "You can call me Xiao Lu." "That works," he said. "Then I shall call you Xiao Su as well." "Xiao Su, Xiao Lu, let us head down for dinner. Your Aunt Yu has a few matters to attend to. She sent me to escort you down, else she would have come herself." The Bai family's first floor was quite spacious, with the living room occupying more than half of the area. It boasted an 85-inch Sony television and a multi-channel sound system, designed with elegance and aesthetic appeal. Adjacent to the living room, elevated by 50 centimeters, was a dining room of nearly 30 square meters, followed by a kitchen of over 10 square meters, all adorned in a quintessential European style, featuring sofas, dining tables, and TV cabinets that exuded opulence. Albeit at the cost of considerable space, while such a vast area certainly had the right to be extravagant, Lu Xiyu felt a pang of regret at the thought of such wastefulness in S-City, where every inch of land was precious. As everyone descended to the first floor, a middle-aged woman was busily attending to various tasks, though she was not the Aunt Yu they had met that day. Aunt Yu was absent. The dining table was already adorned with an array of dishes, plentiful in number, predominantly home-cooked fare, yet each was presented with exquisite care. The middle-aged woman approached with a warm smile, inviting two young ladies to take their seats first. This was a square table for 8, with 4 dining chairs on each side. Lu Xiyu and Su Bixing settled into the second and third chairs on the right side, respectively, and soon after, Fan Xing arrived, taking the 4th seat on the left. Bai Chonglin also joined them, sitting beside Fan Xing, and looked up at the middle-aged woman, saying, "Sister Qin, you've worked hard. Let us eat together." Fan Xing added, "Yes, Sister Qin, let us enjoy the meal together today." Aunt Yu interjected, "Don't mind him. He has been spoiled." As she spoke, she made her way towards the nearby restroom. Noticing the surprised expressions on Lu Xiyu and Su Bixing's faces, Bai Chonglin chuckled. "What my mom referred to as our cat. We have 3, 1 male and 2 females. My mom affectionately calls them the 3 siblings. Do you know where she just went? She stepped outside to feed the stray cats in the community. She has been doing this for many years." As they conversed, Aunt Yu emerged, inquiring, "Xing, whereas your father? Why has he taken a seat yet?" Uncle Yu came out from a corridor, responding, I'm coming. I just went in to jot down some notes. My apologies." Aunt Yu took her place at the first chair on the left, gesturing across the table. "Brother Fan, you should sit there today. Xiao Qin, don't busy yourself with other matters. Let us all eat together. It's not every day we have such a lively gathering. Everyone should join in." Uncle Yu took the first chair on the right, while Sister Qin settled into the 4th chair on the right. It was only then that Aunt Yu turned to Lu Xiyu and Su Bixing, nodding and smiling. "Xiao Su, Xiao Lu, I'm truly sorry for making you wait so long for your first meal together. That little flower got stuck in a corner and wouldn't come out to eat, which made me quite anxious, so I took a bit longer to find her." Lu Xiyu quickly smiled, indicating it was no trouble at all, while Su Bixing remarked, "Auntie, those cats are so fortunate to have you. By the way, I heard there are 3 siblings here as well. I'm so curious." Aunt Yu laughed. "Indeed, wherever I go, they follow. Today, they might be feeling shy and have hidden away, Sue Bixing replied. I have a purebred British short hair. And she is absolutely beautiful, 1.5 years old, and very well behaved, Auntie responded. Is that so? You should bring her over to play with our 3 siblings sometime, Sue Bixing replied. Sure. I'll bring her next time. Suddenly, Lucy felt somewhat superfluous. Being naturally sensitive, she found the seating arrangement uncomfortable. Every person faced another, yet she was left with an empty chair before her, which already made her uneasy, leaving her unsure of the intent behind such a setup. Now, as Sue Bixing and Aunt Yu engaged in cheerful conversation, she felt even more isolated. Aunt Yu seemed to notice Lucy's emotions and asked with a smile, Xiao Lu, you've never raised a cat, have you? Aunt Yu continued. It's not that serious. It's all just hearsay that I often get scratched and have never vaccinated them. As long as they are familiar and vaccinated, there's no issue. But let us not dwell on that. Let us prepare to eat. Everyone expressed their agreement, turning their gazes towards Bai Chonglin. The others seemed unfazed, displaying no particular expressions, as if they had grown accustomed to it. Even Sue Bixing shared this demeanor. Once he finished reading, Aunt Yu remarked, All right, everyone, let us begin. I've prepared a few home-cooked dishes, so feel free to indulge. The table was indeed laden with an array of dishes, all quintessentially homely yet lavishly prepared. Fan Xing eagerly reached for a plate of sweet and sour ribs, while Uncle Fan chuckled and said to Aunt Yu, Look, he is always telling me how much he adores this dish of yours. He is certainly not being shy about it. Everyone turned to smile at Fan Xing, who also grinned, seemingly unperturbed. Sue Bixing interjected, Is that true? Thank you so much. However, it might be too troublesome to go by more ingredients. How about this? I'll reserve a bit of each of your signature dishes and take them home for tomorrow. Such delicacies aren't easily found in the market. Aunt Yu replied, That is perfectly fine. Go ahead and taste them first. Take whatever you desire. Xiao Qin, fetch a container, she instructed. Qin Jie stood up and retrieved a new container from the kitchen. Aunt Yu placed several pieces of ribs into it, prompting Sue Bixing to quickly say, Don't take too much. Just 2 or 3 pieces will suffice, as I'd like to sample some other dishes too. You mustn't tease me. I'm simply quite greedy. Everyone quickly assured her there was no issue, attributing it to the delectable nature of the food, though they were all somewhat taken aback. Initially, they thought Sue Bixing was merely jesting, complimenting Aunt Yu's culinary skills in a light-hearted manner. Given her affluent background, it was hard to believe she had never encountered such flavors before, yet she was evidently sincere. Lucy also took a piece and confirmed it was indeed delicious. Imbued with a unique aroma, she was internally surprised by Sue Bixing's actions but felt somewhat at ease, realizing that dining in a wealthy household wasn't so different after all. Subsequently, guided by Fan Xing's chopsticks, everyone sampled several of Aunt Yu's signature dishes, both meat and vegetables, each proving to be quite palatable. However, the praises from the others were tinged with a hint of exaggeration. In contrast, Sue Bixing relished each dish, exclaiming how delightful they were, calmly adding to her container without the slightest hint of embarrassment, even wearing a subtly discernible smile of contentment. Aunt Yu observed the rare liveliness around her. Still smiling, yet a faint sadness lingered in her brow as she remarked, Yesterday, Xiao Lin mentioned that Xiao Lu wants to design something but hasn't experienced a home theater. I thought, since they're here, why not enjoy a meal together? Plus, I had previously arranged a dinner with Xiao Su, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it never materialized, so I thought I'd invite Xiao Su as well, to make it a bit more festive. It is amusing to recall that when we sought to renovate this residence, it must have been nearly 20 years ago, right, Lao Fan? Uncle Fan confirmed, Yes, that your Asen was 13, and Xiaolin was 8. Indeed, it has been 20 years, Aunt Yu mused. Can you believe how swiftly 20 years have passed? Uncle Fan remarked. Who could disagree? Do you recall that year when you strolled through the streets with Asen and Xiaolin? Everyone was exclaiming, Oh dear, whose children are these? They are all so strikingly handsome. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Although Aunt Yu is aged, her exquisite bone structure remains, and even now, she still possesses an air of beauty. One can only imagine how stunning she was in her youth. Aunt Yu interjected, We had only just arrived here, and many people didn't know USDT that time. We hired a renovation company, insisting on a pleasing aesthetic, resulting in this very appearance that I specifically requested this dining table to be designed for 8 seats. Why? Because with 2 children, each destined to establish their own family, and each wanting a child, it perfectly accommodates 8. Back then, Byron remarked that this was a matter for many years hence. thinking so far ahead that I replied that it was merely a matter of preparation. One day, our family of 8 would fill the table, creating a lively atmosphere. Byron teased, "If you go out onto the street now, people might still mistake you for a young girl. Yet here you are, already planning for grandmotherhood?" I said, "No matter how many years pass, that time will ultimately arrive." She forced a bitter smile, her voice turning somewhat hoarse. At that time, I never could have imagined that this day would never come, that it would forever elude us. I looked at the dining table, watching the number of diners dwindle from 4 to 3, and then to 2. I found myself choked with emotion, unable to continue. Bai Chonglin said, "Mother, everyone is in high spirits. Why bring this up?" Bai Chonglin smiled wryly. Fong Xing added, "Aunt Yu, as you know, Bai Dong is a devout Christian. He regards marriage as sacred." Aunt Yu responded, "I never insisted he pursue someone he didn't love. Forcing him to abandon that American girl was a last resort. It was no one's fault." Bai Chonglin interjected, "Mother, that is all in the past. I have said before that I have never blamed anyone. Moreover, Anna and I appreciate each other, but it is not to the extent of life and death that I truly do not understand why we are discussing her at this moment. Can we refrain from such topics today?" Aunt Yu insisted, "Why should we avoid it? It is precisely what I wish to address. Over the years, I have arranged countless blind dates for you. How many have you actually met? Why are you so reluctant to meet anyone? How can you ascertain their worth without meeting them? Do you have any idea how people perceive you? They say you are not normal." Fong Xing chimed in. "Annie, you are absolutely right. His situation has even affected me. Although I am married, people speculate that I might be bisexual. If he remains unmarried, he might as well hire a female secretary." Aunt Yu remarked, "Old fan, do not glare at him. He has not misspoken." Shaolin, this grand dining room, transitioning from 4 diners to 3, then to 2, fills me with dread. What if one day it dwindles to just one person dining? What then? Bai Chonglin reassured her, "Mother, I will rectify this soon. Please, let's not dwell on this. I promise." Uncle Fan interjected, "Indeed. What nonsense is this? Why frighten the children? President Rong, if he hears this, it would surely sadden him immensely." Lu Xiyu felt a pang in her heart, realizing that the empty chair across from her carried such profound implications. Beside her, Su Bixing was already glistening with tears, and as she quietly took a tissue to dab her eyes, Lu Xiyu felt an inexplicable aversion. Just moments ago, they had been laughing and chatting. And now, without warning, tears flowed as if for the sake of performance to garner sympathy. Lu Xiyu found such behavior particularly irksome. Aunt Yu noticed that everyone had ceased eating and quickly adjusted her demeanor, picking up a dish to encourage others to partake, saying, "Today should have been a joyous occasion. After all, we have guests, and they are all such beautiful young ladies." She glanced at Lu Xiyu and Su Bixing, her gaze soft and affectionate, like a gentle spring breeze, causing the 2 girls to lower their heads in a bit of shyness. Aunt Yu continued, "I recall earlier this year, someone mentioned to me that Su Zong's daughter had graduated. A lovely girl who, not wanting to rely on her parents, chose to work at a training school as an ordinary art teacher. Isn't that right, Xiao Su?" Su Bixing bit her lip, a hint of bashfulness causing her to nod. Aunt Yu inquired, "Why not work at Su Zong's company?" Su Bixing replied, "Honestly, I am not particularly fond of business. I struggle with mathematics, and numbers irritate me." Lu Xiyu resonated with this sentiment, for she too found numbers bothersome beyond her salary. "Just like us," she added. "Fortunately, Su Zong is quite open-minded, allowing you the freedom to choose, without pressuring you to engage in something you dislike." "He is hardly open-minded," Su Bixing retorted. "He scolded me for days, lamenting that despite having such a vast enterprise, neither his son nor daughter wished to take over. He feels it's shameful that I would rather work for someone else, as if I were an ungrateful child. It's odd," she continued. "I never begged him to have me, nor did I request him to build his business. My disinterest should not be a point of contention that I chose to become a teacher precisely to escape working under his watchful eye. It's utterly tiresome." Laughter erupted among the group. Aunt Yu remarked, "Su Zong has a point. Business can be manageable with guidance. Yet I would find it unfulfilling." Su Bixing countered, "Dislike is dislike. Even meeting a landlord to sign a rental contract feels burdensome. Interacting with countless clients and sifting through endless documents would surely drive me to despair." Aunt Yu nodded, sighing with empathy. "Indeed, one cannot be forced into a vocation they detest. But are you content as a teacher?" "At times, yes. At times, no. Regardless of my mood, it is my own affair. When I am with my father, I dread having to read his expressions. He insists it is his aura." Uncle Fan chimed in, "Don't underestimate it. Su Zong truly possesses an aura that he may be wealthy. and that wealth contributes to his presence. But if he expects me to run his business, he is sorely mistaken if he entrusted his company to me. It would be in shambles within a month, Su Bixing asserted. Uncle Fan responded, "You might be exaggerating. Xiao Su.Suzong's enterprise is far too substantial to collapse in merely a month. I concur," said Fan Xing. At the very least, it would take 3 months. Dismantling an entire management system requires time. Laughter resonated once more, and it was evident that Su Bixing was well-liked, while Lu Xiu found herself somewhat overlooked. Lu Xiu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet what could be done? After all, she hailed from a privileged background, possessed vast knowledge, was unfettered in her pursuits, and had a flair for performance if she liked something. Then so bit.at the family banquet, part 3, Su Bixing chuckled, saying, "Whenever I see numbers or documents, I struggle to breathe. How can I manage that? I would crumble within 2 days. And I couldn't care less about how long it takes others to break down. If you don't wish to oversee anyone, you might as well go to your brother," she added. "Absolutely not. That would drive me to despair. Is being a teacher not bothersome?" Aunt Yu inquired with a smile. "It is indeed. Some students are so hopelessly dull that it evokes a sense of despair, lacking any concept of form or a sense of color. They could turn a sphere into a mere stick. It may sound exaggerated, but I have truly taught such students. Nevertheless, at least they do not instill fear in me, nor do they suffocate me. If I gradually teach them, I can eventually hear them say thank you, which feels akin to receiving a like on social media, a delightful satisfaction." Uncle Fan remarked, "Then who will inherit your father's business?" "I hear your brother is not interested," Su Bixing replied. "I shall not concern myself with that. It all depends on whether my brother can find a wife who relishes the pursuit of great endeavors. I actually look forward to it. A person like my brother requires a strong figure to guide him. Otherwise, he will perpetually remain immature." Fan Xing commented, "So he needs to find someone even stronger?" "Goodness, with your brother's temperament, I shudder to imagine the consequences." Su Bixing countered, "You do not understand. My brother's outward demeanor is one of strength, but inside, he is merely a big boy that I refuse to go to him because I can't stand the sight of a man-child pretending to be invincible. It is unbearable. Despite his current facade, if he were to take over my father's company, he would crumble under the pressure. The business world is a battlefield. My father's strategies, subtle yet cunning, cloaked in smiles and veiled intentions, are beyond his grasp. He is simply ill-suited for commerce." Aunt Yu interjected, "Oh my. With a single remark, you've completely undermined your brother, the great designer." Su Bixing retorted, "I am not speaking idly. One can discern a person's character by the company they keep. He truly lacks the mettle for it." Bai Chonglin chimed in, "Your brother has friends? Now that is indeed newsworthy." Su Bixing replied, "Hee, I never claimed he had friends." Aunt Yu continued, "Having no friends is no shame. Our son also prefers solitude. Back in the day, when he and your brother attended the Central Academy of Fine Arts, they were like oil and water, ignoring each other and even twisting their heads away upon meeting." "Goodness, were they that childish back then?" Su Bixing chuckled. Uncle Fan remarked, "Geniuses often possess a touch of childishness. For some, that childlike spirit remains throughout their lives." Su Bixing mused, "Uncle Fan's words carry weight. Take Feng Zikai, for instance. Once they become good friends, do you think they reflect on their childishness?" Uncle Fan responded, "It seems that young Su has read quite a bit. Such a girl is indeed rare." He glanced at Su Bixing, nodding slightly, revealing a deep appreciation and affection for her. This type of girl truly captivates the hearts of old-school literary enthusiasts. Su Bixing chuckled. "It seems Uncle Fan truly possesses discerning judgment," Fan Xing replied. "Regrettably, your assumption cannot hold. It is exceedingly difficult for these two to become good friends. I have heard they even got into a fight upon arriving in Germany." Aunt Yu hastily signaled to Fan Xing, diverting the conversation by saying, "What if your brother fails to find the assertive individual you mentioned to assist your family in inheriting the business? You might consider it. Wouldn't you?" Su Bixing slyly glanced at Bai Chonglin and replied, "Auntie, I believe I understand what you are hinting at." Aunt Yu laughed, "And what might that be?" Su Bixing stated, "When you invited me to the Shaho Hotel for a meal, it was to facilitate my acquaintance with your esteemed Bai Dong. Was it not?" Her candor caught everyone off guard, and Aunt Yu chuckled. "So, what do you think? My son is quite decent. Isn't considerate. After all, the conditions seem rather well matched. He is presentable and wouldn't embarrass you. And he could assist you in managing your family affairs." Su Bixing responded, "Hearing you say this makes it seem like a match made in heaven. But alas, I have someone I am fond of." Everyone paused in surprise. Aunt Yu remarked, "Oh, Dear Sue, do not conceal it from me. I recall you had a relationship in college, but that lad went abroad and intends to emigrate. Hence your breakup. Sue Bixing replied. Auntie, you have even conducted an investigation on me. However, I was not referring to him. Since we have parted ways, I refuse to be a mere stone waiting for a husband. Aunt, you expressed a hint of disappointment. So, does that mean you are indeed seeing someone else? Sue Bixing's face radiated a touch of happiness as she said, one might say that by dong and I simply lack fate. Noticing Aunt Yu's slight despondency, she inquired, Auntie, do you hold a particular fondness for me? Aunt Yu affirmed, I do indeed. Sue Bixing smiled and replied, how fortunate, for I also hold you in very high regard. I perceive you to be a person of great depth and wisdom. Aunt Yu then asked, so, in light of my affection for you, does my son still have a chance? Sue Bixing responded, Auntie, please do not say that. Your son is an extraordinary genius. To speak of opportunities would be unfair. It is as much his opportunity as it is mine. Laughter ensued, acknowledging her eloquence. Aunt Yu asked, might you divulge which family's young master your current boyfriend belongs to? What business does he engage in? Let us see how suitable he might be for my son. Sue Bixing replied, he does not engage in business. He is merely a colleague. Auntie, let us not discuss him further. We shall speak of it when the time is right. Aunt Yu remarked, your colleague. So, he is a teacher. I doubt your parents would approve. Sue Bixing clarified. Why, do you believe he is not of equal standing? Aunt Yu smiled. Lucy Yu, seated nearby, felt somewhat awkward. The exchange between Aunt Yu and Sue Bixing regarding social standing made her uncomfortable, and she increasingly regretted her presence. Sue Bixing asserted, I do not consider social status. As long as there is affection, that suffices. I am fond of him, and I must confess, my intentions are not solely for myself but for us to share together. The implication of shared living arrangements prompted the question, does this mean you are living together? Sue Bixing blushed and said, I only share an apartment with him, each residing in our own rooms. So please don't overthink it. Aunt Yu remarked, Xiao Su, I truly regret that you didn't come to meet us earlier this year when you had the chance. Things might have turned out differently. Was there something urgent that required your attention back then? Bai Chonglin, who had been watching quietly, smiled slightly at that moment. Sue Bixing, seated directly across from him, caught sight of his smile and inquired. Director Bai, you smiled. Did I hit the nail on the head? You surely wouldn't fancy a girl like me, would you? Bai Chonglin replied, let us not be so definitive. It's possible I might take a liking to you. Sue Bixing winked in the direction of Lucy Yu, chuckling, are you certain? Lucy Yu, understanding her implication, felt a bit awkward, but fortunately, at that moment, Fan Xing's phone rang. Fan Xing picked up the phone and glanced at the others, saying, it's a call from Director Yu. Aunt Yu frowned slightly. Fan Xing answered, Director Yu. If there is something you need, I'll relay the message. Understood. I'll hang up now. She turned to Bai Chonglin and said, Director Yu mentioned that Director Rong is looking for you everywhere and might come here directly. Fan Xing continued, it concerns Rong Exine. What happened to Rong Exine? Director Bai has dismissed him. What? You dismissed your own uncle? Shaolin, I know he is unreliable, but, Bai Chonglin calmly interjected, Mom, please don't say any more. He must go. Aunt Yu remarked, I want to interfere. Xiaoqin, it's likely that Director Rong will create a scene here. So could you please prepare an extra chair? Sister Qin replied, no need, I'll finish up soon. Aunt Yu cautioned, given his temperament, he might cause a ruckus. If that is the case, everyone should remain calm and refrain from speaking. Let him vent. Moments later, the sound of a honking horn echoed through the courtyard. Uncle Fan checked his phone and said, it's Director Rong. With a tap on his phone, a car drove into the courtyard, followed by the screech of brakes. Sister Qin immediately stood up, tidied her dishes, and excused herself. Shortly afterward, a man in his 50s, dressed in a suit, entered, his expression quite grim. Bai Chongsun promptly stood and said, Uncle has arrived. What a coincidence. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us have a meal together. We happen to have guests today. Sister Qin emerged from the kitchen, saying, indeed, Director Rong, please take a seat. I've prepared a bowl for you. The man forced a smile and sat in the vacant seat opposite Fan Xing. Uncle Fan remarked, Director Rong has always been one for revelry. We have some Maotai available. What do you think? Aunt Yu interjected, let us skip the alcohol. The crackdown on drunk driving is severe, and getting caught would be disastrous. Uncle Fan replied, we have a designated driver. It's not an issue. So, what do you say? Director Rong. Director Rong shook his head, saying, no need to trouble yourselves. Uncle Fan persisted. It's clear that Director Rong has something on his mind. What could possibly be more pressing than a meal? Director Rong, We've fought side by side with Lao Rong for decades. How long has it been since we've shared a meal? It's a rare occasion to be together. Let us enjoy some food and drink. Shall we? President Rong revealed a hint of a smile and remarked, "Indeed, it has been quite a while since we last shared a meal together." Uncle Fan interjected, "After my retirement, I have only dined once." Do you remember? At that time, old Rong was still with us, and look, in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. President Rong continued, "Xiao Qin, just a bowl of soup will suffice for me." No need for rice. Sister Qin brought a bowl of soup on a plate and placed it before President Rong. After taking a sip, he commented, "The soup is delightful." Bai Chonglin added, "Then do enjoy a bit more. It is prepared in the style of our hometown. I assure you it will suit your palate." President Rong nodded and quickly finished the bowl of soup. Sister Qin offered, "Let me serve you another bowl." As she went to fetch a bowl, President Rong interjected, "No need. This is plenty. I have something to discuss." Turning to Bai Chonglin, he said, "Shaolin, within the group, you are the leader. Here, we are family. In terms of kinship. You are my nephew, so I shall call you Shaolin and forego the title of Director Bai." Bai Chonglin nodded with a smile. "Yes, indeed, it should be this way." President Rong continued, "There are many guests today, and I am not an ignorant villager. I did not wish to broach this topic, but circumstances compel me. Just moments ago, your 16th uncle and his wife were in my home, lamenting and insisting on entrusting their child to me, claiming they could no longer endure their situation, that they could not afford to lose face. They expressed that you no longer regard us, the Rong family, as your relatives. 3 years ago, you demoted your 8th uncle. A year ago, you reassigned your 6th uncle from the central group, and now you have outright dismissed him. Shaolin, I am at a loss as to your thoughts on this matter. When your father was in dire need of assistance, I brought these brothers to support him at a moment's notice. The Bai group has thrived, and do we, the Rong uncles, not deserve a modicum of credit for that?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Bai Chonglin chuckled lightly. "Uncle, can we perhaps discuss this after our meal?" President Rong replied, "No. Aside from the 2 young ladies, the rest are not outsiders. Addressing this in front of everyone might be more beneficial." Bai Chonglin responded, "The success of the Bai group is inseparable from each individual who toiled alongside my father. We are fully aware and deeply appreciative of the efforts of our uncles." President Rong countered, "Is that so? Yet, it seems that in this current Bai group, I am the only one left who can voice an opinion. The rest of your uncles, some from the Rong family, have either been demoted or dismissed, have they not? Shaolin, when our son went missing, there were concerns about such matters. You assured us that according to the will, this group ultimately belongs to your elder brother, and that you would temporarily manage it until his return, ensuring the organization would run smoothly, and that no one would be wronged. It seems you have forgotten this promise." Bai Chonglin set down his chopsticks. "I have not forgotten." A bitter smile crossed his face. Mr. Rong cast a sidelong glance at Aunt Yu and remarked, "Your father is a man who does not forget his roots. We all know this well. Although Xiao Lian encountered misfortune early on, he has always remembered the kindness of the Rong family, treating us as his own, never showing any estrangement. However, good men do not live long, and heaven can be blind. With his passing, those of us who fought alongside him have been driven away one by one. Shaolin, why not be straightforward and tell me when you plan to expel me as well? Speak frankly, for I am left in a state of constant anxiety, unable to find peace. There is no shame in this. To date, everything I have done has been entirely in accordance with the interests of the Bai group and worthy of all those who toiled alongside my father, including all you uncles. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Mr. Rong's mouth, clearly expressing his disapproval of these words. As for why 8th uncle was demoted, I have explained it to you before, and there is no need for me to reiterate it in front of so many people. Consider it a matter of giving him some face. If someone is to be expelled, is it not you who holds the final say? Crafting a multitude of reasons is not a difficult task, is it? Mr. Rong's expression wavered slightly as he said, "This cannot be accounted for in such a manner. How could it be solely his fault?" Bai Chonglin replied, "Furthermore, 6th uncle's reassignment was a measure to protect the company and indirectly to safeguard him as well. Do you not realize how many talented individuals he has driven away from the group? I have explained this to you before. If you claim ignorance, then I cannot continue this discussion. In short, if he remains in his position, it is only a matter of time before he ends up in prison." Mr. Rong fell silent. Bai Chonglin continued, "As for what you mentioned regarding 16th uncle, Secretary Fan, please present that ledger for my uncle to review." Secretary Fan retrieved a bound notebook from his briefcase and handed it to Mr. Rong, who declined it, saying, "Very well. I shall not look that I understand he has erred, but regardless of the mistakes he has made, my only demand is that he not be dismissed, whether you demote him or reduce his salary. Just provide him with a means to survive. Bai Chonglin stated, the severity of his actions is considerable that I in front of so many people. I cannot elaborate too clearly, but I must inform you that dismissing him is the best course of action I can take on his behalf. Mr. Rong's face darkened, and he said, Mr. Bai, does this imply that you no longer regard us as relatives? Bai Chonglin remained composed, responding, Uncle, the Bai group belongs to my brother, and I have always kept that in mind. I have been protecting this group on his behalf. However, the actions of you uncles over the years have left me profoundly disappointed, lacking ambition, flaunting authority, colluding to fabricate accounts, deceiving performance metrics, and misappropriating assets. I have endured and compromised time and again, issuing warnings that have gone unheeded, only to see the misconduct escalate. If I do not take action against them, the Bai group will surely collapse. Do you understand? Mr. Rong's expression grew increasingly grim as he sneered. So, it seems you consider all the uncles of the Rong family to be villains, merely here to create chaos for the Bai family? Shaolin, be mindful in your speech and actions. Do not hastily seek to extinguish all, Bai Chonglin remarked, regardless of who it may be, or what kind of relatives or friends they represent, as long as they are willing to weather the storms alongside the Bai group. No one would wish them harm. If one does not share this sentiment, I sincerely apologize, but for the sake of the group's interests, I am prepared to take on the role of the villain. Mr. Rong interjected, are you suggesting that you will not grant Rong Xin any opportunities? Bai Chonglin responded, he has ample opportunities, yet they do not lie within the Bai group. The Bai group has already extended him too many chances. Mr. Rong nodded, uttering a few agreeable words before sneering and rising from his seat. Then, Mr. Bai, I see no reason to remain here any longer. Bai Chonglin urged, let us dine first, if you still do not comprehend. I can provide a thorough explanation after the meal. There is no need for explanations. You currently possess this authority, so revel in it to your heart's content. However, I must caution you not to forget that everything here is not yours, the Bai group. The family assets, including this house and the villa outside, do not belong to you. Bai Chonglin replied, thank you for the reminder, Uncle. I have always kept that in mind. With a faint smile, Bai Chonglin stated, Uncle, I can only assure you that I have done nothing wrong. My conscience is cleared. Mr. Rong scoffed. Indeed, it is the fault of people like us. But do you truly believe you have erred? Not at all? Do you dare to assert that all your actions are justifiable? I cannot claim that. No one can guarantee such a thing. Yet, subjectively, I strive to do what is right. You are speaking nonsense. Only doing what is right? Your audacity is remarkable. Pray tell, which of my actions do you deem incorrect? Lu Siyu stood in astonishment, utterly unprepared to find herself ensnared in this conflict. Bai Chonglin's tone turned serious. Uncle, please remain calm. You should understand that this is a family matter of the Bai clan, and no relatives or friends have the right to intervene. But Mr. Rong sneered and shouted, no right to intervene. Is the villa truly yours? Your father's will was quite clear, was it not? In S City, what do you and your mother possess? Everything belongs to Ah Senator. You, in your pursuit of women, have taken Ah Sin's belongings to curry favor with a girl. And you still believe you are blameless. You even wish to silence me. Where is that girl? Allow me to see her. Is she made of gold, so valuable? This struck at the core of Bai Chonglin and his mother, rendering the typically composed Bai Chonglin momentarily speechless with indignation, while Aunt Yu's face turned pale as she struggled to contain her silence. Uncle Fan and his son, too, found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Lu Siyu suddenly stood up, addressing Mr. Rong in a measured tone. That girl is right here. Do you see clearly now? She is but an ordinary person, not crafted from gold. Mr. Rong turned to Lu Siyu, noticing her anger as she bit her lip, seemingly unafraid of him, which took him by surprise. He scrutinized her and asked, you are Lu Siyu? Indeed. You, a mere girl, possess such audacity, accepting a design fee of 1.5 million. Do you not feel any shame? Do you truly believe that by associating with the wealthy, you can attain anything you desire? Lu Siyu calmly responded, my relationship with Director Bai is purely professional. There is no romantic entanglement as you suggest. He trusts me and has entrusted me with the project, which I consider an honor. My sole responsibility is to adhere to the contract and diligently perform my duties, ensuring that he feels his investment is worthwhile. That I do not believe I have erred in any way. However, I must inform you that the villa does not belong to him. Without Asen's permission, no one has the right to manage that property. Have you even looked into this? You have not grasped the most basic logic. I am merely presenting a proposal on paper, receiving payment from the client to assist them, fulfilling the responsibilities outlined in the contract. Whether the client possesses the authority to dispose of that villa is their concern, and it has no bearing on me whatsoever. President Roan was left speechless by her rebuttal. Lucy, undeterred, pressed on, "Are you truly the president? You cannot even comprehend such a straightforward relationship. Yet you still have the audacity to create a scene here. Do you not realize how thick-skinned you truly are?" President Roan, noticing the barely concealed amusement among the onlookers, retorted in frustration, "Do you know who I am?" Lucy replied, "I do know. You are a relative of Director Bai, the president of the company. But when you insulted me just now, were you aware of my identity? I am a business partner of Director Bai and, in a sense, a guest of Aunt Yu. Did you extend any courtesy towards me? No, you unjustly insulted both me and my work, and I am under no obligation to be polite in return." President Roan felt a twinge of embarrassment from her sharp words, struggling to find a response. It appeared that Lucy possessed a unique trait. When pressed, her thoughts became remarkably clear, her speech precise, rendering her formidable in argument. After a moment, President Roan regained his composure and stated, "You are aware that I am related to Director Bai. Where did you receive your education? Do you understand the concept of respecting your elders? What kind of design can a discourteous person like you produce? I apologize, but our relationship is merely that of dining at the same table. Offering a smile upon meeting is basic etiquette, which I have adhered to while you have not. You were the first to be impolite. I may lack experience and credentials, but that does not mean I must endure insults without protest." Having finished her statement, Lucy sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and absent-mindedly took a bite of food, unaware of what she had even selected, her legs trembling beneath the table. President Roan coldly regarded her, saying, "Well said that it is indeed necessary to insult you. Otherwise, you would remain oblivious to your own limitations. Do you understand why I call you thick-skinned? It is because you are unworthy of the price you demand for this design." "How can you determine my worth?" she retorted. "Do you consider yourself worthy? Even your own teacher has intervened, repeatedly calling several departments to implore them not to assign such a project to you, claiming you are too inadequate to even obtain your diploma. Allowing you to undertake such a high-profile design would tarnish the school's reputation." Lucy was utterly taken aback, never imagining that Chen Jiming could be so malicious. Stifled by a surge of indignation, she struggled to articulate her thoughts, tears of innocence welling in her eyes. President Roan let out a cold laugh and said, "Have you lost your voice, Fan Xing? This call has reached multiple departments, and I refuse to believe that you are completely unaware. Is it that you failed to communicate clearly with your chairman Bai? Or did you relay the message only for Chairman Bai to insist on assigning this project to such an individual? You had better provide an explanation." His piercing gaze bore down on Fan Xing. Fan Xing offered a wry smile and glanced at Bai Chonglin. "That I have heard about it," he stated. President Roan inquired, "Did you discuss it with Chairman Bai?" "I did," Bai Chonglin interjected. "So, it means Chairman Bai disregarded the advice and insisted on proceeding with the handling of Asen's villa in this manner. If you wish to please a woman, that is your prerogative. You have the means, so buy another property with your own funds and have it designed for her. Do not desecrate Asen's home in this way." President Roan's eyes remained cold as he regarded Bai Chonglin. Bai Chonglin offered a bitter smile and fell silent, recalling that the villa, like the entire Bai group, belonged to Asen. When you were managing it on behalf of others, it was clearly stated that you only held temporary management rights, not usage rights. Furthermore, your current legitimate income consists solely of your salary, bonuses, and the profits from that small factory of yours. Everything else has no bearing on you. By the way, even your father did not leave you any shares in the group. So you are not entitled to dividends either. Those must go to Asen. Although you are nominally the chairman of the group, in reality, you are far poorer than I am. Acquiring such a grand villa would indeed place a burden on you, making it utterly impossible for you to purchase it. He cast a self-satisfied glance at Lucy. Lucy was taken aback, for she had not anticipated Bai Chonglin's predicament. Su Bixing was equally astonished, staring at Bai Chonglin in disbelief. However, observing Bai Chonglin's expression, it seemed to be the truth. Aunt Yu's face bore a hint of sorrow as she quietly sipped her soup. Bai Chonglin remarked, "Uncle, why do you feel the need to say these things?" Bai Chonglin smiled faintly. "You are quite astute, and your methods are impeccably clean, employing a slow, methodical approach that inflicts no immediate pain. Over the years, you have dealt with matters one by one. And by the time we discovered that all vital departments were devoid of anyone bearing the surname Roan, it was already too late. Very well, you are clever, always striking at my vulnerabilities, denying it would be futile, for everyone supports you. You ought to contemplate the reasons behind their support for me. Uncle, you are overstepping your bounds. This is a family matter. Relatives are one thing, but the family is another. Please be mindful of your limits. President Rome turned to Aunt Yu and said, family matter, is it? Then, Sister Fei, does that imply that you concur with his actions? With Asen absent, what authority do you possess to act in such a manner? Aunt Yu replied, you are mistaken. We have the right to do so. What right do you have? Aunt Yu calmly remarked. Let me clarify what rights I possess regarding that villa. That my original intention was to construct 2 separate buildings, one for each brother, taking into account their differing temperaments and the possibility that their future wives might not get along. Living together inevitably leads to friction. Separating them could prevent conflicts. After all, there is no issue with erecting 2 buildings on this plot of land. However, Asun was unwilling. He wished for the family to reside together eternally. Unseparated. I did not wish to disappoint him, so I acquiesced to his preference. At that time, he doubted domestic designs and sought the expertise of a foreign designer to complete the design, including both the interior and exterior decor. Mr. Rome cast a sidelong glance at Bai Chonglin, remarking, how naive he is, unaware that some individuals in this world, though they appear as brothers, would eagerly drain their own brother's blood. Aunt Yu ignored him and continued. At that time, we had no objections to the overall architectural design, but I could not accept the decoration portion. I expressed that the designs by the Germans were not suitable for me. I would feel uncomfortable living in them. Asun suggested that we would handle the decoration, as long as it adhered to the original layout. Mr. Rome remained silent for a moment before responding. Fine, let us take a step back. Even if you can handle it, why engage such a novice? Even her Lu Xiyu found the situation rather sudden. Originally, Bai Chonglin had mentioned the necessity of withstanding the scrutiny of experts. Yet he had never indicated that such evaluations were to be publicly displayed. Expert scrutiny merely serves to highlight shortcomings, which can subsequently be rectified. Errors are permissible, requiring merely a few revisions. However, this public exhibition demands the presentation of a finished product. Thus introducing a multitude of considerations, she immediately felt the weight of pressure and lowered her head in silence. President Rome glanced at Lu Xiyu's expression and sneered. See, you seem apprehensive. If you're feeling insecure, you might as well concede and candidly admit that you've merely been swept along with others, seeking the favor of a wealthy patron. You are quite presentable, after all. Is it not entirely natural to desire the companionship of a prosperous individual? No one would mock you for that. Yet, if your proposal turns out to be a complete disaster, it would become a public spectacle, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be amusing? You'll find it difficult to face anyone afterward. Lu Xiyu, fueled by passion, replied, rest assured, I will not back down. If a public display is required, so be it. It is not a matter of great consequence. President Rome remarked, oh, rather bold of you. But I wonder whether this is merely a fade of confidence, or if you genuinely possess the conviction to back it up. I shall observe. Why not? After all, design is meant to be showcased, is it not? Lu Xiyu retorted defiantly. Bai Chonglin interjected, Uncle, how can one conflate personal matters with professional ones? President Rong downed a bowl of soup in one go, slamming it onto the table in a provocative manner. So, you dare not agree. I knew you were this sort of person. My judgment has proven correct. All your sweet talk amounts to nothing but empty words. When it comes to the crunch, you shrink back. Weren't you just boasting about your confidence, claiming you were on par with Su Yuanxiang? If you truly believe that, then don't falter if you no longer trust her. Cancel the contract, apologize publicly, and admit that you acted rashly. Bai Chonglin fell silent. President Rong laughed heartily. Asen, having a brother like you is truly unfortunate. You occupy his position, push away his uncle, and exploit his villa to woo women and curry favor. Bai Chonglin responded, fine, I accept your terms. Accept what? President Rong ceased his laughter. If Lu Xiyu's proposal fails to meet expectations, I shall act as you suggested. President Rong turned to Lu Xiyu. And what about you? Quite the resolute answer, President Rong replied. But there must be a time frame. Don't drag this out for a year or two. I lack the patience for such games. Bai Chonglin inquired. How long do you wish to wait? I'll wait a maximum of 1 month. If you cannot present your showcase within that time, I shall consider it a defeat. Bai Chonglin proposed, how about 2 months? After all, they have other commitments to attend to. President Rong countered, Bai Chonglin, with her capabilities, 2 months would merely prolong the inevitable. Oh, you find that meaningful? Lu Xiyu interjected. Indeed, it holds no significance. Therefore, I refuse both 1 month and two that how about 10 years? President Rong's tone dripped with sarcasm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. President Rong burst into laughter, giving her a thumbs up and nodding vigorously. Very well. Then, it's settled, I shall grant you 10 days. With that, he turned and departed. Soon, the sound of the engine roared to life as his vehicle exited the premises. The atmosphere at the dining table felt somewhat oppressive, and for a moment, no one uttered a word. After a while, Fan Xing finally spoke. This public display, is it really necessary? It is necessary, I replied, for I have confidence in Lu Xiyu that a person so dedicated to design as she is, I believe she can do it. However, in these 10 days, Xiyu, have you perhaps set the timeline a bit too hastily? A proposal typically requires several revisions to reach perfection. Aunt Yu chuckled softly and said, as long as you have that confidence. It's commendable. Now, let us eat. This uncle of theirs tends to behave this way. His brother has just been rejected, which has made him particularly irritable. This is all part of our family matters, so Xiao Lu, do not let it affect you. Xiyu smiled and replied, I am not affected, but I am already full. I apologize. She set her bowl down, allowing Sister Qin to take it to the restroom. After Lu Xiyu walked away, Aunt Yu quietly inquired, Xiao Su, are you familiar with this process? Do you think 10 days is sufficient? Su Bixing responded, I have attended relevant lectures and have witnessed it firsthand at my brother's company. 10 days is indeed too rushed. Even if she already has a plan, it requires time to execute. For a villa like this, numerous renderings are indispensable. The process from modeling to producing large images can take several days. If she works overtime, at least a week is needed. For the presentation, she would also need to arrange for someone to handle the copywriting and create a PowerPoint, which would take additional days. Generally, the proposals produced require repeated modifications. Given her approach of directly going for a public display, I genuinely feel that the more I think about it, the more daunting it seems. Even my brother. I do not believe he would have the assurance to deliver perfectly at first attempt. Suddenly, everyone felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Bai Cholin interjected, Mom, is there really any need to rush? Are you presuming that Lu Xiyu cannot produce a satisfactory proposal? You should have faith in her. She will undoubtedly succeed. 10 days. That girl, is she not being a bit impulsive? Aunt Yu sighed with a wry smile. Lu Xiyu emerged from the restroom, only to find Su Bixing had also finished her meal and was seated on the living room sofa, dialing a number on her phone. After a moment, she humorously remarked to herself, where on earth could he be? At that moment, Aunt Yu approached, cradling a large cat in her arms. However, upon spotting Su Bixing, the cat startled and fled. Aunt Yu chuckled helplessly and remarked, You see, all show and no substance, timid as a mouse. She gazed at Su Bixing, who was lost in thought with her phone in hand, and sat down on the sofa, smiling as she asked, Xiao Su, are you trying to call that boyfriend of yours? Su Bixing nodded shyly. Aren't you going to answer? He must have been taken to the gym by my brother, without his phone, Su Bixing replied. Annie, is that will truly as outrageous as it sounds? Mr. Bai manages everything so well, yet he is merely drawing a salary and bonuses? Aunt Yu nodded. Indeed, the bonuses were determined collectively by several uncles, and they were set quite low at that time. There was little choice. Everyone was watching closely, eager to shift the blame for Asen's disappearance onto him, but in that moment, Xiao Lin agreed to some rather harsh demands to save the group. Even so, each decision that displeased the uncles led to further scrutiny. Despite appearing to be thriving, he bears a heavy heart. Su Bixing nodded, and like Lu Xiyu, turned her gaze towards Bai Cholin, who was holding a cup and drinking with Uncle Fan. He was savoring red wine, while Uncle Fan opted for white. From his demeanor and actions, it was difficult to ascertain whether he was indeed sorrowful. Su Bixing remarked, I see. His position as chairman seems rather ineffectual. Merely a hollow title. He bears the burden and receives only toil in return. Others would have long since relinquished such responsibilities, yet he finds himself unable to abandon it. This is an inheritance left to him by his father for his brother. If he were to let go, everything would collapse. Su Bixing queried, why did his father choose to establish such a will? She added, Auntie, I apologize, I simply cannot help myself. Auntie Yu replied, it's all right, I do not blame you. But I too lack an answer to this question. All I can do is urge Xiaolin to be strong and to grit his teeth and bear it all that I cannot assist him further. He must face everything at just 22 years of age, yet it is truly remarkable that he has managed to sustain the group until today. There are those who say he must have harmed his own brother in a bid to seize the inheritance. How painful that must be for him to hear. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Bixing said, "Auntie, you have borne the greatest burden." Such an ordinary statement prompted a sudden flood of tears from Annie Yu, which she could not stem. Clearly, those words struck a deep chord within her. Lu Xiyu and Su Bixing exchanged glances, a flicker of understanding and sympathy illuminating their eyes. This unintentional sentiment seemed to shatter an invisible wall between them, dissolving the distance that had existed between the two young women. Auntie Yu soon regained her composure. Being a woman of experience, she quickly sensed the understanding reflected in their gazes. With a grateful smile, she said, "In truth, it is not so terrible. It certainly has been difficult, but not solely due to the will. Nevertheless, we have all persevered. Xiaolu, come here." Lu Xiyu took a seat beside her, and Auntie Yu inquired, "Xiaolu, were you feeling wrong just now?" Lu Xiyu smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I have endured far worse." Auntie Yu continued, "It is no small feat for a young woman to venture into this vast city alone." Lu Xiyu responded, "One gets accustomed to it. There is no other choice." Auntie Yu remarked, "Xiaolin mentioned that both your parents are high school teachers?" "Yes. Being a teacher is commendable. What made you consider a career in design?" "Teaching is far more comfortable and allows one to remain close to their parents. IT is a passion. Your artistic foundation is truly impressive. Had you not pursued interior design, you might have had a promising future elsewhere." Su Bixing expressed her astonishment. "Annie, how did you know about her artistic talent?" Auntie Yu replied, "In those years, I was the one who brought the teachers for our Asen when Asen was learning to paint. There were no mobile phones, so I could only watch from the sidelines. Over time, I gained a bit of understanding. While I cannot paint, I can appreciate art." A faint smile graced Auntie Yu's face. "Does that mean you have seen her artwork?" Auntie Yu affirmed, "Yes, indeed. Xiaolu, I apologize for taking the liberty without your consent. I was quite taken with one of your paintings and sneakily captured a photo. Would you care to take a look?" Lu Xiyu was somewhat taken aback as she approached to discover that it was indeed her own painting. At the time, she had nearly completed the work, and viewing it from a distance revealed the moment it was captured by Aunt Yu, who had adeptly seized the angle and snapped a photograph. Although the angle was slightly askew, the entirety of the artwork was present. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, she remarked, "It's not very good. I hope I haven't embarrassed you." Aunt Yu replied, "I find it quite commendable." Xiaosu also agrees, doesn't she? "Therefore, I choose to trust your judgment. However, your 10-day deadline seems rather hasty. Will you truly manage it?" Lu Xiyu responded, "Perhaps." Aunt Yu chuckled, mentioning she had matters to attend to, and left the two young women to converse amongst themselves. Su Bixing commented, "Auntie is right. Your landscape painting skills are quite impressive. It would be a pity not to pursue a major in oil painting." Lu Xiyu replied, "Thank you. Perhaps this is just fate's arrangement. Are you an oil painting major?" Su Bixing affirmed, "Indeed. I simply have a passion for it." She took out her phone and attempted to call, but once again, the call went unanswered. Lu Xiyu inquired, "Is your boyfriend not answering?" Noticing Su Bixing's distracted demeanor, she refrained from further conversation and opened QQ, only to discover that over an hour ago, a message from the thinker had arrived. "You must be visiting the Bai family now. Are you enjoying yourself?" Just as she exited the courtyard, she heard Bai Chonglin's voice calling out, "Lu Xiyu, wait a moment. Miss Su says she is going your way and can give you a ride. Please hold on." Lu Xiyu felt a twinge of confusion. Despite being of similar age to Su Bixing, sharing a meal, and both studying art, she found it difficult to foster any desire for deeper acquaintance. She presumed Su Bixing might not harbor any fondness for her, perhaps even looking down upon her, so she was surprised by the offer of a ride. Shortly after, a sleek mini car approached and stopped beside her. Su Bixing leaned out of the open window and said, "Hop in. It's on my way." Initially, Lu Xiyu intended to decline, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself accepting and took a seat in the back. After providing her address, she added, "Let us see if it truly is on your way. If not, just drop me off at the subway station." Su Bixing replied, "I've been to your company. It's only about 3 kilometers from my apartment, if you don't live far from your workplace." "Then it is indeed on my way. A few days ago, a colleague needed a ride, and I took him there. However, we didn't see you at that time. I've been immersed in the construction site. The villa belonging to the Bai family. Are you equally diligent in your design work? I thought only my brother was like this." "Your brother is Su Yuanxiang, right? I've heard of him." Although Lu Xiyu had already suspected as much, hearing the confirmation still took her by surprise. She had previously been unaware of Su Yuanxiang's affluent background. All she knew was that he was a rather audacious, carefree, and unconventional individual. His attire was often quite casual, sometimes adorned in high-end designer labels, other times resembling a beggar in tattered clothing. There was a photograph of him taken at a construction site that made him look like a street artist from Europe or America. With a safety helmet perched askew atop his head, coupled with a scruffy beard, this image resonated with the psychological balance sought by many lower-tier designers. Some even remarked that he would occasionally show up to the studio dressed in beach shorts, completely indifferent to the opinions of others that in cities, and indeed throughout the nation, who among the circles did not know of your brother. It was truly surprising to discover how close Su Yuanxiang's residence was to ours. As for my own home, it is somewhat distant. I often need to teach evening classes, hence I have rented an apartment near the school for convenience. Apologies, but I must cease our conversation now, as I need to drive. Su Bixing, indeed, fell silent, her focus fixed ahead as the car started. They proceeded slowly along the streets, gradually merging onto the elevated highway, where they maintained a leisurely pace, despite the incessant stream of vehicles overtaking them and the occasional honks from behind urging her to speed up. However, Su Bixing seemed to have grown accustomed to this, steadfastly driving at a moderate speed. After taking a refreshing shower and lying down on her bed, Lucia was suddenly engulfed by a wave of anxiety. This unsettling feeling had been accumulating throughout the afternoon and had actually begun the moment she left the dining table. She had merely tucked it away, unwilling to reveal her turmoil to others. Yet it continued to churn within her. Alone, this anxiety and restlessness could no longer be concealed. Was 10 days truly sufficient? Initially, agreeing to a month would have sufficed. Everything would have been perfectly manageable, and she would have saved face. Alas, driven by a restless pride, she had impulsively confined herself to a dire predicament. When her mind had recklessly settled on the 10-day deadline, she had not yet grasped the urgency of the situation. It was only after splashing cold water on her face in the bathroom that the panic began to set in. Not only was the plan still undetermined, but even if it were finalized, producing the visual effects and crafting the written content within 10 days seemed utterly insufficient. In a reckless gamble, she had unwittingly placed herself in a perilous position. Should the proposal fail, not only would she lose face, but she would also let down Bo Chonglin and potentially jeopardize the operation of his company. The mere thought of this made her wish to chastise herself soundly. However, for the sake of her dignity, she knew she had to conceal her frustration and anxiety from others. Having made a commitment, it was too late for regret. No matter the circumstances, she must strive to produce a plan and demonstrate results. The crux of the matter was that despite having conceived several ideas, none provided her with a sense of solidity. She had considered all the necessary elements for each space, yet felt that something crucial was still lacking. Leaving her in a state of uncertainty, there was no choice but to forego sleep that night. If the plan did not crystallize within 2 days, there would be no way to proceed. And that would become a monumental joke. The previous wave of hype, which garnered envy, will undoubtedly transform into a relentless barrage directed towards her, a burden she may struggle to bear. Truly, what an affliction. Why gamble on such a point of pride? Genuine experts possess a clear strategy and only boast when they are assured of success. Yet here she is, daring to engage in such antics without a finalized plan, exhibiting a remarkable lack of maturity. Is it possible to reschedule, perhaps feign illness, or, better yet, invoke some form of unforeseen circumstance to buy her more time for contemplation? Alas, if only there were another opportunity to inquire how many days she would require. Surely, she would need at least a month, but regrets are futile now that it is indeed unfortunate that Xiaobai insisted on suddenly proposing a public exhibition, leaving her utterly unprepared and consequently flustered. If such a course of action was to be taken, an earlier notification would have been considerate. To proceed without her consent is simply outrageous. Had I known he would act so recklessly, I would have declined the assignment altogether. Moreover, one cannot overlook the actions of that General Rome. While he may don a sharp suit, exuding an air of sophistication, it does little to mask the essence of a country bumpkin. To have such relatives in the Bai family and such management within the Bai group is truly disheartening. Is it truly so difficult for Aunt Yu to host a gathering without creating a scene in front of her future daughter-in-law? There is a distinct lack of decorum and etiquette that, of course, the ultimate blame lies with her. What an absurdity it is to concern oneself with the design of a space when a general understanding suffices. This has spiraled into an array of complications, entangling her in the disputes of the Bai group. Sigh, what is the point in squabbling with such nefarious individuals? A little patience could have averted all of this. Now, she finds herself burdened with an immense responsibility, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Philosopher. Oh, Surely everyone has been quite kind to you. Her mood was not at its best. She initially had no intention of continuing the conversation. However, upon reflection, she felt a slight inclination to engage further, adding, I encountered an unpleasant individual at the dining table, which has left me feeling somewhat vulnerable. Yet, she hesitated and ultimately deleted this last remark. A moment later, the philosopher inquired, who else was in attendance? Lu Xiu found the question somewhat peculiar and retorted, do you know them? After a considerable pause, the philosopher replied, a fleeting acquaintance. It has been many years since we last met. Have you been wronged in any way? Lu Xiu offered a wry smile, acknowledging that, to some extent, she had indeed felt wronged. Lin Yu was rather odd, appearing genuinely concerned for her, repeatedly asking this question. Although their encounter was brief, she felt a flicker of appreciation, wondering if those who seem aloof on the outside often harbor warmth within, much like that missing individual. After pondering, she responded, I encountered an annoying person causing a ruckus at the dining table. And it became evident that life in high society is not without its challenges. Philosopher, one cannot simply label it as high society. Who caused the commotion at the table? Lu Xiu, a relative of the Bai family. Though I prefer not to mention his name. He is insufferable. Philosopher, is he a relative of the Rong family or the Yu family? Lu Xiu, you truly are knowledgeable. It is a relative of the Rong family. Philosopher, quite rude. Indeed, did it cause you any harm? Lu Xiu, I have been wounded. Yet, the truly terrifying aspect is not this that he may harm me, but he gains nothing from it that I may lack various talents. But my prowess in cursing is undeniably formidable. Thinker, then what is it that frightens you? Lu Xiu, what terrifies me is the prospect of making a fool of myself. This statement she hesitated to send directly. But after a moment's contemplation, she steeled her resolve and dispatched it. The thinker swiftly replied, why, Lu Xiu, in 10 days, the ugly bride must meet her in-laws. Thinker, what are you implying? Are you suggesting that you are in a romantic relationship? Is it with Xiao Bai? Thinker, who is that? Lu Xiu sent 10 furious emojis in quick succession. Point 7. A matter of urgency. Part 2. Lu Xiu found herself in a perplexing situation. Are you kidding me? At no point did I say I was in a relationship. What I meant to convey is that in 10 days, I must publicly present my proposal. Thinker, my apologies. Did you mean to say that time is insufficient? Lu Xiu, it is indeed insufficient. Never mind. I still need to devise the proposal, so I shall discontinue this conversation. Thinker, would you like my assistance in brainstorming? Lu Xiu, I appreciate it. But as we are merely acquaintances, I feel it would be inappropriate to let you shoulder any design costs. Thinker, I do not require any fees. I am merely offering to assist with ideas. Lu Xiu felt a spark of inspiration. This Lin Yu possesses remarkable insight and is undoubtedly adept in his field. His guidance could indeed prove advantageous, and she promptly sent several emojis expressing gratitude and excitement. Thinker, what do those little head emojis you frequently use signify? How did you come across them? They seem quite amusing. Lu Xiu replied with a sweating emoji. Please, Mr. Lin, are you a golden professor from another planet? Thinker, I am indeed from Earth. Who is this golden professor? And which university is he affiliated with? I have no recollection. After sending this message, she cut the emoji icon and said, it's simply this thing. A single click allows you to select an emoji. The thinker responded with a smiling emoji and remarked, quite amusing. Thank you. Lu Xiu found it humorous and wrote, shall I inform you that, in addition to computers, one can also access QQ on a mobile phone? Thinker, is that truly possible on a phone? Thinker, I see now that he sent another smiling emoji. Lu Xiu wrote, all right, my training session in online chatting for today has concluded. I must focus on my proposal. Thinker, do not rush. Feel free to share your thoughts with me anytime, as I might be able to assist you. Lu Xiu, I shall not trouble you further. Thank you. 88. Thinker, 88. After this exchange, Lu Xiu felt a considerable weight lift from her shoulders. She rose, opened her large backpack, and began to sift through her hand-drawn sketches. After perusing several sheets, she ultimately selected a few that satisfied her. Yet she found herself torn between them. She could not help but recall Lin Yu. His ability to distill ideas was impressive. Could it be that she might genuinely seek his assistance? She picked up her phone, opened QQ, and noticed that the thinker had added, I truly can help you. She felt a twinge of warmth in her heart and typed a message, are you resting now? Upon sending, she checked the time and realized it was already past 11. She promptly deleted the message, refraining from sending it, and returned to her thoughts on the proposal. To her surprise, not long after, she heard the notification sound from her phone. Upon opening it, she discovered that the thinker had sent a message. See you. Are you still contemplating the design? Do you require my assistance? I am more than capable of helping you, and I do not charge a design fee. I happen to be well acquainted with the Bai family's villa. Its architectural essence was conceived by a German designer, with the core design philosophy centered around love, understanding, and inclusivity. Lu Xiyu felt a surge of delight and replied, "Thank you. I am still pondering over the design." "How do you know so much about the Bai family's villa?" The thinker responded, "Because it is unique. Most would likely design it as two separate structures, whereas this is a grand estate." Lu Xiyu replied, "In fact, my fundamental approach aligns closely with that of the German designer. My design principle is harmony and ease, warmth and tranquility. If you truly have the time, I have some sketches I wish to finalize immediately. However, I find it difficult to part with any of these concepts that I would like to photograph them and send them to you for your insights." The thinker replied, "The principle is commendable, but how will you send the sketches?" Lu Xiyu typed, "I will take photos, you fool." After a moment's reflection, she felt that calling him a fool might imply he was inexperienced and quickly deleted the term. Though she continued to mutter it under her breath, the thinker urged, "Then hurry and send them, all of them." Lu Xiyu replied, "There are many. Will it burden you?" The thinker reassured her, "Not at all. With your urgency to present, we must finalize the design swiftly. Otherwise, it will be too late. I have no plans tomorrow and can stay up tonight." Lu Xiyu expressed, "I am in dire need. I must produce a complete set within 10 days. So the effect drawings must be completed within 8 days, leaving 1 day for the documentation. If we can finalize the design tomorrow, we will be in good shape. If not, it will be disastrous." The thinker acknowledged, "I understand. Sometimes, one can lose their composure." Lu Xiyu thanked him. "Thank you for your understanding. Are you truly available?" The thinker affirmed, "No problem. Send them over immediately." Lu Xiyu replied, "Thank you very much." The thinker responded, "It's nothing. As Lu Xiyu took photos, she sent them one by one, labeling each as first floor living room, first floor dining room, and so forth. The thinker consistently replied with a thumbs up emoji. After sending the last of the sketches, which took several more minutes, she finally transmitted 3 flat sketches as well. The thinker complimented, "Your sketches are works of art. They are exquisite." Lu Xiyu jested, "Stop teasing. Didn't you say they could only be graded as a minus?" The thinker replied, "Did I ever say that?" Lu Xiyu retorted, "Surely you haven't forgotten your own words." The thinker conceded, "Let me amend that. They are a plus. Could you briefly convey the design intent behind each piece? You mentioned using voice. Feel free to do so as it is less taxing on my eyes." Lu Xiyu agreed. "All right, I shall use voice." The thinker instructed, "Send them to me. I will listen while I look. And by morning, I will consolidate my feedback for you." Lu Xiyu then sent her voice message, "Infinite gratitude. I appreciate your help." She followed up with a text, "You can open the voice message. Right? Just a click will suffice." Shortly after, the thinker replied with a cheerful emoji. "It works. Thank you." Lu Xiyu remarked, "I should be the one thanking you." Sequentially, she articulated the design intent and highlights of each sketch through voice messages. It was fortunate that she used voice. Otherwise, typing out so many words would have been quite exhausting. After sending the message, the thinker responded with a brief note, "All right, you can take this time to rest. I will reach out to you again tomorrow morning." Lu Xiyu felt that this happiness came rather abruptly and was somewhat hard to believe. "Do you truly have the time to read and help me think this through?" The thinker replied, "When I say I will read it, I certainly will. I have glanced through it and find the overall plan quite commendable. Only a few minor adjustments are necessary, which I can manage. You can rest assured." Lu Xiyu exclaimed, "My goodness, can I really finally sleep soundly? Oh, benefactor, had it not been for your willingness to assist me, I fear I would have been restless tonight, as I find myself somewhat lost." The thinker responded, "I understand that it's akin to painting. Sometimes, stepping back allows for clearer vision. Being too immersed can hinder your ability to organize your thoughts." Lu Xiyu remarked, "You sound like a seasoned artist. That is indeed wise." The thinker continued, "I am truly honored to assist you. Rest easy, and tomorrow morning, I shall provide my feedback." Lu Xiyu replied, "With your high level of expertise, I am confident your insights will be invaluable." The thinker responded, "Thank you for your trust. Rest well, and see you in the morning." Lu Xiyu hoped it wouldn't disrupt his schedule. After sending this message, she thought to herself how hypocritical she was, secretly wishing he would forego rest to review her proposal tirelessly. The more effort he put in, the better insights she hoped to receive, to awaken her from this dreamlike state. She chuckled softly, realizing her lack of generosity. However, considering his privileged lifestyle, He likely had little to occupy his daytime hours. Staying up late shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Lu Xiyu felt a surge of joy. Well then. I wholeheartedly support this fellow working through the night. Is keen. I will surely provide sound advice. If all goes well, the proposal can be finalized tomorrow, and the weight on my shoulders will be lifted. She quickly typed. So, gauge the situation, all right? Bye. She silenced her phone, released a long breath, and a peculiar thought crossed her mind. Could Lin Yu be a friend of Bai Chonglin? Why is he so eager to help with my matters? Nevertheless, it mattered not. The fact that he was willing to assist was more than welcome, bolstering her confidence. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite daunting. Tang Xinhai was overly rational, and his input on such a villa design would likely be conservative, primarily considering practicality and comfort, which might not yield the flair she desired. Clearly, Lin Yu was different. Given her personality, facing this pressure could have easily led to insomnia. But the thinker's assurance served as a soothing balm, miraculously alleviating her stress. With this thinker brother bearing the burden, she could finally rest easy. Remarkably, she indeed enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The following morning, she awoke to find it was nearly 7:30. Hastily, she retrieved her phone and opened QQ, discovering a notification that filled her with excitement. However, upon examining the messages, she realized they were trivial and unimportant. None from the thinker she had anticipated. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she pondered whether this individual might be deceiving her. Despite having promised to send something by morning, not even a single word had arrived. In her unease, she clung to hope, speculating that perhaps this person had already formulated their thoughts, but was merely concerned that messaging too early might disturb her. Believing a little patience would suffice, she proceeded to freshen up. Yet after completing her routine, her phone still bore no notifications. Anxiety began to creep in. It was past 8. Surely, this person must know she was awake. Could it be that they were simply toying with her, playing a prank? How foolish she felt for having taken it seriously, having shared numerous images and voice messages, and finding solace in their promise, only to have wasted an entire night of contemplation. Indeed, it was somewhat unreasonable to sacrifice a night's rest for someone she barely knew. To expect such a commitment from a man of his stature, what kind of beauty had he not encountered? Why would he be inclined to make such sacrifices for her? If blame were to be assigned, it would fall squarely on her shoulders for seeking comfort and for entrusting her hopes to a mere acquaintance. Such expectations were inherently absurd. Yet, despite these thoughts, a flicker of hope lingered within her heart, reassuring herself that this individual had no reason to deceive her, and such deceit would yield no benefit. Perhaps they were simply fatigued and had not yet risen. Meanwhile, she had been working on a proposal, laboring until nearly 4 in the morning. Yunxia hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "See you. Why are you up so early?" Lu Xiyu replied, "Isn't this my usual routine?" Yunxia countered, "But didn't you stay up late last night?" "It was only slightly later than usual, nothing too late." Yunxia continued, "I thought you might also be working on your proposal. President Tang mentioned that last night. Director Bai called to say you had committed to a 10-day deadline for a public presentation." Tang Xinhai was nearly beside himself with worry. "So he rushed to finalize all the proposals at hand to fully support you in completing that project." Xiyu forced a smile, feeling a pang of guilt. After a moment of hesitation, she glanced at Lu Xiyu and remarked, "Director Bai is something else. A 10-day deadline is one thing, but the public presentation is truly daunting. Delivering results directly leaves no room for revisions. This feels even more ruthless than a bidding process. Why would Director Bai insist on such an arrangement? I now wonder if this 1.5 million might be a bit too much pressure. What if the proposal isn't up to par?" Noting her anxious demeanor, Lu Xiyu refrained from revealing that the 10-day timeline had been her own decision, as had the commitment to a public presentation. She now felt immense regret. If only there were a remedy for remorse, she would gladly invest in it. What had compelled her to act in such a manner? Had she been possessed by some spirit? Or was it merely her youth and impulsiveness? She truly needed to calm herself. A more composed approach would have surely prevented her current predicament. Nevertheless, she masked her turmoil with a gentle smile, replying, "It's nothing. That's so. When can we expect your proposal to be finalized?" "Once confirmed, the drawings can be produced. It won't be long. I shall strive to expedite the floor plan," Lu Xiyu remarked, though her heart was tinged with a hint of anxiety. Yunxia, being perceptive, discerned that despite Lu Xiyu's urgency, she had not specified a timeline, indicating that her proposal remained unfinalized. She suggested, "Why not simply cancel the contract? With only 10 days left, shall we not proceed? After all, we did not stipulate such a timeline when signing the contract, so we would not be in breach." Lu Xiyu replied, "Sister Xia, what are you suggesting?" "I refuse to cancel. The the contract did not mandate such a course of action. Even if the public presentation were to fail, not a single penny of the design fee would be forfeited. The embarrassment would fall solely upon me, with no repercussions for you all that if it truly becomes untenable. I shall simply gather my belongings and depart. Yunxia countered, that is simply unacceptable. This is the Bai family we are dealing with. I would rather forego this project altogether. Rest assured, I merely speak in jest. There is nothing amiss. The proposal is nearly complete, albeit not yet finalized, that I will secure it shortly. So please have General Tang prepare, as the comprehensive drawings will still rely on him, Siyu reassured her. As long as your plan is delivered promptly, he will undoubtedly manage. Uninvited guests. Part 1. No new information. Lu Siyu could no longer contain herself, and finally took the initiative to send a message. Is Mr. Lin available? It appeared that everything rested upon her shoulders. It was naive to place her hopes in a fleeting acquaintance. How foolish it was. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek assistance from Tang Xinhai. Very well, such must be fate, and I am not one to hold grudges. Lu Siyu retrieved her phone, opened QQ, and gazed at the conversation window, where the message "Is Mr. Lin available?" glaringly lingered at the bottom. Accompanied by various images and voice messages above, her heart ached, and with gritted teeth, she steeled herself and added the thinker to her blacklist. There, that should suffice. Regardless of who it may be, her ears were now blissfully untroubled, free from the distraction of relying on anyone, thus conserving her time. This was a predicament of her own making. The design fee was hers alone, and it was never meant to be foisted upon others. She had been too naive. One by one, she flipped through her hand-drawn designs, concentrating on discovering the optimal solution. The familiar sensation washed over her. It was always present just before a breakthrough. If she could pinpoint that one element, clarity would ensue. For many critical components were already in place that it could even be said that at this juncture, any chosen design would likely yield satisfactory results. Yet, there remained a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. A longing for that decisive moment. She was confident that she could uncover it. The challenge lay in the timing. Inspiration was indeed an uninvited guest, capable of arriving at any moment or potentially eluding her for an extended period. Around 10 o'clock, Tang Xinhai arrived at the office and inquired about Lu Siyu's progress. She replied that she was in the midst of a sprint, to which Tang Xinhai comfortingly suggested, take your time. Do not rush. Half an hour later, a BMW X6 pulled up, prompting Tang Xinhai to quickly make room for the vehicle. Once parked, Fan Xing emerged and, alongside Tang Xinhai, entered the studio, stating, Chairman Bai has sent me here to work and learn about the design process. Lu Siyu was acutely aware that he had certainly come to assess the progress, and her head felt considerably heavier. Her mind fraught with tension. It was evident that everyone understood the urgency of the situation. Internally, she lamented her circumstances, filled with regret. The cinema was designated as a quiet zone, primarily requiring acoustic and optical treatments, which did not necessitate her own design. Only the leisure area outside the cinema needed conceptualization. A dynamic space that only required careful consideration of the transitions involved. The excursion to broaden her horizons, while satisfying her curiosity, proved to be of little assistance in her design efforts, resulting in her embarrassment before Su Yuanxiang's sister. Alarmingly, she found herself entangled in the internal disputes of the Bai family, becoming a scapegoat for others' frustrations. In a state of significant emotional imbalance, she had made a decision that, upon reflection, felt utterly regrettable. Leaving her in such a passive position, she was too young, too impulsive. Adhering to their stipulated 1-month timeline wouldn't have been a loss of face. Yet, here she was, having unwisely trusted a near stranger, squandering a night that could have been spent in quiet contemplation, and during the day, in such a tumultuous environment, how could she possibly think clearly? This was a critical moment, where every second counted. How foolish she had been, harboring such unrealistic hopes towards an almost unfamiliar young gentleman. Time and again, she had erred. It was inexcusable. She regretted so deeply that she felt like banging her head against the wall. Fan Xing, perceptive as he was, recognized Lu Siyu's expression and discerned that her proposal had yet to materialize. The disappointment was palpable on his face, yet he refrained from voicing it. Sitting in the reception area, he picked up a notebook and mentioned to Tang Xinhai that he had also searched online for some villa designs the previous night, hoping they might serve as references. Tang Xinhai, seated beside him, glanced at the images and remarked, Secretary Fan, I believe our lead designer has already reviewed these designs. She likely has a general outline in mind, merely lacking that finishing touch. once that is found. The entire proposal should come together. In truth, if Chairman Bai could afford a few more days, I believe it would be feasible. 10 days is rather rushed. Fan Xing cast a glance at Lu Siyu, merely nodding in acknowledgement, without further comment. Lu Siyu had initially feared he would directly inform Tang Xinhai that this timeline had been entirely her own determination. Chairman Bai had even intended to secure her an additional 2 months. The fact that he did not disclose this filled her with both shame and gratitude, recognizing it was undoubtedly Bai Chonglin's intention. Fan Xing's presence heightened Lu Siyu's pressure, making her acutely aware of the importance of the proposal's quality to Bai Chonglin, particularly since he had acquiesced to the unreasonable demands of Rong Zong. This could be seen as a testament to his trust in her, yet her inappropriate assertiveness had placed both herself and Bai Chonglin in a precarious position. This was precisely why Bai Chonglin had dispatched Fan Xing to oversee the situation. He needed timely updates on the progress to implement necessary remedial measures. Why had she acted so impulsively? Her own failures were one thing, but dragging others down with her was utterly unacceptable. Within her heart, there lingered an incessant sensation of blockage, an intangible weight that had occupied her thoughts for nearly an entire morning without yielding any clarity. At this juncture, the third wave of regret washed over her. Why had she chosen to sever ties with the thinker? Perhaps the individual had merely been slow to respond, and there remained the possibility that they might yet communicate. As for the unexpected visitor, it appeared increasingly improbable to untangle the entire scheme in the light of the present day. If she were to defer this task until tomorrow, the situation would become exceedingly precarious, and whether tomorrow would bring any epiphanies remained uncertain. Thus, what psychological impetus led her to block the thinker outright? Lu Siyu, oh Lu Siyu, when will you finally mature? Will there ever be a time in your life when you can embrace maturity? As the clock approached midnight, she remained ensnared in her contemplative turmoil. Tang Xinhai and the others were visibly disheartened. Jin Xiao inquired of Fan Xing whether she wished to join them for a meal outside, to which Fan Xing replied, "Never mind, let us just order takeout. I can eat here." Yun Xiao remarked, "Wouldn't that be a bit of a compromise for you, as the secretary to a major corporation's chairman?" Fan Xing responded, "It's quite sufficient as it is. Chairman Bai is a workaholic. Once, he even insisted I take my notebook into the restroom." During the meal, Fan Xing suggested, "Lu Siyu, why don't you share your thoughts with us? Perhaps we can assist in reaching a decision together." All eyes turned toward Lu Siyu. She, flustered and disheartened, managed a wry smile, saying, "Secretary Fan, General Tang, I understand your urgency, but I have already conveyed to Sister Xia that regardless of the circumstances today, I will finalize the plan, and we shall commence with the drawings tomorrow. Are you satisfied with the scheme?" Tang Xinhai inquired. Lu Siyu replied, "I can only say that I am somewhat satisfied, though not entirely. I will continue to refine it this afternoon, but due to time constraints, regardless of the adjustments, I assure you I will present the plan by tonight at the latest." Yun Xiao affirmed, "Indeed, I too believe it is best to produce something first." Lu Siyu smiled, understanding Yun Xiao's impatience, yet deep down, she was unwilling to compromise. If a plan did not resonate with her, it was challenging to persuade herself of its validity. However, she recognized the necessity of reaching a conclusion. Without clarity, subsequent tasks would prove exceedingly difficult. Unlike other designers who adapted their plans incrementally, making corrections as they went along, she aspired for a cohesive direction from the outset, requiring only minor adjustments thereafter. Both Tang Xinhai and Fan Xing discerned from her expression that she had yet to arrive at the optimal solution, leaving them with an unsettling sense of unease that the design plan worth 1.5 million, if it failed to captivate, would not distinguish itself from the ordinary, adversely affecting not only Lu Siyu and Yunhai Yuan Studio, but also Bai Chonglin at that very moment. A stout, impeccably dressed man with slicked back hair entered the office without a greeting. His gaze fixated on Lu Siyu's promotional photograph, his expression decidedly peculiar. Yun Xia, having noticed him upon his entrance, refrained from rising due to their mealtime decorum. However, once she observed him scrutinizing the promotional poster, she approached and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The individual glanced at a few people dining nearby, chuckled lightly, and remarked, "No need. I merely came here to observe my student." Tang Xinhai noticed that Lu Siyu's expression shifted upon hearing these words. Yun Xia inquired, "Greetings, is Lu Siyu your student?" "Indeed. My name is Chen Jimai, with she signifying aspiration in the realm of fine arts. Pray tell, is Lu Siyu not present?" His gaze fixed upon Lu Siyu's silhouette, he continued. "The teacher has arrived. Yet she fails to extend even a greeting. After securing a significant contract, she forgets her art mentor." All eyes turned to Lu Siyu, who exhibited a rare display of indignation, biting her lip yet remaining silent. She was utterly astonished by the audacity of this person. Despite his rogue's demeanor, he was nonetheless an intellectual, and one would expect a modicum of integrity. To her disbelief, after committing such a shameless act, he had the gall to visit her workplace and dare speak of instructing her in the arts. Was there truly a notion of past lives? If so, this man must have been a pig in a former existence, while she was undoubtedly the butcher who dispatched him. Otherwise, how could he persistently haunt her? Having traveled 2,000 kilometers from home, she still could not escape his presence. Her loathing for his visage was visceral. She could scarcely bear to look at him, let alone engage in conversation. In a huff, she seized her lunchbox, finding herself unable to eat, and discarded it into a nearby trash bin before silently retreating to the restroom. Chun Jimai chuckled and said, "You despise me. Heh. I understand. No need for formality." As he unceremoniously occupied the seat Lu Xiu had just vacated, the others exchanged glances. Chun Jimai turned to Tang Xinhai and queried, "Which one of you is General Tang?" "It must be you. I attempted to reach you by phone, but alas, our communication faltered. That I believed a personal visit would facilitate clarity." Tang Xinhai recalled something and blurted, "Is it you?" Chun Jimai replied, "Regrettably, my previous remarks may not have been aptly articulated. That I ought to express my gratitude to General Tang for valuing a student of ours who failed to graduate on time. As a teacher, I should feel elated. Thank you." With a shift in tone, he added, "However, I must clarify our institution's stance. We do not compromise on standards for students who have not met graduation requirements. An institution dedicated to cultivating talent for society must maintain such a responsible attitude. Although Lu Xiu is a student I have guided since high school, her inability to graduate pains me more than anyone else. Yet, I cannot allow personal feelings to cloud my judgment and present an unqualified individual to society. Even if Lu Xiu harbors resentment towards me for this, I cannot afford to be lenient and grant her special privileges." Yunxia interjected, "However, regardless of the graduation certificate, we remain entirely satisfied with Lu Xiu's performance and have never placed importance on the certificate itself." Shen Jimai retorted, "In that case, I can only conclude that the standards set by your company are rather low. It is understandable for a small firm. The truly capable individuals are snatched up by larger corporations, and you are left with those whom others have discarded out of necessity. Yet, we are a formal institution and cannot lower our standards. Moreover, the vast majority of students have graduated. She is the sole exception in the entire class." Yunxia frowned, perceiving a complete lack of refinement in this individual. Tang Xinhai remarked, "Indeed, I must express my gratitude to you all. It is precisely due to your institution's ludicrous and humorous graduation standards that a remarkable talent like Lu Xiu has not been snatched up by a large corporation, allowing my modest company the honor of acquiring her. Conversely, I have encountered numerous graduates whose qualifications pale in comparison to hers. Therefore, I would like to inquire if your esteemed school has any other students who are unable to graduate on time. If so, please inform me. I am willing to offer a generous salary to such individuals. Those who graduate on schedule need not seek my attention." Yunxia stifled a laugh. There was a hint of banter in Tang Xinhai's words. In truth, regular graduates tend to be quite arrogant, rarely submitting their resumes to their studio, and those who do often demand exorbitant salaries. Yet Tang Xinhai dismissed their proposals without a second thought. Chun Jimai interjected, "Mr. Tang, if you are content to remain unambitious, then my efforts may indeed be superfluous. However, I must earnestly suggest that you temporarily remove Lu Xiu's large photograph from display. It seems inappropriate to promote someone who has yet to obtain a diploma so fervently. Spreading such information could adversely affect your company's reputation, leading others to question your judgment. That I believe it would be prudent to wait until Lu Xiu has officially graduated before making any grand announcements." In a separate conversation, Chun Jimai continued, "Mr. Tang, I think it is crucial for you to be accountable to your clients. They deserve to know that your lead designer is someone who has not even secured a diploma. They may acknowledge her accolades, but who can guarantee that her awards were not the result of plagiarism? Given her exceptional talent, how is it possible that she has yet to graduate? You should inform your clients that this designer is merely a high school graduate who has not achieved a university degree. Failing to clarify this may imply deceit, while being transparent will likely mean no one will hire her for design work. Only then will she be compelled to dedicate herself to her studies, complete her graduation project, and strive to acquire genuine skills and a diploma. My intentions are solely for her benefit." Fan Xing, having listened quietly, finally spoke up. "Ah, so you were teacher Chen. I have heard much about you. Chen Jimei replied, "And you are Fan Xing from the Bai Group? Thank you for your consideration. You reached out to me twice by phone, if I recall correctly. Your efforts are appreciated." Fan Xing's words carried an edge. "Teacher Chen, your attitude towards your students is truly enlightening. So, it turns out you are Secretary Fan that I never anticipated encountering you here. Indeed, I am the one who called you that I cannot help it. I am a straightforward person who cannot conceal my thoughts. This matter significantly pertains to the honor of our institution. Over the years, our school has been striving to establish itself as a premier art academy in the country, and I truly hope that a single rat's droppings do not spoil the entire pot of soup." After saying this, I quickly added, No, how can I speak of my students in such a manner? That was an unfortunate slip of the tongue. What I meant to convey is that Lu Xiyu may possess potential. Yet she currently lacks the capability to become a competent designer. While Chairman Bai has a discerning eye for talent, perhaps he is a bit hasty in placing such a heavy burden upon her. It may very well crush her. Fan Xing interjected, "Teacher Chen, you are underestimating Chairman Bai's discernment, thinking he is simply a wealthy fool, are you?" Chen Jimei hastily replied, No. I merely believe that Chairman Bai does not fully understand the situation." Fan Xing continued, "My apologies, but Chairman Bai is an exceedingly prudent individual. The 1.5 million design fee is not a result of his wealth and folly, but rather stems from his profound understanding of Lu Xiyu. He is even aware of her experiences in high school, including her gold medal-winning artwork, Morning Light, right, Teacher Chen? You were her teacher during that time, and you must be familiar with that exceptional piece." "No, wait, you were the one who guided her, weren't you?" "Oh dear, if you were her mentor, I must show my respect." Chairman Bai remarked that this piece is a work of genius. Only a genius teacher could guide such talent so well. Chen Jimei forced a smile. "I merely provided some basic guidance. Only heaven knows how he guided her." He had been sarcastic, deriding her work as nonsense, claiming her use of color was raw and utterly inadequate. Fan Xing responded, "Impressive, truly impressive, Teacher Chen. You should recognize that this student of yours possesses a unique artistic sensibility. Chairman Bai is offering her this opportunity, and as her teacher, you should feel a sense of pride. If you are concerned about her lack of experience, you ought to find ways to assist her, yet your methods are rather peculiar. You seem intent on obstructing her progress, even going to her company to voice such sentiments. I find it hard to believe you are her mentor. It feels as though she is your sworn enemy. If she truly were to harm your father, you should promptly report her to the authorities without delay." Fan Xing eloquently countered without losing composure. Chen Jimei replied, "There has been a misunderstanding. I am only looking out for her best interests. It is not advisable for her to take on such a project at this early stage. She should focus on obtaining her diploma first, as that is what she truly needs to prioritize. Without a diploma, it is hardly a commendable situation. That moment, Lu Xiyu's voice echoed from the restroom. "However, for me, obtaining a diploma is not at all a commendable achievement. I hope that one day, the entire world understands that my lack of a diploma is not a regret of mine, but rather a disgrace for certain individuals. I will certainly find a way to nail these individuals directly to the pillar of shame." Her words were resolute and unwavering. Yunxia remarked, "Indeed, rest assured, teacher, we doubt at that moment." Lu Xiyu, with an unyielding demeanor, interjected, "There is no need for that. As long as those shameless rascals do not cause any disturbances, I will encounter no issues whatsoever. Yes, I am that confident. However, if you expect me to bow to those ignoble individuals in exchange for a graduation certificate, you are sorely mistaken. Such a thing is out of the question." Chen Jimei offered an awkward smile. Lu Xiyu continued, "Now that you have clarified matters, it is time for you to leave. Staying here would disrupt our work, and as a teacher, you should maintain a bit of dignity. If it comes to calling the police, I would feel quite embarrassed." Chen Jimei replied, "Very well, I shall take my leave. I genuinely have your best interests at heart, and hope that Lu Xiyu obtains her graduation certificate promptly. As for that certificate, if she diligently completes her graduation project, given her artistic talent, there should be no impediments. However, her arrogance prevents her from heeding her mentor's guidance, complicating what should be simple matters, which places her instructor in a difficult position. This is quite unfavorable for her. Is it not? Humility is essential in life. Farewell." He glanced towards the restroom and added, "Lu Xiyu, are you truly not coming out to say hello?" Yunxia responded, "I apologize, teacher, but Xiyu has this temperament." Chen Jimei chuckled, cast one last glance towards the restroom, and then turned to exit the company. Once he had departed, Lu Xiyu finally emerged, furious upon learning that Chen Jimei had taken her seat, vehemently cursing him as a pervert. Did I not tell you? He is indeed a pervert, Lu Siyu exclaimed. Yunxia, being a perceptive individual, wisely refrained from further inquiries. This matter pertained to her dignity, and she was determined to present the finest proposal. If she could not achieve this today, she would forego rest that night. Fan Xing sat for a moment, mentioning that he had matters to attend to at the company before taking his leave. Although he said little, the three could sense his disappointment and concern. Shortly after Fan Xing's departure, a taxi pulled up at the studio's entrance, honking its horn. The driver's head popped out of the window, calling out, "Hey, someone come out." The noise outside was somewhat chaotic, and inside it was hard to hear. Tang Xinhai inquired, "Are they calling for us?" Yunxia replied, "It seems they truly are asking us to step outside." She set down her bowl of food and walked out the door. The driver asked, "Are you an employee of Yunheiyuan Studio?" "Yes," she confirmed. "That Luda, what was it, Lu Siyu? Is she one of yours? She is our lead designer." "Do you need her for something?" The driver continued. "Someone asked me to deliver a package to her. If she is inside, please have her come out to collect it." Yunxia hurried back inside, calling for Lu Siyu to come and retrieve her package. Lu Siyu asked, "My package?" "Yes, you must come to collect it in person." Tang Xinhai remarked, "A package delivered by taxi? How novel." Lu Siyu, suddenly struck by a thought, quickly made her way outside. The driver confirmed, "You are Lu Siyu." "Correct." Lu Siyu replied affirmatively. "All right, here is your package," the driver said. Lu Siyu approached and took the package, which was a large, lightweight, and thin brown paper bag. Affixed to it was a note printed by a printer. "Yunheiyuan Studio, Lu Siyu received." Lu Siyu inquired, "What is this? Who sent it?" The driver replied, "The sender said you would know once you looked inside. I must leave now," and raised the window. Lu Siyu removed the envelope's contents, revealing several A4 sheets. Upon a mere glance, her mouth fell agape. These were her hand-drawn sketches, now printed. Each drawing bore numerous labels beginning with 1, and each was accompanied by a note densely filled with size 5 font. Corresponding to the numbered labels that a cursory examination suggested, they contained critiques and suggestions regarding the placement of the labels. However, the driver seemed oblivious as the vehicle sped away, swiftly turning right and vanishing into the street. Yunxia asked, "What is in the letter?" Upon returning to the office, Lu Siyu meticulously examined each piece of paper from the envelope, and her astonishment deepened with every moment. Indeed, as initially observed, each hand-drawn piece was meticulously annotated with numerous sequence numbers, each circled in red ink. Furthermore, the accompanying text provided detailed analyses and suggestions corresponding to each numbered position. These analyses and suggestions were crafted with great care. Some directly articulated her latent feelings, while others praised her ingenious use of design elements. Some of the suggestions felt like a sudden awakening, akin to lifting a veil from her heart. At that moment, her facial expressions were unprecedentedly varied, practically begging to be transformed into multiple emoticons, especially the evident excitement and exhilaration, entirely distinct from the array of expressions she had acquired throughout the day. Tang Xinhai and Fan Xing were equally astonished. Tang Xinhai quietly asked Yunxia, who admitted she knew nothing, prompting him to approach Lu Siyu and inquire, "Siyu, what is all this? It appears to be quite remarkable." Lu Siyu replied, "I forgot to mention it to you. Feel free to take a look. My goodness, this is terrifying. This person is simply formidable." She handed 2 of the reviewed sheets to Tang Xinhai. "Terrifying? Are you sure that's the right word?" he remarked as he accepted the papers, his expression contrasting sharply with the term he used that you'll understand once you look. Tang Xinhai picked them up and, upon closer inspection, could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this is truly extraordinary." His words drew Yunxia's attention, and together they examined the sketches placed on the coffee table. Yunxia observed, "These seem to be drawn by Siyu, right? It's quite evident that most indoor sketches do not emphasize light and shadow. Yet hers do, making even the hand-drawn pieces appear vibrant. Furthermore, her spatial representation is remarkably potent. The perspective and proportions are incredibly precise." Indeed, Yunxia had attended 2 days of sketching classes and had begun to grasp some concepts. However, what is most astonishing are the annotations within. He has truly grasped Lu Siyu's design intentions with remarkable clarity, and his suggestions are nothing short of divine. This individual possesses profound expertise. Siyu, who exactly is this person? Tang Xinhai and Yunxia exchanged knowing smiles, opting not to inquire further. They had come to understand Lu Siyu to some extent. Once her thoughts were aligned, she would enter a fervent state of contemplation, oblivious to the external world. Clearly, these few pieces had unlocked her creative flow. Prior to this, Her expression had been one of agitation, anxiety, struggle, and gloom, enveloped in a cloud of despair that even Tang Xinhai and Yunxia found stifling. Now, however, the clouds had dispersed, and sunlight poured in. Though she remained silent, her excitement was palpable. She perused each piece, seemingly with a clear vision in mind, then picked up her original sketch and began to trace over it lightly, humming a tune, back to back, sitting on the carpet, listening to music and sharing wishes. You wish for my gentleness. I hope you hold me dear. Everyone was enchanted by her joy, glancing at one another and silently chuckling. After sketching several pieces, she set down her pencil and turned to see the two of them laughing, curiously asking, "What is going on? Why are you both laughing?" At her question, they could no longer contain their laughter. Lucy Yu inquired, "What is the matter?" Yunxia replied, "We were laughing at you. We just had the pleasure of enjoying your singing voice as you serenaded us with an old song. And you sang it quite beautifully. I have an idea. Once we finish this project, let us go to KTV and sing together." Lucy Yu laughed in response. Tang Xinhai asked, "Is your drawing complete?" "Yes." "How does it feel?" "It feels wonderful. Truly a timely inspiration. In some areas, I had indeed considered this direction before, but I was just a touch off, just a little bit." His reminder was like breaking through that thin layer of paper. "I am genuinely thrilled." Lucy Yu continued, bringing over her draft. "Look at this area. By adding this decoration, doesn't it elevate the entire spatial layout? And here, a slight adjustment doesn't impede movement, but enhances comfort. Most importantly, the overall coherence of the space has been strengthened." And here, she spoke with excitement, and everyone attentively observed her guidance. Although Yunxia struggled to grasp the significance of her words at first, she noticed Tang Xinhai nodding in agreement, leading her to suspect that the changes were indeed quite clever. Yunxia remarked, "However, I see that the modifications aren't substantial." Tang Xinhai replied, "The changes may seem minor, but that is because CU's initial concept was already exceptional. These subtle adjustments, while seemingly trivial, are quite audacious. CU, this person is undoubtedly a master." "Who is he?" "His name is Lin Yu. I mentioned him last time. He contributed ideas to my proposal, and his expertise is considerable. He must be a connoisseur in the industry. I haven't heard of him. What does he look like?" The appearance remained somewhat unclear that day. "He sat opposite me, adorned with tinted glasses and a mask, exuding an aura of coolness. We exchanged glances, and Tang Xinhai inquired, "So, have you remained in contact since then?" "He could easily communicate with you on QQ, and even arranged for a taxi to deliver it." Lucy Yu felt a blush creeping onto her face, embarrassed to divulge that she had blocked him due to his prolonged silence. Surely, he had no means to message her, which compelled him to resort to printing out the message. After doing so, perhaps realizing her urgency, he opted for a taxi instead of a courier service. Overwhelmed with shame, guilt, and gratitude, she regretted her immature handling of the situation. Yet her heart brimmed with joy. With a smile, she exclaimed, "I will begin drafting the floor plan now. I will create a solid framework using SketchUp, and at that point, I shall rely on your assistance for the renderings." Tang Xinhai assured her, "Rest assured, I will take care of it all. It's no trouble at all. At most, we'll outsource to a rendering company." Lucy Yu settled at her computer, initially intending to incorporate the thinker immediately. But feeling the gaze of the others upon her, she hesitated and instead opened CAD to modify the floor plan. Fueled with enthusiasm, by 4 in the afternoon, she had not only completed the CAD floor plan, but had also made significant progress on the villa's basic framework in SketchUp. Her spirits lifted considerably as she began to hum a tune. "What am I singing? It seems that you are my hit song." Yunxia and Tang Xinhai had just seen off a prospective client when they heard the melody and exchanged knowing smiles. This was one of Lucy Yu's beloved old songs, often sung by her mother during her childhood. This girl was truly emotional, unable to conceal her happiness or troubles at that moment. Another individual entered the office, exclaiming loudly, "Lucy Yu, your documents." Before anyone could react, he tossed a file bag onto the coffee table and promptly exited, hailing a taxi as he departed. Yunxia, upon seeing it was yet another brown paper file, handed it to Lucy Yu. As Lucy Yu opened it, she discovered 4 sheets of paper. The first was a hand-drawn color floor plan, depicting a 3.5-story layout, while the remaining sheets featured hand-drawn renderings created with colored pencils. Additionally, there was a small note, inscribed in neat script. "This is what I have drawn after careful consideration. For your reference, keep it if it fits, discard it if it does not." The handwriting was exceptionally tidy, nearly indistinguishable from printed text. From the strokes, it was evident that the floor plan bore no signs of being created with tools. It was purely hand-drawn, yet the proportions were impeccable. The individual's ability to capture form and spatial relationships was truly remarkable. Most delightfully for Lu Xiyu was the fact that the layout closely aligned with her own vision, complemented by the renderings, indicating a profound understanding of her design intentions, public areas and private zones. Hot and cold regions, resonating with each other while maintaining their independence. What astonished her most were his hand-drawn illustrations. Much like Xiyu, his colored pencil renderings showcased exceptional light and shadow effects, with a texture that could easily be regarded as fine art. Lu Xiyu, accustomed to achieving top grades, found herself in awe of such artistry. She presented it to Tang Xinhai, who was momentarily taken aback. Although his skills in hand-drawing were commendable, his current sketches had become rather hasty, serving merely as a supplementary tool that he had never anticipated that someone could create such exquisite hand-drawn illustrations using only colored pencils. Tang Xinhai remarked, "Who exactly is this Lin Yu? They say Su Yuanxiang's hand-drawn renderings are impressive. Yet Su's work pales in comparison to this individual. His artistic foundation must be quite profound." Lu Xiyu responded, "I never imagined he could draw so remarkably. He seems to possess a rather proud demeanor." Tang Xinhai confessed, "To be honest, I was just speculating whether the Lin Yu you mentioned might be Su Yuanxiang. Upon seeing this rendering, I can assert with certainty that it is not him. Once an artistic style and habit are established, they are difficult to alter, and Su does not embody this style." Yunxia interjected, "Xiyu, does he perhaps have feelings for you? Look how anxious he seems, having sent a taxi for you. Such concern." Tang Xinhai chuckled, "Yunxia, it's best to keep such insights unspoken. As long as we understand it ourselves, that's sufficient." Lu Xiyu, with a playful smile, replied, "Sister Xiao, I've already told you I'm a celestial being. Is it so strange that someone would admire such a beautiful fairy? Yet, I feel a warm glow inside." Soon after, the thinker sent a message. "I attempted to send you a message, but it stated that we are no longer friends. I'll print it out and have a taxi deliver it." Lu Xiyu apologized. "I'm truly sorry. My hand slipped, and I accidentally blocked you temporarily. I was wondering why you had reached out for so long." She thought to herself, "Lu Xiyu, this person treats you so well. Yet you deceive him like this. Will your conscience not ache?" The thinker replied, "I see. Someone even told me I was blocked." Lu Xiyu clarified, "No, how could I be so immature?" Thinking to herself, "All right, you indirectly acknowledge that you are indeed immature. I feel quite bad for the trouble. Did you spend the whole night thinking about it, affecting your rest?" The thinker replied, "No, I'm perfectly well." Lu Xiyu inquired, "How much did it cost to print, and how much for the taxi?" The thinker responded, "Not too much." Lu Xiyu suggested, "Shall we add each other on WeChat? I prefer not to use QQ on my phone." The thinker replied, "I don't have WeChat." Lu Xiyu exclaimed, "My goodness, in this day and age, there are still people without WeChat? You should quickly register with your phone number." The thinker said, "Tomorrow, then. Have you finalized your plan? Were my suggestions helpful?" Lu Xiyu affirmed, "Incredibly helpful. You are quite the expert. I'll let you in on a secret. After reviewing your suggestions, I finalized the plan, and the proposal you sent over closely resembles mine, sharing over 95% similarity." The thinker responded with a smile emoji. Lu Xiyu remarked, "Remarkable. I finally learned to use emojis in place of words." The thinker replied, "Indeed, your teacher has done well." After a moment, he added, "I thought you might be upset with me." Lu Xiyu reassured him, "Not at all. I can't thank you enough. How could I possibly be angry with you? Without your guidance, I would have remained oblivious to how many more days it would take to finalize this plan." She reflected for a moment and added, "Oh, I forgot to mention, your hand drawing is truly of international master level." The thinker sent a smile emoji once more. Lu Xiyu inquired, "Do you reside far away? I would like to invite you to dinner this evening, partly to apologize and partly to express my gratitude." The thinker replied, "No need. I have just dined." Lu Xiyu remarked, "It's rather early for dinner at this hour." The thinker clarified, "It was lunch." Lu Xiyu responded, "Then it is far too late." "Why so late? Is it because of my matters?" Deeply touched yet engulfed in guilt, Lu Xiyu penned, "I am truly sorry." The thinker reassured, "It is nothing. That my concern was merely that I might have delayed your affairs. Hence, I consulted with a friend and resorted to this rather clumsy method. After sending it over, I worried that I hadn't articulated my thoughts clearly enough, so I redrew these ideas. If they prove useful, I shall sleep soundly tonight." He appended a smiley emoticon. Lu Xiyu expressed, "This is exceedingly helpful. I cannot thank you enough. Have you really spent your entire day on my matter?" The The thinker replied, "Indeed, but it is of no consequence. I took a day off today," Lu Xiyu insisted. "Then I must not keep you. You should rest well," the thinker agreed. What followed were days filled with the intense busyness of modeling and rendering images. Fortunately, Tang Xinhai had secured 10 renderings from an external company. Yet 2 critical large spaces remained: the lobby on the first floor and the art studio on the third floor, each laden with numerous considerations. Lu Xiyu placed her utmost trust in Tang Xinhai and thus entrusted him with these tasks. During these days, Fan Xing called each evening to inquire about the progress, consistently urging Lu Xiyu not to worry, assuring her that everything would be ready in due time. Yet she sensed an underlying unease in his voice. Heeding Xiyu's advice, the thinker created a WeChat account under the same nickname and gradually transitioned their conversations to this platform, also messaging her each night. Whenever Lu Xiyu had new computer-generated images, she eagerly shared them with him. Amidst this flurry of activity, on the evening of the 8th day, the entire set of renderings was finally completed. Although everyone had been rushing to finish these images, they had lost track of time in the process. To their surprise, upon viewing the complete set together, they found themselves increasingly enamored with each piece. The collection comprised 15 interior images, 1 exterior view, and 1 color plan, each exuding a breathtaking beauty. The trio took turns praising each image, indulging in their shared delight. Tang Xinhai remarked, "When the heavens bestow their blessings, one cannot help but embrace them. I have worked in this field for quite some time and have crafted numerous villas. Yet I have never produced such a bold yet meticulously structured design. It is hard to believe this is my first foray into designing such a grand villa." Lu Xiyu quickly offered a humble response. Nevertheless, she understood that the successful realization of this project was largely due to the fortuitous encounters she had experienced. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult to achieve. Prior to this, Lu Xiyu had already created a PowerPoint template for her design presentation, having written significant portions of the accompanying text, merely awaiting the renderings to insert into the slides. However, upon seeing the finished images, she felt a newfound sense that this design did not solely belong to her. The text could not be treated with indifference. To squander such a remarkable design would be a disservice. Thus, she resolved to utilize the final day to significantly revise the text. Tang Xinhai suggested, "Why not first show the text to Director Bai? If he finds it unsatisfactory, we can revise it then." Lu Xiyu expressed, "If I am not satisfied with my work, how can I present it to the client? Regardless, we agreed on a 10-day timeline, and as long as I can deliver it by early tomorrow morning, that will suffice. That I strive to showcase my proposal with 100% personal satisfaction, for regardless of their approval, I will have my piece." However, during the incubation period, I felt there was much to articulate. Yet upon writing, I discovered a gap between my thoughts and the written word. Thus, I revised it repeatedly, growing more exhilarated with each alteration. On that day, Bai Chonglin, quite unusually, inquired twice through WeChat about the progress. Lu Xiyu replied that only the final touches remained, and once completed, she would promptly send it to him. Yet, by dinner time, she still had not reached a level of complete satisfaction. Tang Xinhai suggested, "Why not send the renderings to Director Bai first? The PPT text can follow later, or you could send him a draft, clarifying that it is not the final version." Lu Xiyu refused, as she was someone who valued her reputation. She preferred to submit work that was nearly flawless, unwilling to squander her first impression. Moreover, the text would soon be ready, and she did not wish to contest that fleeting time. After dinner, she retreated to her room with her laptop, diligently refining the text until she was entirely content. Upon checking the time, she was astonished to find it nearly midnight. She packaged the PPT and renderings and sent them to Bai Chonglin via QQ mailbox, simultaneously forwarding the PPT to the thinker and Tang Xinhai on WeChat. Just as she was preparing for sleep, she heard a notification sound. Predictably, it was the thinker, sending several thumbs-up emojis. Lu Xiyu, feeling too lazy to type, sent a voice message. "Aren't you asleep yet?" The thinker responded with text, "I am waiting for your update." This young gentleman, whether out of ignorance or reluctance, had never once sent a voice message. In a moment, Lu Xiyu sent another voice message. "How is the text coming along?" The thinker replied, "It is fantastic, better than I anticipated." "Did you create the text and the renderings yourself?" Lu Xiyu affirmed. "Of course." The thinker continued, "You've done exceedingly well. I didn't realize you possessed such skills." Lu Xiyu modestly replied, "It is nothing much. I learned it in university." The thinker remarked, "They will surely appreciate it. I believe this encapsulates their vision of home." Lu Xiyu questioned, "How do you know?" Do you know them? You must not be sent by Chonglin to assist me, right? The thinker clarified, I am not. After a brief pause, he texted, I mentioned I know them, but it has been a long time since we last communicated. Lu Xiyu reassured, don't dwell on that. How could you be sent by him to aid me? When I was young, a fortune teller predicted that I would be plagued by 5 malevolent spirits throughout my life, yet simultaneously, I would always have benefactors to assist me. Increasingly, I find this fortune teller's insights to be uncanny. Every time I find success, there are always adversaries attempting to thwart me, yet there are invariably good people who come to my aid. It has always been thus, and I can no longer doubt it. I believe you must be one of my destined benefactors. I am truly grateful to you. The thinker then responded, I am glad to help you. Tomorrow is your public presentation, and it's quite late. You should rest now. Lu Xiyu, you almost made me forget. How did you come to know about this? Thinker, just a couple of days ago, there was news about it online. Were you not aware? Lu Xiyu, I have been preoccupied with drafting proposals and had no time to pay attention, nor did anyone remind me to check. Where did you see it? Lu Xiyu, TSK, you've made me a bit apprehensive. Thinker, it's nothing to worry about. Referring to such proposals as those of a genius girl is perfectly acceptable. Make sure to take some time to rest, as there may be interviews following the presentation. Lu Xiyu, I certainly do not want to be interviewed, but I should indeed rest. Thank you once again, and good night. Thinker, good night. As Lu Xiyu turned off her phone, for reasons unbeknownst to her. The scene of her chance encounter with Lin Yu resurfaced in her mind, evoking a particularly special feeling that it was truly unimaginable that such a cool and imperious person in reality could be so warm and considerate on the other side of the screen. Years later, finally, a man appeared, offering her support without the need for any justification or expectation of gain. Tang Xinhai and Yunxiao had also supported her, for which she was equally grateful, but at least they had approached her as a potential collaborator. This man, however, was different, a fleeting encounter that was initially unrelated to him, yet he came forth without hesitation, silently accompanying and assisting her, sacrificing his own rest and resources. Unconditionally concerned for her well-being. To meet someone like this in life truly warms the heart. 5 years ago, during her most awkward and helpless moments, a similar figure had appeared, creating a painting for her. He had stolen her entire heart with that gesture, for it had brought her immense warmth. Regrettably, thereafter followed a prolonged chill and enduring pain that it remained uncertain how many years would be required to completely dispel such coldness and suffering that at times she would chastise herself, pondering if it was worth it for merely a painting. Observing other girls with someone to lean on, able to act spoiled, finding warmth in an embrace during the cold, receiving comforting words in times of distress, while she squandered her most beautiful youth over a painting. Isolating herself amidst countless handsome and warm-hearted individuals passing by, trudging alone in a campus filled with couples. Was this not too absurd? Yet, she found herself unable to refute her own feelings, accepting those youthful, self-assured, and charming boys. Perhaps it was not that she clung to him so desperately. He merely provided her with a standard, a benchmark beneath which nothing could move him if she were to accept anyone else. That person must possess a maturity akin to his, steadfast as a mountain, yet swift as a hare, exhibiting poise without ostentation, cherishing her deeply yet reluctant to openly express the depth of his affection. Perhaps this was the kind of person she truly desired, rather than that detestable one who broke promises and walked away without so much as a farewell. Lin Yu had even suggested that it might not be him, but rather the thinker. Although they were the same individual, she stubbornly distinguished between the thinker and Lin Yu, feeling just a hint of being touched by this distinction that it is uncertain when it began. Perhaps it was the moment she opened those envelopes that her heart experienced a fleeting sweetness, leaving behind a faint imprint within. As for the one who broke his promise, where is he? Someone has begun to encroach upon his space. Does he even realize it? When will he finally reveal himself? Nearly a month has passed since the signing debacle, yet he has not made an appearance. Either Chonglin truly erred, and he never cared for her at all, or even if he once did. Time has moved on, and everything has changed. He managed to make her foolishly fall in love with him in just a few months. In the long span of 5 years, there was ample opportunity for similar tales to unfold. Alternatively, perhaps a more dire situation has arisen. If no unfortunate circumstances have occurred, then surely he should show up at tomorrow's exhibition, right? If he does appear, what form will he take? After 5 years, how has he transformed? If he remains absent, can it not be declared that Chonglin's plan has failed? As for her, It is time to let go of the past. Lost in such thoughts, she inadvertently missed her bedtime. Her mind swirling with chaotic notions, making sleep elusive until around 3 or 4 in the morning when she finally succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, she completed her morning routine and realized it was already past 9. Hastily, she called Tang Xinhai, saying, "General Manager Tang, I worked overtime until midnight last night and overslept. I'm just now getting ready to head to the office." Tang Xinhai replied, "No worries. I saw the PPT you sent over. The changes you've made have greatly enhanced the atmosphere. It's fantastic. What did Director Bai say?" Lu Xiyu said, somewhat smugly. "I'll send you a screenshot in a moment, and you'll see for yourself. He must be very pleased." Tang Xinhai chuckled and added, "By the way, aren't you attending the exhibition? It starts at 10. Lu Xiyu responded, "I'm not sure if I should go. If they want me there, I will, but if not, then I want to." After hanging up, she took a screenshot of the text message from Bai Chonglin and unconsciously opened the chat with the thinker. Finding no new messages, she donned her autumn attire, locked the door, and headed to work. On the way, she sent a voice message to the thinker. "Hello. Aren't you planning to join in the excitement at today's proposal exhibition?" Lu Xiyu continued, "You played a part in this proposal too. Don't you want to know how the experts will evaluate it? Perhaps even industry veterans like Su Yuanxiang will be invited. Last time, those individuals wrote absurd copy to stir up hype, offending the Yuanxiang studio in the process." She suspected he might be one of those hoping to see her make a fool of herself. She wondered how he would react if invited. The thinker replied, "He won't attend, so you need not worry. He holds your proposal in high regard." Lu Xiyu pondered, "So you know him?" The thinker responded, "I've known him for quite some time." Lu Xiyu reflected that this circle was indeed small. It would be strange for someone of his caliber not to know Su Yuanxiang. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "Are you implying that Su Yuanxiang has seen this proposal?" Thinker, I shall not conceal from you that several suggestions regarding the correspondence between the Grand Hall on the first floor and the second and third floors were indeed provided by him. His denial of you is, in essence, a denial of himself. Lu Xiyu recalled that the original juxtaposition of the hot and cold zones that she devised seemed somewhat forced. The feedback specifically mentioned adding a few small embellishments, which instantly created a harmonious resonance, allowing the entire scheme to embody movement within stillness and stillness within movement, perfectly aligning with her overarching design philosophy of harmony. Tang Xinhai also remarked that the use of these small adornments, while seemingly simple, is in fact quite complex, as achieving such resonance in such a vast space is no easy feat. Lu Xiyu expressed her gratitude, saying, "Did he perhaps assist me out of regard for you? I am a complete stranger to him. How could he possibly help me? I have heard that Su Yuanxiang is not fond of making friends and possesses quite an air of arrogance. You cannot possibly be good friends with him, can you?" Thinker, "We are friends, Lu Xiyu. Then you two must be quite the pair, one exceedingly proud, the other undeniably cool." The thinker sent a smiling emoji. Lu Xiyu felt a surge of emotion. She was well aware of the legends surrounding Su Yuanxiang and had spent a brief period interacting with his sister, which deepened her impression of him as someone difficult to engage with. The fact that the thinker could elicit his assistance in brainstorming undoubtedly hinted at other reasons, perhaps even substantial financial incentives, for she knew him to be a wealthy scion for whom money held little significance. Yet she remained touched by the gesture. Upon arriving at the company, she found Tang Xinhai and Yunxia busily engaged in their tasks. Yunxia remarked, "See you. You look absolutely stunning today." Tang Xinhai added, "It seems the client does not intend to invite you. It's already this late, and you Haven Tea received an invitation." Lu Xiyu replied, "It's for the best. If they truly summon me, I would prefer for Tang to represent me instead. I have no desire to attend such an event where I might be publicly critiqued. Compliments are one thing, but should they utter unflattering remarks, I would find it intolerable." Tang Xinhai reassured her, "Rest assured, with the proposal being as it is, even the most fastidious critic would struggle to find fault." Yunxia chimed in, "Especially that PPT. It is simply magnificent. After viewing it, I was profoundly moved that I refused to believe that others would not feel the same. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that Siyu created it herself. It is truly splendid." Siyu felt a twinge of bashfulness at the praise. Shortly thereafter, Bai Chonglin called, requesting her to prepare, as he would arrive shortly. Tang Xinhai remarked, "How esteemed. Chairman Bai is personally coming to meet our grand designer. What an honor." Yunxia added, "Indeed, our Siyu embodies both beauty and intelligence. She certainly deserves such recognition." Lu Xiyu playfully nudged Yunxia, her heart brimming with joy. Indeed, a Land Rover soon arrived. prompting Tang Xinhai to exclaim, "Chairman Bai has arrived. Designer Liu, please make haste to the vehicle." Bai Chonglin, placing his phone down with a smile, said, "See you. I trust you received my message?" He continued, chuckling, "My apologies. Let me take a look." He retrieved another phone from his briefcase, glanced at it, and explained, "Today has been exceedingly busy, and I did not have the chance to check my personal device." Once again, Lu Xiyu expressed her unwavering confidence in the proposed plan. With a heart brimming with delight, she remarked, "I cannot ascertain its efficacy. However, I have certainly exerted my utmost effort." Bai Chonglin responded, "Indeed, your composure is remarkable. You ought to have shared the diagrams with me a few days prior instead of waiting until last night." Lu Xiyu countered, "Regardless, we agreed upon a 10-day timeline. Your impatience is of no consequence." Bai Chonglin offered a broad smile of understanding that as they prepared for the exhibition. Lu Xiyu inquired, "By the way, how many individuals have you invited to this public display? Surely, it cannot be open to just anyone, can it?" Bai Chonglin replied, "This is not a commercial blockbuster. Do not envision a scene teeming with spectators and fluttering banners." Lu Xiyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment that we have decided to maintain a low profile. Even declining participation from media acquaintances, attendance is strictly by invitation only, and recording is strictly prohibited. Lu Xiyu exhaled with relief. "Then, might you divulge the experts you have invited? I still harbor some unease. If my abilities are insufficient, I will graciously accept criticism. However, what if the experts have ulterior motives?" Bai Chonglin admitted, "My handling of this situation has been less than prudent, as I inadvertently entangled official matters with personal affairs. My uncles wish to leverage this assessment as an opportunity for their own resurgence. They do not trust my choices of invitees and prefer to engage their own. Just the day before yesterday, I was compelled to accompany them to seek notarization, directly requesting 10 resource designers from several major cities nearby. These individuals will not meet with anyone prior to their arrival, so I remain unaware of their identities." Lu Xiyu pondered, "Isn't this becoming overly complicated?" Bai Chonglin replied, "My uncles and I have reached an impasse. There is no choice but to proceed in this manner." Lu Xiyu remarked, "I do not mean to intrude, but I must admit I harbor a distaste for that Director Rong." That he set down the phone and stated, "A notable figure has arrived. You may find this rather unexpected." Lu Xiyu's mind raced. "Is it someone surnamed Chun? This individual has become quite the thorn in your side, hasn't he? Accompanied by an expert, it seems he has made quite a name for himself in the circles." With disdain, Lu Xiyu declared, "If he wishes to attend, so be it. Surely, he cannot distort the truth." Yet, her heart was filled with frustration that as Bai Chonglin's phone rang incessantly. After several calls, his personal phone chimed as he glanced at it, terminated the primary call, and answered the private line, asking, "Have you clarified the situation?" "What?" His expression turned grave as he fell silent, listening intently. After a while, he replied, "Then there is no alternative. We shall proceed as she dictates." He hung up, gazing out the car window, and instructed the driver, "The elderly lady has already arrived at the venue." The driver appeared unfazed, continuing to drive. Lu Xiyu queried, "Mr. Bai, are you referring to Aunt Yu?" "Indeed." He affirmed that a few days ago, she expressed her intent to attend, and this morning I noted her pallor. I summoned her personal physician to examine her, advising against her attendance. Yet, when the doctor arrived, she dismissed him and came anyway. She is simply worried. You must understand her concerns," Lu Xiyu commented. "The matter primarily revolves around the proposal. My mother possesses a rather obstinate disposition. However, I firmly believe that Aunt Yu will appreciate my plan. And I am filled with confidence," Lu Xiyu asserted with assurance. "Indeed, your copywriting is precisely aimed at the essence of home. If my mother were to see it, she would undoubtedly be fond of it." Lu Xiyu smiled. Her confidence was not unfounded. The crux of this proposal is home, and at the heart of home lies the mother. She has distilled this essence with remarkable precision in her writing. Targeting Aunt Yu's psychology directly. In truth, she is aware that Aunt Yu harbors reservations regarding her design, but that is of little consequence. In comparison to someone as seasoned as Aunt Yu, she is still quite young and inexperienced. Yet, in the realm of design, age is not the sole determinant of success, nor is it entirely reliant on experience. At times, it is merely a matter of inspiration. Navigating the urban landscape proved somewhat challenging. And just as they managed to ascend onto the elevated road, they initially believed that after surpassing the morning rush hour, they would encounter no further hindrances. Alas, it was not long before they found themselves ensnared in traffic once more. The driver remarked, "Mr. Bai, it seems we shall not make it in time for the presentation. Perhaps it would have been wiser to avoid the elevated road." Lu Xiu replied, "If we must cancel, then so be it. I never particularly liked it anyway." While she spoke these words, internally, she was beset by anxiety. This presentation was pivotal, not only for the management of the Bai Group, a predicament of Xiao Bai's own making, but also for her own honor, especially as she recalled the portly individual who was waiting, eager for her to falter. She felt an overwhelming need to succeed. Should the authorities find her work lacking and deliver a poor appraisal, she would require an opportunity to defend herself. However, if the traffic continued to impede their progress, that opportunity would slip away. Thus, she fervently wished for the roads to clear, at least in time for her to arrive before the expert's evaluation. Noticing her anxious expression, Bai Chonglin suggested, "See you. Fretting will not alter the situation. Let us discuss your proposal." "Sure. What shall we talk about?" she responded. "The day after our meal. I specifically invited Fan Xing to spend the entire morning here. And at that time, he remarked that you appeared rather at a loss, expressing some concern for your state. Could it be that Fan Xing has inadvertently obstructed your inspiration? How is it that the moment he departs, your creativity flows forth? Crafting the copy in just 10 days is quite impressive." "Not entirely. I was merely fortunate to have encountered a benefactor. Otherwise, relying solely on myself, 10 days would indeed be insufficient." She replied, "Have you heard of a distinguished individual in architectural design known as Lin Yu?" "I have not." "What sort of expert is he?" "He is likely akin to you, a second-generation affluent individual brimming with talent. Though he has since exited the industry, this person is rather amusing. It seems he rarely used QQ in the past. In fact, he initially did not even possess WeChat, and was oblivious to the fact that one could access QQ via their mobile phone. Akin to someone from Mars, nevertheless, he is genuinely remarkable. As they were idly engaged in conversation, the topic flowed freely. Bai Chonglin occasionally answered phone calls, yet once completed, their dialogue resumed seamlessly. Remaining largely unaffected, Bai Chonglin expressed keen interest, inquiring, "So how did you come to know this individual?" Lu Xiu replied, "I encountered him once at the buffet outside your brother's villa." After recounting the encounter with Lin Yu, Bai Chonglin remarked, "Why does this feel reminiscent of a spy thriller? Is Lin Yu truly his real name?" Lu Xiu replied, "Have you perhaps indulged in too many films? Wearing dark glasses and a mask, does an ordinary person typically do such things? This is a deliberate attempt to conceal his true identity. What sort of individual requires such a veil of secrecy? A star, a celebrity, right?" Lu Xiu then inquired, "So, who do you think it might be?" Bai Chonglin manipulated his phone briefly and said, "Take a look. Does this not resemble that person?" On the screen, there appeared an individual with a ponytail and a goatee. "Who is this? Can't you recognize him? Isn't he the Lin Yu you mentioned? You possess a trained eye. Scrutinize more closely." Lu Xiu examined the image intently and responded, "It's hard to say. Lin Yu does not sport this hairstyle. The facial structure bears some resemblance, yet he is quite obscured, even wearing tinted glasses. Who is this? He seems oddly familiar. It is Su Yuanxiang, a titan in the design industry. That explains the familiarity. Do you suspect Lin Yu could be him? I believe. Such an audacious, thick-skinned expert could only be Su Yuanxiang. Not just in the city but across the entire nation. It cannot possibly be Su Yuanxiang," Lu Xiu asserted with unwavering certainty. "Are you so sure?" Bai Chonglin appeared somewhat taken aback. "Absolutely. He has hand-drawn sketches in my possession. I have seen Su Yuanxiang's sketches, and they are entirely distinct in style. You must understand that once a master establishes a style, it is nearly impossible to alter it easily. Even with a deliberate attempt, it remains a challenge. Moreover, having produced so many sketches in one go, the speed at which one draws makes it even less likely for the style to be intentionally modified. So, you mean he has indeed provided hand-drawn sketches for you?" "Indeed, he has contributed sketches to me. Thus, your entire proposal, I sense you might be misunderstanding my intent. The entire proposal is my own creation. That he made some local adjustments based on my initial ideas. But they were executed exceptionally well, enriching and harmonizing the overall concept. Without his suggestions, I might have taken considerably longer to finalize this proposal. While I believe I could have made similar adjustments given time, it certainly wouldn't have been completed in just one night as he did." Lu Xiu was particularly sensitive to this matter. Previously, when she had received awards, she often encountered inexplicable individuals who unfoundedly accused her of plagiarism. Bai Chonglin hastily reassured her, "You need not explain. I believe in you. However, given your portrayal of Lin Yu as such a formidable talent, His prowess within the industry is undoubtedly unquestionable. If it is not Su Yuanxiang, then who could it possibly be? How can one even guess? I certainly cannot figure it out. Even General Tang, with his years of experience in the industry, cannot deduce it. Then how did he guide you? Must he not first see your proposal to assist you? He is aware of your visit to my home. I mentioned it to him, as I have yet to dine in high society, and sought his advice on what to be mindful of. To my surprise, he not only knew about your past relationship with an American girlfriend, but was also aware of your habit of praying before meals. How intriguing. My interest in this individual is steadily growing. Oh well, there is no need for secrecy. Allow me to share the messages exchanged between us. Bai Chonglin glanced at her and asked, "Are you guessing something?" "What am I guessing?" "I am speculating that this person might be connected to the one we are searching for." Bai Chonglin replied with a smile, "It's perfectly fine. Lao Hong is one of us. Just refer to him as my brother." He nodded and took Lu Siyu's phone to peruse the messages. Then inquired, "Have you ever blocked him?" Lu Siyu admitted, "I did block him for a brief period. A brief period, you say? Had it not been for him sending that batch of printed materials via taxi, you might have kept him blocked indefinitely?" Lu Siyu felt a tinge of embarrassment, but fortunately, Bai Chonglin was magnanimous and did not linger on the jest. He quickly finished reviewing the records, deep in thought. Half an hour later, they finally discovered the source of the traffic jam, which had resulted from a minor collision between two cars. Subsequently, another vehicle had attempted to merge from the side, while those in the original lane refused to yield, leading to a clash that ignited sparks of frustration and resulted in a chain reaction of congestion. Bai Chonglin inquired about the situation on site, and the individual surnamed Chun was also seen bustling about, continuously hinting that the designer was young, female, had just graduated a year prior, and had yet to receive her diploma. Lu Siyu, aware of these details, felt her anxiety escalate. At last, the car arrived at the headquarters of the Bai Group, a place that had once been a manufacturing zone 2 decades ago, but was now situated in the heart of the city. Bai Chonglin and Lu Siyu alighted from the vehicle, ascended the elevator directly to the administrative center, and entered a large conference room designed for 30 individuals. Outside, they noticed Fan Xing, head bowed in seriousness, organizing materials, while Chen Jimei, Rong Fa, and several other men were engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly thriving in their circumstances. Had the results already been revealed, a cloud of dread loomed over Lu Siyu, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Since their arrival, she had been engulfed in tension, her heart racing, and the cheerful demeanor of her adversaries further sapped her courage. The joy of the opposition often signaled her own misfortune. Bai Chonglin cast a glance at her, recognizing her anxiety, and reassured her. "It's all right if there are results to discuss. Fan Xing will inform me beforehand. Don't forget, the outcome is equally significant for me." Lu Siyu met his gaze and found warmth and confidence reflected in his eyes, which inspired her to regain her composure. She reasoned that she had already exerted her utmost effort. The work accomplished was the pinnacle of her abilities. Whether the outcome was favorable or not, she was prepared for it, understanding that even if the evaluation fell short, it was merely a single assessment and did not diminish the value of her work. With that, Bai Chonglin opened the door, and together with Lu Siyu, who had adjusted her breathing and expression, they entered the grand conference room with a lively step. The moment they walked in, the room fell into an expectant silence. Captivated by the stunning duo of handsome man and beautiful woman, there is no need to elaborate on Bai Chonglin. He is undeniably handsome and radiates a vibrant energy. However, it is Lu Siyu who astonishes today, as her ensemble, Autumn Dream, is truly breathtaking. This attire, personally selected for her by Sister Exine, is worthy of its acclaimed in grand occasions. Lu Siyu shines brilliantly, exuding the distinctive charm of a renowned designer, in stark contrast to the diligent, yet struggling Lu Siyu at the dining table that day. This outfit seems to draw the very aura of the venue towards her, becoming an integral part of her presence. It endows her with not only a pristine beauty, but also an elegance that rivals any urban elite. Poised and dignified, she gazes down upon all. Rong Fa rubs her eyes, questioning her perception, while Chen Jimei's gaze becomes fixed, leaving her momentarily dazed. Bai Chonglin and Lu Siyu approach Fan Xing. Bai inquires, "Where are the experts?" Fan replies, "They are in the small conference room engaged in focused discussion. They should be wrapping up soon. Is traffic really that severe?" Bai Chonglin lets out a bittersweet chuckle and sighs gently. "My mother, she didn't say anything, did she?" Fan shakes her head with a wry smile. "What could she possibly say?" Lu Siyu interjects, "Does she like my proposal?" "Surely she does." Fan seems uncertain to have missed such a grand occasion is truly a disservice to designer Lu. She muses, indeed. Siyu, I apologize profusely, Fan says. Lu Siyu, touched by their sincerity, feels somewhat embarrassed as she counters. Traffic is not something you orchestrated, and with so many esteemed guests here for the spectacle, even had I arrived on time, I might not have been able to enter, and if I did, it may not have been comfortable. Her words carry an undertone, causing some of the onlookers to feel somewhat awkward. Chen Jimei approaches Bai Chonglin. Introducing herself, Mr. Bai, I am Chen Jimei, a friend of Professor Meng, whom you invited that I have accompanied him here due to his health concerns. Bai Chonglin responds, it is an honor to finally meet you. Teacher Chen.it seems you are not only a commendable leader concerned for the school's reputation and a dedicated teacher for the students, but also a true friend to those in need. His words resonate with sincerity, devoid of any sarcasm. Chen Jimei beams, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. Lu Siyu, are you still unwilling to greet your teacher? A strict mentor produces exceptional students. My insistence does not reflect a lack of care for you. On the contrary, I have come specifically to see your exhibition. Lu Siyu avoids his gaze and coldly replies, I apologize, Teacher Chen, but someone like me, who does not adhere to your rules, does not merit your concern, nor do I require your stringent expectations. If I am not mistaken, prior to my arrival, you may have spoken extensively about motivating me in front of the experts. Yet I am but a superficial student, desiring only for others to speak kindly of me, that I do not appreciate criticism behind my back. Teacher Chen, you are overly concerned. Her retort was unmistakable, leaving Chen Jimei's face flushed with embarrassment. He forced a few awkward chuckles, saying, See you, your prejudice against me is rather pronounced. As your mentor, I genuinely wish to see you succeed. I have indeed spoken favorably of you just moments ago. Fan Xing interjects. Indeed, I can attest to that. Teacher Chen has indeed said many kind words. Chen Jimei expressed his feelings of shame. For instance, inquired Bai Chonglin. Fan Xing smiled gently. Primarily, he mentioned you possess 3 commendable qualities. First, your youth. He consistently remarks on your naivety. Second, your exuberance, your eagerness to embark on your career even before obtaining your diploma. And third, your significant potential for growth, as you are still quite inexperienced. Lu Siyu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, such a teacher is truly remarkable. I am nearly moved to tears. Bai Chonglin smiled and invited Lu Siyu to sit beside him, briefly introducing her to the conference room's layout and some amusing anecdotes, revealing that this was the boardroom for the Group's executives, where managers from subsidiary companies convened regularly at for the smaller conference room. It served as the board of directors' meeting space. He understood that Lu Siyu might not be particularly interested, but such conversation would help her relax. Soon, Fan Xing received a report and addressed Chairman Bai, stating, the evaluations have been completed. I will go check on them immediately. As Fan Xing departed, Lu Siyu's heart raced. It had to be a favorable assessment. There was no room for error with individuals like the corpulent man and President Rome. Shortly thereafter, Fan Xing returned with a group of 10, mostly young to middle-aged, comprising 8 men and 2 women, ushering them into the grand conference room. Bai Chonglin quickly rose to greet them. As Fan Xing introduced, this is Mr. Bai Chonglin, the chairman of the group. Everyone remarked on his striking presence, and Bai Chonglin shook hands with each individual, expressing his gratitude for their attendance. With each handshake, Fan Xing provided introductions, revealing that most were esteemed figures from the design community, including university professors and chief designers from major companies. Lu Siyu, standing nearby, felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. After the introductions concluded, all eyes turned to Lu Siyu, with someone remarking, I heard a beautiful designer was also present? Fan Xing announced, ladies and gentlemen, this is Lu Siyu, the lead designer at Yunhai Yuan Studio. Lu Siyu stood and approached, bowing politely. Greetings, esteemed seniors. It appeared that the group was taken aback by her appearance, their faces reflecting approval. A middle-aged man commented, a rare combination of beauty and talent, truly an impressive young talent. The room erupted in applause, just as Fan Xing was about to introduce Lu Siyu further. To everyone's surprise, she began naming each individual. Much to their delight, it turned out that while Lu Siyu was somewhat careless in other areas, she possessed a remarkable memory for names. After the lively exchange, everyone settled back into their seats in the grand conference room, and as noon approached, it was time to announce the results. 2 solemn notaries entered the room, laptops in hand, connecting to the system before the projector flickered to life once more. Subsequently, one of the notaries read aloud the text displayed on the screen. After unanimous evaluation by the esteemed experts present, followed by the names of the 10 experts, the overall conclusion of this proposal is as follows. The layout is rational. The form is vibrant. The structure is rigorous. The functions are clearly delineated, and the demands of home life are addressed with precision, exhibiting both high practicality and strong artistic merit. Furthermore, it adeptly balances the openness of communal spaces with the privacy of personal areas. Although there are minor shortcomings, it remains an exceptionally near-perfect design proposal. Final assessment. Excellent. Fan Xing applauded in gratitude, and the experts smiled, joining in the applause. Lu Xiyu exhaled deeply, casting a glance towards Bai Chonglin. Unlike her, Bai Chonglin maintained a demeanor of composure, even exhibiting a hint of unease. Upon noticing Xiyu's gaze, he offered her a gentle nod and a smile. As Xiyu's eyes coldly flicked over to Qin Jimei, who appeared as dejected as a defeated rooster, and her heart swelled with unrestrained delight. Though she contemplated uttering a few words of mockery, she ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to regard this individual as inconsequential, and thus remained silent. This seemed to imply that she had inadvertently offended the entire contingent of the Bai family's maternal uncles. The following afternoon, Lu Xiyu, along with Tang Xinhai and Yunxia, accepted an invitation to the celebratory banquet hosted by the Bai family. They arrived at a luxurious hotel and entered a lavish private room. In the center of the room stood a large round table, accompanied by a 65-inch 4K television and a pair of professional speakers. Upon their entrance, soothing pop melodies played softly in the background. Bai Chonglin and Fan Xing had already arrived, and after exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Tang Xinhai remarked, "Director Bai, you are far too gracious. Not only have you provided such generous compensation, but you also wish to incur further expenses." Yunxia concurred, saying, "Indeed, our satisfaction lies solely in your approval of our design. This hardly constitutes an achievement. It is merely the fulfillment of our contractual obligations." Lu Xiyu smiled, feeling somewhat out of her element in such a setting. She worried that speaking too much or acting inappropriately might lead to blunders, so she opted to remain reticent. Bai Chonglin responded, "Not at all. When we signed the contract, there was no stipulation for public display, nor was a timeline established. Therefore, I am especially grateful for your dedication in working overtime to complete the design of this project with both quality and efficiency, which has far exceeded our expectations. Hence, this celebratory banquet is indeed warranted." Tang Xinhai affirmed, "That is certainly the case. Regrettably, we could not attend yesterday's presentation due to time constraints. It would have been an excellent opportunity for learning." Bai Chonglin replied, "That can only be attributed to my oversight. I had originally asked Fan Xing to extend the invitation to you, but knowing how busy you all are, she suggested it would be best not to encroach upon your time." Fan Xing nodded in agreement. Tang Xinhai inquired, "Regarding this proposal, did the experts provide any specific feedback? For instance, suggestions concerning the living room, the leisure area, or the studio? That any recommendations for each space would be welcomed, and we would consider them judiciously." Bai Chonglin turned to Fan Xing, saying, "For inquiries of this nature, you will need to consult Fan Xing." She quickly replied, "No, everyone is exceedingly satisfied. They all regard the proposal as impeccable." Unexpectedly, such a statement elicited a sigh of relief from her. Tang Xinhai chuckled. "It seems that the experts are even more accommodating than the average client. This puts our minds at ease." That moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a server respectfully stepped aside, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, please." Lu Xiyu turned to see Uncle Fan Xing's father, along with Aunt Yu, Bai Chonglin's mother, entering. Everyone promptly stood, and Bai Chonglin made introductions as Tang Xinhai and Yunxia hurriedly extended their greetings. Tang Xinhai and Yunxia exchanged polite pleasantries with great urgency. Lu Xiyu suddenly felt a surge of tension. Glancing at Bai Chonglin, uncertain whether he had disclosed everything to Aunt Yu, that if he had, he should have given her a heads up. Now, she found herself utterly unprepared and somewhat disoriented. Bai Chonglin was preoccupied with watching the waitstaff bring in the dishes, oblivious to her expression, and remarked, "Indeed, the dishes have arrived just in time. Let us eat and converse." Tang Xinhai interjected, "No wonder this building is entirely distinct from others in the neighborhood. Its layout is quite unique. Designed by a renowned architect." Aunt Yu explained, "That is correct. We provided the design blueprint to the developer for construction. Alas, it was not fully completed before tragedy struck at home, and soon after, Ah Sun vanished without a trace." I had mentioned to Xiao Lin that this villa represented everything to our senator. He was a man devoid of love for wealth or leisure. His greatest joy lay in quietly painting at home. Once he completed a piece, he would share it with his family, and their praise would fill him with happiness. He was a person of such simplicity, purity, and innocence. Aunt Yu smiled faintly, her expression tinged with melancholy. Lu Xiu gently dabbed at her eyes and hastily began to eat. Aunt Yu continued, therefore, I insisted that when our son is away, we must refrain from altering anything in this villa if our son is dissatisfied. Any changes would be meaningless. Each of us has our own aspirations. For instance, I wish to enjoy my twilight years traveling, while Xiao Lin pursues his career ambitions that Asen's desires, however, are uncomplicated. He yearns for an ideal home and to paint the visions in his mind. We must not disturb his sanctum. Bai Chonglin and Fan Xing exchanged glances. Tang Xinhai and the others were inwardly astonished. Should they truly adhere to this course of action, although they would still receive some financial compensation, their reputation would suffer a significant blow. They would prefer to incur losses rather than design for them, as their adversaries would seize the opportunity to exploit the situation, relishing in their misfortune. This would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to Yunheyuan's studio. All eyes turned to Lu Xiu, who felt a tumult of emotions. Following her art examinations, she had refrained from picking up a brush for 6 months, believing that such a lengthy hiatus would erase all her artistic habits. Yet, upon grasping the brush once more, everything felt unchanged, as if indelibly marked by his influence, an imprint she could not shake off. This was an inevitability. Everything he had taught her had been etched into her very soul. Aunt Yu then added, I stood there for nearly half an hour, watching the girl engrossed in her painting. Oblivious to my approach that it was her unwavering dedication that dissuaded me from canceling the contract. However, I truly did not anticipate such a reckless move on your part. Xiao Lin intended to negotiate at least a month. Yet you set the deadline to merely 10 days. I am genuinely concerned. Thus, Lu Xiu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Aunt Yu remarked, Xiao Lu, if there is anything I may have done to offend you, please do not take it to heart. You are still quite young, are you not? It is admirable for the youth to possess such vigor, yet there are times when one must also exercise restraint. Uncle Fan hastily interjected, let us not dwell on that. Haven T. The experts unanimously praised the work. Aunt Yu smiled warmly, responding, Indeed, I have always believed that she would pour her heart into the design. From the very moment I witnessed her painting in the studio, my faith was solidified. Now, as it is mealtime, let us set aside the discussion of plans and simply enjoy our conversation. Bai Chonglin and Fan Xing exchanged glances. Choosing not to speak, Aunt Yu poured herself a glass of red wine, rising to address the gathering. Though we call this a celebration banquet, I consider it a family gathering as well. This is the first meeting between General Tang and Xiao Yun, while the rest of us are familiar faces, so let us not stand on ceremony. This toast is to express my gratitude for everyone's hard work. Completing this in just 10 days surely required extra effort. Thank you all for your dedication. The guests promptly filled their glasses with red wine and stood to toast. Aunt Yu quickly poured another glass, stating, This toast is especially for Xiao Lu. I find great comfort in your demonstrated dedication. You graduated only a year ago, did you not? See, you nodded. It is rare to encounter someone so young, yet so industrious. The youth truly are formidable, with boundless potential ahead. Lu Xiu felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety within her, instinctively glancing at Bai Chonglin, who smiled reassuringly, allowing her to relax slightly as she said, Thank you. Upon learning that Bai Mu was not Bai Chongxin's biological mother, she could not help but associate Aunt Yu with a more sinister persona, despite Bai Chonglin's reassurances. Additionally, Aunt Yu's seemingly inscrutable demeanor hinted at a complex inner world, which left Lu Xiu feeling apprehensive. Although each encounter with Aunt Yu suggested she was not malevolent, Lu Xiu reminded herself that she was, at the very least, a shrewd and affluent woman. After sipping her wine and resuming her meal, Aunt Yu inquired, Xiao Lu, I heard that during your high school years, you won a gold medal for a watercolor painting. Is that correct? Yes. Aunt Yu retrieved her phone, turning the screen towards Lu Xiu. Is this the one? Morning Light, correct? When Lu Xiu looked, she indeed recognized the painting she had created that year. This piece was inspired after seeing Yang Ling's rendition, prompting her to adopt a similar approach. However, the work she submitted for the competition was not the one completed that day. It was the result of 2 subsequent mornings spent at the same location, capturing that elusive feeling. Each iteration brought improvement. And by the third day, she had finally expressed her innermost sentiments, leading her to submit it for the competition. At it could be said that the style of this painting closely mirrored Yang Ling's. Caught off guard by Aunt Yu's inquiry, Lu Xiu instinctively glanced again at Bai Chonglin, who was focused on something else, oblivious to her. Xiao Lu, is this the one? Yes, it is a work from life. Correct? Yes. Where is this place? Your hometown? Yes, my grandmother's house. A truly beautiful location. Indeed. And your guiding teacher, Yang Ling, is she the female instructor you mentioned that day? Aunt Yu gazed intently at Lu Xiu. Upon hearing the name Yang Ling, Yunxia curiously glanced at Lu Xiu. Aunt Yu chuckled and said, Little Lu, to be honest, I find this Yang Ling quite intriguing. Would you be so kind as to tell Auntie about this individual? Is he a male teacher or a female teacher? A male teacher. Xiu found herself unable to fabricate such a lie. A young instructor, I presume. Indeed, is the color palette influenced by him as well? Auntie, I beg you, please stop asking. I don't know how to explain this to you. It was evident that Lu Xiu was on the verge of tears. Go ahead. It's perfectly all right, Aunt Yu said gently. This is a family gathering. We are all among kin. Let's just chat casually, speak freely. Surely, the use of this color is inspired by Teacher Yang, correct? Yes, this teacher seems commendable. However, the one who has mastered this technique best is my eldest son. Senator Tang, you must have heard of our son, given your connections in this field. Regrettably, a son vanished 6 years ago, attracting quite a bit of speculation. I believe you all have heard about it. Tang Xinhai nodded. His disappearance was quite abrupt. Neither I nor Xiao Lin had any mental preparation. One moment he was here, and the next, he was gone without a trace. We have been tirelessly searching for him. A son is someone who shuns social interaction, preferring solitude. His usual haunts are merely school and home. Thus, we were deeply concerned. Initially, we feared he had been abducted, but kidnappers typically make demands, and there were none. Later, we surmised he must have left due to a distaste for management. However, if that were the case, he could have easily expressed this to his father. Even if his father were somewhat oblivious, he would surely understand Asin's temperament and preferences, and would not have made things so difficult for him. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation we could arrive at was that someone had threatened him, coercing him to leave. This begs the question, who would stand to gain from his departure? Given the situation of the Bai family at that time, it is hard to believe anyone could benefit from forcing him away. Uncle Fan remarked, Indeed, it is improbable that anyone could profit from this, as the only ones directly related to his son are you and Xiao Lin, along with his uncles. However, Aunt Yu interjected, before the old chairman's departure. The group was already in disarray. Once he left, chaos ensued. It was a hot potato for anyone who tried to take the reins. Only Xiao Lin could manage. Had it been someone else, they would have likely descended into madness within a month. Aunt Yu continued, You are correct. One issue after another arose. The old problems unresolved, and new ones emerged at it that time. I genuinely feared he would crumble under the pressure, being so young and faced with such a multitude of challenges. I often saw him staying up all night, or only managing an hour or two of sleep. Bai Chonglin let out a bitter laugh, and took a sip of his drink. So, Uncle Fan, has your recent absence been solely for this matter? Uncle Fan remarked, Indeed. Through this painting, I located Xiao Lu's high school, subsequently found his parents, and even discovered his grandmother, Dr. Zhang. The moment I presented this photograph, Dr. Zhang recognized it instantly. He displayed the phone screen to Lu Xiu, revealing a serious and youthful half-length portrait of Bai Chongsun, his face impeccably clean-shaven. Uncle Fan continued, On that day, I persuaded Dr. Zhang to close her clinic, and we conversed at length about the events that transpired between Xiao Lu and him. I gleaned a substantial understanding. Xiao Lu, under such circumstances, your kindness towards him brings us great solace, for you have, after all, taken root in his heart. That I have heard that you inspired him, a person who never consented to paint portraits, to create 50 likenesses for you. Is that not true? Was it not 43? Lu Xiu inquired, So you are aware. Xiao Lin must have informed you, Uncle Fan replied. Lu Xiu glanced at Bai Chonglin, who hastily interjected, Yes, it was indeed me who told her, but there are only 43 portraits. It is 50. Those paintings are still in your possession, correct? Yes, I have concealed them in the company's safe. Why hide them? Given that Asan rarely paints portraits, shouldn't he share them with his mother? Uncle Fan smiled. Aunt Yu cast a reproachful glance at Bai Chonglin, yet refrained from speaking. Bai Chonglin said, Mother, please do not be upset. It was my mistake. Fortunately, I have photographs. I will forward them to you right away. He hurriedly took his phone and began operating it. Aunt Yu listened to the phone's notification sound, picked up her device, and donned a pair of glasses to inspect the screen. Her expression became increasingly rich and complex. A blend of laughter and tears, joy and sorrow, as tears shimmered in her eyes once more. After a moment, she turned the screen to show Uncle Fan, her face alight with surprise and pride. Lu Xiu observed this, feeling a fleeting sense of vigilance and concern dissolve entirely. Although she pursued practical arts, her long-honed observational and synthesizing skills allowed her to decipher such expressions clearly. The genuine emotions displayed encapsulated a mother's longing and pride for her child, feelings that could not be feigned. Uncle Fan nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "The paintings are exquisite. Had no one informed me that these were clandestinely created by him, even the model unaware, I would never have believed it. How could someone who has never painted a portrait achieve such mastery? He must have first etched the image in his mind." Aunt Yu responded, "Indeed, to put it simply, they are truly lifelike." At that time, Xiao Lu's purity ignited a spark in this child. I surmise his mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of Xiao Lu, devoid of any distractions. While gesturing at the screen, she expressed her sentiments. No one knows a child better than their mother. Our son is just like that. If he dislikes something, he simply turns away, yet when he likes it, he cannot help but glance back, even when he is not looking. Uncle Fan, who had been holding chopsticks, set them down, fully engrossed in the screen before him. Aunt Yu remarked, "Indeed, since he began high school, numerous girls have desired to enter into a relationship with him. Even upon his return from studying abroad, one cannot fathom how many beautiful girls attempted to approach him. Yet, he has persistently feigned ignorance. Would you say it is a matter of their lack of beauty or intelligence? Neither. Yet none could ever win his affection. It must be said, everything is a matter of fate." Uncle Fan interjected, "Who could argue otherwise? Even a proud girl like Jiang Exa." Aunt Yu quickly interrupted him, saying, "Look at this picture. You see, Xiaolu was dressed quite ordinarily at that time, yet there was an extraordinary beauty about him that Asen instantly recognized." She turned to everyone. "Why are you all pausing your meals? If not, let us postpone viewing these photos for a moment. Old Fan, shall I forward them to you?" Uncle Fan replied, All right. Everyone, please continue eating. However, one must admit, it is hard to stop, as one yearns to see them all at once. Yet Asen's paintings should not be consumed in haste. They require a leisurely gaze, am I right? The other 7 pieces hold secrets of their own, and he refuses to share them with me. Uncle Fan added, "No, it is your grandmother who forbade him from bringing them, even threatening to burn these paintings." Fortunately, Asen intervened just in time to extinguish the flames, but alas, 7 pieces have already been damaged. What a pity. If Asen's paintings were to reach the market, even a simple piece would fetch hundreds of thousands, not to mention a portrait. Why did my grandmother want to destroy his paintings? You are unaware of the friction that has transpired between your grandmother and him, are you? Is there, indeed? Why? Because of you. Because of me? Yes. Xiaolu. I have heard from your parents that you have suffered over Asen's departure from you in recent years, even harboring hatred towards him. Is that true? Caught off guard by this inquiry, tears streamed down Lu Xiu's face uncontrollably. Uncle Fan said, "Xiaolu, if I am not mistaken, your resentment stems from his failure to keep his promise to accompany you to the provincial capital for the art examination. Correct? This was originally the utmost trust of a senior high school girl, her most beautiful wish, and her greatest secret. She entrusted her sincerity to him in this manner that he agreed but did not cherish it. In her childhood, she had heard a somewhat classical song with a line that lamented, wrongly casting spring feelings away, leaving only hate and shame. She felt that this lyric encapsulated her emotions. How could she not be in pain? How could she not feel shame? And how could she not harbor hatred? For at that time, her heart was filled with imagination. You know what she was thinking. She contemplated that from this elopement onward, her fate would be inexorably intertwined with his. Should he not harbor feelings for her, she would devise means to make him fall in love. If he had already succumbed to love, she would resolutely keep him by her side, nurturing their bond. Once she gained admission to university, he would be obligated to accompany her to the provincial capital, where they would rent a modest abode beside the school, unbeknownst to her grandmother, her parents, or even her teachers and classmates. Only they would be aware. Together, they would traverse the passionate throes of love, ultimately leading to a blissful marriage. If he remained impoverished, it mattered not. She would find ways to help him transform his talents into monetary gain, be it modest. as long as it sufficed to stave off hunger. The rest, she vowed, would improve once she graduated, as she would earnestly endeavor to enhance their lives. In her imagination, it was both sweet and romantic, yet not an unattainable dream, filling her with immense joy. However, this reverie came to an abrupt halt within 2 days. That moment, she felt not merely anger or sorrow, but a profound shame and despair. Yang Ling's words over the phone struck her like a dagger, piercing the tender smile she had cast his way. Uncle Fan remarked, "If I were to tell you that it was not his unwillingness to go, but rather your grandmother who prevented him, would that ease your heart? How do you know?" "Of course, it was your grandmother who told me herself." In truth, she wrestled with her decision, but under those circumstances, she believed her actions were justified. She expressed that when she first saw Yang Ling create 50 paintings for you, her sole thought was to ensure you would master the art and then send him away without granting him any chance. For she understood that no girl could remain indifferent upon witnessing herself portrayed in such a manner. When did my grandmother realize this? Siyu pondered, suddenly comprehending why Yang Ling had seemed so reluctant that day. There were indeed deeper reasons. Lu Siyu's mind was a tempest, recalling that Ba Chonglin had once mentioned this matter, albeit then it was merely conjecture. Now, Uncle Fan's recounting of her grandmother's words confirmed that speculation entirely. He had not deceived her, even if his heart may have been fraught with turmoil. Everyone was taken aback. This was not the arson they had known, who typically dismissed external opinions, remaining quiet and uncontentious. Who would have imagined he could lose control of his emotions? Fang Xing inquired. "Do you know what was argued about?" Uncle Fan sipped his soup and continued. "Dr. Zhang has a son and a daughter. Her son was a soldier, a promising driver in the counteroffensive, but tragically stumbled into a minefield and lost his life. A few years prior, her husband also passed away, leaving her a solitary elder. At that juncture, a young man as polite, cultured, and gentle as Yang Ling came into her life, accompanying her through her days. How could she not find joy in that? Sometimes, she even felt that Yang Ling might be the reincarnation of her son. That fate had uniquely orchestrated their reunion to comfort her. Is the doctor superstitious as well? Fang Xing expressed her surprise. Why did he leave 500,000 yuan to my grandmother? Aunt Yu remarked. Asen enjoys painting, but is reluctant to keep his works unless he is particularly satisfied. He cherishes this collection of paintings, perhaps not solely for the art itself, but more so for the people involved. Xiaolu, he may indeed hold a genuine affection for you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Xiu discreetly wiped away her tears and said to Uncle Fan, "Thank you for enlightening me. I no longer harbor any resentment towards him." Uncle Fan inquired, "Might you still be able to hold any affection for him?" This question was posed candidly, sparking curiosity among many. Yet no one anticipated Uncle Fan would voice it so directly. Lu Xiu bit her lip and responded, "I think it's probably unnecessary now. What is past is behind us, after all these years. He has likely forgotten me. Yet, I shan't deceive myself. I feel a sense of joy within. At least I no longer feel embarrassed. I am grateful to know that he once cared for me in this way. Whether he still loves me or not is beyond my aspirations. A person as wonderful as he is bound to encounter someone more deserving of his affection." Aunt Yu asked, "Xiaolu, is this truly what you feel?" "Indeed, it is my heartfelt sentiment that if he were merely a homeless painter with no one to love him, I would struggle to let go because I would worry for him. However, he is not. He possesses endless wealth and countless admirers. My presence or absence matters little to him. I believe this realization led him to cease seeking me out, and I understand. I, too, am not one to seek to elevate myself through others. So let it be. Knowing that he once loved me is sufficient." She picked up a dish and calmly brought it to her lips. Aunt Yu nodded slightly, seemingly wishing to speak but remained silent. Instead, taking a bite of her food, the others continued to eat in quietude, the atmosphere thick with contemplation. Meanwhile, the television and sound system continued to play a moving music video, with Xiao Yonghua gently singing. "The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old with you slowly, until we reach a point where we can no longer go anywhere, yet you still cherish me as your precious treasure." At that moment, a waiter entered, stating, "Mr. Bai, the front desk informs me that a guest wishes to see you and inquires if you are available." Bai Chonglin replied, "Did I not make it clear? This is a family gathering, and I do not wish to be disturbed by outsiders." The waiter responded, "Yes, the front desk conveyed the same. However, this individual claims to be your family member." Everyone ceased their dining, lifting their heads in unison. Bai Chonglin asked, "What is his name?" The waiter replied, "His surname is Rong." Except for Bai Chonglin and Aunt Yu, the others lowered their heads in disappointment, resuming their meal. Aunt Yu glanced at Bai Chonglin and said, "What does he want here? Handle it outside. It likely won't lead to anything good. It would be best to prevent him from coming here. Last time was quite embarrassing for everyone." Bai Chonglin stood. "I understand. My apologies, everyone. I must excuse myself for a moment." Before he could take a step, the waiter picked up his walkie-talkie and said, "Understood." In a flurry of anxiety, the waiter exclaimed, "Mr. Bai, that guest has already located the box information and has barged in without any hindrance." The waiter continued, "It is not just one person. There are several." Aunt Yu remarked, "This implies that a group of brothers has come together. What on earth is Rong Fa up to?" Bai Chonglin responded, "This matter is a result of my improper handling. I should not have conflated public affairs with personal matters, to the extent that it can no longer be deemed a family issue. That day, he caused a scene in front of Cu and Su Bixing, which threw me off balance and compelled me to acquiesce to his unreasonable demands." Uncle Fan and his son nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a voice from outside inquired, "Who acknowledges that you have one?" It was indeed the voice of Mr. Rong. Following this, 5 individuals entered the private room, including Rong Fa and several middle-aged men unfamiliar to Lu Cu, all of whom exuded an intimidating and rude demeanor. Aunt Yu furrowed her brow. This brazen intrusion indicated a readiness to sever ties. She turned her head away, refusing to engage in pleasantries with them any further. Mr. Rong, noticing Aunt Yu's ire, forced a chuckle and said, "What is the matter, Sister Fei? Are we not welcome?" Aunt Yu replied tersely, "The Bai group adheres to decorum. An event comes with its own set of rules. You, being a person of standing, should uphold etiquette rather than behave like a band of raucous ruffians. How can I welcome you? Were it not for our familial ties, I would have the security escort you out. And if they failed, I would not hesitate to call the police." Mr. Rong's expression turned ashen, and just as he was about to speak, someone behind him interjected, "Sister Fei, it is not that we wish to disregard decorum, but rather that someone has initiated this breach." Mr. Rong continued, "Since you have stated it so plainly, I shall be forthright. Lu Cu, I ask you, do you dare to assert that the design of your proposal is entirely your own creation?" Aunt Yu instructed the waiter, "Please, everyone step outside and close the door behind you. They have no shame in causing a ruckus at the dining table. I, however, value my dignity." The waiter promptly exited to shut the door. The 5 men exchanged awkward glances, and Mr. Rong lamented, "Sister Fei, I find myself at a loss. Shaolin has gone too far." Aunt Yu replied indignantly, "What compels you to create a disturbance in a restaurant? Are you not aware of the significant repercussions this could have on the Bai group should the media catch wind of it? Do you truly believe this is your humble hometown? Holding shares in the Bai group and reaping dividends for your own selfish interests, do you intend to bring ruin upon the Bai group? Rong Fa, I caution you, should this tumult continue, it will yield no benefits for you." Mr. Rong countered, "Sister Fei, that is not the way to phrase it. We merely seek an explanation. We wish to clarify whether Lu Cu is indeed the designer of that villa, not just us. But everyone harbors this question. Raising it at a family banquet is far better than storming into her company, especially when many media outlets are already focused on this affair. Wouldn't it cause even greater repercussions to confront her at her workplace?" Lu Cu interjected, "Of course, I designed it myself." Mr. Rong retorted, "Is that so? Yet, I have been informed that your proposal was undoubtedly plagiarized. You lack the capability to produce such a design," Lu Cu remarked. "Then please present your evidence." President Rong responded, "Admit it, a young lady, having just graduated a year ago. Accomplishing a proposal that satisfies everyone in such a short span is utterly implausible. It is entirely normal to gather bits and pieces here and there to complete a task. There is no shame in that. This is an unspoken norm in the industry. After all, it is no wonder you are in this predicament, but you must acknowledge it yourself." Lu Cu replied, "I'm afraid I cannot concede." President Rong persisted, refusing to acknowledge it. "My dear young lady, I implore you to cease your stubbornness." Following the evaluations, several experts commented that the proposal is commendable, yet it is improbable that a novice like you could have accomplished it single-handedly. Few possess the capability to execute such a significant undertaking at a national level, let alone you. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that your skills surpass the majority of designers in the country? Lu Cu countered, "Then I must thank them for their high regard. This proposal was indeed crafted by me alone. I acknowledge that friends offered suggestions, but they merely helped refine my original design concepts. And what design concepts are there, if not mere assemblages of ideas from various sources?" At that moment, Bai Chonglin interjected, "Gentlemen, your actions are quite excessive. To question someone so brazenly without any evidence is unjust. It is fortunate you haven't caused a scene at the company. Had you done so, you would be liable for legal repercussions. A voice chimed in. Indeed, as long as you don't act so rashly. Everyone can see your contributions and will speak on your behalf. Bai Chonglin continued. I have previously stated that the company is not entirely devoid of compassion. In considering your contributions to the Bai Group, appropriate measures have been taken. Your positions have been adjusted, yet your bonuses remain intact. You shall not face hardship. However, if you persist in creating further turmoil, resulting in greater losses for the group, you may find those bonuses revoked. Someone asserted, those bonuses were established long ago. Retaining them is only fair. If you are inclined to show some nostalgia, then let our positions remain, with allowances and bonuses distributed as before. And we shall have no objections. Several voices echoed in agreement. Yes, then we shall have no objections. Aunt Yu rose, saying, Old Fan, let them make a fuss. We shall take our leave. Xiao Lu, accompany me outside. President Rong stated. Fei Jia, you may depart, but the designer cannot leave until she clarifies her statements. Fan Xing interjected. President Rong, what do you mean? Are you attempting to coerce her? Coerce. I merely require a statement from her. Her design directly intersects with our interests. Thus, she must elucidate her position. Otherwise, she cannot leave. Is this not within the bounds of legality? President Rong asserted. Lu Xiu asked, what is it that you wish me to clarify? Simply to clarify where your proposal was sourced from. Once you clarify, you may depart. I do not hold it against you for borrowing ideas. It is understandable for a young person lacking experience. However, you must be forthright. Lu Xiu responded, I assure you, this entire proposal is my own creation. Of course, friends assisted in organizing my thoughts, but they merely made slight adjustments to my foundational concepts that I have not copied from anyone. Are you so stubborn as to deny it? If you truly plagiarized, do you believe I wouldn't be capable of skinning you alive? Mr. Zong exclaimed in anger, but if I really did copy, I would leave this place immediately. Withdraw from the design industry and never engage in design again. Is that satisfactory? You demand clarity from me, and I have already expressed myself plainly enough. Is that sufficient? After raising her voice, Siyu turned to Bai Chonglin and said, Chairman Bai, I have had my fill and must take my leave now. Bai Chonglin replied, I apologize. In that case, Fan Xing, please see her off. Once seated in Tang Xinhai's car, Lu Xiu could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her face. Yunxia, sitting beside her, grasped her hand in consolation and said, See you. Those uncouth individuals, who are they? Surely, they cannot be executives of the Bai Group. Siyu nodded while wiping her tears. Tang Xinhai remarked, It's not surprising, is it? The Bai Group is fundamentally a family enterprise, and their executives typically ascend to their positions through familial connections. Their capabilities and qualities vary widely. I have heard that in recent years, it was Bai Chonglin who removed relatives from important roles, allowing the Bai Group to flourish. It is likely that these displaced relatives have come to stir up trouble. Siyu, there is no need to be angered by such lowbrow individuals. Yunxia added, Indeed, Siyu, do not let it sadden you. Look, there is an artist who adores you. Shouldn't that bring you joy? Tang Xinhai continued, Yes, Siyu, I have heard that within the art and entertainment circles, many admire him. Yet he is wholly engrossed in his artistic realm. In his world, apart from family, there are no social connections, no friends, let alone a girlfriend. I truly did not anticipate that he would be so moved by you. Yunxia remarked, It must surely be because Siyu is extraordinarily beautiful. But think about it. In the entertainment industry, how many stunning actresses are there? I wouldn't dare say they surpass Siyu's beauty, but they certainly hold their own. Yunxia conjectured, Siyu, you must also love him dearly, which is why you haven't sought a boyfriend. Lu Xiu bit her lip. Yunxia said, Silly girl, what is there to be embarrassed about? Lu Xiu replied, What good is it to speak of this? He may have loved me once, but that is in the past. If he truly cared, he wouldn't have gone 4 years without seeing me. 4 years is a long time. Anything can happen. Tang, could you endure 4 years without seeing Ziyajia? Would you be at ease? Tang Xinhai chuckled and said, The circumstances are different, aren't they? Moreover, the situation you describe is destined to be unachievable. Even if I didn't seek Yunxia, she would inevitably come looking for me. Yunxia and Lu Xiu exchanged a knowing smile, refraining from contradicting him. Yunxia encouraged Lu Xiu to share her thoughts on Yang Ling, and with her heart heavy, Xiu simply recounted the matter. So, after that day, when he stood me up, you never saw him again. No, not once. Even now, after signing a design contract with the Bai family, he has yet to make an appearance. Yunxia remarked, However, the matter of fate is not something that can be forced. It has been 4 years, Even if he makes new discoveries, it is quite normal. Oh no, it has actually been over 5 years. Tang Xinhai responded, indeed, if he has not appeared all this while, it is very likely that he has developed feelings for someone else. After all, neither of you has confessed, and misunderstandings have arisen, not to mention that you have even scolded him. Yunxia continued, yes, therefore, I believe you should embark on a new romantic journey. To forego experiencing love would be a waste of youth. Perhaps someone like Lin Yu? Tang Xinhai said, this must be what they call a meeting of minds. I think he is worth considering. To be frank, distilling the essence of your design from so many hand-drawn drafts and providing such excellent suggestions is a feat that can only be accomplished through wholehearted contemplation. It truly shows great dedication. Yunxiao agreed. Indeed, you, with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly be independent in the future. Our little establishment cannot retain you for long. When the time comes, having someone like that by your side would be nothing short of perfect. Lu Xiu interjected, this back-and-forth banter seems premeditated, doesn't it? A meeting of minds, indeed. Both chuckled. Yunxia added, I'm not deceiving you. We have discussed this privately. Tang Xinhai even inquired among our peers about Lin Yu. But no one seems to know him. Once your proposal emerged, especially that PPT, Tang Xinhai remarked that if your first proposal could reach such heights, it would surely gain fame worldwide. Tang Xinhai elaborated. This is my perspective. Lacking your talents, we certainly harbor no ambitions. Furthermore, we do not wish to lead overly exhausting lives. We simply aim to establish ourselves in this city, allowing our children to truly integrate into it. Straightforward and simple. Chairman Bai suggested that we should directly form a collaborative team, and I envision that with your talent, once supported by someone like Lin Yu, leveraging the substantial platform provided by the Bai Group, great accomplishments are possible. Yunxia concurred, indeed. So once your talents are fully showcased, you will find that you no longer require our assistance. For this proposal, we can hardly contribute, yet you have already brought us much. We no longer struggle as we once did. Our business volume has increased, and so have our prices, all thanks to you. Therefore, should you decide to pursue independence in the future, we will only feel joy for you and believe you can make a name for yourself both nationally and globally. Lu Xiu asked, are you trying to send me away already? Yunxia, flustered, replied, how could you interpret it that way? Having you here brings us immense joy, yet it would be unfair to you. Take this particular project. For instance, it was initiated because of you, and the proposal was crafted by you. We contributed nothing, yet we profit more than you. We feel quite guilty about that. Lu Xiu retorted, well, it's not as if nothing was done. ISNT at Tang, who has put in several late nights to help produce such exquisite renderings. A great proposal is of no use if my renderings are a disaster. I am self-aware enough to admit that. Let us not dwell on this matter. The future is a concern for another time. Yunxia suggested. Why not invite Lin Yu for a meal? Lu Xiu replied, no, thank you. I understand. You still have thoughts of Bai Chongson lingering in your heart. Am I correct? You're not a young girl anymore. If that's the case, why be shy? So, you turned him down completely. Indeed, there was nothing I could do. I simply couldn't develop any feelings for him. Back then, you were unaware of how deeply he cared for you, and you acted in this manner. Am I a bit foolish? Not just a bit. You are exceedingly foolish, you know? Lu Xiu offered a bitter smile. Fully aware of her own folly. I know he is quite talented, but is he truly handsome? Lu Xiu nodded. Tang Xinhai interjected, just look at Bai Dong, and you will see. He is so handsome, so surely this one cannot be lacking. If only there were photographs. I genuinely wish to see just how handsome he is. Yunxia expressed her interest. I don't have any photos. Were there none taken during your time together? We did take some with a digital camera, and they were stored in the cloud, but last year the cloud service announced its closure, and at that time, I did not retrieve them. If I find the time, I could draw a portrait of him. Yunxia exclaimed with delight. You can? Tang Xinhai remarked. Of course you can. A master begets a gifted disciple, especially with Siyu's immense talent. When will you draw it for me? I am so eager to see just what kind of handsomeness he possesses. Hey, wait a minute, Tang Zong. It's rather unusual for Xia Jie to suddenly take such an interest in a handsome man. This isn't a good sign. Tang Xinhai chuckled lightly. It matters not. Who doesn't enjoy looking at handsome men and beautiful women? It's not just her. I am intrigued too. I want to see what he looks like. Lu Xiu queried. Haven't you seen him before? Tang Xinhai replied. I've only heard of him, but never laid eyes on him. He is far too low-key. Previously, I only caught a glimpse of his profile picture in a project introduction, but it was not clear. His features were still somewhat vague. Lu Xiu sighed. It seemed this fellow had a strong aversion to cameras. He would avoid being photographed at all costs. Asking him to pose for a picture was akin to asking for a death sentence that time. She did not possess a smartphone and could only use a digital camera. Upon seeing it, he would dodge away, making it nearly impossible to capture any images. Drawing it would be fine. In truth, she had long wished to create a portrait of him. Gouache would suffice. As she was eager to discover how it would feel to see the person who occupied her heart come to life under her brushstrokes. The unpleasantness brought upon her by the Roang family would thus be overshadowed. Indeed, life inevitably brings forth a myriad of individuals and events, at times joyous, and at others sorrowful. It is hardly worth grieving over such people and matters. At the very least, she could take solace in knowing that this proposal was not plagiarized. At around 10 o'clock, Tang Xinhai was still at his computer modeling. He turned to see Yunxia troubled and unable to sleep, and curiously asked, "What troubles you? You have painting lessons tomorrow. Why are you still awake?" Yunxia gently remarked, "Could you lower your voice a little? I find it rather coincidental that Mr. Bai's elder brother has changed his name to Yang Ling." "Isn't that so?" "Indeed. What of it? Have you forgotten? My art teacher, who also has long hair and shares the surname Yang, is quite handsome as well." Tang Xinhai chuckled quietly. "What are you laughing at?" Yunxia replied. "While I acknowledge that, I distinctly remember that teacher Yang's name also seems to be Yang Ling, and he too possesses that cool demeanor. Stop pondering over it. He must be hiding away to avoid being noticed. Even in this city, he would surely find ways to live a reclusive life. After all, as long as he immerses himself in painting, his income would be quite substantial, rendering the need to expose himself as a teacher unnecessary, especially when the latter offers less financial reward and greater risk of being discovered." Yunxia conceded, "You raise valid points, yet for some inexplicable reason, I feel that I am not quite sure how to articulate it. Perhaps deeply conflicted. Indeed, thus, you are eager to know what Yang Ling looks like, precisely." Tang Xinhai smiled and said, "You are ever so concerned. It is patently impossible, yet you find yourself in turmoil over it. It is indeed quite extraordinary. One must possess considerable prowess to dare to be so unique. Ordinary individuals lack such courage." Tang Xinhai's smile faded. "Yes, that is precisely my sentiment. How about you take Siyu with you to class tomorrow?" "That won't do. Have you not noticed? Though Siyu professes otherwise, she harbors a profound affection for Yang Ling. I share that sentiment. It is not an ordinary love. Thus, she should indeed go. The issue lies in the fact that teacher Yang is already involved with teacher Xiao Su. Is that true? Thus, you are so eager for her to meet that Lin Yu." "Exactly. That is my intention. Should she discover that teacher Yang is indeed the Yang Ling and is already involved with another girl, it would not wound her as deeply. That I fear that introducing her to teacher Yang now might lead to her complete breakdown." "That makes sense." At that moment, Yunxia heard a notification sound from her phone. Glancing at it, she said, "It's Siyu. What does it say?" "It mentions that the portrait of Yang Ling is completed. If I am not asleep, I can go and take a look." Upon hearing this, both women exchanged glances and shared a smile. Together, they knocked on Siyu's door. Siyu answered while still wearing her apron, which she had yet to untie. As she opened the door, it was evident that her eyes were slightly red, indicating she had recently wiped away tears, and a hint of shyness adorned her face. Their gaze immediately fell upon the nearby easel, which held a watercolor painting facing them. The artwork instantly captured their attention. A strikingly handsome young man with long hair. His gaze gentle yet tinged with sorrow. Yunxia inhaled sharply, instinctively covering her mouth. Lu Siyu inquired, "Mr. Tang, what do you think of my painting? Is it acceptable?" Tang Xinhai remarked, "Absolutely splendid. Yunxia, you see, this is the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person. If Siyu had truly pursued painting, she would likely be a renowned artist by now." Yunxia responded, "He is truly handsome and so youthful. I am utterly smitten. He is so striking that I must take a photograph." As she pulled out her phone to capture a moment, she added, "It's getting late. I plan to rest now, and you should as well. Besides, don't get too absorbed in painting. Lin Yu might want to chat with you." Upon returning to her room, Yunxia closed the door and looked at Tang Xinhai, tears welling in her eyes. Tang Xinhai comprehended instantly and asked, "Is it true?" Yunxia nodded gently. "Did you see clearly? He has grown a beard. So he doesn't appear as handsome, but those eyes are unmistakable. My goodness," Tang Xinhai exclaimed as he embraced Yunxia. "Are you feeling sorrow for Siyu? What a wonderful girl she is. Primarily, she has just learned the truth about Yang Ling's departure. It can be considered a form of love she has received. Although she does not express it, I know she is, in fact, very happy inside. It's just unfortunate that this love is no longer present. I genuinely worry she might not cope." Tang Xinhai nodded and said, "What do you mean by taking a picture? I want to ascertain whether teacher Yang, no, it's by Chongxing, still harbors any feelings for Siyu. Are you planning to show this to teacher Yang?" "Yes, but do you think that is wise?" "I'm uncertain. My intuition compels me to proceed this way. I simply hope that teacher Yang that I believe it's unnecessary." "Why?" "Because." Yunxia sighed, realizing that this was not a sound suggestion. Tomorrow's painting class, she felt a bit at a loss on how to face teacher Yang. The following day, Saturday, was also the time for Yunxia's art class. With a class scheduled for 9 o'clock and a 20-minute ride on the electric scooter, she rose at 8. After completing her morning routine and preparing breakfast, Siyu emerged, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yunxia inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "It was manageable," Siyu replied. Yunxia continued, "Did you mention yesterday's events to Lin Yu? He is quite concerned for you. It's unlikely he wouldn't inquire about the situation after you attended the celebration banquet." Observing Siyu's demeanor, Yunxia suspected she hadn't rested well the previous night, which made her feel a twinge of sorrow, as though she had done something to wrong her, just as she pondered this. Teacher who entered the classroom and announced, "Everyone, please begin your drawings. Teacher Yang is unwell today. Teacher Su will be taking the class." She encountered traffic on her way and may be a few minutes late. After teacher who departed, the students began to chatter as they drew. One student chuckled, saying, "What traffic? It's surely because teacher Su is overwhelmed that she is late. Just think about it. She first has to care for a sick person at home. And when she sees the time approaching, she hurriedly rushes over. How could she not be late?" Laughter erupted among the students. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, teacher Su hurriedly arrived at the studio. Offering a quick apology before commencing her guidance on the painting, Yunxia observed that she lacked her usual enthusiasm, her countenance seemingly tinged with a hint of melancholy. Shortly thereafter, teacher Su approached her side. Today, Yunxia was to practice still life sketching. This marked the second week of her endeavor, yet she still struggled, particularly with perspective, an area in which she had consistently faltered. Teacher Su came to her aid, assisting in recomposing her work, while simultaneously explaining and demonstrating the fundamentals of perspective before allowing her to take over the space to draw out as Yunxia sketched. She inquired, "What illness has teacher Yang contracted?" "A severe cold with a high fever. Isn't he going to the hospital?" "He has, indeed. I just came from the hospital. He must be receiving for treatment. And you trust him to be alone there?" As Yunxia posed this question, she felt a pang of guilt towards Lu Siyu, sensing that her words might inadvertently inflict harm upon Lu. No, there's someone taking care of him. Teacher Su bit her lip and let out a soft sigh. "Are you worried about him?" Teacher Su smiled gently, shaking her head slightly. "Teacher, I've noticed that teacher Yang seems quite fond of you." Yunxia turned to glance at teacher Su, puzzled as to why she had said such a thing. Teacher Su beamed with delight. "Is that truly the case? I believe his gaze towards you is distinctly different." Teacher Su pressed her lips together, her mood evidently lifted. After offering Yunxia further guidance, she exited the studio. As she walked away, engrossed in her phone, it seemed she intended to call teacher Yang. Under her tutelage, Yunxia finally managed to capture the essence of a clay pot, feeling immense satisfaction. She remarked to teacher Su, "Teacher, do you think I am particularly slow-witted, requiring your guidance to achieve this? You are doing quite well. Has your husband ever provided you with extra assistance?" "No, he is always too busy." "What do you both do? Are you affiliated with Yunheiyuan?" Teacher Su inquired, astonished. "Yes." "Then, do you know Lu Siyu?" "Indeed, she is our lead designer. I am acquainted with her as well." Teacher Su gazed at Yunxia thoughtfully for a moment before hesitantly saying, "Her artwork is quite impressive." "Indeed it is. How did you come to know?" "I have seen her landscape paintings. I heard her proposal was approved." "Yes, it went rather smoothly." Teacher Su remarked, "Where do you plan to have lunch?" "I was thinking of asking teacher who to help order takeout. Let me treat you." Seeing the astonished expression on Yunxia's face, she smiled. "Actually, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." Yunxia felt a tightness in her chest and replied, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept. If anyone should treat, it should be me, as you are the teacher. It's quite all right. I possess many VIP cards, and besides, the questions I wish to pose are rather personal in nature." Yunxia sensed what was coming and, feeling uneasy, responded, "What you ask may be beyond my knowledge. That is perfectly fine. Let us consider it casual conversation." After teacher Su spoke, she gazed intently at the painting before her, appearing momentarily lost in thought. Yunxia sensed the weight of her concerns, amplifying her own unease. Lunch was enjoyed at a buffet restaurant. Yunxia remarked, "Had I known that driving such a considerable distance for a meal was necessary, I would have simply sought a nearby fast food establishment. Nevertheless, the dishes here are truly exceptional. The fast food joints are excessively noisy. This place is serene. Currently, it is Chinese cuisine, and during dinner, there will be someone playing the piano, perhaps Richard Clayderman or even Chopin and Liszt. Dining to the accompaniment of such melodies evokes an indescribably romantic ambience. Teacher Sue smiled, revealing her enchanting dimples. In truth, Yunxia had long noticed a petite stage at the center of the restaurant, adorned with a grand piano, which instantly elevated the establishment's prestige. It was no wonder the prices were so steep. Do you frequent this place often? Yunxia hastily took a seat beside her. What troubles you? Teacher Sue chuckled. This seat has been occupied by countless others before. Yunxia returned the smile, saying, I fear that my presence here might tarnish your cherished memories. Teacher Sue responded, Not at all. It is not so easily marred. Yunxia continued, Teacher Yang is unwell. Who is keeping him company? No need to worry. He is receiving treatment and is already feeling much better. He is currently resting at home. Who is attending to him? My brother. Why is that? Though he does not voice it, I can sense that he prefers I maintain some distance from Teacher Yang. Is that so? Perhaps your brother is being a tad overprotective? Yunxia replied. Well, perhaps he has his own reasons. Teacher Sue, do you hold a fondness for Teacher Yang? Teacher Sue replied. Indeed, I once experienced a romantic relationship that ended, and I believed it would be difficult for me to develop feelings for another man. However, upon meeting him, I realized that fate merely granted me a second chance at love. I have never encountered someone like him. As soon as he picks up a paintbrush, he exudes an aura of brilliance. Yunxia nodded. She certainly did not share Teacher Sue's sentiments, as Teacher Yang had never personally painted a piece in front of the students. Yet, when guiding and assisting students in their revisions, he radiated a unique charisma upon seizing the brush. Teacher Sue pondered for a moment before inquiring, Yunxia, are you acquainted with Lu Siyu, the lead designer at your company? Yunxia glanced at Teacher Sue and asked, Why do you inquire about her? Out of curiosity, I have seen her landscape paintings, which are splendid, with luminous and vivid handling of light and shadow, hence my intrigue. Do you know from whom she learned her craft? How would I know? I am not well versed in such matters. Yunxia felt a pang of guilt but was powerless, as this matter pertained to Siyu's privacy. Online sources suggested that she lacked a degree and had faced considerable difficulties in her career prior to joining your company. Was it your husband's discerning eye that appointed her as the lead designer? Indeed, she has not disappointed you, has she? Not at all. Your husband possesses remarkable insight. Indeed, when he attended a trial class, he was so impressed by your teaching that he signed up immediately, stating that following this teacher would be a wise decision. I now believe he was absolutely correct. Teacher Sue chuckled. Am I truly that impressive? Indeed, it is said that your family is quite affluent, and yet you maintain such a gentle disposition. That is truly commendable. Teacher Sue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, In truth, my temper is rather unseemly. Let us not dwell on that. Yunxia, I shall be direct. I have 2 questions. First, does Bai Dong harbor any intentions of becoming romantically involved with Lu Siyu? This is what people are saying online, yet it seems there is no indication of such a relationship. Is it possible that Lu Siyu has another boyfriend? I don't think so. She has never mentioned one. Could it be that she had a previous relationship which has since ended? I am uncertain, but it is conceivable. Nowadays, it is rare for college students to remain uninvolved in romantic pursuits. Teacher Sue chuckled lightly. Now, for my second question, has Lu Siyu ever mentioned studying art with a remarkably talented individual during her high school years? I am not sure. Teacher Sue. What piqued your interest in Lu Siyu? Teacher Sue responded. She is quite the prodigy, and I find myself genuinely intrigued by her. She hesitated, stirring a soup, seemingly recalling something, and fell silent. Teacher Sue, are you thinking of Teacher Yang? Do you have deep feelings for him? Indeed, I am perplexed by it myself. At times, I wonder what I would do if he did not love me. Would I be devastated? Teacher Sue let out a bittersweet laugh, the statement straddling the line between jest and earnestness, leaving Yunxia feeling increasingly conflicted and uneasy. On the 14th, visiting the sick, Part 1. Lu Siyu had spent the day in her room. Uncle Fan's words had stirred up a tempest within her heart. When alone, her thoughts surged relentlessly. She had not realized so many stories had unfolded. Although she outwardly denied harboring hope for Yang Ling, internally, she was being disingenuous. Throughout her development, she had secretly harbored affections for boys on several occasions. Yet it was only upon meeting Yang Ling that she truly felt her heart stir. Her first love had officially commenced. In fact, the painting he had created, titled Cool Heart, had already led her to suspect that he might have feelings for her as well. Regardless of whether he reciprocated her feelings, she would continue to cherish him. Little did she know, his affection for her was no less than her own, while she timidly cloaked her feelings behind a term like. He boldly declared his love in the presence of her grandmother. It was utterly surprising that someone so reticent could articulate such a string of sentiments. She pondered whether her grandmother's recollections had become distorted over the years or if there had been any embellishments in the narrative. After all, had he not explicitly expressed his love, her grandmother would never have recounted it, so it became clear that the duration of her waiting for him was not without justification. She had indeed sensed the essence of his love, yet had never fully received it that he had promised to seek her out once she entered university. Why had he ultimately failed to do so? Had he encountered someone new, thus altering his intentions? She felt certain that was not the case. He was not like others, and she stubbornly believed he would not easily forsake his affections. Last night, Yunxia and Tang Xinhai had repeatedly mentioned Lin Yu. She understood their implications perfectly. He was a man willing to assist her, beneficial for her career, but in truth, she had not dismissed the thought. Should he never reappear, she would inevitably find herself in love and wedlock with another. And Mr. Thinker, without a doubt, is the most suitable candidate for such an endeavor. Her dream post-graduation was to establish her own design studio, a sanctuary of freedom unencumbered by the constraints of a 9-to-5 existence. If someone could assist her in this pursuit, it would be nothing short of perfect. However, upon receiving these tidings about Yang Ling, she realized that he was, indeed, the person she cherished the most, until she obtained definitive information about him. Relinquishing her feelings was out of the question. Thus, from yesterday to today, she had little inclination to check WeChat. It was only after Yunxia uttered that particular phrase this morning that she noticed. From yesterday afternoon until now, Mr. Thinker had not sent a single message. Something seemed amiss. He could not possibly fathom what was occupying her thoughts. It wasn't until she had lunch and lay down to rest that Mr. Thinker finally messaged her. Was the celebration banquet enjoyable yesterday, Mr. Thinker? Why, Lucy, it's complicated. Mr. Thinker, if typing is too much of a chore, you may voice message me. Lucy, why are you only asking now? Mr. Thinker, I was ill yesterday. Lucy, what ailment? Is it serious? Mr. Thinker, a bit severe, a heavy cold, high fever. Lucy, did you go to the hospital? Lucy, would you like me to visit? If so, just tell me the address. I'm free today. Mr. Thinker, aren't you going to mention the ruckus caused by the wrong family relatives? You can voice message me about it. Lucy, forget it. Those people are incredibly annoying. I do not wish to discuss them. Mr. Thinker, as far as I know, they hail from rural towns, most with only a middle school or high school education, although they have since undergone training. There are limitations, and their work may lack propriety. Do not take it too much to heart, Lucy. So, you're implying I shouldn't lower myself to their level. Mr. Thinker sent a smiling emoji. Lucy, I understand all that. You should rest now. I truly do not want to bring them up. Having watched a few enjoyable videos, Lucy soon drifted off to sleep. She was jolted awake by the sound of her phone ringing. Checking the screen, she saw it was a local number. Unsure if it was business-related, she answered, saying, "Hello." A male voice replied, "Lucy, do not hang up. I am calling you because there is something exceedingly important to discuss. If you refuse to listen, you will regret it." Oh my, Shinji-mei. Just as Lucy was about to terminate the call, Shinji-mei continued, "Lucy, do you realize you're in trouble? Give me 2 minutes, and I will clarify everything. You may choose not to believe me, but I fear you will come to regret it." Lucy scoffed. "You see, I have gathered evidence regarding your plagiarism incident. You have copied the entire proposal of Mr. Winter from Germany." Unable to contain herself, Lucy exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense." Shinji-mei responded, "Lucy, stop being obstinate. If you genuinely wish to resolve this issue, I invite you to dinner tonight. Perhaps we can find a suitable solution to erase past grievances. At present, I am the only one aware of your plagiarism incident. If you choose not to address this issue, I will soon disclose it, and the repercussions. Have you considered them? It is highly likely that you will never establish yourself in the design realm again." Lucy exclaimed, "To hell with you. Mr. Winter, I did not plagiarize. If you want to expose me, go ahead." She hung up the phone and swiftly blocked the number, unable to suppress a few screams to vent her frustration. How infuriating it was to encounter such a person, fabricating accusations out of thin air and attempting to threaten her. How utterly despicable. Approximately 20 minutes later, her phone rang again. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed it was another number from the same city. Unsure if it was the same rotund individual calling from a different number, She hesitated momentarily before answering. Indeed, it was the voice of the insufferable man. Luciu, do you not wish to resolve this issue? You needn't be hasty. This pertains to your entire future. I shall grant you another evening to ponder. Do not bother considering. Even 1,000 nights would yield the same answer. No, thank you, Luciu retorted before terminating the call. This day had been utterly ruined by this shameless wretch. That if you enjoy falling in love with a designer, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, and other means. Thank you for your support. As she simmered with anger, she opened her phone and sent a message to the thinker. I'm infuriated. I just received a call from a wretched person who accused me of plagiarizing the proposal I worked so hard on. Luciu added, Are you there? Aren't you resting? I'm merely venting my frustration, and I didn't intend to disturb you. The thinker replied, No worries. I'm not him, but rather a friend of his. He is still asleep. However, I'm well aware of your design work, especially that PPT, from emotional to rational. It truly astonished me. Luciu inquired, Has his condition improved? The thinker responded, He is feeling better. But he'll need to receive 4 fluids tomorrow. He has been quite stressed lately. Luciu remarked, Where will he receive the 4 treatment tomorrow? He has helped me so much. It's only right for me to visit him. The thinker replied, At the 3rd People's Hospital, but you needn't come. We won't be at the hospital for long. Luciu asked, Are you best buddies? The thinker responded, I'm not particularly fond of that term. We are indeed very good friends. He seems to be calling out another girl's name again, evoking a sense of dramatic flair. Luciu acknowledged, All right, I understand he is unwell and shouldn't have messaged you. But I was simply too enraged by the accusation of plagiarism. The proposal I toiled over is being dismissed as copied, supposedly from some German Mr. Winter. His name was even mentioned, and the resemblance was striking. The thinker inquired, Is he referring to the German Mr. Winter? Luciu confirmed, Yes. Does this person actually exist? The thinker affirmed, Indeed, he is quite renowned in the field of architecture. He designed the main structure of the bi-family villa. Luciu remarked, No wonder he claims I plagiarized this individual. The main architectural design has already been established, so whether I copied or not, it would be deemed as such, the thinker elaborated. While Winter developed the main architectural design, he also proposed the interior decoration style at the time, which seemingly employed European aesthetics. However, it was entirely rejected by Mama. She now prefers a more modern style and has no desire to reside in European-themed spaces any longer. Luciu mused, I believe I have heard about this matter before. Philosopher, your interior design scheme is a modern interpretation of Chinese style, which is entirely incongruous with it. Luciu, that was precisely my intention. I am aware that it is of my own design. However, upon hearing him say that, I cannot help but feel a twinge of unease within me. Philosopher, it is of no consequence. Luciu, I am truly grateful to you. Let us pause our conversation for now. Goodbye. Philosopher, goodbye. Following this exchange, Luciu felt considerably uplifted. Rising to freshen up, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Tomorrow is Sunday, perhaps I should pay a visit to Mr. Lin to express my gratitude, especially since the 3rd hospital is conveniently located near the subway station. The next day, Luciu purchased some fruits and made her way to the 3rd People's Hospital of S City. Arriving at the outpatient department around 9:20, as she headed towards the injection room, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar profile, a gentleman with a ponytail, dressed in casual attire, queuing at the self-service registration machine while wearing a mask. Luciu's gaze sharpened, and she instantly recognized him. It was Linyu. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, accompanied by a bitter smile. Where had this man's friends gone? It was quite amusing that a patient had to register alone, especially someone of his wealth who could afford to consult a specialist. She swiftly approached Linyu and greeted him. Mr. Lin, I see you are here. Linyu remained oblivious, but it was evident from the exposed parts of his face that he seemed to be in reasonably good spirits. After calling out to him twice, perhaps due to his recent illness, he appeared unresponsive. Luciu gently tapped his arm, saying, Mr. Lin. Linyu turned his head, momentarily stunned, and replied, Is it you? Luciu insisted, Hand me your card. I shall assist you with the registration. You should sit down. Standing here must be exhausting. Linyu, in a state of confusion, nodded slightly, his voice somewhat feeble. It's fine. I can manage on my own. Luciu pressed. Aren't you unwell? Linyu replied, I'm all right. Luciu continued, however, judging by your complexion, you hardly appear to be severely ill. Linyu stated, I feel much better. Luciu remarked, that friend of yours isn't merely a fair-weather companion. Is he? Why isn't he accompanying you for your appointment? I spoke with him yesterday afternoon and assumed you were close friends. If one of my dear friends were ill, I would certainly be here. Furthermore, it is Sunday. Your family could also come. At that moment, it was Lin Yu's turn. He hesitated for a moment, then coughed abruptly. Lu Xiu quickly stepped aside, allowing him to lean against the registration machine as he inserted his card into the slot. Observing him, she noticed he seemed fatigued and needed the support of the machine, prompting her to ask, "Are you tired? Allow me to assist you." Approaching from behind, Lin Yu placed one hand on the screen, saying, "No, no." With the other hand, he had already taken out his phone to scan the payment code. Lu Xiu noticed that his hand on the screen conveniently obscured the patient's name, leading her to suspect that Lin Yu might indeed be using an alias. Wishing to keep his true identity hidden from her, a bead of sweat glistened on Lin Yu's forehead. She quickly and intuitively stepped aside, no longer gazing at the screen. Lin Yu swiftly retrieved the card, glanced at Lu Xiu, his expression decidedly awkward. Lu Xiu, inherently sensitive, sensed his discomfort and understood a fragment of his predicament. She spoke, "Mr. Lin, since you are able to walk on your own, I shall take my leave. Please accept this fruit as a token of my gratitude for your continued care." Lin Yu accepted the fruit with a slight nod, uttering not a word of retention, his demeanor almost suggesting, "Do hurry along and spare me your presence." Lu Xiu felt a twinge of self-reproach. Lin Yu merely replied, "Goodbye." As Lu Xiu exited the consultation room, a wave of regret washed over her. Passing by the window for collecting Western medicine, she noticed Lin Yu queuing at one of the counters. Unable to resist, she glanced at the names of those awaiting their medications, which displayed only 3 individuals. One familiar name leapt into her view, Yang Ling, a name that stirred her sensitivity. Coupled with Lin Yu's peculiar behavior, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could there be another patient? Could it be him? Lu Xiu felt as if she might float away. At that moment, all urge to relieve herself vanished as she headed straight for the elevator. The injection room was on the 2nd floor. She felt compelled to uncover the truth, no matter the outcome. If it were not the case, it would merely add to her collection of disappointments, which had accumulated over the years. But what if it were? Lu Xiu's heart raced uncontrollably. If it were indeed him, many of her lingering questions might find resolution. About a week after signing the contract, she encountered this Lin Yu, who possibly did not present himself in his true identity. Their fateful meeting had provided her with guidance. Subsequently, he had always appeared just when she needed him, silently accompanying her in another manner. Lu Xiu endeavored to maintain her composure. Exiting the elevator, her heart pounded faster, and her steps quickened. Forward, a left turn. And there lay the glass-partitioned injection area. Beyond the glass wall, her eyes eagerly began to search. Abruptly, she halted in her tracks, astonished that at that moment, the injection room was not overly crowded. She spotted a couple, their backs turned towards her. The gentleman reclined against the chair's back while the lady, holding a peeled apple, turned to face him, insisting on feeding him a bite. The gentleman gently shook his head, to which the lady playfully retorted, "No, it said that eating fruit is essential, so you must have at least a bite." That he complied, taking a small bite, prompting her to smile brightly, revealing her dimples. Lu Xiu instantly recognized her. Su Bixing. The gentleman's silhouette was nearly obscured by the row of chairs, yet Lu Xiu was engulfed by a wave of trepidation, for even a glimpse of the back of his head, peeking above the chairs, evoked a flicker of familiarity. Her heart raced, and she stood frozen, tears unexpectedly cascading down her cheeks in torrents. Could it be that the love she had harbored for 5 years was about to face a devastating blow? If so, what would she do? That love had been the foundation of her dreams for 5 long years. She lacked the courage to enter, yet could not bring herself to flee, thus she concealed her face. Weeping silently. Mr. Lin Yu, unbeknownst to her, had also entered the injection area. Evidently, he had not noticed Lu Xiu, who stood motionless in the passageway. He proceeded directly to the nurse's office, and shortly thereafter, with a call, Su Bixing assisted the gentleman beside her. In that fleeting moment as the gentleman rose, Lu Xiu nearly lost her footing. The last vestiges of hope shattered. It was him, the one she had not seen for 5 years. The one she had yearned to encounter at every turn. The one her lips had insisted she should despise, while her heart secretly cherished. However, beside him stood another young woman, intimately linked, their hands intertwined. Lu Xiu turned away. After 5 long years, she had finally achieved her wish to see him again. Yet, this was the very manner she had dreaded, encountering him alongside another woman. Furthermore, they were both born with golden keys. Well matched in social standing and shared aspirations, he was extraordinarily talented. She was charmingly beautiful. It seemed that they were a match made in heaven. Lu Siyu was merely a transient figure in his life. She wiped her tears repeatedly, and gradually, they subsided. Let this be the end. It must come to a close. After all, she had waited 5 years, and extending the wait held no significance. Nevertheless, she must maintain her composure. She would not depart quietly. She needed to formally greet him, to draw a definitive line under the 5 years of waiting. She certainly wished to express her gratitude for his assistance. She also needed to convey that his family missed him dearly. Lu Siyu discreetly stepped away, making her way to the ladies' restroom. At the sink, she splashed her face with water, touched up her makeup, and gazed into the mirror at her reflection, her eyes still slightly red. She opened her phone and sent a location to Bai Chonglin. Bai Chonglin quickly responded, "You are at the hospital. Are you unwell?" Clearly, Bai Chonglin had sensed something amiss. He refrained from probing further. For sometimes, an unspoken understanding arises between individuals. She certainly would not present herself in this state to others, at least not allow Su Bixing to witness her pain. She lingered a moment longer to improve her demeanor before exiting the restroom and heading towards the injection area. This time, she was truly about to meet him. Perhaps the tides had turned, and the world had changed. Perhaps the sands of time had shifted, rendering old sentiments obsolete. It mattered not if they could meet and extend mutual blessings. She would find joy and happiness. Indeed, his well-being was already a piece of good news for her, regardless of whether he had ever loved her or still did, even in the years of resentment following his betrayal. Deep down, she had always worried about his basic ability to survive, for he had lingered in her heart. Thus, she needed to meet him formally, to release the weight of his presence, allowing them both to find peace without further concern. To encounter him again after 5 years, especially during his time of illness, what would he look like? Still handsome, still warm, or perhaps, weathered and weary from life's trials. She arrived once more at the injection area, easily locating him amidst the crowd. After all, finding a particular long-haired woman among the throng was no simple task, but spotting 2 long-haired gentlemen was much simpler. She stepped inside, her gaze falling upon the 2 long-haired handsome men. Mr. Lin Yu was engrossed in a large-screen mobile device. Beside him, receiving an infusion, is Yang Ling, who holds a book in his hand. Yet, it is evident that his lack of energy prevents him from engaging with the text. Leaving the book resting on his abdomen, his eyes half closed. Oh my, he still retains such a thick beard. It dawns on me that this fellow must be the art instructor of Yunxia. A dashing man in his 40s. No wonder Yunxia describes him as old. It seems the beard is quite misleading. Lu Siyu is overwhelmed with tenderness. Indeed, it is a blessing to see him. She notices that beside him lies the bag of fruit she had gifted him. Approaching him, she softly utters, "Yang Ling." As she speaks his name, her heart flutters gently. This name, which she has whispered countless times in her mind over the past 5 years, now spoken aloud evokes a profound emotion, bringing forth tears as she calls out to him. Mr. Lin Yu, standing nearby, is taken aback. Startled, he glances at Lu Siyu with concern, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing her expression of care. Yang Ling seems momentarily incredulous, slowly opening his eyes. Upon recognizing the young woman before him, he is momentarily rendered speechless, perhaps dulled by his illness. In the corners of his eyes, tears glimmer faintly. 6 years ago, when they first met, she was merely a high school girl, pure and charming, her fiery youth igniting a passion within him that melted his heart. The vibrant scenes of her painting in the morning light have become an eternal image in his world. Now, standing before him is a sophisticated urban woman, clad in fashionable casual attire, evidently made up, her figure subtly alluring. He notices the tears shining in her eyes, and his own tears cannot be contained, cascading down his cheeks. It truly is you. Yang Ling whispers softly. It cannot be mistaken. This is no mere interaction through a screen. Lu Siyu replies with a smile, glancing at Yang Ling and Mr. Lin nearby. May I first confirm which of you is Mr. Thinker? Mr. Lin gestures towards Yang Ling and moves the fruit aside, indicating for Lu Siyu to sit there. Lu Siyu, with an air of lightness and relaxation, smiles and says, "Oh, never mind, I shan't sit. After all, I've been standing the entire subway ride. Where did Su Bixing go?" Lu Siyu continues, "Indeed, which girl wouldn't worry? Women have this tendency to fret. Mr. Lin, I deduce you are not just Lin Yu. You must be Su Bixing's brother, Su Yuanxiang." Mr. Lin nods in agreement. Lu Siyu expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance the other day at the buffet." Su Yuanxiang responds, "It was my obligation. I cannot take credit for it." Glancing at Yang Ling, Lu Siyu remarks, "I truly did not anticipate that you two would become such good friends." The 2 gentlemen smile at each other, their friendship forged through a somewhat legendary and bizarre journey. Imbued with warmth, An occurrence perhaps only possible between two geniuses. A brawl that erupted in a foreign land resolved 5 years of hostility and disdain. Surreal, yet profoundly real. Yang Ling, appearing somewhat anxious, asks, "Are you truly not inclined to sit down?" Su Yuanxiang remarked, "Please take a seat. Are you aware that Su Bixing is determined to make an appearance today, no matter what?" The sight of two long-haired gentlemen appearing together is bound to attract a plethora of curious glances. Even if she does not arrive, I would find it difficult to feel embarrassed, yet without her presence, he would be alone. Lu Xiu pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I shall not put you in an awkward position." She settled beside Yang Ling despite the fabric separating them. She could still feel the warmth radiating from him, a heat more fervent than mere warmth. She hurriedly suppressed her heartbeat, reminding herself that he belonged to someone else. Lu Xiu turned to him, her voice laced with concern. "Yang Ling, are you feeling any better?" She attempted to cloak her worry in politeness, yet her trembling betrayed her genuine concern. She mused that she was truly incapable of being a good actress. Su Yuanxiang responded, "I am feeling somewhat better. Yesterday I had a fever of 40.2 degrees Celsius, but today it is down to 38.6 degrees. Clearly, he was not a conversationalist, as after that statement, he seemed at a loss for further dialogue, leading to an awkward silence. The two men, comfortably ignoring the tension, left Lu Xiu, caught in the middle, to break the uncomfortable lull herself. "Yang Ling," she inquired, "I must ask, after all this time, why have you not disclosed your true identity to me?" Yang Ling replied, "You should already know who I am. I mean, my other identity." She had known all along. Renowned painter, a fact she had discovered 3 years ago. Indeed, the bluntness of his words sent a flicker of anxiety through Lu Xiu. Could this be detrimental to him? She regretted having directly messaged by Chonglin. Lu Xiu exhaled, finding solace in the understanding that, based on their previous encounters at the dining table, she had gleaned enough to be reassured. So long as it posed no harm to him. Yet there were other reasons. Yang Ling hesitated before continuing. "Haven't you always harbored resentment towards me?" Lu Xiu bit her lip, refraining from denying it. In fact, she felt an impulse to confess that her feelings of animosity had deepened. Nevertheless, she chose her words carefully, whispering, "Where have you been all these years?" "I was actually not far from your university. There was a small training institution called Xingyu School, primarily teaching office, graphic, and interior design software. I was the sole art instructor there at the time. My goodness." Su Yuanxiang then stood, signaling to the two with a gesture towards a bottle of medicine before stepping outside. Lu Xiu was left in a state of profound astonishment. She had never imagined that he had been so close to her all these years. Xingyu School was less than 3 kilometers from her university, just 4 bus stops away. The sign was prominent. Yet the school itself was modest. Some students sought out off-campus training for computer rendering, but none chose Xingyu School, deterred by its small size and fearing a lack of quality education. Lu Xiu remarked, "You must have known I was there all along." "I did. But I simply didn't have the time to seek you out." "Were you that busy?" Lu Xiu chuckled softly. "Did you live there at the time?" "Yes, in a small community just behind the Xingyu building." Lu Xiu raised her gaze to the intravenous strip, remarking, "Is it called the Green Bamboo Luxury Community? I have a classmate who, along with her boyfriend, rented a 1-bedroom apartment there. All of us from the dormitory have visited her place. I recall that was during your junior year. It was a weekend when you went there with 3 girls and a boy. Did you see me?" "Yes, I did." "Then did you not consider stopping by to greet us? Were you afraid we might consume you?" "We are not cannibals." Lu Xiu spoke with feigned reproach, yet her heart was laden with an unshakable sorrow. If he had appeared at that moment, many narratives could have been rewritten. That he was evidently nearby, clearly had the chance, yet chose not to seek her out. This was solely his own doing. You realized that perhaps it is precisely this reason that they might have missed each other for a lifetime? Of course, he might not care about missing her, for he is far too exceptional, destined to encounter many more admirable girls, like Su Bixing. Thus, he need not concern himself with her. But what of her? She cared for him, and that missed opportunity would forever haunt her. 4 years is an extensive span. It cannot solely be attributed to busyness, so why did he never once come to find her? Lu Xiu finally voiced this lingering question, though it bore little significance now. Yet, remaining silent would suffocate her. "Did you transfer to interior design out of anger towards me? How furious must you have been to vent your frustrations on your chosen field? Painting flows through your veins as a dream. Your talent resides within your brush. Discarding it fills me with profound guilt and sorrow." Even to the point of despair, Lu Xiu fell silent. Yang Ling had not erred. Being a designer was not her aspiration. Her true dream was to be a free-spirited painter, much like him. Choosing interior design could be seen as her irresponsible abandonment in a moment of desperation. At that time, she desired nothing more than to distance herself from painting. Her genuine interest in interior design only emerged in her sophomore year, yet that was never her initial intent. Her true motives were to escape and retaliate. In truth, many who had viewed her artistic creations had struggled to comprehend her choice. So, is this the reason Yang Ling refrained from visiting her? Was it not all a result of his own actions?